Okay. Oh my god. Now, what do? Go back over here. And, okay. Renew the page. And then see if I can generate an echo. Twice in a row. That's not redundancy, by the way. I have to, like, use a different link each time. And I have to make certain the link is working, because that's the link I put on the banners. Use a different there we are. Each time it works. Okay, certain the link is working, because that's the link I put on the banners. Okay, now there we are. Shut it works. All of this down. Make certain this works. And at this point, of course, you're all welcome to start talking trivia. And as a matter of fact, if I can get this done in time, which I doubt, then I will ask all of you to hold the... And as a matter of fact, here we are. If I can get this done in time, which I doubt, hold the show. And hello to Marcus Grix, because he's in there. And I'll have to have you hold the show because I have to go make some tea, which I didn't have a chance to do before all this wretched nightmare started. Okay, let's see. What do we do? There we are. Okay. Now I tell everybody I'm live and burning bandwidth. As I said, it's expected for the three of you to do some trivial talk. It would help.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, it's not that difficult, really. I mean, it's like, what are you waiting for? Really?
I had you cutting out for a second. I had audio cutting out in and out for some reason.
Yeah, well, the bandwidth. We're probably all three of us are burdening the bandwidth. It's probably going to be hard. Hopefully we don't get dropped when I bring on other people. We'll have comparatively a lot of people on tonight. So yes, by all means, if you could start chattering, thank you.
All right. Today is August 19th, 2020, and Derek, do you have anything in the news that seems worth talking about?
Yeah, I have a couple of things lined up. What I was going to say first is I wanted to say happy birthday to one of my favorite artists, the late Nate Dogg from Los Angeles. He's a fellow United States Marine Corps veteran, and I had put in I went to my Marine group here, and I had put happy birthday Nate Dogg and Semper Fi, and everybody's like happy birthday Semper Fi, and somebody put that he was a 2311 munitions handler, you know, like him. So, but then one guy comes on and he goes, nah, dishonorable discharge, and went AWOL. Happy birthday, but a quitter. So
what?
You know, yeah. So I had to come in and clear that story up. And I said he was in LA at the time and he couldn't get back to Camp Pendleton in time. So that's not the same as being unauthorized absence, because someone else had brought up, I've never heard of a Marine being AWOL, just only UA, unauthorized absence. And I said, and he was stationed in Okinawa after that. So it's not like he went AWOL and never showed up. He got in trouble because he went to LA and didn't have a way to get back to Camp Pendleton. And just, so he kind of got busted for that. But yeah, but I wanted to say happy birthday to him, even though he's no longer with us. Right. But I had a couple of stories lined up. I'll start with the trivial one.
But by the way, at the top of the hour when you get back with your son, make certain to say all of that over again. That's actually more like an announcement that's fit for when we're actually burning bandwidth. I hope you understand.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that that's not casual or trivial. That's something that's actually important, and it goes to show you the defamation of character and the slander that goes on for anybody in service who's been in service because of just external politics, these people's attitudes about them. I mean, when the person says dishonorable discharge, as a dishonorable discharge myself, I can tell you that's extraordinarily rare for anyone to be a dishonorable discharge. So that doesn't even make any sense that someone would even have that impression. Where would they even get that from? That is rare enough where it's like saying it's the opposite in terms of shall we say social impression, but that's like saying someone got the Congressional Medal of Honor. except in the opposite direction, and it's even a little rarer as far as I'm concerned, because that's it's like you really have to work at it. It's something that's highly political and something that don't really usually do. It took an astronomical conflation of circumstances to get myself a dishonorable discharge. So if it weren't for enormous political influences at the international level, where I was going to be publicly executed in an open square in the middle of the capital of Saudi Arabia, which would have put a crimp in Operation Desert Storm, I never would have gotten it. So that's the level that we're talking about. So.
Right. And see, this particular dude had brought up the fact that he was AWOL, or had an unauthorized absence, but that didn't have anything to do with his discharge, because he was stationed at Okinawa after that. Right. I don't even know if he lost rank. He got in trouble because he went back to LA to hang out with Snoop Dogg and them, and he didn't have a way back to San Diego. So by the time he got back to the base, he was in trouble. So it was after that he was stationed in Okinawa. So this guy goes, no, this guy Nate Dogg went AWOL. He's a quitter. No, you got to get your story right.
Thank you.
But then,
yeah, that just shows that the individual obviously has it in for him, and you find that a lot with rappers. They attract that kind of hatred from people, and it's a combination of envy and just so many other things. It's really appalling. But yeah, you can clear all that up. And I mean, on air when we start formally.
Right. So I was looking at an article a couple of years ago. When I put Nick Dogg's name in and then Marines, this article came up again. I didn't save it, or I'd have to look for it again. But it just referred to all of the rap and hip hop artists that were in the military. MC Hammer was in the Navy. Shaggy, the Jamaican artist, was a Marine. So so you have an artist that's from Jamaica that was a Marine, but everybody else was in the Army. Mystical was in the Army. Cannabis was in the Army. So you got a whole bunch of Army people. One Navy. Ice-T was Special Forces in the Army. So
Ice-T was Special Forces. That's incredible. And the Jamaican guy, I presume he was getting his citizenship through the service. I hope he got it. Well, I presume he did. Then, of course, in my more cynical moments, I would wonder why he bothered.
Right. And I would wonder, because I was in the service with the Jamaican guy, and I'm wondering why that's the branch of choice from them down there in the Caribbean.
I presume because they all have beaches, right? And so that's the thing I would think. Probably,
yeah. And, I didn't think of that. But another story I had put up, and this one kind of falls under trivial. So in some of the responses that I put up were kind of funny. I actually put it up in a 35 and up Chicago group. But polyamorous woman shows off her 2 husbands. So that you have a woman here, and she is pretty. She is like a doll, but she has 2 husbands, and I read the whole article, and she claims that both of her husbands are straight, and they've been together for a while, because she says each husband has a son with her. So she's got 2 sons, and one belongs to one husband and one belongs to the other husband. So then my question is, she has 2 husbands. and she's got one son from one husband and one son from the other husband. Is that by chance, or when she was ovulating, did she say, okay, I'm going to have a baby by this one first, and then waited till she was ready to ovulate again and said, nah, I'm only going to have a baby by this one? Or did all the sperm just mix up in there? And
It doesn't mix up in there. She would have had to do it one at a time.
Yes.
Yeah, because biologically that would be impossible.
Yes. It reminds me.
Right. I mean, biologically it'd be possible for both of them to be the father of one. But
No. It would be impossible. It'd be impossible for them to even have twins, because you only once one sperm enters the egg, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else gets in.
Well, wait a minute. I've heard of situations where women had twins, and one twin belongs to one father and one twin belongs to another father.
Really? Oh my God!
Yes.
I mean, I'll have to look that up.
Biologically, that's just not possible.
I mean,
from what I learned.
There's two different types of twins. There's like the fraternal twins, and then there's another type of twins, and one of them requires one sperm, and it goes into the egg, and the egg splits. And that's identical.
I see what you're saying.
That's the identical twin.
Okay, that sounds.
That would be identical twins.
Right.
So that's only if they're identical twins. There's only one father, but you could have other than identical twins. The other one
I'd still have to look that up. It sounds. I see what you're saying, but I'd still have to look that up. I'm going to go make some tea. So I've finished with screen duties, and I will. Go on mute. I'll let everybody handle the show till I get back at the top of the hour. Okay? Thank you.
We'll hold it down. All right. Anything else you got, Derek?
Yes. Ex-CIA officer charged with spying for China, and he disclosed substantial amount of highly classified information. DARPA launches Project Chariot in bid to shield big tech profits. The United States Post Office just filed for a patent for a blockchain-based secure voting system, and how your phone is used to track you and what you can do about it. So, and The Economist says that the total job losses in Louisiana due to coronavirus is now double the total of job losses that they had from Hurricane Katrina.
Wow. That's pretty intense right there. Damn.
Right.
This COVID is wiping out. It's wiping out a lot of businesses, private businesses, businesses of people of color. I mean, you name it. Even white businesses. Everything's getting wiped out. It seems.
Especially the restaurants. Yeah, because in Chicago we have a big chain called Harold's Chicken. And the franchise itself was able to weather that they was able to handle that pandemic and all the things that took all the restaurant down. But unfortunately, they're closing a lot of their restaurants. They're not closing them all. They were still able to hang in there, but I guess they're the ones that are the busiest is the ones that they're keeping open, and some of the historic ones that they've had for years and years and years, they've had to cut them down and close them down.
What's scary about this atmosphere is that it feels like this is open grounds for corporations to have a complete monopolization on certain industries that were being covered by smaller business owners. And so it's that idea that frightens me, and I can't help but wonder if that's also behind the slack response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah. Oh, I got one more. A Michigan college requires students to stay within 5 miles of campus or face suspension, and then it tracks them. So I'll get into that. I'll see which college it is.
What? That sounds. Wait a minute. They're forcing students to stay within 5 miles of campus.
Right. You don't want to go out there and catch corona, so we're going to put some tracking device on you to make sure that you don't go more than 5 miles from the college.
But so it sounds like that would cause more people to get corona.
Michigan's Albion College is attempting to create a COVID bubble on its campus as students return for fall semester. Students are being required to download a smartphone app that tracks their location and ongoing health data to help contain the spread of the virus on campus, according to the Washington Free Beacon. The app will notify the school's administration if a student leaves the campus bubble. For the entire first semester, students must stay within the campus 4 to 5 miles perimeter or risk temporary suspension. Members of the campus staff, however, are allowed to leave the bubble. The Liberal Arts College is planning to offer only in-person learning when classes return in September. Students who do not comply with the school's contact tracking program will need to defer this semester. So, yeah, well, the way they made it sound, it was like an ankle bracelet, but this is even worse. They're making you download something on your phone and
track you.
Yeah.
This is like an introduction to the new security state where everybody's voluntarily forced to I mean, we already have Facebook tracking people. We already have dipshits who had no idea that the SIM card tracks people. I mean, do they really need to push it this far? I think
well, this is where you get a burner phone and then you leave your regular phone in your dorm room. Well, shoot, if you got to go somewhere, hell, leave your phone.
But what's even more interesting is that they're allowing staff members to leave. So what happens if one of the staff gets infected, comes back on campus, and infects all the students, and all the students are stuck in this coronavirus bubble thinking that they're safe from the coronavirus while it's spreading? It's a recipe for a nightmare. I could think of ways how that can go wrong.
Yeah, that's because it only takes one person to catch it in a pandemic. Oh, also in my Marine group, I put up something that said they're tripping in my Marine group. Okay, this is a post from an admin in the USMC, United States Marine Corps group. This is his post. He says, over the last few days, we have been receiving reports on fellow Marines posting a nude photo of their penis and sending them to various members of our group. Pay attention to this. If reported, we will ban you from this group. It is against federal law to use telecommunications to send unwanted sexual photos to anyone without their permission. 47 U.S.C. Section 223. If brought to my attention, I will take your info and report you via the law enforcement or your chain of command. There's no warning for this timeout. This type of behavior will simply ban you from the site. So we only have like a handful of women Marines in the group, and they're pretty. There was one, I mean, we got some black women Marines, and there's like a handful of them in the group. I mean, the group is like 90% male, and so there was a black lady who put her old Marine picture on the group, like from the 80s, and then put her present picture, and she said, happy birthday to me, and she said it was, so many years ago when she, went to boot camp or whatnot, and she was getting a bunch of responses, and I noticed that she took that post down, and when she took that post down, this post came up. So I said, they seen a black lady in here, and they thought they could just send her penises.
because you know how it is. They a lot of guys, mostly white, they see black women as objects to use for sexual release. They don't actually acknowledge them as human. But you know how. But a lot of rapes occur in the military. A lot of rapes occur in the military. In fact, it's basically a rape culture.
Of course, the entire American culture is a rape culture. The military just magnifies that, but yes. So, gentlemen, I am back. You've done a wonderful job holding it till now. Thank you so very much. Did Selena participate?
Okay, I'm about to get in the car and go grab my son. I'll let you know when I'm back.
Oh, God bless you, and our best wishes. Drive safely, and we're riding on his call. Thank you, sir. And all right, so we are at the top of the hour, and we are officially starting transmission. and very pleased to have our executive producer Derek Talley with us. He is currently picking his son up, but we're riding on his call, presumably via his cell phone. We're riding with him to rendezvous with his son, and I will verify that when he returns. He should be able to let us know when he's back. We are going to be attempting to bring on our Brendan Zogit soon as our technical consultant. Can barely get that out. As a matter of fact, just woke up prior to starting the show. And we have with us as well the lovely Madame Selena Khan, the Realtores, and she will be interjecting whenever she sees fit. And we have, of course, Jameson Reese, our occult security consultant. And within about an hour, we'll be bringing on Peter Moon. And shortly thereafter, I'd say about he'll be on with us for about 1 or 2 hours. And we will then be segueing back into Brendan and Jameson talking again for at least an hour, maybe 2. And then after that, I'll attempt to do a monologue. And I won't do much of one tonight. I have an appointment with my psychologist tomorrow at what for myself is the middle of my night, my biological night, which is about 3 p.m. in the day. And so having to get up in the middle of that, I will probably be going to sleep comparatively early for myself, which would still be about midnight my time, or, ending the program at about that time, ending transmission about maybe midnight my time or a little after, but not much beyond that. Certainly before or around 2 a.m. in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. So aside from all of that, very glad to have everyone here to help me hold the program, because there was absolutely no time for me to look into anything today. I mean anything. There was no time to do anything. Spent time working with the wonderful Selena Khan and Brendan Zogit. We'll go into that more when he's here, or at least, not that I want to relive the horror. And there were all kinds of technical repercussions for what we did, which is trying to learn how to use the app for Instagram, which I still haven't downloaded, and onto my phone, and we'll have to do that later. And aside from that, just the usual nightmare of adjusting to taking over production in so many other areas that I didn't extend into before. So Selena should be able to help with that, because Brendan is so taken up with work, unfortunately. And so I turn more towards her, and I bring her on stage now. So, honey, how was your day-to-day, aside from the time that you gifted myself with and graced me with, which was wonderful? You were very helpful. We couldn't have gotten this done without you at all, what we were able to accomplish. And so I hope the rest of your day went as smoothly as possible, that you were able to find some time to eat lunch, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I always work, so that's my job. Like, I'm able to work anytime, anywhere. So that was that. I was a little busy. I had to go to Chinatown to rent this apartment, and I had to show those apartments to renters. So that was that. So it was like 3 hours. I just got back like 20 minutes ago. So that was like, it was a very busy day today. But yeah, so with Instagram, was it helpful? Like what is it that did you get familiar with it a little bit?
I didn't have time to do anything with all my other responsibilities, but I did look a little bit into, just poked around a bit, but like I said, we still haven't downloaded it on my phone, so we'll take care of that later.
That's okay. You'll do it tomorrow. That's not a problem.
Yeah, soon. We'll do soon, and then what will happen is also we'll talk more about that later. Some of what I was looking for. Brendan misconstrued what I had said about it, and he reset it, and we'll have to just unset what he said and set it differently. So we'll talk about that when he gets here. But other than that, the other what would I say? A few other technical issues. Aside from all of that, honey, anything else you want to bring up? Anything you before I turn Jameson loose and let him kind of take the stage? Cause
Oh,
he's got-
hi, JMO.
Hey, how's it going, Selena?
Not bad. Good to hear your voice. So, yeah, I'm very much interested on your occult knowledge and all this. It's very interesting. So, yeah, you can start talking about it now.
Yeah, that's
All right.
thank you, Selena. That was a
Did-
wonderful segue. I'm sorry, honey. Continue.
No, I was gonna say between the last transmission and tonight, did he read anything or came to know something occult? I would be happy to hear.
Oh,
Well, a matter
wonderful.
of fact, I did. And it's a subject that I'm going to be touching lightly on tonight. This involves one of the groups that I suspect is connected, if not probably the core of what Douglas Dietrich calls the cult of the kings of Edom. The particular group in question is called the Order of the Nine Angles.
Yes.
Now, the Order of the Nine Angles is an influential occult movement that started in the 1970s in England. All of this is actually public information. So what I'm espousing to you isn't anything from personal experience or anything like this. The website I got some of these points from is called Religion Media Center. Center is spelled with a CENTRE.org.uk/factsheets/factsheet with a -9 and a slash. All right. The reason why I bumped into this was because a lot of the some of the people I came in contact with indirectly online were to some degree loosely affiliated with this order. And it turns out that this also connects to Alex Jones.
Of course.
Now Alex Jones was on a cast where he said he was talking about having Mordor's ring. And he said he could have taken some oath, but he didn't. And I don't know what the fuck that meant. But I was thinking, well, maybe this motherfucker's connected with some satanic shit.
Yes.
And sure enough, he is.
Yes. Yes.
So let's get right into it. We have the MK Ultra project, which was never truly discontinued. Rather, I would say it went black.
Right.
The MK Ultra project would see a collaboration between the MI6, the MI5, the FBI, the CIA, and DARPA.
Yeah.
They started out by using sex offenders as police informants. Now, as far as the Order of the Nine Angles goes, the Order of the Nine Angles was started by was a religious movement that originated in Britain in the 1970s. It combines elements of occultism, Satanism, and mysticism in its beliefs and practices. In the late 1990s, it became associated with neo-Nazi violence, and then after 9/11, terrorist attacks in 2001 with militant Islam. The O9A's usual blend of Satanism, mysticism, and purported neo-Nazi sympathies has attracted growing academic and political interest, including the anti-racist and anti-fascist campaigning group HOPE, Not Hate's campaign against it. In the 1970s, Anton Long, which is a pseudonym, and this is a pseudonym for a man named, okay, let me get my bearings here. I have it written down.
Take your time. There's no rush, because I'll just fill in some airtime and remind people of, how would I say it, the fact that the Cult of the Kings of Edom is a term that is pretty much from my background with Michael Aquino in terms of being ordered to serve him under liaison status. And as a result, I got very familiar with that term in terms of his references to the underground network of cults in the plural, and like magic being spelled with a K at the end to differentiate it from stage magic. The cults in this realm are referred to with a K. In other words, they're spelled K-U-L-T, or cults in the plural as well with a K at the beginning of the word, so that people understand the virulence of these cults as opposed to your common cults. But please go on if you found what you need by now.
All right. Well, the man who is associated with being the guy who used the pseudonym Anton Long is named David Myatt. Now, let me go into this guy.
And
all right.
A spelling of his surname would be M-Y-A-T-T.
Double T.
Yes.
Now, Myatt is a association with Colin Jordan, who is a far-right figure and a member of the League of the Empire of Loyalists. Most of these guys were ex-military. Myatt founded the National Socialist Movement in the 60s, and he also founded many neo-Nazi groups. He was a producer and scholar of esoteric materials, and he would influence a nail bomber by the name of David Copeland, who targeted black, Asian, and gay areas.
Oh, okay.
So now my notes are kind of like scribbled. I'm going to be dancing around like loosely. This isn't really ordered in any way, shape, or form, but it also connects to Israel, because Israeli intelligence is involved in this as well.
Yes, there's no surprise.
Now, with the Knights of Templars, we have a man named Jim Dowson, and this guy claims he answers to the Nine. Now, Jim Dowson is a white supremacist in the UK, who leads militant organizations who are trained by ex-Russian soldiers, ex-GRU.
Yes, GRU would be military intelligence of the former Soviet Union. So please continue. Yeah.
Now, all these guys have something in common, and here are some names of people who are associated with a group called B&P. Again, I should have really organized this stuff, but I decided I needed to take a walk after learning all this stuff, a long walk.
Oh, I don't blame you. Let me specify for people just how stomach churning this can be when you're not when you have a visceral reaction to this kind of material. Then it requires that you take a break. So that's why Jameson is going to be touching upon it tonight, and then following up on another transmission, either the next one or the one after that, whenever he feels ready. So yeah, please continue.
All right. So a lot of these internet groups, such as 4chan, 8chan, and all the rest, WikiLeaks, Pizzagate, all these different gates are all pretty much fabrications.
Yes.
The fabrications that were created by the alt-right. The alt-right movement is a continuing facet of the MK Ultra program. It's a mind control program that started with the rollout of the internet, which was a DARPA project. The DARPA project was aimed at mind control, and it should be noted that one of the facilities where they were hosting some events for 4chan and 8chan happened to be one of the Air Force bases called Eglin Air Force Base. So go figure, the military is already in it. If people are wondering why we don't have an international firewall to stop Russian hacking, it's because from within inside we're already compromised. and this all goes back to what you had exposed about the what do you call it, the FDR connection with the communists.
Yes, thank you.
Now, the page where I got a majority of this information from is called medium.com, and the person who wrote it, it's called MK Ultra Woke, The Truth About the Alt-Right Destruction by Facts and Logic. Basically, they go into Steve Bannon, they go into where all these guys come from, how they're all connected to the Zionist movement.
Right, that's right. And by the way, that's such an important point that many people don't understand. This isn't a form of Judeophobia. It's the fact that for any number of bizarre reasons, Byzantine political machinations, the Israeli intelligence was keeping track of many of these white supremacist movements just the same way that the FBI did. And what they do is they overload these. They try to attract as many peripheral or fringe politicos, as they call them, politically interested persons who are bent towards violent activism. And then they try to radicalize them so that they can bust them. And Israeli intelligence has been helping the Americans do this for reasons that were originally to combat Judeophobia. Everything has warped beyond all recognition at this point. The FBI so overloaded many of these groups with federal agents that it turned out the majority of these white supremacist groups were nothing but federal agents and Israelis. So there's almost a minor amount of American fringe lunatics that were originally involved with these movements, and they basically became, how would I say it, more involved as the FBI and the Israelis began to trigger more violent incidents like the Oklahoma City bombing, where the FBI just withdrew all its personnel along with all other government agents who were involved in any way, shape, or form with espionage or law enforcement. The ATF, the various other, the U.S. Marshals, everybody in the Oklahoma City federal building who was armed as a federal agent vacated the building and left all of the normal federal bureaucrats and their children there to die. And all the guys with the guns left. And when it came to this kind of incident, more people wanted to get involved because they saw terrorism was actually taking place, and they felt the revolution had started. And so you now have something like a larger movement that's been catalyzed by this, created by the Israelis and the FBI in particular, as well as other agencies. And that gives you some idea of how bad it is, but not nearly enough. Because since then, with Benjamin Netanyahu's rise to power, he's taken the side of the right-wing white supremacists. And now Zionism has truly taken on the meaning that the Palestinians and various other people who we used to think of as insane when they would talk about how Zionism is a terrorist ideology, it has become one under Benjamin Netanyahu. And he has very much turned it towards the neo-Nazi kind of bent. He feels that these are his ideological next of kin, and that goes for all of the hard right in Israel is like that. Basically, the Likud party essentially would be as a whole like that at this point, just as the Republican Party as a whole now has been radicalized into a Russo collaborationist insurgency. So with that, we turn back to James. Thank you.
All right, the Israeli group in question that you were talking about, they call themselves the Azov Battalion. They're sponsored by the Israeli state. They're openly white supremacists. They're openly they're actually anti-Jewish. They're openly anti-Jewish. They're openly they're basically alt-right pieces of shit. Basically, they're what most people wouldn't expect coming from the state of Israel, because they've been indoctrinated by the American bullshit.
Yes.
Now, there's a now Alex Jones. Most of his family were in the CIA.
Yes.
So he is a part of the very deep state he claims to be against. He is a shill for the deep state, essentially.
Yes.
And I can bet that the guy's a fucking pedophile, and I can bet that's why his wife wanted to take the kids away from him.
Yes. Yes. And that's very much the case, and it certainly was something similar was said about what was his name again? That Dolan, Richard Dolan, who his wife very much divorced him along the same lines. It was shortly after the conference in which he had attacked myself. That divorce took place for that very reason, and it was definitely a factor, and I'm not exaggerating this or personalizing it. It was something she herself had hinted at to myself at the conference when Richard Dolan was attacking myself. He was also shaming and disgracing his wife by parading with a young model who he ran off with, essentially, and that you would think that would be reason enough for the divorce, of course. But she also had daughters that she had suggested she did not want in his company. So that hinted to me it was very similar. And then the actions of Alex Jones, they're very parallel. These are very much MK Ultra kind of patterned individuals, and their stance against myself, of course, is indicative of that as well. So all of their decisions and their orientations towards what they allow on their media or what they attack is based on their instructions from above, and they form a united front. They're aligned in the same direction, and this is why Michael Aquino was always recommending Richard Dolan openly and quote-unquote officially as his information source for the public to follow, and etc. And I could go deeper into that later, but please continue. Go back to where you were with Alex, and he's very similar to that.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the nail on the head, and I'm just going to throw this out there. But I suspect that all of the UFO mafia and the New Age bullshit artists are all cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, yeah.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, and by the way, just something else to add to what you're saying, and I believe his first name is Dave Mustaine, but it's he was involved with the Megadeth rock band. And so I'll need to look that up right now. And it's Dave Mustaine. His surname is spelled Mustaine. And Dave Mustaine is this hideous caricature of a human being who, believe it or not, and people have done this, you can look this up. If you look up Dave Mustaine looks like Vladimir Putin, people have actually put this kind of meld together of the faces, and Dave Mustaine and Vladimir Putin have this very similar look. Now, that sounds like it's rather meaningless, and I would normally have assumed such. But the interesting thing is that Dave Mustaine and Vladimir Putin have apparently exchanged communications, and they apparently have this kind of like mutual understanding of each other in terms of ideology. And you go beyond that to Dave Mustaine and his male homosexual partnership with Alex Jones. They actually arranged to meet in the same hotel rooms, and this is just a fact anyone can really verify for themselves. They've met several times at conferences, conventions, and the like. And Alex Jones has attended the concerts of Dave Mustaine, and they spout the same politics. Dave Mustaine believes that Sandy Hook never happened. The whole Alex Jones con that nobody died at Sandy Hook, that this is all just to quote-unquote take our guns away. And so Dave Mustaine and Alex Jones are essentially lovers. That's another reason why his wife wanted to divorce Alex Jones. Alex Jones's real inclination is towards men, and his primary inclination in a personal lover sense is Dave Mustaine of Megadeth. And
so his wife is a beard.
Yes, very much so. And so that's something that is important. So the full name is David Scott Mustaine, and he's only a little older than I am. He was born in 1961, but of course he looks a lot more worn for obvious reasons. But yeah, him and Alex Jones, it's like when one wasn't able to show up, the other one would cancel his appearance when they were headed towards the same hotel together. I mean, this was going on for years, and the only reason I know about it is because I had that poor bastard on my show a number of times, who then I forgot his name and everything else, but he was in Megadeth for a single year. And Jeff Young, and Jeff Young was the guy who informed myself about that, but I followed up, and what he said was absolutely true. And it's interesting you bring this up, because I had someone who tried to link something onto one of my one of my episodes. I think it was the latest episode, actually. And somebody said, "Douglas, check this out." And then he linked some bullshit that looked like a BitChute bullshit Order of the Nine Angles kind of propaganda. So it was interesting that he was trying to promote that on my own video, and that was like a day ago. That he entered that comment. And so thank you for fleshing this out, and I'll have to block this individual now that you've mentioned that, so that the comment didn't show up on my video, because just so people understand, I don't know why they haven't learned the lesson about this. Maybe because they don't own their own channel, or at least don't use their channel to actually try to communicate with the public. But when you put links on any comments on YouTube, they will not show up for the public. YouTube automatically blocks links. So just understand that if you want your comment to be seen, don't put up any fucking links. It's not going to be, YouTube's not going to allow it. It goes into the hidden section. So that's where this one went, and fittingly so. So do go on. Yeah.
All right. So we have now we have another man by the name who's responsible for what do you call it? The creation of 4chan and all this other stuff. Let me be absolutely certain. This guy is named Richard Spencer.
Yes.
He's also the guy who forms this frog meme, which seems to be taking hold in the white supremacy culture.
Yes. It's Peep the racist frog. PEPE.
They also have those weird looking faces that are like that have the stick figures and the weird scrunched up faces.
Yes.
And they also
grotesque caricatures of humanity.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
And you can tell the character, and when you look at it, you something intuitively just flashes like there's something wrong with this.
Thank you.
So you know on an instinctive level that there's some level of subtle mind control going on. And that this is all being perpetuated, with a purpose, by design. And now, there's another source I drew from years back, who I stopped following because at some point, the guy was just on his own personal crusade. God, I can't remember the guy's name offhand. What he basically was going into was how these logos and faces and these popular meme faces were actually hidden occult symbols.
Yes.
that were meant to charge like egregores and shit like that.
Yes, Brandon Young was the first person to present that article to myself, in which the man went into great depth to emphasize this, with tracing back much of the what he was saying, to provide a background and a context for it. And just everybody, when you see the green, ugly face with the dinner plate lips and the it's a negroid caricature, and instead of rendering it black, they just rendered it green, and they gave it these bug eyes and a fish face, like it was a amphibious or ichthyon. Ichthyon would be the word, because amphibians are different from fish, so it's more fish-like. It would be like an ichthyon hybrid from, as Jameson Reese would reference, the Shadow over Innsmouth, was it? I believe.
Yes, yes. The H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes, yes. Short novella.
Character.
Yes, and so it would look like that, and whenever you see that. Just, you know that the individual is a cultist. He is a cultist of the kings of Edom. That's basically what they're saying, and that's how they network with each other, and they instantly recognize each other is because they believe themselves spiritually hybridized with the kings of Edom. So that's the entropic entity. So please go on.
Excuse me, Douglas.
Yes, honey.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
What does that mean? Maybe not now, another time you can explain. What is that mean, like spiritually hybridized?
It would just mean that they're spiritually compromised, as opposed to what H.P. Lovecraft was always emphatic about was genetic compromise. H.P. Lovecraft was very, how would I call it? One of the things that would trigger revulsion in himself was genetic hybridization. He was very much against race mixing. And so being the archetypal racist himself, he was someone who just felt that that people could also be spiritually compromised. And so the way that he presented the physical degeneration of people was by race mixing with other species. He would talk about breeding with other non-human entities to create degenerate offspring that were not even human, truly not human, and inhuman as well. These were not sympathetic results. He never presented these as in any way, shape, or form sympathetic. The way that they would be presented in Star Trek, where you would have someone who was half human, half Vulcan, and like Spock, the main character, the most important person in the Star Trek universe, would be an example of a sympathetic hybrid. You don't get that in the H.P. Lovecraft paradigm. So in terms of the hybridization that these people are emphasizing, is what they are antithetical to is racial hybridization, but spiritually they're hybridizing with non-human ideologies. In other words, anti-human ideologies, anti-life ideologies, entropic, which would mean disintegrative or destructive ideologies of a spiritual nature, meaning cosmic entities that seek the dismantling of God's creation or the universe itself. So that's what it means in a nutshell. So with that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey.
I'd like to add to that as well.
Please.
They often tell people in the occult not to mix, not to mix your currents.
Yeah.
So basically, if I'm working with like the Shaitanic Djinn, they would probably tell me not to work with like the ancestral spirits of the Yoruba people, which I've grown an interest to, which is a group from Nigeria. But you see so they're against that level of hybridization. Yet, here's where the hypocrisy comes in. Those same people will be the first people who have worked with the Goetia and demons, and they'll go to Haiti and they'll try to ask witch doctors to teach them the craft, and the witch doctors will say, no, we can't teach you, because in Haiti they're not allowed to teach white people the craft of hoodoo. Hoodoo. Yeah. And this isn't out of racism. This is something that the spirits themselves do not want.
Yes.
And this is something that they tend not to understand. So you see a sort of hypocrisy where they're quick to call someone foolish for trying to work with spirits who come from like different backgrounds at once. But they're more than willing to try to usurp these secrets from the African continent and from the peoples who were colonized. And this, I think, also is another key reason why I think there's a level of hatred towards people of color, is because they found something in the magics of these people that they can't replicate.
Yes. Yes, and just so people understand, the spirits represented by the Valjahuduns or the Haitian voodoo culture are Loas. They refer to them as Loas within the Yoruba tradition of Africa that Haiti's spiritual tradition hails from. That's more or less in Benin, not so much Nigeria, though I'm certain there's a huge influence.
Benin and Togo regions.
Yeah.
They call them the Orisha.
Yes.
I think.
Yes. Well, the Orisha is the Portuguese candomblé, which is all voodoo. It's all voodoo, but it's like different schisms, kind of like the difference between, say, for instance, Byzantine Orthodox Christianity of the Greek liturgy and the Roman Catholic Mass. It's like a different kind of the Latin Mass of the Roman Catholic Western Church and the Eastern Church, which has a different kind of Greek liturgy. These are the kinds of differences you find in Valjahuduns or voodoo throughout the Western Hemisphere. And the Brazilian voodoo is dominated by candomblé, which uses the term orisha when they refer to the loas. And so these are essentially the same god spirits that ride the person who opens themselves to possession. That is something that the white supremacists in particular are virulently envious of, is that they can't open themselves to be ridden by the spirits so easily as the black descended occultists can and do. And for this reason, you get these bizarre, new, hybridized, spiritually compromised Edomite cultists who then say, oh, you have to adopt your own demon, and your own demon will help you ascend to a kind of godhood. It will help empower. You've run into this with coding or some other occultists. You don't need to name them if you don't want to.
Yes, actually, I will. Now, because this is public record, and because the occultist states this himself, there's no reason for me to fear any lawsuits. Yeah. I'm not really, at this point, I can't say that I'm fearful of magical attack as much as I'm fearful of like lawsuits and shit like that.
Yes.
Because what these people, because what I've come to learn about many of these people is that they're personalities, but they're not what you would call. They look like monsters, but that's all they do. They look like monsters, and they draw people in who are like insecure teenagers and shit, because that's part of the mind control.
Yes.
You try to get the kids who are like outcasts, who are by themselves, and just don't feel like they socially belong. You know, and I myself was one of those people. Now, co-editing he learned some of his techniques from the Orders of the Nine Angles.
Yes.
And there's another occultist who I know does not like them, who has worked with them as well, and he releases much of their work, and this guy's name is V.K. Jehanum. Now, I think I can say that his rituals and his occult is the real deal. So I would vouch for him for the very fact that he has he definitely doesn't seem to like them. But what I can say is that there are a lot of people who have major platforms out there who are part of this movement. And it's more of a movement than it would be like a centralized group at this point, because the movement is like, because the thing is that all these groups are coordinated. You have the Israeli groups, you have the groups in Europe, you have the Russian groups, you have the American groups. Everything is in coordination.
Yes.
And that's what I think, really hit me hard, Aside from the fact that every single one of these men, are pedophiles. They have been arrested in the past for rape or pedophilia, and half of them did not serve anywhere near the time they should have served. And some of them even got off. In fact, I also have to correct something I said earlier. 4chan was created by Chris Poole, and Chris Poole was an individual who formed the Anonymous group,
right?
Which was gaining a big traction at some point. They're also they're also the brains behind the Arab Spring and Occupy movements.
Yes. And by the way,
Now,
oh, please continue. But when you go into anonymous, I almost can't shut up. But so go on anyhow before I take us down that rabbit hole. So go on, please.
and then there's let's not even let's not leave out the, what do you call it, Cicada 20, what was it, the Cicada 3031 or some
Yeah,
shit.
something like that. People will understand if they look up these bizarre. Yes, he's speaking, of course, of the Russian signal that was named after and or inspired by that movement. And what he says is absolutely correct. Jameson Reese is referencing the fact that ultimately what this is chaos magicians. And they're chaos magicians in the most negative sense. They're not just spontaneous free spirits. These are people who are on the side of entropy or the disintegration of the universe. So these aren't simply rebels in the spirit. These are people who seek the total dismantling of creation. And so these particular chaos magicians, they operate as cells, what they call cell groups in espionage. And as cell groups, as Jameson Reese says, the entire effort is meant to be fragmented, meant to be atomized, so that people cannot trace the central coordination, but they're actually coordinated. However, they are forming, or ultimately, they all atoms, they form clusters. So it's like dust bunnies. Dust bunnies are clusters of filth. So the dust bunnies that they form, or the dust clusters, would be the larger cults that serve a particular manifestation of entropy or a personified kind of anti-god, and so which would be Cthulhu or Shub-Niggurath or something of that nature, as H.P. Lovecraft was warning of. So take it away, Jameson.
Now, what I also have to add here is, for anyone who actually does go into the occult realm, if you ever buy those books in bookstores that are on chaos magic, I'm just looking at this from on hindsight, but if you want to work with the entities, do not use the sigils. Use only the names. If you're going to make a symbol for the entity, you want to ask that entity to guide you to make that sigil for you, with you, because I suspect that many of the sigils that are, tossed about are also mostly charging egregores and aren't connecting to the actual entities themselves, but thought forms of them, which are used to suck your fucking energy dry.
Yes, and
so
go on.
So it's what you would call psychic vampirism on a larger scale. It is sort of like a spiritual warfare that's going on.
Yes, very much so. Of course, I would recommend nobody work with these things at all, but that's the Surgeon General's warning. Jameson has done so in the past, so he's speaking from personal experience and telling people who are practicing occultists or who aspire to be. It's something to be discouraged in general, but nevertheless, some people have to learn about this. It's like a security consultant, like Jameson is essentially become. If you're becoming a occult security consultant or specialist, which I believe is a profession for our future, an arcanist, then yes, you would have to learn this. So go on, Jameson. I'm sorry.
Well, what I will say is that it takes a certain type of person to dedicate themselves to this, and when you dedicate yourself to this sort of practice and research, you have to understand that you've sacrificed any hopes of living a normal life. Say goodbye to the idea of having a girlfriend or a fuck buddy or a social life or drinking buddies or a regular career or 9-to-5 job. It's just not going to happen at that point. And, I knew that coming into this. So you make a sacrifice for this level of knowledge and power, but you also pay, and that needs to be emphasized. It has a price. And this is something they don't go into enough in the books, because you can become obsessed with the very subject itself. That said, let me continue. Now we have figures such as Ron Paul, Julian Assange, all these people who are like anti-government, all these people who want to get rid of the government, or claim that or are pro-capitalist with no restrictions. Not only do these people have networks with a shitload of money, and they want the government to have hands off because they want their ability to mostly engage in their perversions, which happens to be child pornography, which you can find on sites like 8chan, 4chan, and all these other fucking boards that are up there. And now, and we also go into the what do you call it? The blockchain technology, the Bitcoin.
Yes.
Bitcoin 2. Bitcoin 2 was created by there are some ideas that were created by an individual named TAIPEI.
Yes.
And also I think Alexander Dugin's mind had some input in that.
True. Yes. Yes.
So, for people who are saying, oh, it's the wave of the future, it's one, if there's anyone in the chat you see talking about Bitcoin, get rid of them right away, because you know that they're at some point going to just, go on about that. The whole point of Bitcoin is that it's not particularly for the trade of drugs and firearms, because, you could already, people do that shit in the open anyway. The only people persecuted for it are minorities, because that's business for them. No, what they're selling are human beings.
Yeah, well, just to back up and validate everything that Jameson Reese says, and I've exposed this in the past, it was in Germany that they did research on blockchain technology, which carries amounts of data that can be hidden from observation by law enforcement. And this is how people, of course, transfer the information about the monetary that's symbolically contained within the blocks of info data. And they ascertained, they proved it was loaded with child pornography. That's what's being transported in it. And so everything that Jameson says is absolutely true. I mean, the whole idea of this cryptocurrency was to launder money. This is why it's meant for criminals to use. And obviously, when it's meant for criminals to use, then you're going to have people catering to crime. I mean, that's the whole fucking logic of it. For you to assume anything else is insane. It doesn't. It defies all logic. It's kind of like you put a bunch of criminals together, and what do you think they're going to do? They're going to do what they do. And when it comes to the whole idea of let's make something hidden so it can't be monitored by the feds, how on earth do you think anything good would come of that? What would be the intent of that other than to expedite crime? It's beyond me, and yet people look at this as somehow the wave of the future. And it's interesting that people say, oh, okay, how come it's not? I've literally seen this. This is important, by the way. It's not trivial. People say, oh, how come it's not on Star Trek? You've seen so many things that Star Trek, for instance, the franchise, has been predictive of as almost predictive programming with certain technologies, all the way from the past when they were talking about various technologies that were small, miniaturized technologies that are reflected in high technology today. How is it that they have not predicted something like Bitcoin? And the reason why is they're showing a ordered universe, and the Starfleet is part of an ordered society that is, of course, not bent towards the criminal. Has eliminated that kind of criminality. They've eliminated capitalism. This is why many people don't like Star Trek, is because it's obviously a non-capitalist and indeed an anti-capitalist system that is portrayed. There's no money. There's no money in Star Trek. That's taking an ideal to an extreme that may not even be functional, but that's the whole point of Star Trek. That is utopian in its vision, and therefore would eliminate crime because they've eliminated money, and therefore would most certainly eliminate Bitcoin. Now, and then when you see Bitcoin and what it's geared towards, the kind of environment it creates and how things function in there, people go on Bitcoin or these other cryptocurrency sites, and they hire assassins. They hire people and they transfer the payments for the assassins to kill people. And when they lose money, they hire people to kill the people who took the money from them. This is a fact. There have been legal cases about this. So when you are dealing with these people, and if you were to look towards a future where Bitcoin or cryptocurrency dominated, you're talking about a failed state like Somalia. There is no control or regulation by the feds over what goes on in that realm, and therefore in that realm there is boom bust, boom bust. There is no financial predictability, and the only people who wind up winning are the mob bosses, who wind up controlling and monopolizing everything while everyone else has almost nothing. It's why anyone would want to become involved with this is beyond me. It defies all rationale or common sense, and yet it's being sold and promoted, and people are being told to invest in it at the comic book level. So there you go with that. One final thing in that area, Venezuela, because it's so sanctioned and thrown out of the world economy, they tried to invest in a cryptocurrency. So the Venezuelans as a nation are state sponsoring a cryptocurrency, so they become, because of all the sanctions, this is of necessity, and at the same time, it's of their own tendency. They've become a criminal economy. So that is an example of what cryptocurrency is like when it becomes the national economy. Go to Venezuela, where people are starving to death and killing each other. And I cannot imagine how, except for the totalitarian control of communism, I cannot imagine how there's not cannibalism. But I'm sure there is. We just don't know about it yet. But anyhow, so take over, Chips. Thank you.
Douglas,
Yes, honey?
I just wanted to, probably again, it's a big subject on Bitcoin that I wanted to put together some context on Bitcoin, because I invested on Bitcoin and I made money too. So now, about cryptocurrency, for example, if anyone want to, I'm bringing up this thing only because I am looking at as it has a benefit as well. So, for example, I wanted to send some money to some friend, here in the United States, and then it was like $500, and the charge for $500 is like Western Union. They charge like $60 or something. So if you use cryptocurrency or Bitcoin peer-to-peer, for example, I'm sending it to you. So all I have to just go on my phone and I'm sending it to you, and you can have that money much less cost to send the money. So Western Union makes $50-$60 to send $500, but if I use it Bitcoin cryptocurrency, I can only probably pay like $1 and a change or something. So with that, because I experienced this thing, this is not something that I still do own Bitcoin. I have it. So that was my point. Probably it's there are many ways we can utilize it to our benefit, but it has its bad side as well, like drug dealers and money laundering, all these things. So yeah, so I that's just wanted to throw that out.
No, that's appreciated. But remember that Selena Khan is a professional realtor. So she deals with sharks, and she's in the Shark Tank anyway. That's as a realtor, she deals with the most ruthless kind of economy that there is, and she's used to it. She's adapted to the environment. If you don't have that level of, shall we say, adaptability of someone who is basically born into this kind of environment where you can handle it, then it's not something to be done by the average person. Selena Khan is in no way, shape, or form the average person. Selena Khan is working in an environment.
All right,
Yeah.
it's okay, Douglas. Let's move on to
Yes, yes.
Jay Morris and continue from
So
there what
yes,
he was
well,
talking
I hope you
about.
understand. I'm trying to compliment you, really. I mean, you're someone who is who's able to handle it.
Yeah, I happen to be in this type of situation and environment and with my life. So, yeah, but definitely, there are wealthy people that, that I know of. Like, it's just, one of the house, one time I went to see this house. So it was like intimidating that the people are so wealthy because I never met wealthy people. So it was like, you go there, you have to, talk to them certain manner, you have to sit certain ways, like 6 million, and they consider themselves they're not rich enough. So it depends, how you look at it. So, but anyway, I'm now nowhere near being wealthy or anything. I'm just an ordinary person doing my work, making a living. That's all it is. It's not that much. So, but thank you though.
Oh, right. I was not saying you were rich, not by any means. Yes, yes. I mean, you're a person who's surviving. You're a person who's surviving. So yes, thank you, honey. I appreciate your patience with me. And back to JMO.
All right. Now I want to give you an example of how they've cleverly have taken things and co-opted things to mean something different. I was on a forum that was called Become a Living God, and I remember I was posting a video that I was watching that was about some dude playing video games. Because sometimes I'm bored, I'll watch people play video games for fun. Because some of these video games are really weird and really creative. And the person said they were going to take down the post because of Gamergate. Now, according to this person, they claim that Gamergate had to do with the fact that people were putting subliminal messages in video games to target kids and shit like that, which is bullshit. The origin of Gamergate came from the fact that there were female
designers. Female designers, yes.
Female journalists were trying to investigate the harassment that female game designers were enduring, and the fact that there's so much sexism in the gaming environment, in the game developing environment. And these women were targeted with rape threats, death threats,
yes,
and other online harassment. That's what Gamergate really is. But this is just to illustrate how things are twisted and completely inverted as far as the narrative is concerned. Now we have 9/11, which was, which was in truth their desire to more or less find a way to subvert people of color and keep Muslims and immigrants out of the fucking country, more or less. But what they did was they flipped that around and made it seem like we were being victimized by these people.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Go on.
And then we have these Donald Trump memes where Trump is shown as like an emperor, or he's shown as like a Templar. Now again, note the Templar. The Templar thing is relevant because, again, who did I mention was part of the Templars? I mentioned Jim Dowson, again, who runs a white supremacy organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we have the Epsteins, whom, of course, Trump was actually cited as actually raped a girl with Epstein, who was 13 years old at the time. And they both threatened her with death. And we have, the formation of QAnon, which you went into ad nauseum.
Yes.
And Snowden and that stooge.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And believe me, I could go into QAnon even more ad nauseum. We could go into the video games, and we actually will. When we bring Brendan Zogit on in a few minutes, and then that's when you'll have more of an exchange between Brendan Zogit Jameson Reese, because, and of course, simultaneously, we're going to bring Peter Moon on. What Peter Moon will do is kind of listen while Brendan and Jameson go over this for at least 15 minutes to half an hour, and then we're going to have him kind of respond, and he'll dominate, after that for a while. And so it's all going to work out. Peter's going to let us know when he's ready to be on. He says he'll be with us in a few minutes, and deeply appreciate that he notified me of that. And I'm going to ask Brendan if I should call you now. Okay, and in the meantime, Derek Talley is with us. Derek, do you have anything to add to this from personal experience or the like? As a matter of fact, while I ask our man Brendan about the call, he'll probably take a few minutes before he answers, probably a good 10 minutes, I would guess. Derek, why don't you reiterate what you had said about the late rapper's birthday and the controversy that people were still trying to attack him on in his death. It's amazing nobody can rest in peace anymore.
Right. And, I wanted to say happy birthday to one of my favorite artists, Nate Dogg. So I went in the USMC Vets Marine Corps Veteran Group, and I put happy birthday, Nate Dogg, and Semper Fi. He was born August 1969, and he died 15 March 2011. And so both of the responses have been great. Tell him Semper Fi. One guy even came on and said that he was a 2311, which is ammunitions. He worked with munitions. But one guy comes on and goes, nah, dishonorably discharged and went AWOL. Happy birthday, but a quitter. So then I had to come on and said, look, he was in LA at a certain time and he couldn't get back to Camp Pendleton in time. That's not the same as going LA and going UA and leaving for good. And he was stationed in Okinawa after that point. So he had an incident to where he had an unauthorized absence on his military record, but that's because he went to his folks was from LA. He joined the Marines from LA, and he went back up there without having a certain way to get back to San Diego, and he didn't get back in time for duty, and he kind of got busted for that. But after that point, he was stationed in Okinawa. So you got a lot of people. Some Puerto Rican looking dude, and it seems like it's not only the white dudes, but you got some some Hispanics and different people that are like so pro-American that they hate anything that's not American enough. They want to appease their masters or whoever it is that they're trying to impress. One guy comes on and he goes, "Nah, he's a fucking loser." So, but Nate Dogg is my man. So I just wanted to say happy birthday, Nate Dogg, and Semper Fi, brother. Rest in peace.
Yes, very much so. I deeply appreciate that, and that's so offensive. It's as you say, you get these colored running dogs, and they are definitely they have this impression of what it's like to be American, which is basically what it's like to be white, and they want to be white so bad they can taste it, and then they come in and do what they do. As for the other individual who was politicizing it, essentially by bringing in a dishonorable discharge, because dishonorable discharge has nothing to do with your being somehow a poor service person. It has everything to do with politics. It is such a rarity because no one wants to even issue a dishonorable discharge. It's not like the officers, the commanding officers, or the upper-level personnel want to issue a dishonorable discharge because it involves so much effort. You have to bring enough officers together where something like that can be done, that it's not something they pursue, and so it's so much easier just to give a person a less than honorable discharge or any of these other types of discharges. So when something like that happens, It takes literally entire nations have to be involved in terms of political repercussions. That was the case with myself. I was going to be executed in an open public square in the center of the capital of Saudi Arabia. I was going to be taken to Riyadh to be beheaded. That would have upset the entire timetable for Operation Desert Storm with the political frenzy that would have caused in the United States. So the Marine Corps did everything they could to first prevent that from happening, and they bailed me out of a legal system in which I would have been executed. So for that I owe them. But of course they promised the Saudis I would be dealt with, quote unquote, punished, that I would suffer for killing 2 Saudi religious policemen. And the end result was, of course, that I was dishonorably discharged after I served in Operation Desert Storm. By the way, it all worked out for me in a very real sense. And I've gone into that in some depth. So, but it takes something of that level of scandal. Very few times is that level of scandal generated because things can be dealt with at such a lower level. So to say that this individual had been dishonorably discharged, for someone to just casually say that is absolutely bizarre. It's easier, almost. I would dare say it's on par. It's on par with getting a Congressional Medal of Honor, except it's in the opposite social direction of approval. It's in terms of social, at the opposite end of the social spectrum. When you get a Congressional Medal of Honor, of course, it's something that's hailed to the stars, and that is also political, which most people have no comprehension of. These are military politics, and they have nothing to do with anything civilians understand. But most Congressional Medal of Honor winners, believe me, there was one who was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor by President Obama. I did an entire column on this, and it was shortly afterwards that all kinds of repercussions happened to myself because of that, in terms of people attacking my media venues. But basically, the man who was awarded a Congressional Medal of Honor by Obama was someone who did an act that was outrageously courageous, reckless, but he did not do even a fraction of what they claimed he did when they awarded him the Congressional Medal of Honor. It would simply be physically impossible, and it would require bilocation for him to be in multiple places at once for him to do what they gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor for. But they gave it to him, and they fabricated an entire series of stories about him being in 20 different places in Afghanistan at once because he was white. There was a Latin American who threw himself on top of a grenade and died to save his buddies in Afghanistan, but he wasn't white, so he didn't get the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's that simple. It's the politics of race in the military. That is reality. It has nothing to do with anything on my part in order to turn it into a racial issue. The racial issue is there. So that's...
fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. Yes, please.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you heard this because you had stepped away from the phone in the beginning, but in that exact same group, that USMC Marine Corps group, the admin had to do a post and pin it to the top because apparently we've been having some problems, and this is what the admin posted. Over the last few days, we have been receiving reports on fellow Marines posting a nude photo of their penis to various members of our group. Pay attention to this. If reported, you will be banned from this group. It is against federal law to use telecommunications to send unwanted sexual photos to anyone without their permission. If brought to my attention, I will take your info and report you via law enforcement or your chain of command. There's no warning on this or timeout for this type of behavior. We will simply ban you from the site. So, and I had mentioned to Jameson, there was a black female woman Marine who was her birthday, and she was saying how 27 years ago, or a certain amount of years ago. It was like in the late 80s. She had stepped on the yellow footprints at Paris Island and became a Marine. So she sold her Marine picture, and she sold her picture now, and she's 50, and she's a beautiful lady. And who in the Marines? This group is like 99% males. Who's sending their dick pics to who?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Good question.
So,
I mean,
but then I didn't, when I told her happy birthday, Semper Fi, but then when I scrolled down, I said, I wonder if that's who it was. When I scrolled down, I didn't see her post. It's like she took it down.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Definitely, and we'll go a bit more into that. And but right now, I want to welcome Peter Moon. Peter Moon has joined us in on call, and I want to remind everyone about Peter Moon. He is someone who's working with myself on what will ultimately be a trilogy of books. And in a very real sense, because these involve so much of my personal experience in life, Peter Moon is essentially my official biographer. And he is, of course, in a far more inclusive sense, the investigative editorial author and Project Montauk Maestro, whom you can find out more about at the TimeTravelEducationCenter.com. And do pay your respects to him on Facebook at facebook.com/peter.moon.566. But most importantly of all, he is the man who makes certain none of his books ever go out of print. They're all available to you at skybooks.usa.com. So do visit skybooks.usa.com above all else. And with that, we're going to bring Peter Moon on to say hello and make certain everyone can hear him and have his exchanges with everyone currently on call. And then we're going to ask Derek to kind of just round up everything. And we're going to bring Brendan Zoget on shortly. And we're going to have Peter Moon understand what we're discussing, because we want his input on that, as well as his kind of addressing some of the things that Selena Khan brought up on our last transmission. It all kind of blends together. So Peter Moon, say hi, and let's see if everybody can hear you.
I'm here. It's good to be here again. And can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine, sir, and we're very honored to have you with us. I'm hoping everyone else can hear Peter Moon. Everyone do say hello.
You're audible.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Selena.
Hi, Peter.
Yes.
Hi. Is that Derek or
Jameson.
Okay. Hi, Jameson.
Hey, how's it going, Peter? This is Derek. How are you?
God, you sound healthy.
Thank you.
Healthier.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, he very much is. Yeah, and he'll be going back to work all too soon. And honestly, I don't understand why he wants to, but he likes it. Some people are just masochists like that. And because of that, we're going to have to experiment with whose call I'm going to be riding on. These programs all ride on Derek Talley's cell phone. This is why he's the executive producer. We're going to have to figure out how to do that with Jameson Reese. And we're going to hope that just my Skype calling him and his receiving that on his computer is enough so that people can hear the call. But we're going to have to test that out. And if not, we'll see what we can do. The second obvious choice would be Selena Khan's cell phone to ride on. But that would, I don't know if her schedule could accommodate that. Conceivably it could, because it's towards the evening and she's kind of winding down, and I could call her and she could do multiple things like shopping and everything while the call is riding on her cell phone, if it has to ride on a cell phone. But we'll figure out whether this sort of thing will work on Jameson's PC first, and that will be the most convenient for us. At which point we're going to have Mr. Derek Talley calling in from his truck once in a while, perhaps, but he's at least free for half the week. And so we'll still be working it the old way for at least half the week, and then the other half would be Jameson, which gives Jameson a break, so it's not all dependent on him. So it's all going to work out, and so it's definitely a team effort. And with that, before Peter Moon joins in full force, Derek, by all means, go ahead and finish up what else you were talking about. Just so you know, Peter, we were talking about a rapper just died recently who had served in the Marine Corps. And Derek Talley was addressing on a forum, which was mostly Marines, this man's death, and happy birthday to him because it was his birthday, and some idiots were joining in talking about a dishonorable discharge, which I deconstructed and said that's it's like saying someone won a Congressional Medal of Honor, except in the opposite direction, and probably even a little more difficult to get because it requires a political scandal that's enormous and involves multiple nations before someone actually gets the honor of a dishonorable discharge, which was my case. And for someone to accuse someone of that is just bizarre. But it goes to show you there's this desire that people have for just attacking people based on something like maybe they think their music is too political or something. And so
excuse me, this was a
black
rapper who lost his life because he was killed by a.
How did he die, Derek?
Well, this is Nate Dogg. He died. He was born August 1969. He died March 15th, 2011. But the way I think he had cancer, or he stopped breathing in his sleep or something. It was something like that.
So he wasn't killed. He died.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died. Yeah.
Yeah. And in death, people are still attacking him, and they say, "Oh yeah, he got a dishonorable discharge. He was AWOL, which means absent without leave, or he was UA, which means unauthorized absence. It means that he basically took off and never came back without reporting to his higher officers, etc. And this sort of thing is like." And then they said he's a quitter, which is this thing in the Marine Corps cult. The Marine Corps is a cult without redemption of a spirituality. There's no religiosity in it, except they call you a quitter every time that you want to get out of the Marines. So
I have a question for you, Douglas.
Yes.
You went through boot camp in the Marine Corps, right?
Oh yes, of course.
How would you compare what you went through to the movie? Or how would you compare the movie Full Metal Jacket?
Full Metal Jacket is very accurate. It's probably the most accurate presentation of boot camp you've ever seen. As a matter of fact, Yes, Derek Talley agrees. Yes, Full Metal Jacket stands out because you have a situation in which half the fucking movie is boot camp, and a lot of people don't realize that because the pace is fast enough where it kind of escapes you. But the reality
goes by very fast.
Yeah. But the reality is about 45 minutes at least of that film is boot camp, and it's got to be almost equal to the amount of time they spend in Vietnam. So the interesting thing about Full Metal Jacket is its concentration on boot camp. You also get that with the Boys in Company B or whatever. They also portray the Marines, but they don't have the boot camp scenes as long. But there's another movie called Tribes. And Tribes, if you look up Tribes, Marine Corps movie, that stars the man who played Kolchak, the Night Stalker, the reporter who was stalking after supernatural entities. I forget the name of the actor who played Kolchak, the reporter, but it stars himself, and the whole movie is about boot camp. And someone who does go AWOL, who does just say that I'm not going to take this anymore, and vacates at the end of the film, and it's ambiguous as to whether or not he will live or die or be recovered and face time in the brig for years. But the reason that it's not a happy ending is because more than likely he will be retrieved and go into the brig, or more than likely he will die because he was at Paris Island. See, Paris Island is surrounded by swamps and alligators, and is just insufferable for anyone who's not trained in surviving in that kind of environment. You're either going to die or you're going to be recaptured, more than likely. However, the character in question who tried to escape was a hippie, so he might have been someone who lived off the land anyway. That would be the closest thing you would get to a trained survivalist, would be actually a true hippie. So, but that's what the film Tribes is about. Of course, the question is why did he join the Marine Corps? Of course, he could have been drafted, because at that time that they're portraying might have been Vietnam War era. I don't remember, but during the Vietnam War era, you could be drafted into the Marine Corps, so that's specifically, and so that's imagine that, and that's a nightmare in and of itself. But in terms of the boot camp scenes, yes, they were very accurate. The beatings, the suicide, that is what made it even more accurate, and that's why, now that I think about it, I never thought of this before, because I never dedicated the time to think about it, but R. Lee Ermey apologized to the Marine Corps for acting in the movie Full Metal Jacket, and I kept thinking to myself, because I'd been through it, why the fuck is he apologizing?
R. Lee was the drill sergeant in the movie he's referring to.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And he did an excellent job of acting. He used to be on the History Channel doing guns and talks about, military, more like ammo history.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and R. Lee Ermey, of course, had a personality which translated well to the screen. And by the way, just to clarify or to accentuate, emphasize what Peter Moon is saying, people might say, well, what the fuck? Why are you saying he did a good job acting? He's just playing himself. He's playing a Marine Corps drill instructor, which I believe at one point he was.
He was.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. But by the way, people might say, what does Douglas mean by that? Many people are Marines, but very few of them are drill instructors, which is an entirely different animal. But in terms of R. Lee Ermey, he was an excellent actor because very few people can play themselves. When you ask someone, be yourself, almost nobody can be yourself. It's like telling somebody, don't think of green monkeys, and then all you can think of is green monkeys. It's basically when you say, just be yourself, people become instantly unable to be themselves. It's a very difficult thing to do. So what R. Lee Ermey did was, he swung into it, he did it, and then he apologized for it because of the beatings that were displayed, because of the suicide that was displayed, which is something, these are elements of boot camp that the Marine Corps desperately tries to hide so that people keep joining. Otherwise it's a crimp in recruiting.
He didn't apologize to the Catholic Church, though.
No, he did not. And that's that itself is also interesting. But then, of course, the Catholic Church wasn't going to lobby against him like the Marine Corps could.
One of his favorite lines in there was, he says, "I want you to go in there and make that bathroom so clean that the Virgin Mary herself would be proud to go in there and take a dump."
Yes. He had references like that oftentimes, and so it's one of those things that is how do I say it? Just the way he carried it, and I'm not sure that if that's the way he behaved while he was a drill instructor, but they're all pretty much the same. I mean, they're like clones to a large degree. I would say that my own drill instructor. Now, what do they call the drill instructor that's the head of the drill instructors? You have a team of drill instructors, and then there's the senior DI. The senior DI. That's right. Thank you. The senior DI was Cook, and he was new to being a senior, and senior drill instructor Staff Sergeant Cook. That was his full title, Senior Drill Instructor Staff Sergeant Cook. And he was actually incredibly sympathetic, considering, but that for another time. So let's see if Mr. Zogert, as I call him, he has this stupid twist to his name. We will bring him on now to join us, and he will add depth and dimension to what Jameson Reese was talking about. Let's see if I can do this without hanging up the call. This is the most we've had on a call. in a long time. And we're
This is Brendan you're bringing on?
yes, Brendan Zogit, and we'll the important aspect is that what he says is, Brendan, can you hear us? Brendan, can you hear us? Because I sure as hell can't hear you. You're on mute or something. It's the new earphones or something. His call keeps dropping.
Hello?
There we are. So, Brendan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Douglas.
Okay, where the hell are you? You're outside, and there's somebody who's like...
I'm driving back home through, like, the apocalyptic, like, weather.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like the carnival back there.
I was about to say, it sounds like somebody was busking, like a street performer was playing music or something.
Yeah, it's a classical set.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Baroque period, perhaps?
Right. And look, we're so appreciative of you joining us because our man Jameson Reese was discussing the horrors of QAnon and the various other cults involved with them, the Order of the Nine Angles and the like. And he was talking about, of course, Gamergate and how this brought in the attacks on female game designers. And this is going to segue very beautifully into what you were exposing to myself. And if you, we're going to wait until you make it home until you have better audio. Right now we have a lot of...
Oh, I could improve the audio.
Okay, sure.
Is that better?
It's a little better, yes. Make certain there's no music on, and we don't want you to...
Yeah, this headphone is pretty, like, they were on clearance, remember? They were
Yes,
super cheap.
yes. He bought some headphones today that were cheaper than anything he's ever bought, and that's because he had to save his money.
The Yu-Gi-Oh cards cost more.
Yes, he had to save his money for the drugs behind the counter. I'm sorry.
She presented it like it was. It was like a cardboard box under the shelf.
Yes.
And she was like, "I'm going to show you the stash of Yu-Gi-Oh cards," and it was just like this sketchy box.
Yes.
And she's like, "You can pick whatever we want from here, and we just don't put it on the shelf." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. And why was that?
They didn't have room for it or something, but she knew that I was like.
Somehow she intuited that you were a Yu-Gi-Oh addict. It was, how did she intuit that?
Because I had been in there, that same store. It's like right by the laundromat that I go to. It was like the same. Like, she knew who I was.
But somehow she got to know this because you've inquired about them before. I mean, how does one ascertain that?
Because she's like the only lady that works there post-COVID. She's like, I don't think anyone else works in that store. Like,
oh, okay. Well, so in other words, she's highly
like
astute.
I've bought like.
Okay.
Probably not. I think actually no. I bought some cards. I think.
Okay. That's how she remembered it. Okay, yeah. Excellent. Okay, that puts that explains that. So, is this something you'd like to go into now, or concerning what you ran into in terms of this video game, or is this something you want to wait till you get home, or what? It's up to you.
Yeah, we could build up to that one.
Yeah. Do you want to? So.
But.
Yeah, go on.
There's a few other things I wanted to address as far as
please go ahead.
Like just mundane, like daily things.
Yes, bring them
that
up.
I like.
Yeah.
I went to like the Bezos, Monopoly, like Whole Foods today. So it's like literally the best store in the world.
Oh, wow.
Like you've been to Whole Foods, but it's like they only have that because they've like cornered the market and they like have all the best supply chains. And so like what I'm referencing is how Whole Foods is owned by Amazon.
So go on.
And so, yeah, I went there today, like just now, and I got a lot of things. So I was going to talk about that. But the experience there, like they have like misters outside, like it's like such a lush experience. Like even though it's a pandemic, it's like they have misters and lots of space. Yeah.
No, that's.
And then, so I wanted to talk about that, but then there's also like regarding how these fires got started. I have like a story, and it could be potentially supernatural, right. or at least higher and divine,
or at least So
possibly. Or I'm saying, I don't know if it was a cult necessarily. Perhaps, maybe, but I think it's more like higher and divine. I'll talk about it in a second. But and then.
Well, how long can you be with us tonight? Because I'm hoping, because is tomorrow a day off? How long can you be with us?
I could be on for like 2 hours.
For about 2 hours? So what I was going to do was have both yourself and Jameson speak a bit, have Mr. Moon respond to that, and then respond to some other things, and then he'll go off to bed.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah,
hello,
yes.
Jameson.
Yes, that's right. Yes. All of you can say hello back to him if you wish.
Oh yeah, no,
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I was going to have both yourself and Jameson kind of speak after Mr. Moon goes off to bed, because he's 3 hours ahead of us. That's why.
Right.
And his schedule's very different. He gets up very early. I know you get up early too. And also I want everyone to know I get up early too tomorrow for myself. In the middle of my night, I have a telephonic appointment with my psychologist tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, which to me is the middle of my biological night. So what I'm going to do is have you kind of save the other stuff you were going to talk about to after Mr. Moon leaves, and Mr. Moon will be responding mostly to not only what Jameson and yourself have spoken of, but we're going to also respond to how this connects to some things that Selena Khan brought up and asked Mr. Moon about, if he wishes to continue on what she had asked about the other night. She's welcome to, of course, reiterate her questions. And we will have Mr. Moon kind of remind us as well of the fact that when he was speaking to myself about the Black Alchemy of that little historian Marky Feldman in England, he ran into a interesting egregore on the internet, a kind of cyberspace demon, if you will, in that suddenly Marky Feldman appeared on his YouTube, like a recommended for him.
Yeah, that's what happened to mine.
Okay, interesting. So tell why don't we?
But they never recommend your videos, even though like that's probably like my most clicked on. It's kind of funny.
Interesting. Well, that goes without saying.
So what kind of algorithm? Yeah.
He's in other words, he's supported by the algorithm so that everybody sees him and it just feeds onto itself. And
that explains like the 100,000, 500,000 plus views.
Yes. So, so what I'd like you to do is tell Mr. Moon, and this will add some dimension that we were unable to do without you. Tell Mr. Moon and the audience what you encountered with Marky Feldman and what exactly happened when you were listening to me on a live transmission, and then you pretty much saw it happen in live time, because Marky Feldman's in England and he's 8 time zones ahead of us. He's 8 hours ahead of us, and this fucker, while he's listening,
he posted a 15-minute video about according to him, for the first time ever, and like he literally said those words like verbatim, and he was saying, that England had the Black Lancasters, and they were the ones who were supposed to drop the bomb because the Americans didn't have the right size airplane. You know, like every single thing he said, like basically as like a checklist, like, and he brought up the tube company, the tube alloys, and all these like different aspects of it.
Yeah.
That you basically told people to reference.
Yes. So in other words, the motherfucker followed my advice, looked up what I told him.
But it was posted, his video was posted on the 5th of August, and so I went back into your videos, and it was, of course, the 5th of August when you spoke about that.
Yes.
But I mean, if he's in England, he's listening to you at 8 in the morning.
Yes.
So he can just post it, and then even before you're even done, theoretically, he could have already posted his.
Yeah, it's true.
So that if you ever say something, or if someone's like, hey, like Douglas was talking at the same time, it would just be like, no, I actually posted it first by like the timestamp.
Yes. See.
So then like the argument would be quote unquote null and void, or something.
Yes. So the motherfucker is listening to me live. He's transcribing.
I mean, I'm not insinuating that it was intentional. Like, who knows?
Oh, please. This is kind of like when we were talking about, I forgot what I think I was talking about with Derek Talley or something, where we were talking about something where they say they qualify what they say when you've got to stop qualifying what you say at some point.
I mean, isn't there like a legal loophole where I like can like, you know?
You're not.
Or is it like if it's like a fact, like you can't get sued?
You can't get sued. You cannot get sued because of the fact. I mean, look. Here's the fact that we know. We know that he's 8 hours.
It's not like I have any money to take. So I
nothing is going to happen to you. Yeah. So don't even worry about that sort of thing. Yeah. Nothing. There's going to be no repercussions.
I was just playing like like the paralegal. You know. Like you can't take either side. Right. Like you can't actually take either side.
Don't even go there. It's just aggravating, and it really doesn't serve any constructive purpose. And in reality, it simply confuses people. Yeah. And so let me explain to people a little bit about a debate here when and this is ultimately.
And you were right. I'm pretty sure he never referenced why they were unarmed.
Yes.
Uncovered or like I wasn't taking it into account.
Yeah, but this goes beyond.
So I didn't really watch the whole thing. I watched like 5 to 10 minutes of it.
Right.
Because like it was the same exact thing I already heard the night before.
Thank you, verbatim, verbatim.
Yeah, like literally.
Yeah, and so
you can still watch the video. It's up there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, with thousands and thousands of hits, and so what you have is somebody.
750K.
Yeah, thank you. So what you have is somebody who's published a couple dozen books, and because he's published about 24 books, he has a kind of a clientele. So because he's got an amassed clientele and a client base, then he has to keep feeding them. And in order to keep feeding them, what he's taken to doing is parasitizing off myself. And he does this. He has this kind of environment where I'm stuck here in the United States 8 hours behind him, and as a result, while I'm speaking live, I'm still transmitting because my shows are 7 to 12 hours long. And so while I'm still transmitting, yes, this motherfucker.
And then it takes a little bit of time for YouTube to even post it. So if you were to look on the video, it says like posted at like whatever the next day, because you were like doing it in the middle, you know?
Yeah, well, my videos,
like it didn't fully post until the morning, essentially.
Yes, in other words, my videos take much longer to post than the shit Marky Feldman is posting, because his videos are succinct and they're only like 15
like
minutes long.
Like a 15-minute video.
Yeah, literally 5, 10, 15-minute videos. Literally 5 minutes, a lot of them. Some 15, some 10, 20, but never longer than 20 or 25. And so this way he posts them up just like that, and this way he posts it well before I'm even finished transmitting, and then he can say, I posted it first. But the whole thing is, nobody ever asked this son of a bitch, okay, where did you get this information from? And why are you just releasing it now? You've published 24 books, and you live in England. How is it you never knew about this before, since you've worked all your life with history? Well, he hasn't been paid to destroy documents.
I mean, if you just like look back in the videos, it's like mainly stuff that you've covered, like really.
Thank you. Yes, in the past.
But it's like a lot of that stuff is like public info, though. Like, you know, certain like the wars, like especially like the big conflicts. You know?
Well, don't confuse the issue. Again, that confuses people. Rather, the way to present it is to tell people it's like Douglas Dietrich says, all of this is out there and you can find it yourself,
yes,
but no one ever brought it up until I brought it up, because I'm the person who lets people know this information is out there if you look it up. But you have to look sometimes in places that are not the internet, etc. And sometimes you have to look up documents, etc. And when I brought this up, this is what this person does.
Like the most recent video was the Second Korean War, a Forgotten Conflict, 1966 to 69.
Right, the year that I was born. It's something I've discussed in the past, and so it's like he's going through past episodes. And
Asian Stalingrad, the Battle of Manila, that was like a couple weeks ago.
Yes, and
Hermann Goering's mysterious death. That was around the time when we were talking about it, when I was asking you about
yes. And so when the point to be made here, though, that really clinches it was, not only did this happen once, you actually had it happen 2 days in a row, because first there's the bombing of Hiroshima's anniversary, which is like the 7th of August or so, and then the 9th of August is the Nagasaki bombing, etc. You know, you have to keep track of the dates, and I usually do them on the eve day because of the transmissions. It's not always on the day itself, so forgive me if I've not got the dates exactly right. But in terms of...
it's interesting, he has a video about the Battle of LA, and it says Japanese invasion of America, and then invasion is in quotes, and then it's the photo of the Battle of LA lights, and then it says Part 1 LA. So I mean, that's stuff you cover. I mean,
yes, he's plagiarizing me in essence, but you know,
it's not even hidden.
It's except that as I said, you can't copyright history, but that's what he's taking advantage of. And what he's doing is he's not crediting the source of anything that he's saying. And so in terms of what you said before that clinched it, was after I talked about the third plutonium bomb, the third atomic bomb.
Yes.
Then he did a show on that. It was the same way. You saw that happen in real time too.
Well, someone had posted it on their Facebook timeline, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And then, I didn't know who had posted it. And then when I looked at it, I finally was like, "Oh, it's like this guy, we've talked about before. Like I told you about him a while ago, and it's just like, it's just interesting." It's like,
well, it's not interesting. It's incriminating. is the term,
yeah.
Is the term to use. So,
What's the word? Incredulous.
Yeah. Well, like you said, it was the same way for the third atomic bombing that was supposed to happen that didn't happen. He doesn't say why it didn't happen. It's interesting. He says, "Oh yeah, the third atomic bombing was supposed to happen, but it didn't happen," and he doesn't go into why it didn't happen. Oh, of course he'll use the big excuse, "Oh, because the Japanese surrendered," and yet he doesn't bring up, well, after that the Japanese were still fighting the Americans.
I'll also back up other stuff you were saying the other night when you were on with Peter. That whole part where the academics took the stance that the Russians bailed us out of World War II.
Thank you.
And it's it's so simple. The Russians and the Japanese never signed a peace treaty, so how would they have ended the war if they never fucking ended the war? It's so simple.
Thank you.
How does that totally doesn't make sense?
Yes, thank you. So, and with that, we're gonna bring on Peter for a few.
What I was gonna say, sorry, I got distracted. But what I was gonna say was I saw an article where it basically came out, and it was literally Smithsonian or something. I can't remember the exact, some really big name, and they were saying, the atomic bombs weren't as strategic as previously thought, but if it wasn't for the Russians, we would have gotten, we would have been in a worse position or something. So yeah. Yeah.
So it's basically this is becoming the new stance. So the new stance that is forming is to take the warship of the bomb and transfer it to a master race, the Russian master race.
Because the Japanese proved that the atomic bomb is useless.
Yes.
Because they survived and they're even more prosperous now. So it's
yes.
Everyone should want to get bombed. But,
yes, thank you. By that logic, yes.
And I'm just joking. I'm just obviously just joking.
No. I mean, no. To take what you're saying, and again, not to overdwell on this, but to take what Brendan is saying and just add weight to what he's saying. A lot of people don't appreciate how that is the mindset of most Americans. They truly believe this. I remember there was this one bitch I was talking to. She was actually the Albanian secretary who worked for the Department of State and used to broadcast propaganda for the United States behind the Iron Curtain. In other words, she lived in the United States, but she spoke the Albanian language, Shqiptari, and she would broadcast in Illyrian, the ancient name for Shqiptari, or the Albanian language. And she would broadcast to people who lived behind the Iron Curtain under the dictatorship of Enver Hoxha at the time, who was so radical a communist that he was allied with Maoist China and represented communist China in Europe. Yeah, and so you have her, and I remember one time just in discussion with her after her and I had been overnight just intimate, and she just basically said something incredibly stupid, but then she worked for the U.S. State Department. She was fully indoctrinated. I remember just casually asking, bear in mind, I was extraordinarily young. We're talking about 16. And I was talking about why aren't these other countries prosperous? Or how is it these developing nations are so underdeveloped? And she said, quite seriously, because they haven't had a war with the United States. And I said, I'm sorry, and I couldn't understand the insanity of what she said was such. It was just physically jarring. What do you mean? And she said, because Japan and Germany had a war with the United States, and the United States bombed them, and they got rich. And I realized that was the official stance. She was speaking from, and she said, this is what everyone says at the State Department. And I said, so this is the official American stance. I realized then
I see.
The official American stance is that.
That's how they justify killing hella people.
But think of beyond that. This went into popular culture. There was a series of novels. There were actually two of them, and they were produced by an author. You can look this up because they made movies of them. It was called The Mouse That Roared. So The Mouse That Roared was an extremely popular novel, and it became an extremely popular film. And the Mouse That Roared is a fictional story about a British dependency, and this British dependency is going impoverished, and the British Empire is withdrawing, and they have no money, and they said, what do we do? And they said, the only way we can get money is to declare war against the United States and lose, have them bomb us, and then we'll get rich. And this is the purpose of the novel. And then what happens is the joke of the novel is they get dressed in all of their old medieval outfits to invade the United States. And when they invade the United States at that time happens to be holding this massive air raid drill back in the days of the Cold War, when it was intense enough where they had entire populations try to go into bomb shelters during a drill. And at that time, the invaders show up, and suddenly this all gets conflated where everyone thinks the invaders have the bomb. And that's why the Americans retreated into their bomb shelters. And so the Americans come to believe this little principality has the bomb, and then hence the title, The Mouse That Roared. It's a comedy, it's a satire, but at the same time, it was manifest of this belief that to get bombed by America makes you wealthy. But the horror of it is, take a look at this insanity when you take a look at everybody who's had a war with America other than Japan and Germany, and you take a look at Vietnam, you take a look at Nicaragua, you take a look at Panama, you take a look at everyone. They're all wallowing in poverty, and they've been in poverty forever, and they can't get out. Other than Vietnam is just slowly crawling out of it. Once conditions were normalized with the United States, but it's otherwise, no one who's had a war with the United States has ever prospered except for Japan and Germany, and so
and not only prospered, but they're like the top of the world. I mean, no doubt.
Yes, thank you.
Economically and like scientifically.
Yes. So very important. When JMO gets back is when I want you to start talking about the what you discovered with this video game that's an old video game. But until then, we're going to have Peter Moon kind of respond. Peter, could you tell people about what you saw? You were just online, and then suddenly this Marky Feldman character comes up as recommended for you. And did you experience a chill down your spine when you saw this? Because it was immediately after we sprack of it or something. You hadn't even been brought on to talk about it at that time.
Well, no, but the content I had been looking at didn't surprise me, because it would come up in the YouTube algorithm. If you're interested in A, you might be interested in B. So from that perspective, it didn't surprise me at all. I just said, oh God, I just learned about this, and now here it is being put in front of my face, because the YouTube search had I was looking at, I think I was looking for your August 8th, 2018 transmission, which was no longer available. You had sent that once to me. August 8th, 2018. Couldn't find it.
Interesting. I'll have to. It must be in our archives.
I couldn't find it. I mean, But anyway, if you can find it, it'd be great. But I think what you sent me is pretty much the content of it. What you sent me in the email. But in any case, no, I wasn't shocked, because that's the way YouTube works. If you're interested in A, you might be interested in B. But it was, rather surprising, to the point that, God, it's right here. I recognized it immediately. Did not have the time to watch it or listen to it.
Well, all you'd hear is what I said anyway. But verbatim, he transcribed what I was saying and literally just repeated it in a British accent, which Michael Aquino always said was what Americans listen to. So long as it's said in a British accent. By the way, this has been confirmed by social engineers and mass psychologists, is that Americans will listen to anything with a British accent, and they'll think it has weight and gravitas that any American speaking will not have. By the way, August 15th, 2018.
It's definitely well known in marketing.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Now, so I need to find this episode, and I'll look for it. August 15th, 2018. Correct, Mr. Moon? Right, Peter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll try and find it. If not...
08.
I'm sorry?
08. 08.
August. Yeah, August 15th.
18, rather. 08, 18.
Oh, August 8th, 2015. Okay.
August 8th. Yeah.
Okay.
08, 18.
Okay, let me read.
I remember the date. You sent it to me, and I watched it. I listened to it. I wanted to refer to it again, but
interesting. So I'll see if I can find it. Other than that, I thank you for sharing that. If are you back with us, Jameson Reese? See, he said he took a temporary break, so let's hope he comes back, because there's no point in talking about what you discovered, Brendan, until he does. In the meantime, we can start Peter Moon talking, and therefore... Oh, by the way, Derek Talley, did you wrap up everything you wanted to say? Give us a short update before Peter Moon speaks on your health condition or anything else, as well as wrapping up anything else you want to bring to our attention, please.
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Like I said, I go back to work October 1st, so I'm just enjoying my last month of 6 weeks off, here. So this has been a long, it's going to be like 8 months since I've been off of work, so I'm ready to go back. And that's about it. I had got a couple of stories for later if you need me to fill in for you later, but yeah, I'm as far as my health update, I'm doing real good.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And well, with that, we're going to turn back to Jameson Reese. Did you return yet? If not, we're going to go to Peter Moon. And Peter Moon, so do talk to us a bit about anything you wish. Honestly, I brought you on tonight because you're a professional and able to, of course, hold your own for quite a bit of time, and as a result, of course, it buys me time, because I had no time to prepare for anything tonight with everything we were trying to do with Brendan Zogit and Selena Khan today, and helping me to try and download an app that never even got downloaded. And yet the good news is they have the passwords now to my timeline. And oh, by the way, while I remember, Brendan Zogit, can you hear me? I do want to tell you something about the app that you have, that you're able to access on Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, please,
yeah.
Please allow anyone to express their opinions. You said you had arranged it so that only certain people could have only the followers could have their opinions published, or the comments. No, allow anyone to publish the comments. It's simply that we would tend to any that were outright attacks. So I've told that there are 3 comments that I can't even find because I don't have the app. I don't know how to look for them. So do look for those 3 comments when you have some time, and just inform myself what they are. And okay. But otherwise, you should allow anyone to comment. I'm open to anyone commenting. By the way, Jameson, the reason
that would be like the entire internet, though. Like anyone could search it.
I understand, but
I mean, anyone could comment on it.
Oh yeah, but that's how we got Randy Wallace to comment, right? I mean, that's how we got Randy Wallace to show what a prick he was. So it helped.
That's true.
There you go. So Jameson, are you back with us? Because we're going to have Peter Moon speak for a bit, and then we're going to have Brendan Zogit talk about his video that not video game, and then that way, just tell us if you're there, Jameson. Are you there? He said something in print, and he
said something disparaging about his family.
Oh my God! So things are a bit chaotic where he's at. He also knocked someone out of the chat room who was called Stagnation of the Lungs, which is interesting because of what happened with my lungs. And this individual chose that name, Stagnation of the Lungs, who apparently was talking about myself, saying I was trained as an assassin and therefore was trying to ascertain or trying to insinuate. He was trying to insinuate something based on that. So
yeah, I saw that comment. I just thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah, what was he saying?
Obviously, some kind of troll.
That
he was like, Douglas used to be a really good assassin. Like, have him tell. Like, I wanted to ask him some shit about it or something. So I forgot exactly what it was. I just kind of like brushed it on.
So he was basically trying to get me to incriminate myself in murder.
Yeah, exactly. Something stupid like that.
Yeah,
where it was like too obvious.
Yeah. But by the way, I get that a lot, and there was when I was working armed security in full uniform and carrying a gun in open carry for security purposes. That was I was licensed to do. I had a firearms license to do so, to wear it open carry. In San Francisco, by the way, that is an issue. So, but then I was approached. I was approached by undercover cops, that I knew were undercover cops that constantly asked me about how many people I killed or something like that. So there's this, yeah, it's bizarre how people try to get you to incriminate yourself. Anyhow, so so we'll let Jameson kind of settle with that for now. What's his situation is. He seems to be back with us, but Jameson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay, good. I want Peter Moon to listen to this because this is something that's very important, and then Peter Moon can respond to all of this. While you're back with us, I want people to know that Jameson Reese has been doing us a favor by kind of bringing up this subject of the cults that are the kings of Edom, in essence. And so you can kind of summarize what you were saying, that you touched on tonight. You'll follow up on it, and then Brendan will respond with what he uncovered.
Basically, there's this cult that was there was this cult that's founded in the 1970s called the Order of the Nine Angles. They were they incorporated many elements of the occult and many prominent occult names. They were interested in social upheaval. The guy who formed it went by the pseudonym Anton Long, but his real name was oh my God, Wyatt. Yeah, his last name is Wyatt. You guys have to forgive me. It seems like there's a lot going on right now. My mom had decided to let a plumber in the house.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Oh.
And the dude's not even wearing a fucking mask right. So at this point, they want to die, let them die. Fuck it. I really don't give a shit anymore. I'm infuriated, but well, I'll just go on. I'm fairly certain that I'm being attacked. I'm fairly certain that whatever these assholes have some egregore that is trying to wreak havoc to make sure that I don't talk about this shit. Well, fuck them.
Yes. Thank you.
Enough is enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I can understand your rage and your frustration, and this may be part of an occult siege. Certainly, I can relate because of what I'm going through myself. And yes, thank you for summarizing that. And with that, what we're going to have, when you brought up the Gamergate, tell us a bit about that, how that segued in.
All right. Well, what happened was the Gamergate was female journalists were investigating many allegations that a lot of female developers had about not being able to move, not being able to have upward mobility, about sexual harassment, and about the pure sexism in games and the pure objectification of women and shit. What happened was on the internet, in the alt-right, they completely respun it into being this thing where they were claiming that certain YouTubers who were showing like themselves playing video games, they were claiming that these people were putting subliminal messages in the games, which we know that subliminal messages don't work. We also know that because of modern technology, you could freeze things at any time and catch whatever subliminals people have. So they completely twisted it. They inverted everything and made it to be something that had nothing to do with sexism in the video game industry at all. And the women who were journalists who were exposing this were subjected to rape threats, murder threats, and they were electronically harassed.
Yes. Yeah. Very, very important to bring all of that up. I've spoken of this in depth in past because I personally knew a Chinese woman who was victimized by this as a game designer, and anyway, we're going to turn towards Brendan Zogit. And Brendan, bring up what you discovered in terms of this video game, because I think it's very important for Peter Moon to hear this, as well as everyone else, Jameson included.
Okay, yeah. So I discovered this game like the other night. And, it's a really good game as far as like visuals.
By the way, your voice is a little low, so make certain you talk directly into the mic or whatever equivalent you have, and loudly. Speak loudly. So go on. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me better?
A little better, I guess. So long as
Or
we
is
can.
it might be coming out of the phone.
Yeah, much better. Fucking much better. Infinitely better.
Oh, I see.
Do what you're doing.
So the headphone mic doesn't even work. So let's just that explains why they were on clearance.
Okay. Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, like
Yeah.
So I checked out this game recently. It was the other night, and it was called Child of Eden.
Uh-huh.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I put it right.
No, you're breaking up. You got to talk like steadily into the microphone of the actual phone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this game was called Child of Eden, and it was like released in 2011.
Yeah.
And it's a fun game. Like it's got like crazy visuals, and like you go through this like tunnel like thing. And the premise of the game is that you're supposed to rescue this AI that, or this artilect that basically contains all the information of the planet Earth.
Yes.
And so like the backstory, I had like a photo of it, but it's no point in like reading the whole thing.
No,
But,
it's not.
Yeah. But basically, yeah, like you have to go through all these levels and purify this like cyberspace type setup, but it's like almost like a spiritual cyberspace. It's like fractalized, and there's lights coming out, and it's I would equate it to like a high level like psychedelic experience, like if you're like on way too much psychedelics. And like you go through and blast these like worms and jellyfish and like stuff that come out and like attack you. But basically in the start menu at the beginning of the game, there's this there's this hologram of a chick in the middle, and her name is like Lumi, or like the main protagonist, or the person, the personality that you're supposed to be saving and like going through the game. And it basically presents itself as this like artilect hologram with like a bunch of orbs around her. And so as you go through the game, when you complete levels or when you get like perfect scores, she goes into like ecstatic mode, where it's like forgot what it's called, like euphoria. Like, and so then it shows like it's just a very designer game, I want to say, like a very visually stunning game. And every time you hit a certain enemy, it creates a certain sound, and basically the soundtrack generates is different every time you play, because it's actually like being generated as you're playing it. Yeah, so it was interesting. It's kind of cool. But basically, I was reading the cover of this game because I was like, wow, this is a cool game, and just a lot of it seemed very, like you had talked about like the Dietrich artilect and how it was presented as that same hologram.
Yes.
Just about. And so for me, that like instantly I was like, okay, this is interesting. But I looked at the cover, and the designer of the game, first of all, was this Japanese guy, but he worked for a company called it was called Q Entertainment, and it was like Q with a question mark next to it, which is the same quote unquote brand name as whatever that other trash is.
QAnon.
Yeah, it was the same symbol as the QAnon symbol. It's the exact same.
By the way, so people understand this, it wasn't just an ordinary typeset Q. This was a stylized Q.
No, it was the same style. Like I sent you the photo, Doug.
Yes, the logo. It was the QAnon logo.
The same exact logo.
They were trading off of the QAnon meme.
Yes, but they were doing so.
This game had come out before in like 2011.
Yes, it was 2011. It was the year my mother was murdered. This game came out, and
so they were trading on it before it came out.
Yes.
And, so it's more like the other way around.
Right.
It's a real company that still exists. It's called Q Entertainment, but the game was developed by, or like brought to market by what's like Ubisoft or something like that.
Yeah, let me
says
interject.
On the box.
Yeah, I'm going to interject here just to provide some context for this. We're going to let Brendan finish the story because it's actually so important in context. But at the same time, what I want to present is the fact that what he's found is the fact that just as ISIS, the quote unquote terrorist organization, turned out to simply be all of these Muslim criminals who were simply ransacked from various prisons all over North Africa and Southwest Asia and turned loose in the desert with submachine guns by Michael Aquino's own co-religionist, the General Vallely, who himself said, "I created ISIS," and bragged about it as a talking head on Fox News, as a Fox consultant. And all of that turned out to be actually fronted by a mercenary organization with the exact acronym ISIS that was headquartered right in the southwest of the United States.
Right. When you blew their cover, they changed it to CSIS.
That's right. They ultimately went through several name changes.
Or there was probably a bunch of names, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's still around the CSIS or something.
That's right, and they have an office in the Ronald Reagan building in Washington D.C. and everything, and you can buy and sell their stock on the stock exchange. That was why you had the John McCain saying, "Oh, I own stock in ISIS, and I can speak to ISIS, I can negotiate with them," and everybody thought he was negotiating with a terrorist group, but he was only doing so through the mercenary organization that had organized them. What Brendan Zoget has found is that QAnon is originally a company that is still extant, like ISIS, and that the Q company is behind the QAnon, and they produced this video game the year my mother died. So it's a comparatively primitive video game, and as Brendan would say, if you read reviews of it, people would say it's not spectacular, but what it is it's very interesting, only in the sense that you're not tethered. You're not anchored by gravity. There's no up or no down, no left or right, and it's made for somebody who's heavily drugged and narcotized, because there's only 2 button options to process through the entire game, and it's essentially a therapeutic exercise. So go on. Anyhow, take it away and start where you.
Okay, I'll just go back to like a bit of the
I think the story is important as to the girl, the Luna.
Right.
Luna. Yeah. So.
Lumi.
Most,
So it's saying.
excuse me.
Yeah.
The most relevant part of this is that it mimics Douglas's life.
Yes.
And it suggests that Aquino was behind the whole concept.
Well, if I read
of
this
the game.
excerpt, I think it would explain this.
Yeah.
As well. So it's saying, the first human born in outer space takes her first breath on the ISS, the International Space Station. Her name is Lumi. And by the way, the date that it gives is September 11th, 2019. As the beginning of the story. Right. And it's saying the first human born in outer space, okay, and as she grows older, she dreams of touching the beauty on Earth, expresses her feeling through song, sends them to the people of the Earth, and after her death, her body is preserved and memories are recorded and archived as data. Late in the 21st century, humans expand toward the reaches of space, and human memory is archived and is accessible anywhere. The internet is now called Eden. So that's where the game gets its name, like Children of Eden or Child of Eden. Right. The entire evolution of humanity is stored and accessible for those who have never experienced the Earth. Eden is this foundation. In the 23rd century, scientists try to recreate her personality her persona within Eden. And now she reemerges from her slumber, and then that's why you have to save her from the viruses and negative energy. So that's the whole point of the game. You're going through like blasting all these like tentacled beasts and flying like insects and just all kinds of like lotus flowers. Like it's very fractal and like trippy.
So in other words, it's what you're combating against is what Aquino worshipped, these Edomite entities of entropy
that are they come out of like black holes and shit, and you have to like blast their tentacles. It's like interesting.
Yes, and as for the girl Lumi, she is, and the internet being called Eden is very specific to my mother, who was murdered that year. And my mother, of course, had been part of this ancient tradition that in the Hebraic interpretation, they would call it Kabbalistic. And my mother, of course, she was part of this tradition where they traced their roots back to the ancient monastics who had baptized Christ. These are the people who were the Magi, who themselves had converted to Christianity before there was any concept of Christianity, who had been essentially educated.
Oh, exactly. Thank you for. Yeah,
yes.
I was going to say that. When I heard Eden, and then it basically shows the chick who's like basically like she's like literally Asian and Caucasian, like you could tell.
Yes.
Like it's specifically like that with like long black hair, everything. And you've described your mother even looking like that as well. She was more almost Caucasian looking.
Yes.
You're saying?
Yes.
So, but anyways, like,
all Asians tended to mistake her for European generally. So go on.
That's right. Yes. That's what you're saying. Exactly. And so that was interesting. What was the thing you just said before? I lost track.
Oh, the fact that her roots in her family traced back through the Magi.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and Douglas had mentioned before that according to the story of the Magi, which I have like that same translation that he you expounded upon it. Yes. The revelation of the Magi. It proves that early Christians thought of Eden as being in the east, and that's where like the the wise men, the quote-unquote magi, came from as well, and they were actually Chinese. The same lineage of Set.
Yes, these were the
third son of Adam, the righteous son, which I know about because of the Orthodoxy.
Right,
Like,
right.
Because heard that story.
Wasn't
before, yeah.
Seth the seventh son of Adam?
It's I've heard different interpretations.
There's iterations, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's different iterations, but generally, my understanding was he was viewed as the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told, and he was born in Eden, which of course is in the East to a degree. It's like Near East in the sense that it is in the Azerbaijani region of Iran, and in that area beneath the Caucasus Mountains, where the word Caucasian comes from, the Adamites were the first of the Caucasoid, or white men, who were ruddy of complexion and could blush. That's how you differentiate the white race from the other races, is they have quote-unquote blood in the face, meaning that they are able to blush, which no other ethnicity has that ability. And so the blush, of course, is the whole body when a Caucasian is naked, which most people don't know that. But in terms of for some reason I can't understand, but it's like they don't see white people naked or something, or whatever the fuck. But at any rate, the whole point was that's where the term red, which is the very name Adam, means, the red man,
right.
And also the redness of the earth. But the
man of red clay.
Thank you.
I've heard it as well.
And
Yeah.
then the tillers of the soil. Yes, he went to the east of Eden to enlighten the Chinese into Christianity, and that's how the Chinese became Christian, and that's when the Christian missionaries in China discovered that Chinese.
That's exactly.
Thank you. Crossed themselves before they ate, etc. This was long before Christians arrived. So all of this is.
And to me, that story makes sense, and that whole revelation of the Magi, which was from the Syriac, which
Yes.
at that time, that part of the Palmyra area of Syria that had like all the knowledge of the world. It was, and like I think Peter knows a bit about it too. Like, but that area was like, it had like Buddhist texts, it had all kinds of texts.
Yes.
It was part of the Silk Road.
Yes, very much so. And so you have.
So
this,
it wasn't like some like document that was just dug up somewhere. It wasn't some like out of context. It was like they had a lot of knowledge, you know.
Right, and so
like that Harvard guy.
Yes, and so this video game produced in 2011, released the year my mother was murdered, is this fractal attempt to almost like redeem himself with Aquino's involvement in this therapeutic effort.
Well, the producer was like a Japanese guy.
Yes.
So perhaps, do you think that he knew about you and he was like not affiliated with the cult?
Well, it's obvious that everybody involved in the project knew about myself.
Right.
And the whole thing is an anagram. It's basically a paradigmatic anagram of the Dietrich Artelect. And that's what you see is the Dietrich Artelect from all sides as a holographic projection of herself. And so explain that, and that you're basically helping her become more ecstatic, but it's not orgasmic.
And then, at the end of the level, she basically, or certain levels, like the first one's called the Matrix, and she ends up like on the planet Earth, and like she's like overlooking the entire Earth. And it actually, what's interesting is the first continent you see is like Australasia, like Australia and Asia, like basically Taiwan.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
So like I kind of like I was like, you know. It's interesting.
Well, this is beyond I mean,
yeah.
This is again, it's like what you're saying when we're talking about Marky Feldman, the plagiarist historian. Right? It's like I was the first guy who was really emphatic about Nazism is not a white supremacist movement. They were loaded with colored soldiers, and then you'll see videos that this asshole puts up about colored soldiers of Hitler's colored soldiers and shit.
Right.
And
then he has another video that was like the white soldiers of Japan.
That's right, the white soldiers of Japan. I mean, you know. Motherfucker. I mean, there's nothing that I don't talk about this guy doesn't put up in a video. After a while, this is a form of stalking. I mean, really, this is like, it's truly offensive, but this is what I live with. And there are people now who have created their career around me. I mean, people are now making money off me at this point. And so it's beyond offensive. I'm happy to say Jameson Reese heard everything you said. He's gone now for a bit and will attend to family matters, but he heard everything you said. We'll get his input later. Now, with everything that Peter Moon has heard, we're going to let Peter Moon dominate the stage for a while, and then he can leave at his leisure, after which Brendan and and Jameson will resume. But our man Peter, he won't be with us too long tonight, but we definitely want him to at least dominate for about 45 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, and of course, yeah, we're going to segue Jameson and Brendan back in at around that time when we start segueing Peter to bed before midnight. But aside from that, Peter, so you've heard all of this now, and aside from everything else that you know, I want you to kind of take the stage. Obviously, you're a man of deep experience and wisdom and much research, and certainly all of this must strike you in some way or another as very resonant with much of what we've been dealing with. And of course, our third book will be heavily involving the art elect and talking about that. So this will become part of that book. This will become
in specific, what comes up as you're discussing this character, this hologram,
yes,
and the whole concept of the game, and the fact that it's a knockoff of what experiences you had with the hologram. It evokes the golem, the concept of the golem, which directly relates to the talk I gave previously last Sunday. And the golem, I was talking about the sacred name of Jesus, the Yod He Shin Bao He, and you see, the golem concept of the golem relates directly to that. And here is a definition. It says the golem in Jewish folklore is an image endowed with life. Now, an image endowed with life is indeed a hologram. If we think of an image, but if you take a hologram and endow it with life, that is, by definition, this definition, a golem. The term is used in the Bible and in Talmudic literature to refer to an embryonic or incomplete substance. So that would be an atrophied, well, it's not really, well, it's kind of atrophied to the degree that it's never fully developed. And the concept of an alien gray, that is very much in the image of a golem, because the whole thing with grays as they would present themselves in people's minds were embryonic and incomplete. Human, that's what they were. They were sort of an outgrowth of a process of the golem. It says here in this editors of the Encyclopedia Britannica, it is assumed its present connotation in the Middle Ages, when many legends arose of wise men who could bring effigies to life by means of a charm or a combination of letters forming a sacred word or one of the names of God. I'll read that again. It is assumed its present connotation in the Middle Ages, when many legends arose of wise men who could bring effigies to life by means of a charm or a combination of letters forming a sacred word or one of the names of God. So in the most famous case is the golem created by the 16th century Rabbi Judah Lo ben Bezalel of Prague. And he uses the letters Yod He Shin Bao He to create a golem. Now it says here, letters written on paper were placed in the golem's mouth or affixed to its head. The letters removal deanimated the golem. So here you have a golem being supported by what Douglas has described so many times in his lectures as grammar, letters. Grammar being a combination of letters. Just like we use it as your grammar is how you write. In early golem tales, the golem was usually a perfect servant, his only fault being a too literal or mechanical fulfillment of his master's orders. This, by the way, aligns perfectly with what L. Ron Hubbard called the reactive mind.
Yes.
The reactive mind was something that served the human being, but it would take things too literally.
Yes.
And be a mechanical fulfillment, but which would end up sabotaging the human being.
Yes.
Because he's saying, be afraid of the heat. Okay, well, what if it's cold? And you're afraid of the heat. You need heat. So in the 16th century, the golem acquired the character a protector of the Jews in time of persecution, but also had a frightening aspect where it runs amok, such as the movie Frankenstein is the whole concept of a golem. When we get back to the video game, what you have is you have some idea of these crazy ass generals and people indulging in this experiment where they're trying to bring something to light with this organic computer. And what they're doing is creating a monster. They're creating an artificial intelligence, and they use Douglas as the identity to assume it. And this is very interesting, because if you just, like, what are the odds? You know, why was he picked? This is a deep existential question. Why was he picked? Why did they pick him? Obviously, something like this is bigger than, you know, one can just instantly realize. He was picked to emulate this artificial intelligence that they were experimenting with. But it backfired. It backfired on them because, you know, he was more. He was greater than the sum of the parts. In a way, it's like they needed you to activate it.
Yes.
And, you know, it's the idea, if we go back to the original formula for the golem, Yod He Shin Vav He, this is, the Shin is the secret word, and it means change or spirit, and it means to be able to change earth, air, water, fire. And that's ultimately the magic of life. And there was something special about Douglas that enabled him to go into the receivership of this position. It's, you know, it's a messy subject. It's a messy subject. However, what they're doing is they're playing off of it. They're, with a video game, they're doing a knockoff of this experience. So, you know, the intrigue becomes, you know, what is your relationship, what it comes down to is to the Messiah. What is your relationship to the Messiah? Because, you know, here you were serving the beast, or the wannabe beast, Aquino.
Yes.
And in the role of the servant. And, you know, you were sort of like an inverse of the golem. You were a golem to them because you were not what they wanted. They were trying to create, you know, an abomination, and you reversed the energy on it. As they say, it's a little unwieldy as an analogy, but it's relevant. It's completely relevant.
Yes.
Because they were preying off of your energy.
You know, the reason that what you say is so important is because it explains and puts into context the way the game is presented. Now, what I'm going to ask Brendan to do is, he's already put one of the images inside of the text box. I'm going to ask him to put all the images he sent to me inside of the text box, because all of those images are needed to provide context, including a link to the video. And the interesting thing is that I've published illustrations of the Dietrich art elect as she, or we'll use the term she at this point because that's how she was perceived. It was the observer effect. The correct name, so everybody understands.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I recognized it is from your illustrations. Yeah.
Yes, and at the same time, the illustrations are in their own way profoundly different from the way she presents within the video game. The video game, and what makes it so puzzling to me that I was talking about with Brendan Zoget, is the wholesomeness of it. Remember that these were sexually abusive or sexually frustrated men, or both, in the sense that some men who are sexually frustrated become abusive towards women and can only relate to them through physical violence and not even sexuality anymore. These were the three kinds, and various other forms of perversion that I was dealing with, as manifest in all of the basic criminal personality types that tend to be in the military at these levels of security classification and category. So when I was involved with all of these were men who projected this young female onto the hologram, and basically she was sexualized, hypersexualized. And so we regret that Jameson can't be with us tonight. I just need to bring that up there because his situation is very fluid right now and he needs to tend to that. So at any rate, we want to say thank you to him and thank him very, very much for being with us tonight. Hopefully he'll be able to speak to this a little further in the future, and hopefully he heard enough so that he can dwell on it and get to the point where we'll have some feedback from him. Right now, of course, he has to deal with what he has to deal with. But with the images that and links to videos that our man Brendan will provide, it'll become more clear to anybody. And Mr. Moon, now what I'm going to ask Brendan to do is to take all of those, turn them into an album, and publish them on my timeline, an album of images, and that will help. You could do that, right? Sometime soon, Brendan? Does that make sense? And yes, Brendan, you could do that, right?
Yes, I heard you. I was
good.
unmuting. It was like something was happening.
Yes, everything's happening everywhere. So what I want to say is that the wholesome nature of this is what was puzzling to me. There's two things about this. There's several elements of the game. One is that there's only two buttons, as our man Brendan describes it, and basically the two buttons are what are the basic functions. So you can only function barely in the game.
I mean, there's more than there's like the directional pad, and then there's right trigger just shoots, and then B is like a special move, and then that's it, and then A is targeting. It's like very simplistic.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I put a laughing thing on this by mistake. I'm just so sorry to that for James and shit. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to. That was I'm pushing buttons the wrong way. So when it comes to that level of gaming, it's meant for someone who is narcotized. It's like for someone who is drugged, and therefore the game is meant for like almost MK Ultra victims, and it's almost therapeutic, where they're fighting off these entities of entropy in order to rescue this art-elect who becomes increasingly more solid, increasingly more pronounced in her presentation, and increasingly more ecstatic, but in this wholesome sense. It's not orgasmic, it's euphoric. So
it's euphoric, as in like she's reconnecting with like the planet, and she's like,
yes, and she's dressed.
Completely dressed.
Yes, which was never allowed for the Dietrich art-elect in the presence of those abusive perverts. So this is the difference. So why this wholesomeness? And like our man Peter Moon has said, it is basically a situation where they are trying to project an antithesis to what they projected before to the public. So they're projecting to the public something they did not do. And and this is a way, it's kind of like Aquino when he quote-unquote adopted this son who he never produced, and yet has desperately tried to convince the world that he has a son named Dorian, after Dorian Gray, of course, the picture that aged in place of the man. And so he has this son named Dorian, who he never had when I worked with him. And this guy's a full-blown adult, like he was a clone created out of a test tube, which of course would not produce an adult, but you get my point. It's basically like a crisis actor they hired to play full-time as Aquino's son and talk about what a great dad Aquino was. And so what you have is this situation in which Aquino is trying to normalize himself. He's trying to normalize himself by having a son who is able to be this clean-cut white boy who's got a golden retriever and attest to his daddy being the best in the world and the most loving. This is what we have in this video game. It's like a vision of that. And so now, along with the chickens in the background, Brendan's going to tell us, his thoughts on that, and then Peter Moon will help define them for all of us.
Yeah, sorry about the chickens.
Yes.
But yeah, that basically describes it. It's a good game, and it a lot of people have it. It's a special game to them. Mm-hmm. So it's gameplay wise, it's well done. I wouldn't expect any less from a top notch Japanese designer, but obviously with the other examples we brought up Alucard and all the various pop culture phenomena that you've
yes.
That reflect your life.
That inspired when I was
inspired an entire generation, Vincent the Vampire, all that stuff.
Yes,
that we've talked about before.
Yes, Vincent Valentine.
And, a lot of Dietrichonic themes in anime. It's
yes.
That's something I brought up many times, but this is just a continuation of that.
Yes, thank you. And just so Peter Moon understands this as well as the rest of the audience, this is not some kind of. This is, by the way, a common. By the way, Peter, we hear you keyboarding very violently, and it's very loud. Just so you know. Anyhow, so I don't think he hears us. Can Peter hear us? No, he's not hearing us.
I don't think so.
Okay, so somehow Peter lost audio.
No, I'm here. I lost train of thought.
Okay.
I was answering an email. Go ahead.
Yes. Anyhow, we want you to know that we can hear you keyboarding very violently, and none of us can speak.
I'll stop.
Yes, and so in terms of what we were saying that we wanted you to respond to was everything I was saying about Aquino and his son Dorian and his attempts to normalize. Did you hear any of that?
Yes, and it's I'm familiar that he was trying to give himself some sort of credibility, if only in his own eyes.
Right. So that was an important thing, and the other thing we wanted to emphasize that I don't think you heard was the just so people understand the difference between myself and, say, for instance, someone who is schizophrenic. I noticed this with schizophrenics in particular, and it's diagnosable, and it's a clinical symptom. Is that in other words, this is acknowledged professionally. And of course, we all know the shortcomings of psychiatry as well, as pointed out by Peter Moon and myself in the past. But just so people have some kind of context or referential framework, schizophrenics will personalize everything, and there are many people who will imagine a artificial intimacy with television personalities, or they'll imagine they'll absorb experiences from television or a film, and then they'll feel that somehow they've lived the experience so intensely that it's their experience. In other words, they personalize the experience of something and make it their own memory. And so this is kind of a fabricated experiential reference that many schizophrenics have. And
now that definition of schizophrenia, how would you define schizophrenia in reference to that?
Well, in reference to that, you would the schizophrenia has so many dimensions. It's if you were, I'm left at a loss in that regard because
I'm gonna look it up because I always think of schizophrenia as somebody with multiple personalities.
Oh no. Okay, so the first thing that any professional psychiatrist will tell you is that, and I got this from, of course,
the Hollywood version is a bit different.
Yes, that's right. I got this.
It's more like
here it is. I have Wikipedia in front of me.
Please, let me finish this. I mean, don't go to Wikipedia. Don't even bother reading Wikipedia, please. It's almost offensive. It's offensive.
It's from DSM-5.
I understand. Okay.
Psychiatric.
Yes, I know, but let me finish my sentence. The schizophrenia is not multiple personalities. Split personality is known as an MPD, or a multiple personality disorder. And I'm just referencing this from my education in criminal psychology, which is what I've got the actual degree for. I do have an Associate of Science degree in the or is it a bachelor? I don't even fucking remember. It's been so long. The smaller degree, it's the Associate of Science, I believe, in the criminal psychology. It was a double major of criminology and psychology. But the point that I'm making is that, so with schizophrenia, however, you also have the hallucinatory phenomenon. And the hallucinatory phenomena complicates the issue because, as I brought up before, many people think of multiple personality disorder. We've disambiguated that. So the other element you have with schizophrenia is actual hallucinations that complicate the incorporation of experience from on screen. So with that, of course, it's really not all that important. My point is, I'm just trying to disambiguate myself for our listeners and to Peter Moon from a schizophrenic in talking about why, when Brendan says, I've inspired a whole generation of anime, this is not an indulgence. And it sources from the fact that when I was hemorrhaging all of the information from the Department of Defense and was dealing with the only people who would listen to me and who invested millions of dollars in what was going to be the Roswell Museum, to be their version of a Holocaust memorial museum that would basically display the atrocity of Roswell. And that's when the FBI went to Japan, and this is something people can investigate themselves and verify. This is historical. This went on historical record and was
that related
reported.
To the Teleport USA?
Yes, that was related to Teleport USA. So the Japanese...
Yeah, you've explained it before. I was just curious. Okay.
Yes. So the Japanese had a front company in the United States called Teleport USA. And what Teleport USA was really was, just so people understand this, at the time, there's still the dummy front or facade of Teleport USA in America today. You can look it up. It's headquartered in Los Angeles. I don't know what it does now, and it may be just doing nothing, essentially, and just kind of filling office space. It may be an empty office space where they're just using it as a tax write-off. But it was much more active at the time that I was hemorrhaging information, when the Japanese had an intelligence network that was basically stealing from Silicon Valley. What they now accuse the Chinese of doing, well, what the Chinese are doing, but what they're finally confronting the Chinese about doing, is what the Japanese were doing in the 80s and the 90s, so that they could maintain track of what the Americans were developing in comparison with their own track of development. And at that time, Teleport USA was presenting it as itself as a kind of all kinds of different functions. It was like saying, "Oh, we were dealing with finances in the USA, and etc." But they were the ones who made the announcement through many of these ufologists about the upcoming Roswell Museum. And these were the only people who would take the information and release it. They went to regular American media to release it, but the regular American media would not release the information. So the only people they could release it through was the Fringe, which was the intention of the Americans, was to present what the Japanese were doing as Fringe. So the Americans understood the Roswell Museum in Japan, Hakui City, Hakui City. They understood it to be, it's what the Japanese were trying to say is, we're opening up our version of an atrocity memorial, like a memorial the Americans might make for the Bataan Death March or something. And the Americans understood it only through its press releases as a alien extraterrestrial themed museum in Japan that didn't make any sense, because what's that got to do to the average American mind with Roswell? Why is it called the Roswell Museum? And so this is the equivalent of a memorial here to the Bataan Death March being named after a place in the Philippines. The atrocity involving Japanese prisoners took place in the United States, in Roswell, New Mexico. So when I was dealing with them, I was dealing with many Japanese professionals who consulted myself about my history because they were interested in everything about the Department of Defense, wanted to find out more about the American Defense Organization, war-making capabilities, etc. So when I was speaking to them, my personal history was deeply involved, and many of these people had connections with anime or manga, and much of what I said became integrated into anime and manga. When our man Brendan references Alucard, yes, that's Dracula spelled backwards.
It's from Helsing.
Yeah,
it's from Helsing, and in Helsing, why that's important, and it's like undeniably Douglas's stuff, is because it talks about like the Third Reich coming back, and it's called like Operation Millennium, which is like the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, it's everything. It's everything I've ever talked about, and
yes,
Alucard,
even Dracula. Yeah, you've had like some of your best stuff is on the original Dracula, exactly.
Thank you. And so Alucard is simply Dracula spelled backwards, and he's working with that Helsing entity, and they involve the Vatican, etc. Everything gets involved in this. So, and ultimately, all of it ends in this confrontation. But they had to make it palatable to Western consumption so it would sell. So, of course, the Nazis are portrayed negatively.
It's almost like you wrote it because they destroy all of England. Like.
Yes. But the Nazis succeed, yes, in destroying England, and it's also helping them is a crusade, a modern day crusade involving the Catholic organization of the Order of Malta, which, by the way, was based on everything I told them. And most people don't know this, but just so you understand this, if you watch the Alucard, or rather the Helsing anime, which is spelled...
It's called Helsing.
They misspell Helsing with 2 L's, so it's like Helsing.
In the original, if you see the very first manga cover, it's like a copy of Douglas.
Yes.
Like, it's like...
Yes.
Like, Alucard looks like more like Douglas than in any other, like, iteration.
Thank you. And the important thing they show about Alucard is, like myself, when I explain to them, I'm immune to the occult.
Completely, he's like the most badass like vampire. He's like completely immune. Yeah.
Yes, and so there's all these elements taken from my narrative that were integrated into.
And his hair is white originally. If you watch like the backstory, his hair is completely white. Like he has 2 pistols. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Mm. Yes, it was all based on what I had explained to them about myself, and the whole reason that this was integrated, just a little element of it that's important because people don't know this. They integrate a new crusade in the modern age where they show the various Catholic armies amassing. And what people don't understand is the Catholics don't have armies, but they're involving the Order of Malta, which is, by the way, recognized by the United Nations, not the island of Malta, but the Order of Malta. And
are they connected to the Knights of Malta? Because that's like a different. But it's also Catholic too. You know?
Yes, they are all connected. Yes, and so when it comes to the presentation of the Order of Malta. The Order of Malta, in reality, has a seat on the United Nations, but it's like Taiwan. It's observer status. And the reason it has that is because it has no territory. But the Order of Malta is considered an extraterritorial nation. So in other words, beyond the Vatican city-state, which is simply a city-state with the smallest amount of territory, the Order of Malta is considered an extraterritorial nation with its own army. So if you look this up, you can verify what I'm saying. The Order of Malta is allowed its own military that is recognized in military peacekeeping operations by the United Nations as to be called upon for peacekeeping operations if they volunteer in area. So the Order of Malta was based on the old ancient Knights, Templars, and Hospitallers, and all the old crusading orders. The modern day variation is the Order of Malta, which is able in times of crisis to consecrate armies and mobilize its armies. So when they show that in the anime of Helsing, they display them all wearing these peaked hoods, and everybody thinks they're Klansmen. No, they're wearing what in Catholicism is called a capirote. And a capirote is this pointed hat of conical form that is used in the Inquisition to hide the inquisitors of Spain back in the old days. It's the uniform of the brotherhoods of the Militia Christi or the Catholic military.
Didn't they take that from the Knights of Malta anyways?
Yes, that's the capirote is this ancient Catholic uniform. Exactly. And so everybody confuses that with the Klan, but the Klan is doing an inversion of that in their anti-Catholicism. So the white hood carries many meanings. So yes, but that's what they wear in Easter. You'll see the Spaniard Catholics wearing that in Easter. The Spain's Easter white hoods, they're a symbol of penance, not of hatred. And so all of these Catholic soldiers are penitents because they're going out to kill, but they're killing in the name of Christ. So they're penitent before they're killing. That's what that's meant. So they kill under repentance. That's the
and even one of the characters, like, he talks like that, like one of the main antagonists.
Yes, thank you.
He talks about like penance and like living by the word and stuff.
Yes, that's Father, I forget his name, the character.
I know, like Helsing fans would kill me for
Yes,
forgetting, but,
yes,
he's
that's
like
right.
one of the best characters.
Yes, and I can't remember his name either. Oh, so, but anyhow, with that, we bring back Peter Moon. Now, we're hearing a lot of background noise, which we think is coming from Brendan, who's outdoors, and he's hiking.
The chickens are being disturbed by the fire, so
that's
why
it. Yes.
They're agitated. They're agitated.
But by the way,
the sun is completely blotted out. Like,
thank you. Let us
red,
know.
blood red.
Tell us about the fire, because you're our frontline correspondent there.
I literally saw it get started. Okay, so I'll tell you.
Yeah, please.
The other night there was like a huge storm came through, like a fat electrical storm, and I was outside, like observing the stars or whatever, and like behind me there was this massive like thundercloud, and just during the course of like observing, I just like felt this like energy, like this crazy like massive amount of static electricity, only nature can produce something like this, something akin to like a kami-sama or some kind of celestial dragon. And like, I'm not exaggerating, it was like this thunderstorm was the most massive cloud I've seen, and it covered like almost half of my area, or like it covered so much of my area, it was like all the way up to like the Sierra Nevadas. But when I saw these lightning bolts, they were huge, like miles long, like miles tall, like up into the stratosphere. Like they're huge lightning bolts, massive. And it wasn't like a normal thunder. It took like 30-40 seconds to hear it, but it was like a low rumble. It was just like doo. And so according to the NPR that I was listening to this morning, that's what started a lot of these fires, was that storm, because of the lightning. And so, but to me it seemed like almost like this was more like possibly like a higher and divine warning or something,
Yes, I agree.
So it's like, it was interesting. It was like a celestial dragon, like the way I think like the Asians describe the dragon, how he like comes out of the water with his like hitting his belly to where it's like roaring, he makes like a big ruckus like hitting his stomach, and it creates like thunder and lightning. The original like cosmic dragon from Chinese myth. Like that's what it reminded me of, because it wasn't normal lightning, is what I'm saying. And so like that's what started actually like this. And then today it's like it's raining ash, and it's completely dark out right now, and it's like the sun is blood red. It's pretty crazy.
Yes, it's apocalyptic.
It adds to that's the only word for it, but it adds to the flavor, the 2020 flavor. It's almost like you can write a manga about it at this point.
Yes, very much so. And aside from that, it's also how do I say it? It's anyhow, it's the setting of the California state of emergency. We are in a state of emergency.
Right. And you recall in 2018, it's like bringing back memories of when 2018, like they shut down the schools even then, and we were all wearing masks. It was almost like a preview, so to speak.
Yes, a prevision.
Because the masks were originally they were for the ashes. You didn't want to breathe in ashes, so we were wearing masks. Like in 2018, this happened when we had those mega fires that destroyed like paradise.
So we're going to bring Peter Moon back on now to dominate, and thankfully...
Right, I only have like a few minutes, like 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
So.
Was there something that you wanted to bring to Peter Moon's attention? I want you to take advantage of the time we have with him, and that way he can dominate when you're gone.
It's not coming back to me. I feel like I had something, but I appreciate everything Peter talks about. Like when he's on with you, it's really like next level stuff. Like Peter, your quality is next level. It's like, he already knows that, but it's like, it's good to tell him, like, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope he can hear it. Peter.
Yeah, I thank you, Brendan.
No problem.
I was going to go back to schizophrenia.
Oh, please. Yes, go ahead.
Because,
Can I just say
it
that
says right here.
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Because of we're pressed for time for Brendan, I'd like you to cover that as soon as he's gone. He's only got a few more minutes. So, Brendan, could you tell us a few of those things you wanted to bring up before you go?
Oh, I think I did. That was the storm, and then the video game. I think that was everything.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that, like, in Greek, schizophrenia means, like, split mind or something.
Okay,
so that's how I've always seen it.
Was a split mind. Yeah, that's what it means. Like a broken-hearted, like broken soul.
Broken soul, exactly.
Yes. So that brings us back to Peter Moon.
In that sense, it kind of has that multi-personality kind of vibe.
Yeah, but this definition, this sews it right up right here.
Okay, yeah, and then go ahead.
Thank you. And you can go mute, Brendan, since we're hearing so much noise from you. Thank you. Okay, it's all yours, Peter. Thank you.
Is a mental illness characterized by continuous or relapsing episodes of psychosis. Symptoms include hallucinations, voices, delusions, and disorganized thinking. Now, it's very interesting when you go to the definition of psychosis. says an abnormal condition of the mind that results in difficulties determining what is real and what is not real. And it can include incoherent speech and behavior that is inappropriate for the situation. And just this whole idea of what is real and what is not real. This is very key. And disorganized thinking. We can all have disorganized thinking, but here we're talking about to the point where one is dealing in extremes. And I've seen people have their lives dominated by phenomena that is not, I guess what you would say, serving their functionality.
Yeah.
They're obsessed with this, obsessed with that, or preoccupied, and what is real versus what is unreal. Now, it's very interesting that, say, somebody like L. Ron Hubbard would be criticized for talking all about phenomena that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It's an arguable criticism. And so you can say, okay, I want to dot all my I's and cross all my T's. When you get into the world of the public, they don't care whether you dot your I's or cross your T's. They don't care. Not every one of them, but the majority of people who watch stuff on Netflix, they don't. Now, there's varying degrees of this, of course. And Preston Nichols taught me, he says science fiction fans don't want their science fiction to be real. They don't want it real. And he was right. There are some, but by and large, no, they don't want it to. They don't want the stories to be real. They're treating it as fiction. But yeah, people don't care to distinguish or delineate, and will, as they say, they refuse to disambiguate. That's the word. They refuse to disambiguate the real from the unreal, and everything just becomes, we can just start, like I could just start talking a phrase about Martians. I could say, well, Martians did this, Martians did this, Martians are behind, the Democratic nomination of the vice president. The Martians are key to wearing masks because they wear masks on Mars. And I just start talking about Mars. And after a certain amount of time, with the neuro-linguistic hodgepodge, people will begin to accept this Martian meme that I've introduced, especially if I talk about it with a certain degree of conviction. And to a number of people, it will be acceptable as a data reference point, and they will not ask, what are you saying? Some people will say what I'm saying. What's a Martian? How are you defining Martians? And then when you face the person with the definition, they'll begin to do less than give you an accurate, definition of what he means by Martian.
Right.
He's not going to say little green men with antennas on their head that used to visit the Earth in the 1950s.
Right.
He's not going to say that.
No.
He's going to, and so what I'm saying is, people do not have so we're dealing in an environment that is very reasonable about psychosis. In other words, they're not going to distinguish reality, or, there's different realities. There's, of course, the reality that we can all agree upon and reference, and then there's our own personal realities and our own meanderings, which, often it's wisest not to mention them or assert them, not because they're not true, but because they won't make any sense.
Interesting. That's interesting. So what is true is not always sensible. Is I can resonate with that, of course.
Well, yeah. You can understand and see something, and it becomes very clear but it might not stand up to the scrutiny of other people, only because their experiential reference frame is not conducive to comprehending it. So therefore you say, okay, I'm just trying to think of an example, but it's like say if I go on television with like one of these commentators on either Fox or CNN, and I begin to discuss my work, I have to put it into parameters that I don't have to put it on when I'm on your show with the particular audience that we have.
Right.
I'm going to have to qualify it. I'm going to have to filter it and reduce it and be much more, a much higher degree of filtering process to make it
palatable.
Palatable. And we had the case of Andy Basiago going on the Stephen Colbert show and basically talking all about how he was a roommate of Obama's on Mars.
Yes.
And Stephen Colbert just having a field day with it.
Yes.
Just totally taking this man and portraying him to be a crazy person.
Yes.
And
exploiting him. Yeah, exploiting him.
Exploiting him. Yeah. And certainly he deserved what he got, if only because he signed the release and was more interested in getting attention and publicity than he was in having himself portrayed in a light that might be termed favorable. Right. This was not important to him. Right. It was important to him that he get airtime.
It was really sad, it was important to him to get airtime because he was truly delusional enough to believe he had a chance to be president. And the Lori Ann Fenton, of course, did not believe this individual. She was exploiting him, and
she still is.
Oh, I didn't know that. That is so sad. But just so people understand this, Andrew Basiago is an attorney, and he's an attorney.
Was an attorney.
Oh, he was an attorney. Thank you.
I don't know that he's lost his license, but I was told that no one would hire him.
Well, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense, and I'm sure that's the case. Yes, so Andrew Basiago is a non-practicing attorney. He's passed the bar, and he had that background. And so because of that, it would not be unreasonable for someone like that to enter politics. Traditionally, of course, the majority of politicians have an attorney's background. They have a legal background because what politics is about ultimately is legislation.
It could be an improvement on some of these cities, though.
Yes. Oh, I won't argue that. I met him personally and dealt with him, and he was nothing but kind to myself. But he was kind to myself because I was under attack. He was actually.
He's a nice guy. He's a very nice. He's a nice guy.
So you've met him too. Yes.
I never met him. He used to talk to me on the phone way before he was ever famous or infamous, or whatever. He talked to me because he had got the rights to publish a book about Fatima, and I read the book on Fatima. I didn't dislike it. I just didn't go ahead with publishing it. It was translated by one of my authors, Alexandra Bruce, because the original's in Portuguese, and she's Brazilian and speaks, fluid Portuguese. And she made the contact with me. But he was very nice, very, very lovely to talk to, and his conversations were intelligent. But he would talk about Project Pegasus. And he was all over the place.
Yes.
And when you go all over the place, it's like a garden hose that's full of water flying all over the yard. It's out of control, and it breeds chaotic thinking and lack of credulity. And what my biggest criticism of him is that he's an attorney, and the way he talks is not becoming for an attorney because it undermines his case by conducting himself the way he does.
Interesting.
How an attorney would present himself, and that I found very disingenuous. It's kind of like somebody walking out onto a football field or into a boxing arena dressed like Tinkerbell with the waving the wand. It's you might be a real good fighter or football player, but you're not going to convince too many people if you dress like that and act like that.
Yes.
Wait till the punches get thrown. Then
Yes. But
maybe it'll work.
Yes.
But not likely.
Right. That's right. And it's an interesting analogy. Just to kind of get people a little up to par where Peter and I are speaking of this, because Peter and I are both speaking with personal experience, Peter having corresponded with this individual and actually been given the man's book to consider publication of, and which is pretty heavy communications to have with somebody, and you get to know them pretty well when you...
And it wasn't his book. It wasn't his book. It was something he had the rights to.
And
a book by, I think, somebody who had written, I don't know if it was one of the Fatima children. It was about the last Fatima children.
Okay, interesting.
From the prophecies of Fatima.
Right. No, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it was very UFO oriented.
Interesting. Okay, then it probably wasn't one of them then. That sounds more interesting.
No. These were authentic. I mean, I'm not saying that the Fatima people. I think if I recall, the Fatima people were, they were kind of all enigmatic.
Yeah.
They weren't the ones laying on the.
Thank you.
I just don't remember it. It might even be published. It was a subject that, got a lot of scrutiny from the Catholic Church. I also met one guy. I was part of some sort of business club with this guy. He was a salesman for AT&T, Italian Catholic, really nice guy, and he had met, I think, Lucia, the last surviving Fatima person.
Right. She was a nun.
And there was a lot of. It was very hard to meet her. In other words, she was like, treated practically like a saint.
Yeah, she was cloistered. Cloistered is the term for it.
Yeah.
And so that's important, and people, of course, are probably familiar with Fatima, and they can look it up if they're not. Not that it's not fascinating and deserves, of course, a whole transmission in and of itself, and what I make of it, or what my father did, rather, because my father took an intense interest in it. My father was a practicing Roman Catholic, but in terms of the that experience, of course, many people interpreted it or filtered it ufologically, and but in terms of Mr. What's his name again? Andrew Basiago himself, the only reason I disliked him was because what fed his mania, what fed his delusion, and ultimately caused him to trip over his dick and break his neck, or trip over his own tongue and break his neck, was the fact that he just basically was brought on Coast to Coast AM again and again and again and again and again. I mean, this he was a regular. I mean, to the point where he was like, we're talking like Richard Hoagland level of regularity. It was like every other night they had this motherfucker on. It was him and a few.
Yeah, I mean, this was so disgusting.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and he repeated himself endlessly. It was always the same shit. He was always saying the same shit. But interestingly enough, on Coast to Coast AM, he maintained, how would I say it, a coordination of thought. It was coherent enough where he was repeating himself, and so it wasn't a disorganized thought, because they wouldn't let him go into Obama. And then what happened was, when he didn't have their coaching, for some reason, what they had were the keywords. They had basically the codes that would keep him in format. And so he's a programmed individual, and Coast to Coast AM is part of the program. In other words, they were affiliated with the Kino, so they were given the keywords to keep him in his place. So he would just repeat the time travel story, and he would repeat the time travel story ad nauseum.
Yeah, well, we're covering time travel, but we're not going to have Peter Moon on because he's not important.
Right.
And we got a real time traveler here, Andy Basagio.
Yes, yes. And then,
and
yeah, go on.
What was worse is that then, when David Anderson came out with his stuff, it was posted on Alfred Lamont Weber's website with, whistleblowers come out, and it has Andy's picture right next to David. And, the difference between those is the difference between David and Goliath, between Samson and Delilah. I mean, the difference is just so startling.
Yes.
It's like, here you have one guy who's talking about science and has credibility, and you have somebody who's just out there, jerking off, saying anything that comes into his head, but the real, what's worse than the manipulation by Coast to Coast, the blatant manipulation, is the audience's willingness to listen to this shit.
Thank you. They over and over and over again. Yes, repeatedly.
Yeah, and my psychology teacher in high school, he would take the class into Sacramento. We were, 11 miles west of Sacramento, and he'd take the class in to watch roller derby. Because he said, I want you to see, this is psychology. Yeah. This is how people act. This is how they are. In other words, you have a created situation with roller derby is a tough physical sport, but it's like wrestling. It's orchestrated.
Yes.
And it's there to have outrageous behavior, cheered or booed, and it's all about creating an excitement in the crowd. Yes. And I speaking of plumbers, I once had a plumber in my house, and he'd bring his kid over, and the kid was like, 18, 17, and I'd sometimes go out in the backyard and box with the kid, just for exercise.
Right.
He said I was pretty good for an old man.
Yeah, you are.
I was in my 30s then.
Right. Well, recently, not to distract you from that trend of thought, but I do think it needs to be emphasized. Basically, when you were playing football and held your own before you got the injury, you did not get the injury during the football game. You held your own throughout the game.
No. Yeah. It was, in fact, it was just not recovering and then exerting myself, painting, and is where I got the injury. If I just rested, I probably would have recovered.
Thank you.
Instead of pushing myself. But this kid, so I'm talking to this kid, because he's there. He's kind of a helper, but he's just sitting around, and I'm always there monitoring the job. And he starts talking to me about Andre the Giant, the wrestler.
Right.
And he's telling me all about the ins and outs of Andre losing his championship. I know who Andre the Giant is, but I didn't follow wrestling. And I said to him, but don't you know this stuff is all staged? And he kind of looked at me and says, yeah, but still, Andre is, and he was in such sympathetic empathy with Andre the Giant and the character portrayed by Andre the Giant that it didn't matter whether it was real or not.
Right.
In other words, it's like, you hear of sports fans taking the game more serious than the athletes.
Yes.
Athletes are getting paid whether they win or lose.
Yeah.
And, but the, in a case like this, it's like this is wrestling. And the guy's falling into empathy with this wrestler who's basically a showman. Yeah. It's like falling into empathy with this. It would make more sense if you fell into empathy with a character in an opera or in a stage play.
Yes.
Or a movie.
Yes.
That would make more sense.
Thank you.
But nevertheless, this is the way people are. I've always also noticed a peculiar characteristic about women. If a woman is around a man long enough and it's not an adversarial relationship, she gets along with the guy, after a certain amount of time, she will develop. Now, I'm not saying this is the case 100%, but it's much more common than not that the woman will, more often than not, develop what might be called a sympathetic attraction to the man, to the point of being willing to indulge in a relationship.
Right.
And I always thought that this was very peculiar. I always thought that this was very peculiar. Sure, you get to know somebody, but it's almost like if you're around somebody long enough, you know, to me it made no sense.
Yeah.
You know, it opens the door, certainly, but it's almost like a default door. Leave me around somebody long enough, and I'll fall in love with them.
Right. Right.
You know, and it's this ability, and you know, it's like alloying your affinity. It's like you're taking your, you know, you're permitting yourself to be amalgamated to something else on a
basis of familiarity.
Yeah, familiarity. And why would you, like, say, in the case of wrestling or roller derby, why would you want to identify with these people to the point of, you know, moving you up and down emotionally, and actually feeling sorrow for this person?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, what this, and this is the majority of humanity. You see people in political stuff going on all the time. Seeing people interviewed, you know, in these town meetings with Bill Clinton, and they're crying, "This man really cares about me." Or do the same thing with Trump. And it can also apply to the hatred of Trump or the hatred of Joe Biden. You know, why are you losing yourself in hating these people? You're only expending your own energy because, you know, you're giving them more energy than they deserve. And certainly it doesn't help you, you know, to foment on Facebook about these various characters. It's like people are like emotional repositories, you know. It's like cheering at the chariot games. And I understand that this went on in the chariot games back in Rome. There'd be different chariot teams with represented by different colors. And the crowds would go just as crazy as they do about Mets and Yankees and the New England Patriots or whatever teams, you know. They get as passionate about the chariot races. Yes. It's you know, it's crazy.
Yes.
But this is humanity. Yeah. And this is what we deal with.
It's amazing what we invest our emotions into, and when it comes to, as you said, the wrestlers, you have this. It's amazing to me how that even works out. These people, but then again, it's mostly younger people, admittedly. But there are people who, of course, are watching it all their lives, and despite the fact that they know it's not quote unquote real. But it's one of these things where it just is what it is. It serves some kind of purpose.
It was very popular in the 1950s and the dawn of TV.
Yes.
Because it was very cheap to produce.
Yes.
And
yes.
People watched it.
Yeah.
They watched it, and I didn't learn about it, you know, till the 60s. And I used to enjoy, the only part I enjoyed were the interviews. The interviews were just outrageously fun behavior. They were just stupid, you know, and yes. They amused me to no end.
It's the wrestlers clowning each other. Yeah, it was the wrestlers clowning each other, right? And yeah. And and just what the outrageous behavior, and it's
I mean, that was funny. The matches were, boring by comparison.
Yes, thank you. And so when it comes to Bisagio, because I think there's a point to be made here that's educational, when Bisagio was humored, quote unquote, brought on to Coast AM and exploited, and then he did the side effect of that was that he felt he was being taken seriously, and this is. I
don't think that George Norrie thought he was funny. I don't think that the audience thought he was funny.
No, that's the horror of it. These fuckers.
No.
Yeah.
I think that they thought that this guy is a real time traveler.
Yes. Well, I think that George Norrie, I don't know what he believes in that case, but he might. But I think he was just cynically exploiting him, but the audience believed him. And that was part of the problem. See, Andrew Bisagio got so much feedback from the audience, because that's what you get. You go on Coast to Coast AM, you have a Facebook page, people respond to you, and they were just sending him accolades and hailing him to the stars. And so he got it in his head that he could run for president, which, of course, was always an aspiration or a dream of his, to kind of give people just a little brief of what this environment was like, because I think it's educational overall and gives people an insight into what I was dealing with. Lorien Ann Fenton was dealing not only with Andrew Bisagio, but a good friend of Andrew Bisagio, whose name it's probably best that I don't consciously recall. I happen to like this individual. He was a big guy. He was had a beard. And he was a big white guy, and his story was kind of tragic, but he was this wonderful human being. And he was overall one of the gentlest giants you would ever meet. And but his story, which has meaning here and is actually quite funny in context of some of the areas we were actually had these stupid super soldier conferences or whatever in, these mind control conferences that Lorien Ann Fenton was holding. But this individual himself had gone to India and had wound up trying to seek, like many white people do who go to places like Tibet or India. You get a lot of people who are hippies at heart, and they go to these places to seek peace and enlightenment. They're dealing with some need for inner peace, and they wind up involved with these various meditation practices from practitioners who may themselves be involved with stuff that the seeker isn't aware of. And in his case, what happened was the guru, so to speak, had was leasing out the ashram to make some extra money, and was leasing out to Sikh separatists or something. Sikh, by the way, is spelled S-I-K-H. It's not pronounced Sikh, as many Americans pronounce it. It's pronounced Sikh. And Sikhs are, of course, the ones with the turbans that everyone in America, in their ignorance and stupidity, mistake for Muslims, and wind up assaulting Sikhs who are not Muslim at all. But Sikhs have their own religion, and at any rate, Sikh separatists in India who had gone activist enough to where they were deemed terrorists by the government, and they were leasing out the ashram, which this guy was meditating in, this white guy, and the Indian government cracked down, and he got caught in the sweep up, the dragnet, and wound up spending about 5 years, 3 to 5 years in Indian prison. I'm sorry, that's so awful. This poor bastard. Wondering what the fuck had happened. If you can imagine the nightmare of this, going to India to seek enlightenment and meditating in some place where you wind up getting caught.
I bet you he got some enlightenment out of that.
Oh, it was awful. Oh my God. He learned to meditate. I'll tell you that. He learned to meditate, to not be in his environment, to separate himself from his environment. Anyhow, this poor bastard, wonderful human being. There was only one time he kind of forced himself on me. This is a pointed term. I have my own traumas. So I have this thing about men, especially bigger men, and I really don't like to be in their company, especially alone. That's why it was so bizarre when there was this, this all connects, and it kind of educates people about my own post-traumatic stress disorder and my own triggers. There was this really tall guy, again, whose name I don't remember. He was a friend of mine on Facebook for a while, and he did this. I told people about this guy before. He did this stupid thing where he wanted to go to the bunkers in Presidio, and I told him there's no bunkers to go to in Presidio anymore. What's on display is not connected into the bunkers and the tunnels themselves. It's all blasted shut. It's been cemented over and blasted shut. And this guy was like, his name was I forget his name, but anyhow, he was very tall, very tall. The person who met him was the guy who interviewed me for Strange Tales Weekly, Mr. Jenny Olson or something like that. I forget. He's still a friend of mine on Facebook through the Sorry timeline. But this individual lives in San Francisco, and he's the man who runs the Howard Street Fair on Howard Street in San Francisco, only they call it the How Weird Street Fair. And he wanted me there at some point, and I said I don't know if I want to be affiliated with something called the How Weird Street Fair, because I don't think it's conducive to being taken seriously. And he handled that well, but then he wanted to drive me someplace up in bumfuck when I wouldn't go with him to the Presidio to go look for bunkers, and he made this stupid video about it anyway, in which you're shown absolutely nothing, and then he wanted to drive me someplace alone, and I had Laura Lee Solomon, at the time my Executrix producer, respond for me, telling him absolutely not. Douglas is not going to get into a car alone with a strange man who's 2 to 3 times his size. So after that, I never heard from him again, which was fine. But this individual kind of presented that kind of conundrum because I think probably the worst of it came from a time when in Sonoma State, where I was there, and there were all these Samoans who had their own dormitory, and it was just very polluted because these were Samoans who were part of the football team at Sonoma State University. Samoans at Sonoma State. There was this kind
It's
of
confusing. Samoa's at Sonoma.
Yes, that's right, and it was to the point where I would sometimes say Samoa State University by accident. But so I knew some people on the football team who invited me just to come in and visit them at a party, and I wound up being cornered by this one very large Samoan who tried to serenade me with his ukulele, which was just this horrible position to be in, where I'm just trying to tell him no. And it was just one of these things where I like.
You can't refuse something like that.
Oh God! You're bringing me to tears. And, it's just awful. And I go into these spasms of flashback whenever Daniel Arola plays his Silver String Coconut. That he gets this new ukulele every once in a while and that plays it, and it's just. Anyhow, I ask him not to do that because I start just basically going into trauma again. But when it comes to this other gentleman who was he was a roommate with Andrew Basiago. What was interesting about him was 2 things. Was that he was like a believer. He was a believer. He was what you might call a cultist of Andrew Basiago's personality cult. And when it came to Andrew Basiago is where he kind of crossed the line in his behavior, and that was at one point, the only time I ever seen him kind of impose himself upon me in an intimidating fashion, where he put his foot in the door, so to speak. And that was because I was trying to close the door on him to my hotel room, but he insisted on finishing talking about Andrew Basiago, and that was basically he was trying to convince me that Andrew Basiago had become president in several parallel timelines. That there were several parallel timelines in which Andrew Basiago was president, and Andrew had convinced him of this. And and that was the only time when I was trying to close the door to my hotel room that he literally stuck his foot in the door and imposed his face on me to get that out and express that in a manner that adamant and emphatic manner that he truly believed this, which was how would I call it? Disconcerting. It was disconcerting. So Andrew kind of inspired that in that individual, and this same individual had kept a sword that was supposed to be like a sword for a Maltese order or something like that. That Max Spears had as a possession that he felt was inherited from his timeline or something. Excuse me, from his bloodline in the case of Max Spears. And in Max Spears handing this guy this sword, and the guy kept it for him, he later on published a picture of it on Facebook saying, "Oh, this was the sword I was keeping for Max Spears, which he told me to safekeep for him while he was away from home." And and Max Spears went out to die in Europe. And that's when Judith Eggert took one look at that sword and she said, fuck, they might have killed him just for that, because it looked so valuable. I don't know if it was valuable, but it looked very impressive. And you did wonder about how much is that worth the moment you saw that. So it was impressive that Max had that. Okay, Crystal River is telling me he stole Max's sword. By the way, Crystal, we've got to have you on. For Christ's sakes, I'm so sorry that we're not connecting at the right time, or we're playing this kind of Skype tag, but you've got to come on with us maybe the next transmission. And Max repeatedly asked for it. Holy shit! Holy shit! Do you remember the guy's name? So Max kept asking for the sword back. Crystal Rivers telling me Max kept asking for the sword back and he never got it back. So the guy kept it until Max died. Holy shit! Maybe Judith was right. They did kill him.
Wait, this is the same guy? This is Andy. This is the same guy that Andy was friends with. Was taking roommate. Max's sword.
Yeah, was this Andy's roommate? Is this who you're talking about, Crystal? Do you remember his name? It must be. It must be Andy's roommate. So there you go. At any rate, she's not responding, but we can only assume. It makes sense. Good thing I don't remember his name. But at any rate, she says, I don't know his name. Okay, she doesn't know his name. It must be the same guy. So this guy this guy had to also nurse Andrew Passaggio back from repeated suicide attempts attempted after the interview that cost him his career in chicanery and hucksterism, and well, we can't say that because Andrew really believes it, so it's not really hucksterism or chicanery.
He had no career.
Well, I guess, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, you're right. I mean, you're right. I mean, yeah, Peter's right. He did not have what society would define as a career. Peter's right. It was like he was just this ne'er-do-well who kind of, like, at that point in his life when he committed himself to being open about what was cascaded into his memory about the anyhow. So Crystal River is saying that was a big deal to Max, and let me see if I can retrieve this from the Skype. The Skype messages are they're appearing in flashes. That was a big deal to Max. He was often going on and on about it. Oh my fucking god, that's awful. Oh my god, I had no idea. That's just awful. I see what we find out. At any rate, so Judith was right. Fuck, they did kill him, probably to keep that sword, or that was a factor. At any rate, so when it came to Andrew Passaggio, basically what I'm trying to educate people about is that you had this individual who was catered to by Coast to Coast AM, and then catered to by the massive audience Coast to Coast AM had at the time, and they gave him so much feedback, he became convinced he could run for president and win. And so he kept bringing this up, and that was the death of him when they finally decided to interview him on what was essentially Comedy Central. I mean, like, how could anyone not assume you would not be lampooned in Comedy Central? I mean, why would you even assume that? But he was delusional enough to assume they were not bringing him on to lampoon him, and they did, of course. And so when he brought up, going to Mars with Obama in the same teleportation machine, essentially, then that's what they slammed him. But interestingly enough, because of his background in legal affairs, at least due to his legal education, because he couldn't practice as an attorney. Now I remember that. He could not practice as an attorney and had to do work as a paralegal. So all he could do was shuffle papers for the attorneys in practice at that point in his life. And so what he was at that point, when they put up all these videos of making fun of him, he was able to get everything taken off of YouTube. He was able to get everything scrubbed from the internet. I don't know if you can find those videos now, but I know for a while there, at least, you couldn't find them, of his interview where they were lampooning him on Comedy Central. He was able to get that done because he kept threatening lawsuits and kept threatening copyright and all these other things that didn't make any sense because, like Peter Moon said, he signed a legal release form. And yet he was somehow able to get everything effectively scrubbed from the internet for... It appeared permanent to me. I don't know if that's the case now, and whether any of that stuff is dribbled back on. But there you have that. This is the problem when people get stroked. and so he was stroked to the point where it was the death of him. And but Peter's right. I mean, it's the fault of the public. It's the fault of the general public because they don't want the truth. They want an entertaining story. It's like what he said about people don't want their science fiction to be real, which does bring me to the question about when it comes to L. Ron Hubbard. As you said, L. Ron Hubbard's real talent as a writer, when he had to write for a living, his original field was Westerns. But he certainly wrote about everything. He wrote adventure stories. He wrote stories about World War II, before World War II even happened. He, of course, wrote science fiction, and we know how horribly that turned out when John Travolta tried to make Battlefield Earth. But that's an interpretation by John Travolta. But I asked Peter Moon to put into perspective for myself the Xenu phenomenon. He did so quite well. I don't know if you want to share that with the public now, but it's essentially
sure, well,
metaphor.
But
right?
first I want to say something about Andy.
Yeah, please.
And Andy was much better at getting interviews than I was. He was much more acceptable to the media or the press than I am.
And why is that? Why is that?
Well, number one is he tried a lot harder because I don't seek interviews. But and also he had nothing to sell.
It's true. It's true. Yes, it was bizarre.
And generally, when you go on in regular media, they really only want you if you have something to sell.
That is so true. Yes.
And it's kind of, I always think, well, it's very gracious of them, but why? Why do we have to have something to sell? Why don't you just interview somebody to interview? You would see many people on the David Letterman show, movie stars that are coming out to plug their new movie. It's part of what they do. It didn't used to be that way in the 60s. They just have people on and interview them. You might, and there would be somebody, sometimes they would interview that weren't there to plug something. But yeah, he had nothing to sell. One time I said, well, do you have a book or something? I think I actually spoke to him because I had a catalog and I would have carried his book. No, I don't have a book. Why not? And I didn't ask him that, but in other words, he could have made better use of his time. Even if it was a crummy book, people would have bought it.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
So he really didn't have his act together. L. Ron Hubbard was somebody who was very good at executing his will and making his will stick and be paid for it. When he would write a bulletin, as he would write bulletins in red ink. He'd write, those were technical bulletins, technical instructions for counseling. He would write green on white for administrative, and he would write blue on white for executive directives to his organization. And he get paid. Like writing one of those, he could get up to $20,000 for one of those writings. I read. I don't remember this internally because all of the organizations would have to buy them because they were his policy. It's like buying his books. So he was somebody who could manifest money, and he set up stuff to do this. One of these was through he could write things. When he was asking about Xenu, and for those who don't know, Xenu was portrayed and introduced to the public by a TV show called South Park, which sought to make fun of the crazy beliefs that Scientologists have. One of them being portrayed as Xenu, this galactic warlord who was trying to solve the problem of overpopulation by wholesale genocide on spiritual beings, by killing them, by having them frozen, transported to volcanoes and blown up, and then collected with electronic ribbons and put into implants and implanting people.
Holy shit!
And you know,
I never knew this. I never knew that. That was
so you can watch the stuff. I didn't state it all quite precisely, but you can go look at internet. You can go read about it on the internet. But the whole idea was that this was mass implantation of spiritual beings, which was not a new theme to Scientology or Dianetics. Implantation of human beings with L. Ron Hubbard's writings goes back to the early 50s. So all of this stuff about Xenu, you know, gets embodied in the procedures of Scientology in the late 60s. And it was all canned and presentable when I got in there, but it was all only by invitation and secret. You know, you kept it all secret. You had a briefcase, you put it in the briefcase, you had to lock the briefcase, and, you know, you didn't discuss these things. But in any case, you could discuss them if you were in the process of being counseled or being taught how to counsel and this sort of thing. But you didn't discuss it with the rank and file. It was only in the context of confessional or religious business. But back in the 1950s, he talked about electronics being used to implant people. And these are in his books, Scientology 880, which was really a pamphlet and was quite a fascinating book to read at the time. He said that there were two types, and he said this also in a book called Scientology 88008, which 8 stood for infinity. You know, in a book like that, say 880 meant infinity is obtained by going from infinity to 0. And then he'd write 88008, infinity is obtained by going from infinity to 0 and then 0 to infinity. And it's kind of a catchy title, but it really was expounded on minimally in the book. But these books talked about there being beings that were physical universe beings in bodies. He called them MEST beings, for matter, energy, space, and time beings. And they were preoccupied with using electronics to take free spiritual beings, identify them, and basically pull them in and implant them into nest bodies or physical bodies. So in other words, he created a whole scenario whereby the whole purpose of beings walking around in physical bodies was to trap spiritual beings and make them think they were physical bodies. Now, in the 1950s, and people didn't think of themselves as spiritual beings.
Right.
You were a meat body.
Right.
This was taught to you in universities. This was taught to you in school. Even the Catholic Church wasn't that high on spirituality, although that was where you might go to church, Catholic or otherwise. But, you know, they didn't have beings. When the New Age phenomena started or got underway at the harmonic convergence of 1986, which was popularized by Shirley MacLaine, a lot of my generation was now identifying with spirituality. It didn't have to do with Scientology. Scientology, of course, was ahead of the game as far as the idea that you were a spirit. But this was very controversial with people. You know, you talk about spirit, you're a spiritual being, you remember past lives. No, this was persona non grata, or make you think you're a nut. And if you did have the idea, you wouldn't voice it. Of course, this was all new to me when I got into Scientology. But the whole idea of this 1960s idea of this warlord who was obsessed with overpopulation, and also Hubbard was personally obsessed with the atomic bomb,
Right.
having experienced it.
Yes.
And it was, he thought quite correctly that humanity was very nutty on this topic. But he, so what I learned from an individual, his name was Bill Tolan, and he was advanced counselor in Scientology. Really nice guy. He was a fan of my work. I never knew him when either of us were in Scientology, but he would read my books, and I finally got to meet him one day. He lived in New Jersey, and he'd left, kind of, didn't officially leave it, but he just departed it. He never had bad interactions with Scientology or Hubbard. In fact, he once told me that he met Hubbard. He was doing a course with him in the early 1960s, and Hubbard looked at him. I think it was at a party, and Hubbard was kind of just giving, I guess, what you might call a psychic assessment of everybody that walked by him. Mm-hmm. This is something that people would have sucked up when I was around, but no, this was in the 60s when his what do you call it, iconography, his iconship was not as huge. It was still big. And he looked at Bill and said, you know, you're in pretty good shape. Which Bill said that was very unusual for him to say that to anybody, because most people were so messed up. Right. And looking back at Bill, he was in pretty good shape because he never had any bad karmic interactions with Scientology. He went in, you know, he was unscathed. Right. And so was his wife, who's still alive. But Bill passed away. But Bill told me that the way all of this phenomena came up, it was called Operating Thetan Section Level 3, about the stuff where Xenu and the Galactic Overlord and the bombs and the volcanoes. He told me, because he was involved in the early research in the early 60s in DC, that all of this stuff was coming up in different people's auditing sessions, counseling sessions. It was coming up, and it was a common denominator of many people experiencing it. Now, I can tell you, having audited, you know, hundreds of people, that is very common for people to have an incident where they were either a participant, a victim of, or an observer at the crucifixion of Christ. Right. And Hubbard said that this was a symbol that was used to implant people. And of course, it was definitely something that the Romans used historically, crucified the troops of Spartacus all along the Appian Way. Yes. And just left the bodies up there to let people know they shouldn't revolt against Rome. Right. So it was a very strong symbol. And, you know, just historically, if you put together the fact that there is some secret cabal using more sophisticated techniques of implantation, it has all the more meaning, building a religion out of it. And I would tell you that the catechism, as it used to be taught in Catholic schools, was very much feeding off of this idea that people, it was sadomasochistic, aggressive, what do you call it, suggestion to people who were listening to the priest tell them about, you know, religion and you know. But back to this story, it was coming up in all of these different experiences. So Hubbard had all of this information and synthesized it, and eventually, years later, came up with it in his own counseling, at which time, and in fact, it's very interesting the way this was introduced to me on a sort of word of mouth basis. It was in 1971, and it was the first Scientology party I ever went to. I wasn't even in Scientology a year, and it was at the house of this professor at UC Davis, Von Young, who was not there, but his house was occupied by Scientologists, and they had a party at his house. And one of the guys who had been doing some advanced level training told me, he said, and it was not just to me, it was a group of us, and he says, you know, Hubbard was not the first clear. You know, he was about 5 or 7, and then he says, you know, he says when he did this level OT3, which is the galactic overlord level, the Xenu level, he said he actually broke his back.
Oh shit.
He said he broke his back, and that was how much mass, mental mass, how much pressure he went through. And he says what he gives us is what has been, what do you call it, refined.
Yes.
So he says it's easy for us to go through what he went through. He was like pioneering this stuff. I don't know what breaking his back means. I really don't know what that meant.
Right.
I know he suffered from some back. I don't know if it was actually a vertebrae broken or what. I can't answer for that. But I never forgot the story. And he says that Hubbard was like sacrificing himself to make it easy for us. Like there was this great altruism on his part. This was the view that Steve, the guy telling me, had. And that, and it was sort of like a scuttlebutt, word of mouth, what gets talked about, coming from the guy who came from the guy. This was what people thought, certainly, and it was just like, wow, he went through some level of the psyche. Now, on a personal level, when I was getting my counseling, and this is my first year of Dianetics, and I had a dream, and the dream was of this woman. She was married to they owned the center in Davis, Diana Samuels, and Diana had done this level OT3. She came back. She was full of vigor, and she was a very powerful woman, very lovely woman, I thought, and I always got along with her. But I had a dream of her while I was going through my auditing, of her taking somebody through this incident that we were describing, although I didn't know what the incident was. And the guy was just in holy terror, screaming, holy terror. And she got him through it. And I said, wow, terror. It was like, this was trauma. This was some form of trauma that she was processing. I was picking up on something. I never asked her about it. I certainly could have. So I had a dream about this happening, and she probably would have just said, yeah, well, you picked up on something. And certainly I did. But yes, it was all about processing the big engram, meaning the big moment of pain and unconsciousness of the human race. That was the whole idea. And when you did any process in Dianetics and Scientology, it didn't matter what it was, you're processing what's in your own mind and what reads on a meter. And if it's an accurate reading on a biofeedback basis, how deep can you go? How deep can you go into your soul and into the terror that not only is inside of your own experience, but inside of your collective genetic experience, or possibly, if we want to take it back further, to an existence of yourself prior to your incarnation in a genetic body. Because Hubbard was also an advocate of doll bodies, right. Whereby you had bodies that were contrived and they had sensation and emotion. They were very much like the biofax simulagra that Douglas describes.
Yes.
So if I were to describe the biofax simulagra to Scientologists, they would say, oh God, that's a doll body. That's like Hubbard said was a doll body.
Right.
So that people could pick those up, or spirits could pick those up. So you had this, so if you can go back and comprehend or register terror you had on a deep, deep level, which could explain all of your problems in life, therefore you were arguably getting something out of it. If you just said, oh, there's nothing inside of me. This is about personal inventory. And this is the way auditing, and what does audit mean? It's the word for auditing, is the word for counseling in Scientology. But to audit means to go in and basically hear, to listen what is in somebody's financial books. Let's look at the accounts receivable. Let's look at the accounts payable. Let's look at the checkbook. Let's go in and look at all of these different aspects of a ledger. That's what auditing is in a sense of how it's normally used. But when Hubbard applies it, he's saying, let's go into your mind. What is in your mind? Sensations, emotions, attitudes, and trace memories of pain, or pain itself. And those were broken down and dissected. Okay, what attitudes do you have? Do they read on a meter? Is there energy? Is there residual energy? You go back exhaustively into all of these areas if you actually did it. But many people, although they might have not thought they were flippant, their whole behavior and response was flippant. Like, oh, there's nothing there. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm wonderful. Okay. So they can effectively do nothing, accomplish nothing whatsoever, or maybe accomplish something, but say, I'm really okay. And therefore, they give them a certificate and they've accomplished nothing. And they accept that they have status, and they have evaded what Hubbard would call their case. The case was how you respond to the world by reason of your aberrations or dysfunction. And so people would evade. You have to go in and do real work on yourself. If you don't do real work on yourself, you're lost. You might as well be doing something else. So, and now, when you turn around on the other side of the chair and you begin to audit or counsel others, you get a whole different world. You see the world through many different eyes, because if you're functional in doing this, you're counseling hundreds of people, and you're going to counsel young people, old people. I learned about French whorehouses by counseling a guy from France.
Wow.
He was French.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm asking him his questions, and he's not. I'm not asking him questions about it.
I didn't think so. Yes.
So, I learned about French. He was a hairdresser, and then might learn somebody about, warfare. Somebody who was in Korea. Somebody who was a high school bully. Somebody who was getting beaten up by the high school bully. You have, a nymphomaniac. You have all sorts of people that you counsel, and some people are just ordinary. Some people are accomplished. Some people are full of themselves, and basically, almost invariably, you develop a positive rapport with these people, and you're their friend if things go well, which they usually would. So you get experience now, but what was really good is when you begin to counsel others and you begin to repair their life, you then see what joy that they can experience by reason of facing certain issues in their life. You can turn around on the other side and now all of a sudden see things in your own life that you couldn't see before. You can say, God, if this guy can have so much fun, talking about this, that, and the other thing, I can go into my own life and talk about this, that, and the other thing. So I could find out, I discovered huge, I guess what you call repositories of emotional energy that I could discharge through laughter, through crying, through whatever. But it was all unique to me. And this is what's inside of my own mind. It's all about my emotions and sensations, to the point where I felt really good about life. And amongst circumstances where maybe people were not having an easy time, and I just, wow,
connected with my own orbit and was able to negotiate situations to my own benefit. But so in other words, it's about, so now we get back to this galactic overlord story. Now, by this time, I knew nothing about this galactic overlord story that Douglas is talking about. I had been, and I went through more experiences that were even more rigorous than what I just described. But in the end, you come out and you attain so much. Oh, and I've written about this in my book, Montauk Book of the Dead. And you're basically shown this. You're gone through, I guess you could call them initiations, but they're through procedures. And once you hit a certain level, you're then taught to what's called solo audit, which is different than self audit. To self audit means to just start thinking too much and you're not doing any formal procedure. To solo audit, which means to counsel yourself, you actually have your hand you have two cans wedged together and you're holding them with one hand. And then you have the meter, so you can write with the other hand and adjust the meter with the free hand, and you're getting reads on the meter. And you're saying, what's inside of your mind? What's inside of there? And you address it. And of course, what you want to get is a hot something, a hot button that gets more reaction on the meter. And there's body motion, which will react on the meter, but there's also mental emotion. So if you go back and say, oh, that's the time when I was in a car accident, and then you go back and you start seeing all the emotions connected to the car accident, and you start tracing it back, and you dissipate all that energy. And in my own personal case, so all of this, so you basically are now learning that you can counsel yourself. You don't need to be on the other end getting counsel. And this is a very evolved understanding, because you're now able to go in and audit what's in your own mind and resolve it one-to-one. And then you're presented with this story of this galactic overlord, which basically tells you this is a heavy-duty story of the entire planet being subjected to implantation. And it's a common implant, and everybody's stuck with it. Well, whether that's true or not, that's certainly what was being suggested to you. But it paled in comparison to what is inside of your own head, because all of it was used to stir up stuff that was in your own head and counsel that and do that. And of course, one of the most, so I would go in and do this, and the sessions were not very long. 45 minutes was a long session per day. Right. Sometimes an hour and a half, but they would go, and you did it every day. And you do this every day, and you stir up more and more stuff. So one day, I came in after about, I was doing this for a long time. And I go down, I sit on the meter, and I didn't say a word. I mean, you kind of talk to yourself in a sort of a formal way. I didn't say anything. I looked at that meter, and it started dancing. Dancing figuratively. I had hooked a big one. It's like, if you've ever caught anything in the tuna family on a fishing pole, it wiggles like hell.
Yes.
It is like one hell of a, you got to be careful you don't get pulled into the water. That's what I had. And I sat there and I watched this for about 20 minutes. How can I explain it subjectively? It was, I guess the best word would be like an egregore.
Yes.
Which is an aggregate of demons. An egregore, a grouping of intelligence, a grouping of malevolent entities that lifted off of my psyche, my aura. Had I ever seen them before? No. Did I recognize them? No. But apparently these things had, been impinged upon my consciousness, and they lifted whatever they were.
Yes.
And I felt incredibly free, and I laughed, and now all of a sudden I had an ability that I didn't have before. And I could look into people's heads. And when I say that, it's a very subjective thing, and it's hard to explain what I could see in somebody's heads. Now, that didn't mean I could read their minds. Well, in a sense, I could. I don't never claim to be a mind reader.
Right.
But like, you know, you're thinking that sometimes you can pick up something. But what it was I could see people making decisions that were so damn stupid unto themselves,
Yes.
and were bent on self-denial. And they could be quoting this policy of Scientology or this reference. And because I was also extremely well educated in terms of Scientology, I could probably tell them about 5 policies why they shouldn't be following that policy, because that policy was not relevant to the situation. And if they were willing to listen to me, they might go, oh, good. And, you know, I would try and do that. However, you can't go in and change their mind.
Right.
Sometimes it's not appropriate. But I would see that people were following patterns of destruction, and it was all self-generated.
Yeah.
It wasn't generated by Scientology. It wasn't generated by L. Ron Hubbard or what L. Ron Hubbard wrote. Well, you can say they picked, you know, and people would follow rules that didn't need to be followed, that shouldn't be followed. You know, a case in point once, and this is a small point, but we were moving off the ship. We were, it's like a whole migration from the ship, which was then located in Curacao.
And this is the Apollo, the flagship.
Yeah. We were
Yes.
Located off the island of Curacao, which is just north of Venezuela. You could see Venezuela across the bay, across the ocean. And we were there, and we had cleaning stations once every week. And our job in Hubbard's personal office was to clean the bridge.
Right.
And I remember, and you know, but we're moving away, and I looked around. I said to one of the ladies that I work with, I said, yeah, we don't need to do anything. I said, we don't need to clean this. She said, oh, you're going to have an inspection. I said, there's not going to be any inspection. I said, nobody cares anymore. No, we must do that. We must do it. We're supposed to clean. It's like, you know, nobody cared anymore if we cleaned, because we were abandoning ship, you see? And this person's like following the rule because it's the rule.
Right. Oh, that's so reactionary. Yes.
Can't see the situation. Now, that's a very obvious thing. And as obvious it was, she didn't get it. You must follow the rules. She was Swiss.
Are stereotypical, yes.
Yeah. And anyway, but you could get into more subtle situations where people would do the wrong thing for the wrong situation. And the more educated I got, the more I saw that people would, you know, the chances of them doing the right thing, the wrong thing were very high. The wrong thing, and it was often towards the self. It's like if you had 2 choices, they might take the choice that was harder on themselves because they didn't feel deserving.
Right. Oh, so many
choice.
people, that's so important, really, how we punish ourselves or put ourselves in situations. Personally, I think most people who join the Marine Corps are doing that. But go on.
Well, yes. And so it's like, and so I can argue to myself, I don't really care anymore, that I can say, oh, I learned all this in Scientology. And certainly I did. I can say I was also growing. I was growing as a spiritual being, as a human being, and I grew out of Scientology, which I did. But it was a growth process. And I left Scientology at age 30. I departed. And that coincides with what's called the Saturn return, is when Saturn returns to the exact spot when you were born. That's your full maturity. Your legal maturity is 21 or 18, depending on where you live. And your full astrological maturity is at 29, 30, when you've grown up. You've grown up, and now, for me, it was to set out into the world. And that was my education, my youth. No regrets. Now, doesn't mean it worked out so well for, everybody.
Right.
Certainly it did not. But to give a context to this question of this galactic overlords, what happens is people will get on TV like this Bill Maher guy and say, this is what Scientologists believe. And in actual fact, you don't even find out about this until you're a very high level. So first of all, most Scientologists don't believe it because they don't know about it.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Those that do should not be believing in it, because Scientology in its purest essence is not about belief.
Thank you. Yes.
It's about knowledge and knowing how to know. Epistemology is the science of knowledge, the study of knowledge. It's about knowing something. Now, if you encounter stuff in Scientology, the rules are, it's not true if it's not true to you. All reality is relative. So all I could do was take what he said, figure he had more experience than me, and use what he said. But I didn't, it was never required to believe in it. It was only required to look at the materials, study them, and use it to trigger what's inside of you. Yet you will have people holding this stuff up and saying, and if you read Hubbard and understood him, he wasn't so stupid. He couldn't have been that stupid.
Right.
I think that he really did believe this stuff occurred. But if he heard me talk, he would probably agree with most of what I just said.
I would hope so. I would think so. Yes. And so go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, presenting it to the public in a way that's understandable. In fact, there were very strong rules about that. If you presented Scientology in such a way that could not be understood by the public, you were liable for a court of ethics.
Right.
And the prime example would be Tom Cruise jumping up and down on Oprah's couch, doing any of the number of things he has done to make himself and his religion look foolish. He would be subject to a court of ethics, except for the fact that he's a VIP celebrity and would be treated differently. But certainly...
That brings me to a point when you parted, during your severance with Scientology, was this because it was before Miscavige came in, or your severance seemed so it was so clean, and it seems to be
seamless.
Yeah,
relatively seamless.
Right.
Relatively seamless.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't without some, heavy gyrations, because you're giving up an organization you've been in for 11 years.
Well, beyond that, you had a position of responsibility, so it wasn't.
Well, yes, but I had been reduced in my responsibility because I stood up and would not capitulate to certain things. But in actual fact, I would have just walked away after 10 years in the Sea Org, and because of what had happened, and because of the stuff that Miscavige was doing. Miscavige was not in full power, but he was in effect the most powerful person in Scientology. Hubbard was still alive, was at his ranch in San Luis Obispo area, and he was sort of cut off. So because I saw what Miscavige did, because I knew Miscavige, never had any altercations with him whatsoever. But I saw that he was destroying everything good that could, would, did, or might happen.
So there was no one in between L. Ron Hubbard and Miscavige. There wasn't like a transitional figure. It's just kind of
There was.
Okay.
There was a man named Pat Broker who I knew, He was at the ranch with Hubbard, with his wife, Ann, and there was a third person there, Steve Toff. They called him Sarge. These three people were cared for Hubbard in varying capacities. And the problem was Miscavige was the interface. Miscavige was not allowed on the property where Hubbard was. It was confidential to him. He would have liaisons with Pat Broker. But he figured out, now Pat Broker went back to the ship. He's a very friendly guy. He knew how to work Hubbard. In a way, Pat was I liked Pat. Not everybody liked Pat. But Pat was always very friendly to me, and he'd tell me stories about Hubbard, sometimes unofficially and sometimes officially, because I was supposed to know everything that Hubbard did,
right,
to represent him in writing letters on his behalf. Yeah. And Pat would tell very neat stories and give you a feel for Hubbard that you wouldn't have otherwise, and you see that he's a very reasonable man. And in fact, at one time, it was Pat's job was called internal public relations on the ship. So he would go around and explain to people why Hubbard did what he did, so people wouldn't think that he was crazy or nuts or whatever. Yeah. And I would hear a lot of stories from Pat, and I always enjoyed them. I always enjoyed Pat. But Pat got I guess, as he saw Hubbard go downhill, I really don't know. There's a lot been written about him. He had, he exploited his position, where him and Miscavige would meet in Las Vegas, and I imagine there was money transferred, at least in sometimes. But yeah, I know there was money transferred for what I've read. I was not involved in any of this, but they would, gamble with a portion of his money and have women, which was very, very not per the rules.
Yes.
And they would have been removed by Hubbard or anybody who knew about it.
Oh my God.
But they hid this. And eventually Hubbard was so disturbed by Miscavige that he ordered a security check to be done by a man named Jesse Prince, who has written a book. Jesse I knew.
And was he with the Guardian office? Was this a Guardian office?
No. Jesse was one of the few black people in Scientology, and he was very effective, very good, very nice guy, and he got in over his head. He rose to the top, and this was, I think, after I left. But in any case, Jesse was ordered by Hubbard to security check Miscavige, to go in and give him an e-meter and ask him about his crimes. And Jesse's he's written a book about this. Talks all about how Miscavige was crying and giving up all this stuff about spending Hubbard's money and having women with Pat Broker and drinking and carrying on. But he made sure when he told this that Pat Broker was involved in everything. So when Jesse's report was sent up to Hubbard, it went through Pat Broker. And Pat said, no, David's clean, no problems.
Wow. Oh, God, that's so Miscavige really played him.
Yeah, now he played Pat further. Now, what happened was, now there were at least one time, and probably several, when Pat would receive money. In fact, the story I heard was his wife, Annie, went to meet him in Las Vegas and brought him a briefcase of about $100,000 at one point. That was operational funds for Hubbard. And I think she was very impressed. Who's this guy I'm giving money to, $100,000? Now, it's not like she didn't know Pat, but she fell in love with him.
Jesus.
apparently.
Oh God, why? Well, because these psychotics have that appeal. Yes, it's
Well, I wouldn't really call Pat. I never really. I still wouldn't call him a psycho. He was somebody who overstepped his bounds and screwed up, and betrayed Hubbard and betrayed his colleagues. He's not a unlikable guy in my estimation.
okay.
But he screwed up. He wasn't up for the count. So anyway, Pat was so anyway, they ended up getting married, and they were his two people that he depended upon, and then so Miscavige he went. The story I heard is that he met with Pat at some place in between San Luis and L.A. Or the desert where he lived, and he got Pat drunk and said, "Oh, by the way, I need some accounting. We need this accounting. Can you say that you received this money?" "Oh, sure." Signs it away. And that was I assume Miscavige was told this by the attorneys.
Right.
Now they had something on Pat.
Yes.
They had him on a possible criminal account of funds.
Oh, Jesus.
Could also incriminate Hubbard,
Right.
but could incriminate Pat directly. And this was how he basically castrated Pat from having any power in Scientology, because when Hubbard died, there was an edict saying that his successors were Pat and Annie Broker.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few months later, it was canceled. And no explanation, but he had actually unseated Pat Broker using legal threats. He had full access to the attorneys, and I think he plotted with the attorneys how to get rid of Pat Broker. Right. Pat Broker, his life after that has been chronicled to a significant degree. He disappeared for a long time. Nobody knew what happened to him, except, say, for Miscavige, went and hired private investigators to do surveillance on Pat.
I mean, that's incredible. It shows that he still either considered him a potential threat in the future, that he might reemerge, or was it just morbid curiosity, or
both? But he considered him a very important rival, and Pat ended up going to Prague, of all places, where I think he learned how to become a registered nurse or something. And he's from Laramie, Wyoming. He always was said to have wealth in the family, so he was never, I guess, financially challenged. However, he still shouldn't have been taking money that wasn't his, let alone. Now, the private investigators were hired by Miscavige, and there's a whole articles written up on this, but they were promised employment for life. So they surveilled him for at least 13 years, and I think even more. But finally, when the cash ran out, they sued Miscavige.
Wow.
And they told their whole story.
Right.
And boy, did they embarrass Miscavige.
Right.
And basically, they talked all about their spy operations on Pat Broker, even in Prague. They were watching him. And they somehow got somebody to get him a cell phone so they could. This was back when people didn't have cell phones. I think they gave a cell phone to him surreptitiously so that they could monitor all his phone conversations. And they said he was very honorable in his relationships with women. Mm-hmm. And they portrayed somebody who was not a scumbag.
Okay.
The way they portrayed him, the private investigators.
I wonder why. I wonder why they were so easy on him.
No, because they were saying this is how he behaved.
Okay.
He did not behave in a bad way. What I said was bad. Prior to that, got him in trouble. And as far as I know, he lives in Laramie, and doesn't want to talk to the press.
Right.
You know, if I really wanted to go dig him out, I could, but I have no desire to.
Right.
There's no point at this point. So that was kind of how, you know, Miscavige took over, but Miscavige had no real understanding of Scientology. In fact, it was well known that when he was a student at St. Hill Manor in England, that he didn't like, he was counseling somebody, and it was a woman, I think, and he didn't like the way they were responding, and he hit them.
Holy shit.
And this you know, this is not anything that was ever intended to be Scientology. So it became a, I guess what you'd say, you know, the reason I didn't leave earlier, because I thought Hubbard might come out of the woodwork and turn things around. I waited for a year, and then it became evident that nobody was following the rules anymore.
Right.
We were no longer in Oz, you know. We were going to Cthulhu.
Yes.
And you know, I basically convinced my wife, who didn't really want to be there anyway, without saying anything, because you couldn't say anything, that, you know, you better make up your mind, because she was complaining. So, you know, she knew I was going to go. We never talked about it. That was the beautiful thing. We never talked about me leaving, because if you voiced that you wanted to leave, you would be declared suppressive, which means persona non grata, and you'd be cut off from everybody.
Yeah.
So I never said it.
Right. Amazing.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And the result was that you were able to leave with a minimum, as you said, like a minimum of the troubles that other people describe. And when was it that people became afraid to leave? Was it that had to be after your time? My impression these days is okay.
I think that people were always hesitant to leave because they had invested in their, you know, their heart and their life in this movement. Mm-hmm. And I was also very well educated in the movement itself, so I didn't have, you know, I wasn't a novice. It's like I saw, you know, where the insanity was. Most people weren't in a position to even evaluate that. They had less in their arsenal in terms of information, but and experience. This is 1983 that I left.
Okay.
By 82, things were crazy. I stuck around to see if it would change. It wasn't going to change. Now, I know people who left about 88, 89, that were, they saw how insane Miscavige was becoming. This was after Hubbard died.
Right.
And they left. They've built their lives back up. And probably about the time they left, things got really psychotic. And what happened was, they're out in the desert, and they're told that they got to build a fence to keep the suppressives out, you know, to build a fence to protect us.
Right.
Then later they learned that the fence they were building was to keep them in.
Interesting.
They were building their own prison. This was a barbed wire,
Yes.
an electric barbed wire fence.
An actual physical material object. We're not talking about something metaphorical in the mind. The Chinese
Yes.
wall of the mind.
Yes.
Yes.
And then there was a
God.
big tower.
Yeah.
This is in the desert. I was never at the desert,
Oh my God.
down near India.
Oh my God.
And they had a huge compound. It's beautiful. And they had a tower with a rifleman in it. I think they called him Eagle. And he was there as a malevolent presence.
Oh my God. I mean, this is like, how did they get
This is
away
like
with
right out of Jonestown.
Yes. How did they get
I
away
don't
with this?
think he was ever instructed to shoot anybody. I don't know if he was supposed to shoot. I think it was just there as a malevolent presence. But then people would go from that compound to their birthing quarters, which were not in the fenced off area. at least at that time, and they would have roll calls. Make sure everybody's on the bus when they leave, and everybody's on the bus when you go. And that was completely unprecedented in the history of the Sea Org. You didn't do head counts like that. You just didn't do them. It wasn't necessary.
Yes.
You weren't. I was never under any of that sort of. You're afraid. You just leave, and so then they would go to extreme lengths if somebody left by monitoring their credit card, and tackling them. In the case of this Annie broker woman I mentioned, I think she was forced to. When Pat left, I think they divorced. She was forced to divorce him. She stayed because she grew up on the ship. She didn't know anything other than Scientology. And she was not a very sharp Scientologist, I gotta say. She wasn't very educated in Scientology. In fact, I remember one time seeing her in the galley and I said something flippant and she just looked at me like she was dead, like she couldn't get a joke,
Wow.
And I once said to one woman who knew her, I said, I never saw her smile. She says, you're right, she never did. Never saw her smile.
Oh my God.
Of course, she had a sister who would smile, and it was fun. But Annie got married to another guy I knew, and he left or was kicked out, and she tried to escape. Somehow he arranged for her, and she flew to Logan Airport in Boston, and one of the guys came and intercepted her and talked her to coming back, which she stupidly did.
Oh,
She stupidly did.
That's so frustrating.
And she died of cancer.
Oh,
She
God.
died of cancer. She's dead.
Oh,
So, Annie's father, he was a sad character because he was I guess what you call a Scientology lifer. And one time I was with Annie's sister, Nancy. We were studying to go on a mission to Copenhagen, into the publications org there.
Yeah.
This is part of where I learned a little bit about publishing. Quite a bit about it, actually, because it was their publications. And I was supposed to go there with Nancy to fix it. But Nancy got canceled at the last minute because she had a kid and, she couldn't go. So they said, she says, well, when you get there, say hi to my dad. Tell him I said hi. I said, I will. So after I'm there, for about a week and things are going well, I go to look up her father. And I go and he's in some dark room.
Oh.
He's in a dark room. It's like a printing room. I don't know if he works in the dark room or the printing room. He's like he looks like he's in a t-shirt. He looks like he hasn't changed his clothes in weeks.
Oh my God. But by the way, let the youngsters know that we used to have dark rooms to develop film. We don't have those anymore. So go on.
And I walk into this room and I go, Don, and he would not look up.
Oh.
He would not address me.
Oh.
Now, you could have said, I had a Sea uniform on. He could have, he's afraid of authority. Well, no. It's just like, I was not an intimidating character at all. I'm saying, Don, hey, how are you? Whoa. He just sat there looking down at the ground.
Oh.
Would not look.
Oh, shit.
I said, Nancy says hi. And I think I finally got through to him. But it was kind of like, you'd have gotten a better response out of John McCain in a Korean prison. You got a better response. His response, he was dead. He was dead. And I said, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And now, there were plenty of people in that organization that were alive and that were resuscitated by whatever we did there. And were nice and lovely people and all that. But he was like, what the hell? And I think basically he had probably felt guilty as hell about bringing his family into the Sea Org. And it didn't work for him. And he didn't look like he was a very sharp person. And whatever intelligence he had, it faded. I think the mother was fairly sharp. I never really knew her. She was around, but I think they divorced by that time. So later, years later, I heard from one of their family friends is that I was visiting in Clearwater, visiting friends. We were all out of Scientology, and she said, this one woman said that she says, yeah, I saw Don coming down the street on a bicycle. I said, what the hell's he doing? And she went and talked to him, and he'd been sort of left out of the Sea Org. He didn't have anything to his name but a bicycle or something.
Oh my God!
So what she did, she got in touch with Nancy, who was now out of the Sea Org, and Nancy got on the lines to her sister, and they somehow took they got the Sea Org to take responsibility for this guy because they just put him out on the street in a very irresponsible way.
Right.
And I think they got him into a position where it was a much better situation. But the only reason that happened is because the family had some pull in the organization at that time. Otherwise, they would have just been cast aside. So that was some of the bullshit that went on. And of course, there were people who were subhuman and degenerate, and it's because that's the way they were.
Yes. And it's sad that people incarnate that way, and that we all kind of suffer the consequences. But I definitely appreciate your sharing all of that with us. It's well after midnight now. I'm going to let you go to bed, but do share our love with Paula. And certainly we really enjoy your sharing these experiences. And it's so important to get this on record. It's actually a part of your legacy that I think is as important as what you've published in the books. And
and a lot of the stuff I said about Miscavige and Broker and stuff, this is all written up extensively on different websites, not by me.
Right.
I'm just sort of paraphrasing it and reinventing it. Shared a little bit of my personal experience. We need to get into some serious, you and I, dialogue.
Yes.
With regard to the books and stuff.
Yes. We
make some room for that.
Yes.
And I'll go to bed and look at my beautiful Moroccan lamp as I go to bed.
Yes.
It is so beautiful. It is a work of art.
Incredible.
It shines lights all over the ceiling. Mm-hmm. It's like Brian Geison's Dream Machine, if you ever heard of that.
Yes.
He invented it after coming to Morocco. If I spun it around, it would be just like the Dream Machine.
That's amazing. I had no idea that he had gone to Morocco before. It makes perfect sense. And
Brian Geison is worth another talk. He and I write about him in the book L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. Brian Geison had a restaurant called 1001 Nights.
Yes.
And that was where he met William Burroughs.
Right.
He met William Burroughs there, and that's where they began their collaboration that resulted eventually in them going to Paris and creating the cut-up method and the Dream Machine. So that's a whole separate story we can get into another time.
Oh, we must, because Aquino referenced that fairly extensively at times. The Dream Machine.
The Dream Machine or Brian Geison?
Well, the Dream Machine, but Brian Geison inescapably with it, and because I know that there were he brought up for instance, I mean, we won't go into this now, but it's just a thought to digest while you go to bed, while you retreat into slumber, is that he was saying that there were lawsuits involved with there was a band member of Throbbing Gristle was the name of the band, Throbbing Gristle, and one of those kind of new wave techno bands, and one of its members committed suicide, and it was blamed on the Dream Machine, that he had become so enwrapped with it, and until that happened, the Dream Machine was becoming more and more of a common fixture in many places. People were purchasing this for use at home, and it was after that it got kind of swept off the market completely. And I don't even think anyone these days in general knows that it ever existed to even look for one. So it's very interesting you bring that up, and we will speak of that in the near future, because I think that's an important aspect of.
It could trigger a seizure in an epileptic,
Mm-hmm.
because basically, when we've been talking about it, it's like a cutout of patterns.
Yes.
It's on a cylinder that you put on an old-fashioned turntable, phonograph turntable, and it spins around and around and around with a light in the center.
Yeah.
So it basically does this blinky light action on your eyes, and this is what it can evoke. Biofeedback and biofact visions. It can biofeedback.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have corrected that. Yes,
yeah,
biofeedback.
And it's it's basically just inducing an altered state. I actually had somebody build a dream machine in my house, and he was a very strange guy, and he left it. I used it for a while, but I really couldn't get anything out of it. However, I much like this. I bought this lamp from Morocco. Got here in 5 days. And hanging it from my ceiling. It's pecked with holes in it. So you have a light in the center. When all the lights are off, it lights up like sparkles of light all over the ceiling and the walls.
Amazing.
And it's exotic. That's why I bought it.
Yes.
It looks like Aladdin's lamp hanging from the ceiling, and it's the motif for the whole room. It will be, but it's like, wow. So it's shining, and you look at it. It's to me, it's more inspiring than the dream machine, because it's
interesting.
It's an experience. So I'm plugging into the consciousness of these characters who I've written about in both in the L. Ron Hubbard Tao of Insanity book, and also in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. So they are a part of interesting history.
Right. And by the way, speaking of which,
Yeah.
I found the August 8th episode of 2018, 2018-0808. So I have linked that in your message box. So when you do check your Facebook messages, it's there. So bless you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, so I could look for that. And so have a blessed evening, and sweet be thy slumber, and blessed be thy dreams. We'll speak again very soon, as you said, because I've got to start, reviewing the manuscript and giving you more feedback, and you're doing so well. I mean, everything is we'll try and stabilize now after all of the recent horrible fluctuations.
Yeah, I want to get it done and out the door.
Yeah, I understand.
At this point, we got more other stuff to get onto, and once the book comes out, it will do good. It will do good for both of us.
I agree, and thank you so much for bringing that into my life, that opportunity and that blessing. So, love you dearly, and take care. We'll speak soon.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And with that, I'm going to do my best to seduce Selena Khan, if she's still with us. I'd be surprised if she is, because obviously it's very late in the Eastern Seaboard. She's probably retreated into slumber herself, but her icon's still up. And good. My man, Jameson Reese is here. Derek Talley is welcome to join us as well if he's with us. And what I'm going to ask is these two gentlemen, and if not, Jameson Reese alone, thank God, his situation is stabilized. He's welcome to share what he wishes, but my understanding was that maybe I shouldn't have you relive the horror. We'll just let you let it go.
No, I could go into it. It's just a very bizarre situation.
Very frustrating. I can imagine. So please go ahead and go into that. And do you mind? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about because I understand the general frustration that I understand the general parameters of the situation. So if I need any details when I get back, I'll ask you. But I think our listeners will appreciate knowing. And it's also educational in that it's just sad because a lot of people just don't think. And a professional was called into the home who was not wearing a mask, and this is profoundly disturbing because you have Jameson has been concentrating very heavily on maintaining the best environment for his parents. So this is kind of like an autodestructive act that that people do, and people do these sorts of things, and it's the kind of thing that would trigger myself into a murderous frenzy almost, just to have this sort of thing happen. And so, but what I'm going to do is I'll be gone for about about 10 minutes or so, and I'll be back, and then and then I'm still going to count on Jameson Reese to kind of hold fort for us while for a while yet, and thank God he's here to do that, and this is why I appreciate him so much. Honestly, of all the other people that I know, they fade, but Jameson does not. And, so, dear sir, I'm going to let you take the stage, and I'm sure you can handle that with all the aplomb you normally do, my dear brother, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, what happened was there was a plumbing issue, and my mother had called the plumber. She was used to getting a certain service member who generally comes when these issues come up. Unfortunately, the guy who showed up was not anyone we've ever had before. It was a tall guy, a tall white male, I guess, and he wasn't. He had a mask on covering his mouth, but he wasn't wearing a mask. So I had to ask him to put on his mask properly. Upon him going into the bathroom to fix whatever he was fixing, I asked him to keep the door open so I could see him. He asked to keep the door shut. I told him, no, you have to keep the door open. When he opened the door, I noticed he wasn't wearing the mask at all. He had shut the door so that he could work without having a mask on whatsoever. And this is a problem. If you're in the middle of a pandemic and someone has COVID-19 and they're working in your house without a mask on, not only are they spraying droplets, but they're leaving particulates behind that could be potentially infectious to everyone else in the household. Not to mention the fact that, we have cats and we keep the litter box in the bathroom for sanitary issues because it's not sanitary for them to, be pooping and leaving it anywhere else in the house where it's going to smell like cat shit. So, I mean, you can understand my anger towards seeing this, once I told him, you have to have their fucking mask on or we just can't have you working here. Now, naturally this caused a little bit of friction with my folks, but the very fact that but this just goes to show you, if you're going to have someone do work on anything in your house, you have to keep an eye on them, because you can't expect them to do the right thing once they decide they're going to do whatever they're doing. Not only that, out here in Staten Island, there's a lot of people who have nasty drug habits, and you don't want somebody raiding your medicine cabinet, when your door's closed and they're doing like plumbing work in your kitchen. You don't want them raiding your medicine cabinet looking for opiates and shit like that. So that's another potential problem and another red flag. And so I should certainly hope, and I will be convincing my folks to make sure to send a complaint in resulting from this. Now, to return to what I was speaking about earlier with the order of the 9 angles, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wind up looking all my material over so that I can give you I want everything to be in chronological order so you can see how this happens. What you do need to know is that these people have already infiltrated, and they make up a majority of the American intelligence community. Now, the source I got this information from is going to claim that they are more or less aligned with the old National Socialistes. This is not the case. The people they're aligned with mostly are the Russians. And again, this website does cite their connections with Russian intelligence. What they are communist sympathizers who are most likely left over from Franklin Delano Roosevelt's, because since we know that he had somewhat of a love affair with Stalin. So these people are left over from that, and they run the upper echelon of most of what we would call the governance of the United States. It also goes into how people in the NSA spend much of their times trolling certain websites, such as 4chan, 8chan, and these other websites that cause brain rot, more or less. Websites that depict, very horrible things, people brutalizing each other, anything from child porn to anything that incites, hatred amongst anything that your regular sociopath would really like to venture onto. People who are just really fucking shitty human beings. So anyway, my response to this usually is, this just shows how fucking hopeless the situation is. Me personally, I see you've got to have a set of brass balls if you're going to bring a kid up into this world, knowing what I know at this point, knowing what I've known. It should note that another group that's very closely associated with them is the base. The base, we know, is one of the groups that helped establish the Al-Qaeda and the ISIS networks. And again, the base is still active and operational. And the base includes many of these members who I've cited earlier. These, again, the reason why I'm willing to expose all this is because it's all public knowledge. It's all out there. It's all publicly accessible. None of what I'm exposing is anything that deals directly to personal experience or would be in any way mark me as a whistleblower, because it's already out there. Now, the fact that it's already out there should tell you a lot. And what it tells you is that they don't give a fuck if their information is out there. They're so confident and brazen that they literally no longer care who sees it. Now, on a personal level, I have interacted with some occultists in the past who would go on to either were affiliated at some point with organizations that were loosely affiliated with this order, or were people who would go on to have their lives ruined by interacting with this group. One individual comes to mind is supposedly Derek Dashaw, who's actually goes by the name Vinger Satanis. Now, when I was partaking on the Cult of Cthulhu forums, he did not seem to me like someone who was a deranged individual. Quite the opposite. A lot of what he was stating, he had introduced me to the guy Gurdjieff, the Georgian mystic, who, along with Ouspensky, came up with this spiritual idea called the Fourth Way. And I do have at least 2 books that, are related to the Fourth Way. And some of what was put forth was quite brilliant. Now, this particular individual who founded the Cult of Cthulhu had supposedly tried to somehow co-opt the organization or the order for himself, for whatever means, whether the means were nefarious or whether the means were good, I don't know. But after that, nobody's heard of him. Nobody's heard from him. He ceased to be an occult member. He ceased to be an occult voice box, so to speak, or someone who you would be able to find, speaking of occult matters in the mainstream, as many other occultists are. Now, I would go as far as to suspect that, there's another guy who's also pulled up in this. There's a guy by the name of, oh my gosh, he had written, I think his name was Messenger or something. I can't remember, but he wrote this book that was supposed to be geared towards chaos magicians, which was called Disinfo, where all these people were talking about chaos magic and, you know, from a sociological standpoint, how to disrupt the status quo.
Yeah, the dude that you're referencing it's funny you bring up Metzger because he had a name very similar to that, but the person that comes to mind is Russ Kick. It was the guy who wrote the Disinfo series. It was like he literally had a publishing company called Disinformation. And his website would be the disinfo.com, and he's just a little prick who's really full of himself, and just another case of somebody very similar to this historian that we were speaking of, the Marky Feldman character or whatever, very self-absorbed, self-aggrandizing, and taking much of the side of Aquino, from what I remember. Is that along the lines of what you're talking about with this Metzger individual? Go back. You're handling it very well. And I'm so glad you're returning to subject that we were discussing earlier. So please, go on. I just had to get that in there because it sounded...
Yeah. Metzger is one of the people. Now, they what they do is they have a list of some of the alt-right people who aren't necessarily neo-Nazi, but have all, to some degree, have had issues, such as there's a guy named Cody Wilson who was famous for 3D printing of firearms.
That's right, another one, and is doing that just for the sake of quote unquote conflating the Second and First Amendments, and just stirring up as much trouble as he can with creating a one-shot disposable firearm that students can print at home and then bring 20 of them to class to murder all the classmates, and saying he has the right to print the blueprints for this so they can print this out. But aside from that, Metzger, is he the son of Richard Metzger, the neo-Nazi? Because we were speaking of Richard Spencer earlier, but long before him, for decades,
he might be. I'm not certain, but he might be.
Right, it would make sense. Yeah, because Richard Metzger was famous enough where he went on trial. Just so to put this into context for people, Richard Metzger went on trial because he had encouraged his skinheads, his many neo-Nazi skinhead followers, to dehumanize and kill the inferior races. And because they were motivated by his ideology, they went out and did so. And so when two of them were caught after killing an Ethiopian boy, a young Ethiopian boy, kicking him to death with their steel-toed boots, then what had happened was they were brought to court and they blamed Metzger. They said he's the one responsible for the murder because he gave the orders. And so there was a landmark case that went before, ultimately, a black judge. And the black judge let Metzger go, essentially. That these men had acted on their own because they were responsible or irresponsible adults, and they acted on their own on that ideology. So he wasn't held responsible for his promoting the ideology that led to murder. But this is why, of course, I tell people the First Amendment and the Second Amendment have to be revoked. And this will do nothing to take away any of your rights. Nobody else in the world has First or Second Amendments, and and there's plenty of people all over the world who own firearms and are able to speak their mind. So it's bullshit that you have this in the Constitution, where people are given the ability to not only tell people to shoot anybody, but that people have the mechanical means by which to do so. I mean, this is just self-destruction on a massive scale. But of course, as Jameson and I would probably both agree, when you're talking about Americans, it's maybe the world isn't missing much, and maybe it serves an evolutionary function. But anyhow, yes, turning back to Jameson on that note.
All right. Well, it's kind of funny how you have a right to own firearms before you have a right to have clean public drinking water. So that should tell you a lot. That should tell you a lot. But this Wilson son of a bitch, he was arrested in Taiwan for sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl in 2019.
Oh my God. Well, and how did he escape winding up in a Taiwanese prison, or what happened with that?
I do not know. They do not go into the details, but they what they're doing is they're just basically listing all these guys and what they've done. We
I'm
have.
going to go on mute again. So if I ever respond, it's going to be somewhat of a few seconds delayed response, just as forewarning. But keep going. You're doing great.
All right. On the military far right as well, the leader of Atomwaffen, a neo-Nazi group responsible and a front for the group of the Order of the Nine Angles connected to the base, was run by, as well as the Azov Battalion in Israel, are run by a man who calls himself by the nickname Rape, who's outed as a pedophile. Now, that should tell you a lot. This guy had supposedly been sharing hundreds of child porn images. Now, in Britain, we have Jack Renshaw, who is a former BNP member and also an affiliate of Jim Dawson, who I mentioned earlier. And now Jim Dawson, Tommy Robinson, and Jack Renshaw were convicted in 2019 for grooming young boys online for sex. And Tommy Robinson also is famous for his campaigns called Asian grooming gangs. I guess what they were doing, they were trying to groom young Asian boys for sex. Tommy Robinson was caught chatting with a 15-year-old Muslim girl online, and Richard Price was, someone else who's affiliated with them, possessed child pornography. Mark Selman, who founded the EDL's Templar Church, kidnapped and raped a 7-year-old girl. We have Matthew Woodward, who's caught possessing childhood porn and grooming a 15-year-old girl to send him pornographic images. From the BNP, we have Nigel Hess-Mandhelg, found to have 29 images of child abuse and 11 videos of child abuse in his possession. 4 of these images were graded the most serious category of abuse images. Darren Francis had groomed and raped a 15-year-old girl. Ian Hindell and Andrew Wells both raped 14-year-old girls. Robin Rowley, a parliamentary candidate, was charged with possessing and distributing images of child abuse. Organizing council candidate Ian Syrie was caught in possession of 138 images of child abuse. Another council candidate named Gavin Lissette, who was a member of an online child abuse network, had possessed and distributed the abuse of boys under the age of 13. And a man named Robert Bennett, an organizer, was a convicted gang rapist. From the National Front, we have Martin Gilliard, who was involved with Combat 18 in the British People's Party, was found with 39,000 images of child pornography. We have Jason Owen.
Jesus, when does a guy ever have time to jack off over any of that? I mean,
fuck.
Not to be flippant about this, but this is horror. As a matter of fact, I feel almost morally obligated to be basically grunting in a kind of outrage with each one of these atrocities that Jameson is discussing. But there's just no point. There's so many of them, and I think all of us should understand both my sentiments and Jameson's about this. And I do want to emphasize that Jameson also, aside from being violently revolted by what's done to children, that Jameson is a lover of animals, that his only hatred is for really the adult species of humanity, and if that were wiped from the face of the earth, he would really prefer an environment where the ecosystem continued on. But so go on, take it from there. Yes.
All right. Yeah. Well, we have Jason Owen, who was charged in the infamous Baby P case, which was a case of child abuse which shook Britain and resulted in changes to legislation around child abuse and neglect. Ernest Röhm from the German National Socialist Party was found in bed with a 15-year-old boy on the night of the long knives. What I can say is that after learning a lot of this stuff, I had broken down in depression, and I couldn't really play games or anything. I just started sobbing uncontrollably for like good 40 minutes or so. What it is a realization that this shit is still going on. You know, people are talking about Epstein. Well, we should note that, and let me get this information on Epstein's acquaintance, who is this woman by the name of Maxwell. She's the daughter of Robert Maxwell, who is a Mossad spy. So this should tell you a lot of what we're dealing with and how really entrenched this is. We have a massive collusion between the MI6, MI5, CIA, FBI, Israeli intelligence, the Five Eyes, as they call them. And the thing is, all this stuff is out there. It's out there. You can find all the information. The public documentation is compiled. So for anyone on the alt-right who's saying, "Oh, fake news, bullshit," they could go through the documents themselves, but they're not going to bother going through it. You know, they also have connections with a lot of organizations in China, because again, I have to say that this is a pro-communist thing. They're a pro-communist front. You know, they're all connected. So, when people talk about MK Ultra and, you know, sex slaves and super soldiers, this stuff is going on all the time. You know, the only thing that makes those super soldiers unique was that they were brainwashed and groomed to be able to spin this way out there warped UFO narrative, which actually works in favor of the people who were running these programs. They were super tools. You know, what I'm going to say is I don't have any faith or hope that this can be. I should say that, you know, if we were to reach our climatological endpoint, where our species is no more because of the climatological damage that we did, I would say that would be a merciful end to this nightmare. And the funny thing is, you know, chances are they're going to wind up wiping out a lot of people of color, and they're going to succeed. And, you know, and I was telling my father, yeah, and the thing is, we're not going to wind up fighting back. We're not going to wind up wiping them out in the process. That's the fucked up thing about this. And the thing is, I'm not one of those people who's a us against them kind of person. But when it comes to being against people who are pedophiles and who just want to fucking, when it comes to being against human pieces of shit, yeah, it is us versus them. When it comes to decent people against people who don't belong in the human population because they're monsters, yeah, it is us versus them. These people have their roots and tendrils in a lot of the elite society, a lot of the 20% who own 80% of the wealth. Honestly, I think Douglas will have more of a positive outlook, or at least will be able to, willing to fight against this. At this point, I don't want to even be considered a member of the human race anymore with what I learned. I would rather consider myself someone who's trying to initiate into being a transhuman, or is trying to transition from being outside of the human race, because this is not a species I want to be a part of. This is a fucking nightmare. The nightmare is something that, you know, people permit. You know, people think that the most important places to vote for are, you know, are the offices of president. No. When we go high up in the food chain, all those people are already compromised, and all those people are already groomed and embedded into these programs. The level where people should be paying the most attention for and voting for are probably people who are running for state assembly, council members, people who are members of Congress, And those are votes that barely see any turnout. You know, I went to vote for those such elections, you know, earlier, I think it was June 23rd, that it was held in New York. And I can say that there was nobody there. Nobody. Damn near no one showed up. I'm not even going to go into the fact that, you know, the people weren't protecting themselves from COVID-19 at all. A lot of people seem like they just didn't give a shit. And this is a community of people in color who are more likely to get wiped out because of poor health care and because of the doctors not giving a fuck, which is a systemic problem that no one seems to care about. And if people aren't going to care about their own well-being, at some point, what can you do? People are willing to embrace brushes with death and take those chances. Let them. I mean, I probably hate life, or hate the fact that I exist more than anyone else. But I'm not eager to die, because life is all I know, and life is all I have to hold on to. So I think a lot of these people who claim they love life and who are more cheery and optimistic, yeah, they love life, but they don't value it.
That's so
They
important.
value,
Yeah, go on. Yeah, no, really. Yes. Go on.
because I
please.
think
Yeah.
if they valued it, they would probably loathe it due to how much of it is meant to destroy the individual living it. And that's all I have for now at this moment.
Actually, you've done wonderfully well, and I really appreciate what you're doing, and I need you to do more. So you can keep going, and don't be afraid to continue to just keep how would I say it, expounding upon the horror that we're dealing with. And one of the things I'll do to kind of get you started is I'll bring up two points that were brought up by yourself. One of them has to do with the fact, and it's kind of connected together, when we were dealing with Milton William Bill Cooper, he's linked to this tangentially as a victim because he's someone who, when he contacted myself in 1991, he realized he'd been manipulated. He basically believed he had witnessed UFOs while serving, USOs under unidentified submersible objects. And these also flew into the sky, so they had the acronym USOs, and they also had the acronym for UFOs that they used. But I've never heard them conflate the two, but they should, because there are submerged items that then manifest and fly out of the seas. So these would be USFOs, or under unidentified submersible flying objects. This is essentially what was seen by William Cooper. And so he spent his life then writing about this, and as I said, the result was his production of a book that in America, at least for the longest period of time, his book Behold the Pale Horse was the most stolen book. And this is an important statistic because it shows you what people really value so much that they'll steal it when they can't pay for it. Yes, thank you. And yeah, go on.
Yeah, they value the myth. They value the magic that comes with the myth. Because now, me hearing about Bill Cooper's story, I can't help but wonder if these UFOs are actually the result of some kind of technological interface with individuals who are selected for some capacity to project phenomenon. People who might have mediumship abilities or things like that. Now, I might wonder if these people might not be used as assets for our intelligence agencies, because these people, if they're triggered, if something triggers them, we might get to some degree what's exteriorized from the psyche as a UFO. Because I believe that Carl Jung was onto something when he did his analysis of the UFO that was more psychological in nature. And I can't help but wonder if, one of the reasons why he was probably killed was because he was able to turn around and say, holy shit, I've been manipulated, I've been duped. Very many people who are manipulated will continue to just run the narrative down to the grave. And that's another problem.
Yeah, this is so true. And I really appreciate your bringing that up. And so in his case, he was willing to stop. And that's one reason why he was targeted. Of course, there were so many in his case. And it's important to emphasize, and I noticed almost nobody ever emphasizes this, is the fact that he had married an Asian Pacific Islander woman, and his children were like myself, a cosmogonate. They were Amerasian. So this is never brought up by the white supremacist conspiracy counterculture. And unfortunately, they're no longer the counterculture. They're now becoming the
mainstream.
Yeah, thank you.
They are the mainstream and dominating culture, I would say, in America.
Yes.
I would say anyone who's not part of them, or anyone who's not already compromised by their bullshit, is in actuality a minority, and probably in their minds and in their way of looking at things, considered subversives, who are to be heavily suppressed, oppressed, harassed, attacked, gang stalked. Basically, if you're not a targeted individual already, once you start to expose certain things like this, you become one. You become one. Mm-hmm. And it's not something an individual wants. It's not the kind of what do you call it? This is what we would call being terminally unique in that way. You don't want that. You don't want to have weird people hitting up your cell phone. You don't want to see traffic cars. You want to see people. You don't want to go walking down the street and see people driving their cars and see them always seem to veer eerily close to you for some reason. Right. You don't want to experience this kind of fucking phenomenon because it's fucking fatal. You can get killed. You don't want to die that way. You don't want to experience this shit. You don't want to have to worry about, can I trust my neighbors? Can I trust people who come into the fucking house? Can I trust anybody? Gee, why is everyone acting so strange? Why are the people at the register throwing change at me? Why are they acting bizarre? I mean, it's just weird shit like this, and it's like you'd see the person the next day and they won't do that, and it's like there's no awareness, because you can see that, you can look them in the eyes, and it's like a far gone gaze, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? It's just weird, it's not something you want. It's not something you want. And, I'm sure that they have other reasons for targeting other people who might have a spiritual capacity. Now, if I'm to go by what, if I'm to go by the technologies that you put forth, that Michael Aquino was responsible for aiding them in creating,
yes, and
his own words as to what the soul is, which is somebody's unique frequency, then I am to say that they probably already have a warehouse stored of data and information of everyone's unique frequency, and I would go as far as say that your social security number is your experiment number. Your experiment number, whatever your social security number is.
It's interesting you say that, because that was what that feeling, that concept was promoted by the X-Files, except they went into genetic data, where everyone's genetic data essentially had been collected. And this is, of course, technically possible and conceivable. The technology has been there for quite some time to just scrape somebody's skin, retain a piece of it, and thereby, if you could preserve that by desiccation, dehydrating it, you've essentially got enough DNA there to scrap together somebody's DNA. That's not a problem.
And you also have the ability to tap into that individual's frequency, because we go into the occult and we have that contagion effect. Mm-hmm. Where you're able to affect, it's sort of like making the voodoo doll out of somebody's nail clippings and being able to affect them from a distance. So we essentially have that level of technology. There's the HARP array, which you said was used to bind entities.
Yes.
And I would go as far as to say that, they've, the Order of the Nine Angles, people who don't like them but have been affiliated with them say that they have a weird way of not only binding entities, they have an unnatural way of forcing the entities into a form that they themselves want. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the entities themselves, a lot of the entities themselves, one entity in particular is Al-Shaitan, does not like them at all.
Yes.
He loathes them. And he's one of the reasons that compelled me to come back on to begin with, because he's an entity I'm working with.
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that. And I want people to understand that this is an important struggle in which, as I've said before, even the demons of hell themselves and the devils will side with the angels in this struggle against the agents of entropy, because the agents of entropy want the death of all, the dissolution and destruction of the entire cosmic schemata, which is what creates our ecosystem of both that which is above the roots of the tree of life and that which is below. We are at the Malkuth, which is in the crux in between the tree of life and death. But the agents of entropy source from the Arsha, or the anti-tree, an antimatter universe that would destroy this order. That is, and then there would be no evil or sadness, nor would there be joy or light. There would be nothing. Yes, nihilism. And so, please go on, but I also want you to address, and I want you to take as long as you can, because I'm chewing and I don't want people to hear it, and I'm going to mute. I'm getting some calories in me to burn through my monologue. So I want you to buy as much time as possible. You know, take us throughout the hour if you can, but really, I want you to also address what you heard from Brendan Zogit and myself about that video game as well, because I think that's so important. You'd be one of the few people. Granted, you were dealing with a lot, so I don't know how much of that you took in. But did you take in some of it, or do you need kind of a review of what it was about? Or
well, I took in how there were parallels between the female character in the video game and your mother, and how they were like completely trying to, you know, distort everything.
Well, don't worry. When you're ready to talk about it, I'll give you the details that I believe you missed. So, in the meantime, take off where you were going from, and don't be afraid to give details on Shaitan, which is, of course, many people take as the Arabic for Satan, but there's a difference between that and Lucifer and the peacock angel, and of course Iblis, which is also the Arabic Satan. And these are, you know, if you want to go into some nuances concerning cosmology, don't be afraid to do so. And I'll leave you to that. I'll be on mute, but I'll break in if I need to.
Well, what I'll say about that is based on one of the sources that I've worked with. We can say that the quote-unquote devil, as it's known, has many faces. Now, each of the entities are distinct, but they're all faces of sort of emanations of the same being. And so Shaitan, Iblis, and Taush Malek would be seen as being emanations from the same thing. And they're different. Now, Lucifer, Satan, and Shaitan are three different beings. And the fourth being that would make up the devil would be Samael. Samael would also be one of the places on the Klaipath, which is the inverted tree of life. The inverted tree of life, the Klaiput, is basically the connected to the tree of life, in that, you know, it's like the opposite side. They make up one whole tree. So when we're in the kingdom of Malkuth, we're also in the kingdom of Nama, which is ruled by Lilith. And so when you think about it, the quote-unquote war in the heavens, yes, there is a war in the heavens, but it's not a war in the heavens between angels and demons. The angels are seen as being part of the Shimhar Farash, which would be the sort of emanation of force within the realms of the Sephiroth, whereas the Goetic demons would all be considered part of the Goeticon. Now, if the Shimham Farash is presided over by Yahweh, or Yadhe-Vadhe, in the sense of the Tree of Life, then in the Tree of Death is presided over by Shavajath, which is the opposite, which is Yadhe-Vadhe in backwards. And so you can see them as being opposite sides of the same coin of creation. And so to a degree, these sides are not at war with one another. it's not uncommon to summon an entity like Michael and Lucifer side by side. You're not going to get them warring with one another. And contrary to what most people think, Michael is not necessarily considered an angel who is a follower of Yahweh either, nor is another angel by the name of Layla, who has a lot of similarities with Lilith. But what I do know is that both of these sides are indeed at war with people who are trying to distort them in weird ways, distort all these paradigms, and want to see the annihilation of the universe as we see fit. Now, it should be noted that Satan and Lucifer are two different distinct entities. Satan does not like to be called Lucifer, although Lucifer doesn't care if you call him Satan or not. And generally speaking, there is an ecosystem. There is an ecosystem where the angels serve their purpose, and so too do the demons. If the demons work within the realm of the mind, in the human mind, we can say that the angels work on the level of the celestial bodies, such as the universe and cosmos themselves, the stars, the galaxies, the universes. And so all these things keep this, what I will call the simulation of reality that we experience, in check. They keep it balanced, they keep it running, because without them, you no longer have what we call the cyclical consciousness, the cyclical movement of entropy that we call consciousness. We then have a static nothingness, a complete annihilation, which is what these cultists seem to want to bring into this domain. Why the fuck you would want to annihilate yourself rather than attaining apotheosis or trying to spiritually evolve, which we on the left-hand path believe? Because we on the left-hand path, rather than becoming one with the Godhead, believe that you can preserve your ego after death. You can preserve your consciousness after death. And I see this as being, with all I've gone through, it's like, why would I want to just forget about all this and just to be recycled into something else to suffer again? Wouldn't make any sense. So you can see the right-hand path and left-hand path as sort of working as a whole. They're just different choices, different ways that terminate in different things. So to some degree, a war between the left-hand path and right-hand path seems blatantly absurd in my opinion. Rather, the war with the heavens is the war against these anti-theistic forces and this sort of unnatural manipulation of these entities. Now, for my gnosis, am I working with trying to self-initiate based on the writings of a PDF that's out there by occultist V.K. Jehanum, whom I do trust his information, because having gone through that self-initiation, which he did leave out there, I will say that there was a powerful interface with the Al-Shaitan. But to some degree, you can look at one of the names of Al-Shaitan is Iblis. And in another rite that's put forth by the O9A, well, not the O9A, actually. This was actually another rite put forth by V.K. Jehanum. So I have to scratch that. But I would say that another way of looking at Iblis is looking at him as an angel by the name of Azrael, and also by Taush Malek, the peacock angel. Now, I don't know how many of these are different emanations of the same being, personally. Having gone through the rites, I'm led to believe that they might in fact be the case. Just like how Lucifer has a female and male aspect that are both relative to Venus. and just how I can confirm from my personal gnosis of Lucifer that this would include the triple moon goddesses of Hecate, of Diana, and of oh my goodness, how you have to give me a moment.
No worries. By the way, your cosmology is very good. I'm very impressed by the understanding that
Selene,
Jason Reese
Selene,
has.
yeah,
Selene,
Selene,
yes. After
Selene
whom
is the other face.
Whom the moon is named after. Yes, Selena, as in Selena. Yeah, Selene. So go on. Yes. By the way, the term for lunar geography is selenography, after her, named after her. So go on. Yes, thank you.
And the male aspect of Lucifer is the sun or soul. Of course, we also have in other pantheons the sun. In other pantheons, the sun is related to a female,
Yes.
which we find in, I believe, what is it, Norse?
Well,
or Viking?
Japanese mythology for one, Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama, the sun goddess. Yes, so go on.
And the moon is also associated with a male.
Yes,
And
the
it
east
should-
is usually the opposite of the west. Yes, go on.
And it should also be noted that one of the gods who was originally a moon god before becoming a monotheistic deity is Allah.
Yes,
If
a moon god, a sword god, a war god, very similar to Yahweh. They're you know, desert.
and Yahweh was a forge god. He was a god of forging, weapons, tools, and whatnot. So to a degree, he was originally the Hebrew were originally a warfaring people, and I suppose they had to be historically at that time period.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there's far more sense in using the term Judeo-Islam than there is in using the term Judeo-Christianity. There's far, yes. So anyhow, so go on. Thank you.
Yeah, they call these the Abrahamic religions, and that's what they are historically. Now, what I will say is that, yes, there is a way of tapping into the Harasha, and there is a way of forging your own, to some degree, proxy deities that can connect you to it. Why I had desired to do it at that time probably had to do with my being in morbid depression.
Thank you. And this is very important, and I want you to continue with that. To clarify so that people understand, when Jameson uses the term proxy deities, we are referencing the fact that H.P. Lovecraft is not only someone who was relaying data that was very real, that there is the reference to Al-Cthulhu, the Forsaker, in Arabic, in Muslim doctrine, and it's literally Quranic. It's literally in the Quran. But aside from Yog-Sothoth and other Arabic references to these demons, these entropic anti-gods, they're not demons or devils, that later on made it into Western grimoires, what we have is H.P. Lovecraft created something that was unique and in a sense helped to create these divinities, and people have continued to project upon them. So people, through role-playing games like the Call of Cthulhu, are continuing to flesh out these anti-gods, and what they're doing is they are papering over these pulp fiction entropic entities into something that is more discernible for them to worship, just like the Buddhistic philosophy, this atheistic religion, became a Buddha that people, the further it got east, became more of an individual god that people were worshiping. Buddha was no longer a philosophy or a kind of a messiah or a philosopher. He became a god. So these entities are growing stronger in this pulp fiction papering, so that people are embodying what was a kind of a tulpa into something far more solid for their own worship. In other words, gods not only create man, but man in turn creates gods. So this is all part of that process of whom is eating whom. Is man eating God or God eating man? And this is what Jameson found himself caught up into in the depths of deepest depression, the garbage pits of despair. So go on, take over.
Now, what I did was I at least had the common sense to realize not to feed the egregores. So I had created 6, whom all have the title at the end of them, the foreign, and I still, to some degree, use them for rites that require an enormous amount of power, because they are extremely strong. But at the same time, they're destabilizing, meaning that there is a psychic blowback from me doing rites with them on a regular basis. And that blowback comes in form of my personality sort of breaking down, or me being in a sort of state where I'm just completely depersonalized for a long period of time. So it's nothing I would recommend. I also have to make a distinction between Al-Cthulhu and Cthulhu, because the Cthulhu as Lovecraft has it is completely different from Al-Cthulhu, which is seen to be a manifestation of all the shayateen, or all of the shaitanic beings at once. So there is a difference between Cthulhu and Al-Cthulhu from the original Arabic sense, when we're looking at jinnic sorcery and jinnic magic. What I will also go into is the fact that, again, I urge any occultist, if you're going to buy a book and you're going to work with, and again, I have to say, it takes a certain type of person to become an occultist. When you become an occultist, you realize at some point that you're giving up part of yourself, and you're doing it in the spirit that this is all I have, and I can devote myself to this because I'm already abnormal. I already don't have a normal social life. I already don't have normal relationships with people. I'm already outside of the ordinary. So, this is how I'm going to choose to cultivate my spirituality. If you're ever going to look at any grimoire and you look at the names, make your own sigil. And this is best done by asking the entity for help, inspiration, and guidance to channel that sigil through your form. Because if you go by sigils that you find in even the medieval grimoires, how do we know that these things that saw publication weren't already egregores that were co-opted in a sense by magicians for their own personal ends? So what you're feeding is not the actual entity, you're feeding an egregore through use of a sigil which was already created for them by someone else who you don't know what their intentions were. This is another reason why a lot of times when they tell you what to, you could find out when they tell you what to chant or say, to some degree, you could create your own words of power. There's a way of doing such. But to do such, you have to be able to word your own sentences in a very interesting way. Such as, like, if I were to make a poem towards Lucifer that I considered, inspirational, I'd use my own words. But what I would also do is I would arrange the letters in such a way that they come up with different, that they sounds like a completely different language than English. You just kind of scramble them into your own words of power. And again, the reason why people want you to buy their books and buy their shit is so they could feed the troll army that's already ripping havoc through this world as we know it. Basically, they're feeding their egregores, or what you can call anti-gods and anti-deities, because their egregores of the entities are completely counter what the entities really are. They're anthropomorphizations or projections of what they desire in their lives onto that entity. They're basically binding and forcing that entity by creating these thought forms. And they're able to do such, again, by what Douglas Dietrich espoused about the harp array and many of these other arrays that we find in these Five Eye countries, who all seem to be aligned with this sort of communist underbelly, this sort of this pedophile white male supremacist network. They're not bent on using women as anything more than sheep to breed with. because they need women so that they could produce more kids that they could fuck. And this is completely sick. And with that, I'm going to say that wraps up what I, have to say on the subject of that. I have other things that I have, looked into as well, to prepare to buy you some more time if needed.
And but if you don't mind, I'll also send you down a little rabbit hole. And what I'll do is, of course, remind everyone about the fact that earlier on, Jameson Reese had brought up Gamergate, and I want you to continue in these other tangents and rabbit holes that you were going to go on. I did want to kind of lead you in some other directions to reinforce what you were saying as well about Mr. Alex Jones, who is directly connected to Mr. Cooper. That's why I brought up Mr. William Cooper when he began to, after his speaking with myself, and now we never met personally, but I spoke to him at length more than once telephonically, and sometimes at work, because he was a military veteran and had the right to access military libraries. And because of that, as a military librarian, I did speak with him at length in his researches, and that's when he made a complete turnaround and began to change his life and focus from the ufology into the grand conspiracy, the real conspiracy that he spent the rest of his life fighting as best as he could. And towards the end of his life, he turned his attention towards the occulted government programs and the militia movement. He became an outspoken critic of United States governmental abuses, and eventually he asserted that the Internal Revenue Service is actually the same organization as the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which I do not agree with, and for some reason he came to this convoluted conclusion, but he was kind of foreseeing the Department of Homeland Security. But even under that, the Internal Revenue Service is its own beast and quite different. But for some reason, he felt the two organizations were involved in this broad, premeditated conspiracy to defraud the citizens of the United States of America. He just got too obtuse. That was part of the problem, and that's what led to his becoming charged with various crimes in his lifetime. Basically, tax evasion, which you don't ever want to do. And because he was trying to, basically become a sovereign citizen, and unfortunately was turning towards that, which I had never geared him toward, but which I myself was almost victimized by, in terms of almost buying into that, because the logic, when you buy into the logic, unfortunately, it can just rope you in, and it comes with overthinking. And because of that overthinking on his part, he became involved with what the feds concluded was bank fraud and giving false information on loan applications. And in personal retaliation against such persecution, Mr. Cooper became the first person to provide evidence of explosive material inside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City on April 19th of 1995.
Wow.
Yes, he publicly identified the type of explosives used in the Oklahoma City bombing. He was the first man to do that, but most critically of all, people who have only learned of American conspiracy propagandist Alex Jones, basically, he was launching a mass distraction campaign starting in 2007, the year the man who raised and guided me, the retired sailor, the Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich, essentially, for all intents and purposes, my father died. And he was thanatized in a complicated series of situations that ultimately killed him, in combining both civilian and the VA hospitals. And it was around that time Alex Jones really launched himself into the world. And anyone who learns about the American conspiracy through Alex Jones, they will buy into his bullshit that he was the man who warned about a false flag operation. He was the man who called the Twin Towers before they came down. Now, forgotten by the majority was the fact that it was the late Mr. Cooper who initially warned a false flag operation was imminent come July of 2001, and that Osama bin Laden would be behind it, or scapegoated, would be scapegoated for it. And it was definitively Mr. Cooper's false flag warning in the first year of the third millennium that necessitated his assassination. But before he died, he denounced his former intern, Alex Jones, for betraying him. A denouncement both validated and vindicated by Alex Jones's defamation of William Cooper after his murder, when the man was no longer among us to defend his own good name. And who Alex Jones was claiming he beat his Asian wife, who Alex Jones never described ethnically. He never identified William Cooper's wife as Asian Pacific Islander. He merely said, oh, his wife. He was beating his wife so everyone would think she was white and hate William Cooper. The reality is his wife was, of course, consulted, and his wife asserts vehemently he never, ever raised a fist against her in anger. That was all a lie. And basically, before you even think about anything concerning Alex Jones that we said about David Mustaine and everything else, remember Bill Cooper exposed him on his former program named The Hour of the Time, which is a very strange name that I never understood. And somebody tried to explain it to me once and I still didn't get it. But I put the links up to those audio links that he had basically exposed Alex Jones on, and named him out, called him out as a man who had betrayed him and was seeking to have him killed. There were 3 audio links that I had put up on the web at various times. They might be on my website. Lena Shea may have put them up. I don't know, but I'll have to ask. And at any rate, that's if any communication is ever reestablished. But ultimately, in July and September of 2001, Cooper was accused of brandishing a handgun near his home in Eagar, Arizona. And on November 6th of 2001, 2 months after September 11th, William Cooper was fatally shot by a large collection of Arizona deputies who were attempting to serve him an arrest warrant. And according to police accounts, Cooper, who was physically disabled, mind you, fled officers and pulled out a weapon, despite the fact that he practically had a wooden leg, right? I mean, and then this gunfight, quote-unquote, ensued, and William Cooper was killed. And I'll say one thing, a deputy was critically injured in the incident, but that was probably deputies all opening fire at once and shooting each other. Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. They just get so trigger happy in their executions that they just lose control.
It's true. And as a developer of video games, it was Brianna Wu, and her name was spelled differently from Breonna Taylor. Brianna Wu's name, her surname, which is the same name in the Chinese character as my Gang Brothers family name, Wu, which is spelled W-O-O. Hers was W-U, and her first, but it's the same name in the Chinese character. It's just a different romanization. Her first name was spelled B-R-I-A-N-N-A, and Brianna Wu is the most well-placed to judge the stakes involved when someone becomes caught up in a real-world fantasy that is a conspiracy theory. And to her trained eye, the chances of prevailing within the maelstrom are passingly low, because she was a victim of the Gamergate conspiracy herself. And as I said, she's an acquaintance of mine, and was about 41 years old, I think, just last year at least, or maybe this year. So she's about 41, 42, and she speaks from brutal experience. And she would testify she never forgot the day it happened, when she recalled she tweeted a collage of comments lampooning male conspiracy theorists in her industry, the gamer industry. And her Twitter caught on fire with all kinds of death threats, rape threats, bomb threats, exactly as our man Jameson described in general towards any woman who dared to stand up in the gaming world, which is so male-dominated. And she knew she had a choice to make. She could sit down and say nothing, or she could take a stand, and she did take that stand. And by doing so, propelled herself into Gamergate, the misogynistic conspiracy theory that ran riot through 4chan and its sister image board 8chan, along with Reddit, Twitter, and other social media platforms that are all simply platforms for cyber sewage, the most virulent, never-ending streams of vitriol that go 24/7 and only serve the white male supremacist community. That's all they fucking serve. You would think there was no one on any of these platforms but white male supremacists, and that's the case because all they do is they bully everyone else off. But the real blow up for her began in 2014 when her fellow video game developer, Zoe Quinn, first name spelled Z-O-E and surname like Dr. Quinn, medicine woman with 2 N's, became the target of hundreds of anonymous male trolls. And they're all so cowardly. They never show their faces or their real names. Call themselves everything you can imagine, from Night Stalker to whatever macho bullshit they can think. They began propagating the false claim that Zoe Quinn had sought to advance her career by having an affair with a video game journalist. And the conflagration spread like wildfire, engulfing several other women in and around the gaming world. They were trying to purge the entire gaming community of females. And the bedlam could not have come at a worse juncture for Madame Wu, erupting just weeks after she had launched her first video game, Revolution 60. I don't know if Jameson remembers that, but she believed that women were targeted by the conspiracy theorists more frequently than men, and of course she's right. And yet they're never heard. And to quote she said, "The cost of speaking out is so high for women, I understand why most decide not to. I've heard hundreds of times over the last few years women with children saying, I am afraid to speak up because I don't want my children to be targeted." And that is an utterly rational position. Many women are correctly scared to talk, and Wu was scared too. And her frivolous internet meme ridiculing the male trolls of Gamergate triggered an assault that continues to this day. And at its peak, a woman turned up at her alma mater, the University of Mississippi, some paid whore, impersonating her in an attempt to acquire her college records. Now, someone else surreptitiously took photos of her as she went about her daily business, and Wu was unaware of it until she received anonymous texts with pictures of her in coffee shops, restaurants, at the movies, so that they knew every step she took. And an accurate floor plan of her own house was assembled and published online, along with her address and pictures of her car and her license plate, so that people would know where to break into in her home and which rooms to go into where it would be easiest to kill her. And then, of course, there were the follow-up death threats. At least 1,000 on record. And one message on Twitter threatened to cut off her husband's quote-unquote tiny Asian penis. And so the couple had to evacuate their own home and take refuge with friends and ultimately live the rest of their lives in hotels. And so her only way to fight back is she now devotes her time to running for Congress from her home in Dedham, Massachusetts. And she sees her candidacy as a way of pressing federal authorities to take the problem of online conspiracy theories and harassment seriously. Now, the FBI employs about 30,000 agents in the United States, and there is not a single division specifically tasked with prosecuting extreme threats online. It is no priority to them. And so you have the situation, she's in the same situation I'm in. And so this is for something that's far less dire than anything I ever did, which was shut down an entire military base, the largest outside the fucking Pentagon, as well as shutting down the human skin trade in the Marine Corps Camp Pendleton area. San Diego Marine Corps Recruiting Depot. So, as well as other things I've done against the pedopathophyllocracy. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Jameson Reese. I'm sure this will give him much to discuss, and he has other things as well. Go in all the directions you want. And thank you for buying me time. And, I'm using it to put some calories in myself. I'll go back to chewing on mute. And our man Jameson Reese is, believe me, without him, we couldn't get this done at all, especially with the shit I've been through lately. And didn't have a chance to even look around on media to find out what there was to analyze. I'm doing my best to catch up. Admittedly, mostly what I'm going to be talking about is the state of emergency here in California to a great degree, but you'll see how that impacts the rest of the world. It has meaning for all the world. And it's a forewarning for what we're all in because so much of it is connected to climate change. and I'll cover, of course, the World Trade situation after that as well. So it's just going to be mostly those, and I do have to let people know that the Golden State Killer, who's a product of MK Ultra mind control, is finally being confronted by many of his victims or relatives of his victims. So I want people to understand that that's been going on today, and I'm amazed actually that they don't consider this. I notice a lot lately, like with the. Do you remember that he was an MD, or he was a physics? A physiologist. By that I mean a physician. He was like a physician for young girls in school, and he was like a doctor to many of these young gymnasts, and he was raping them all. I'm forgetting the name of that doctor. That son of a bitch. They allowed many of these people to confront him, which he called psychological torture, and they're doing the same with this Golden State Killer, who's like, we're talking about this guy's like, he's ready for the fucking life support system. The guy's like. He's like in his 80s or 90s, and I'm surprised they aren't considering it some kind of torture of a senile, demented old man. But I'm glad they're allowing the victims to do this these days. I'm glad that they're allowing this in court. And maybe it's something that's only in California, or maybe it's something. I guess it's pretty universal now in America. But at least that's something they're allowing the victims to do, and it's so important. And I'll go more into his story and what's going on with that, because he was one of the creations of, not necessarily Michael Aquino himself, because he was literally before Michael Aquino's time, but he was created by the same people who Michael Aquino took over from, and so that I'll go a bit into that. But take over, Jameson, and of course I'm here to listen. If you need me, just call me, and I'm going to butt in anyway, like I usually do when I feel interjection is constructive. But I love you dearly, and honestly, thank you. I mean, I couldn't do it without you. Derek Talley, had a discussion with him earlier, and he was, of course, with all he's been through, he just needs his sleep, and so he falls asleep during the show, and but Jameson is here, and thank God, because of him, we have now a successor to Derek Talley. We're preparing for his return to work, and Jameson's kind of taking over as the executive producer. And like I said, Derek will still be working with us half the week, so there's not too much pressure on Jameson. So altogether, hopefully it will work out. And going to go mute now. Thank you.
All right. Well, on that note, you'll be surprised how many people in some of these massive multiplayer online games actually in the chat rooms, because you can talk to other players while you're playing these games, in my case specifically Guild Wars 2. You're surprised how many of them not only spew the conspiracy bullshit, a lot of them are admittedly incels, and a lot of them, spew the most disgusting vitriol about women you can possibly imagine. I'm not even a female, and I'm offended by half of the shit that they say. So, this should tell you about the culture and society of what gamer culture is. And now there is some degree a connection with the esports and this whole and the O9A that we had discussed earlier, in that, a lot of these games, especially the shooting games, are used as recruitment for the United States military. And a lot of the sponsors of some of these esport, competitions that deal with specifically, some of these war games, are also people who are backed by that specific organization, who are trying to push that, alt-right, white male supremacist movement thing. And this should be noted, because how often are we playing a role as a female? Why are we always playing some big chunky fucking piece of shit looking guy who looks ugly as fuck? I don't care. I don't care what people think. No,
it's like these comic book superheroes where they draw muscles where muscles don't even fucking exist. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah. They add like all these ripples and shit, and you ask your average woman if she's going to want to fuck a guy who looks like a fucking cardboard, like stacks of cardboard boxes that were just rounded, and 9 times out of 10 she'll be like, hell no, that's just too much. So shit, I could see if you were playing a guy with a more lean athletic physique, that would be more realistic with someone who's like going through training and burning a lot of calories all the time, shooting shit up.
No,
But
by
no,
the way,
you got
you know, it's so true. It's so true. That's the only thing that makes sense. And I don't want to distract you. Maintain this thought because it's so it's so delicious. But you know, this is rich too. I can't resist this. There was a guy that I had as a friend once before. He turned on me over the basis of stupid fucking Second Amendment firearms bullshit, and that was Abdul Karim Haq. We're talking about a black man who was a practicing Muslim until he became apostate, and that's when I think everything went wrong with him. But he was someone who, when he was trying to create a Muslim comic book, an Islamo-thematic comic book about a kind of Muslim G.I. Joe kind of organization, and he was trying to create this comic in which this Islamic strike force was comprised of Muslims from all over the Islamic world, which is it's its own world. And so people from Turkey, people from Indonesia, etc., a kind of international Muslim group, Crescent Corps or something like that. And a great idea in terms of its basic nature. But one of the things that he said was he wanted somebody who was kind of like the costume kind of expert, similar to Zoltar in the old G.I. Joe series, who worked with Cobra. And I said, then you need an androgynous individual. And I said, this isn't like, if you want this to be a realistic comic that adults can appreciate as well as children, you can't have someone like Zoltar in G.I. Joe, because Zoltar in G.I. Joe doesn't make any sense, because Zoltar in G.I. Joe looks like a man. It doesn't matter he has long hair or whatever, he looks like a man. He's unmistakably a man because, like everything else, they draw them with muscle. And there's connection here between, there's connection here between comic books and product pushing. God. Yeah, and this is a legacy of the old He-Man days of the 1980s, where if you take a look at the old He-Man action figures, they're all the same body type. They're all the same body type. Yeah, and whether it's the villain or the hero, they have the same fucking body, which is just a Hulk Hogan type of Lou Ferrigno, Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilder body type. And the reason why was so the cheap fucks could produce the same body and just glue a different head on it. That was the product line. So they were drawn that way, and the comic books are that way. So they draw Zoltar like this, and how is it that Zoltar passes as a woman? Okay, it doesn't make any sense. It's a comic book, so they just say, Zoltar can disguise himself as anything, man, woman, and go around and fool people. It's bullshit. And I said, you're going to need somebody who, I was trying to describe someone very similar to myself in physical build. You're going to have to describe, if you need a costume expert, he's going to have to pass through multiple cultures, multiple genders. Then he's got to be someone who's very effeminate and androgynous. And he wouldn't have it. He was like, oh no, I can't have it. It was just he was too homophobic. He was too homophobic to even feel the character like that in what he wanted to be a realistic comic book. And it was so there you go. Just had to throw that out there, and I'll let Jameson take back over from that. And by the way, that guy who Jameson and I were laughing at, the guy in Germany who was all drunk and trying to put he came back again, and it was like Brendan Zoget made the joke that I have a new cyber stalker, but I mean, this guy was saying, if I weren't hetero, I'd go after. I mean, it's obvious that to many of these guys, it doesn't matter whether they're hetero or not. They're trying to get into me, and it's like, what does that tell us? In the end, all this I'm hetero and I'm straight is really just bullshit. I mean, really, it's just friction's friction, and if it looks pretty enough to fuck, I guess that's it, and anyhow, I'll let Jameson take over after that. It's like I'm sure he has many observations to make.
Oh boy, yeah. If any guy goes around and he has to completely assert all the time how this is homo, that's homo, no homo, I'm hetero, I'm this, I'm that, then that motherfucker will fuck anything that has that has a hole. Literally,
including
anything.
Inanimate objects. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? No one has to walk around asserting their masculinity that much. If you're a man, then obviously let it speak for itself. You don't have to go around grunting, flexing your muscles. Oh, Oh, my favorite are the guys. My favorite are the guys who I call arms. They look like walking apes because they just have like these overly built arms. But you look at their legs, you could tell they drive everywhere.
Yes. You know who's like that? What's his name? The martial artist. What was his name? The muscles from Brussels. He was the guy. I forget. He was the kind of Belgian dude who was in the martial arts. He had the ballerina legs and the big upper.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yes, that's it. Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's it. Yes. He was like that. He had the tiny, skinny legs because he taught ballet to girls. He was a ballet instructor to little girls, so he had the ballerina legs and he had the big buff upper torso that looked, it was grotesque. It was the most grotesque thing you ever saw, but that was how he was able to do all the kung fu kicks, because if he were overdeveloped in the legs, he couldn't do any of the kicking, right? So that's why you had to have that grotesque combination. It's anyhow, so oh my god, there you have that. Good example.
But what's funny is, you know, these guys in these video games and these comic book heroes. One, all right, here's why Superman never made any sense. What is this? If this guy could lift anything, and lifting anything is like easy to him, why the hell is he going to have all that muscle? What's giving him any resistance to be super buff like that? He would probably have a build like mine, if not skinnier. He'd probably be like a skinny dude with like who's just super powered. Yeah. What's even more absurd about these video game characters is where do they get time to run around and shoot shit if these guys are, you know, doping up all day and just lifting weights? You know, you look at guys in real life who get that big. They have to do this stuff 24/7, and they have to eat so many times. It's actually unhealthy for them internally.
Yes, it is.
Because
and,
of all the
and they're not aerobic either, so they can't breathe when they walk up the steps. Yeah, so go on.
No, so you're not going to be running around on some other planet shooting aliens or shooting anything. You're going to be trying to, you know, shoot something in your arm so that you could have the energy to keep moving.
No, seriously. I mean, it's like the joke that was made with Doonesbury. Doonesbury had a wonderful. Yeah, and I don't know if you remember Doonesbury, but that was.
I do. It used to be in the the New York Times or something.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was fairly universal, and but Doonesbury, they were lampooning this, and they were interviewing some leader, this Colonel Trotman type figure who was a leader of special forces, and they were saying, is it true that like the movie Rambo, our men would have racked up awesome body counts if only we had let them loose? And he was like, yeah, one example was one of our men got loose and killed all these Viet Cong and destroyed all these bases and shit, and then this was when he went rogue, and then the reporter asked, well, how did you ever get him back under control? Why did he ever come back, return to the ranks, and instead of remaining a rogue trooper figure, right? And he said, oh, he had to come back because, you know, we had the Nautilus machines. It was just like, you know, that level of stupidity. This is like what you're talking about, and the reality is these people, yes, they live, eat, and breathe in the gym. They're gym rats. I mean, this is like, when they're not in the gym, they're on fucking life support because they can barely, you know, lift themselves other than to stand up and then lift weights, right? I mean, that's what you're stuck with. These are kind of like the choices we make in our lives when we accept a certain discipline, and of course, then of course there's the steroids, and you know, we've all done them at one point or another. I don't know if JMO has, but you know,
no, I haven't.
Yeah, at some point or another in our lives, we've all done them. I've done them for reasons people might not expect. Of all things, I received prescriptions for them for my ear when my right ear went deaf because I suffered chickenpox as an adult. And then that was one reason to try and get rid of the tinnitus. And they tried to jolt my system back into work by sparking the nervous system with steroids. And I managed to get double the prescriptions for double the length of time I was supposed to because the doctor didn't enter it in the system the first time. So I managed to get twice the amount, and because I enjoyed being on those steroids. I mean, you are high on those steroids. I guess that's a high you've never tried, Jameson. But it's
no.
Okay,
I like to dissociate, man. As long as Yeah, as long as I get out of my own fucking way, because if you're a guy who thinks too much like me, thoughts. People say that your thoughts become your emotions, but I've always found that my emotions will come first, and then my thoughts will try to justify the emotions, and then the thoughts would just not stop. Which people say, oh, it doesn't work that way. The mind doesn't work that way. Well, hey, whatever. Maybe I'm some kind of fucking mutant or some shit. Wouldn't surprise me. But what's interesting is if you look at guys who are like in the special forces or you Green Berets, or you look at guys who are like fighter pilots, these guys are lean. These guys are very lean. They don't have that, and a lot of these guys, if they were in plain clothes, they wouldn't stand out, Even if you were tactically going to create a security force, or you were going to create a mercenary group, you want guys who would look more like average people, because they won't stand out. They won't announce themselves. And that's the whole point, because strategically you can't infiltrate something if every guy looks like they just came out of a muscle building magazine.
This is so true. By the way, this is everything Jameson is saying is absolutely true. Most people don't get this. It is the exact opposite of what people think it is. And everybody thinks of these special forces as big men. And unfortunately, there are a few that are stereotyped like that look that way, and they take all the photo shoots of these guys, and you would think that was the norm. That's not the case. And the people I encountered oftentimes who were involved with special forces were actually quite short. Because, I mean, come on, get serious. If you're larger, it's simply a bigger target. And in modern jungle or urban or desert warfare, a smaller target is always more optimum for infiltration and insurgency, exactly as Jameson is saying. So these are small people who are stitched together with muscle, but it's not bulk. It's not bulk muscle. It's more like the thin kind of stringy muscle tissue that develops in free-range horses or something of that nature. That's actually
It's mostly fast twitch muscle. It's not that bulky. It's not the bulky muscle. It's fast twitch. So it's meant to. What it does is it makes you faster. It makes you a lot. It makes you able to react much quicker, and it makes you able to. It makes you more agile. So you can get through certain areas that your average bodybuilder is not going to tread in. Another thing that's equally absurd is the way sometimes the comic books also depict women. Because again, using the same Superman logic, you're not going to have a woman who has all this time to be on like a weight training video. These women have like all this bulky super muscle and these these huge boobs. Well, guess what? The more a woman works out, the smaller her breasts are going to get, because the breasts are made of fat and you're burning fatty tissue.
Well, I guess they all have silicone injections, perhaps. But the worst part of it is this, and I want you to rip off on this too, is that the primary difference, and there was this wonderful white man who I deeply admired and respected him. He was a friend of mine on Facebook. I do hope he's doing well. He was a responsible father to children, and he was once a part of the white supremacist movement, almost like the way one becomes part of that in prison, where you either join the Aryan Brotherhood or the various other ethnic gangs. It doesn't matter what your race is. You kind of just go in with the gang that accepts you and that you feel more comfortable with. But he was like that in an ethnically divided neighborhood, and he just grew up, and he's wound up in one of these almost prison-like gangs because the neighborhood and environment was conducive, which was forced him into that. And he overcame that, and he was, like myself, I still value the differences in ethnicity, but this was not in any way, shape, or form an extremist. But this individual he was telling me about, he made an observation that as an illustrator I appreciate it profoundly, which was the fact that in Japanese animation they will show women's breasts as large. A lot of times for the sex effect they're going to show big boobs, but they show them as weighted. So you see them move up and down with the breathing. You can see them as weighted, and something that realistically would give a woman some real back pain, which is what women suffer from. In American comics and British comics,
I've noticed, and he made this observation, they draw tits like they're fucking balloons. Like they're floating. Like what the fuck is that? It's like, what is that? If you don't have a push-up bra, but these boobs are just up, like they're, it's just, they don't even look right. So rip off on that for a while. I mean,
yeah, they're like those inflatable breasts. And for guys, for anyone who doesn't know what the inflatables are, you look up women with, because you know I like women with massive boobs myself, but I prefer natural ones. But I mean, you look up women with like massive boobs, and you'll see women who have like these fucking C cups, and they're just round, and they're like floating off the chest. You know, they might as well be filled with helium or hydrogen or some shit.
Thank you.
Which they probably are, for all I know. I wouldn't, but you know, I mean, it's kind of insane. And again, if I'm going to have a female, you know, being in the military, we had women who looked like they were of all weight types and weight classes, who were able to run and do, you know, get through basic training and whatnot. So realistically, if you're gonna, you know, if I were to make a video game with the women, they wouldn't look like guys with massive tits and wide hips, which is basically how the comic books illustrate them. They're like they got the guy like upper bodies and shit. Okay, granted, you know, maybe with a guy upper body, you're not gonna have the back pain from carrying massive real tits. But I mean, on the flip side, you know, if you have that kind of you know, that with that kind of musculature, the only thing you're gonna be able to really, I mean, shit, with the way they draw the tits, it's just ridiculous. The way they draw them, period, is ridiculous. And, you know, I can even go into the way that in American comics, you know, it feels like there's less of a sexual dimorphism than there is in Japanese comics.
Yes.
Because in the Japanese know how to express the subtleties of the female form. They know how to express, like, the fat composition as well. They know how to, you know, show a difference between, like, even the way they show the feet is kind of different, because men and women don't have the same feet. But a lot of American, you know, artists, they just, we'll just give them generic this, generic that, generic this, generic that.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting with the video game industry, again, is that you see all these guys, you know, with the fact that most of them are males, you know, granted, you know, most of them are also playing female characters. I for one, would rather play a female character, because I'd rather look at a girl's ass than, you know, look at a guy. I don't want to see some big. I don't want to see some big blocky guy. In fact, it's kind of fun, you know, slaughtering these big fucking buff dudes with a small chick, because it's like, yeah, how feminism lives on.
Yes.
Up yours, faggot.
Yes. Thank you so much.
I mean, it's kind of interesting how some will be like, oh, that's gay. Oh, I don't make a female character. I only want to play guys. Yeah, because you like looking at that. You like looking at that man ass.
I was about to say, yes. Why would anyone want to, who's a male and hetero, want to stare at some big buff guy for hours at a time is beyond me. But then again, the Lara Croft character, it's almost like people had certain designated women like Chun-Li or Lara Croft that they were permitted to play. It was really weird. Like, they got a public permission slip. Like, oh, this chick's okay, you can play this one, as opposed to the others. What the fuck was that? But anyhow, go on.
So it's just really kind of warped. What's even more interesting is on the online, like, on video games, like, you call out certain guys for, like, saying, yeah, what are you, some kind of rapist, or you call them out for, like, pedophilia. What's funny is how many of them won't deny it. They will actually blatantly defend it these days.
Yes.
And that I find utterly disgusting.
Well, just so you know, they always did, but it's now somehow more so. It's somehow magnified, whereas before they would defend it, now they're advocating it. So
yeah. Well, that's because it's out in the open now, you know, and it's the reason why, you know, I was able to go into this without any, like, real fear of reprisal, because they don't give a fuck who knows. They don't give a fuck who shares the information. They're proud of it, in fact. and this shows the level of brazenness that they have with their with the cult that they have created. They're so brazen that they don't need to silence or shut people up for exposing it. They can say, "Yeah, that's true. What else is new? White power, white power." They could just, I mean, they could just be like, "Yeah, I want me some boy butt. Yeah, yeah."
and it's how would I say it? It's of course it's dominating a younger man, and it's somehow rationalized as winning a competition, that they're somehow imposing themselves on someone. It's like winning a sport or something like that. But anyhow, go on. It's
well, yeah. What I have to say to that is, I'm sorry, homie, but you're gay. If you're turned on, because you could justify it as domination all you want, but if you're turned on at the sight of a boy, you're gay. You're a gay pedophile. And again, the problem is these networks are so out there that, you know, it's even compromised our judicial system, which is the reason why, 3 years. Oh yeah, just give them 3 years. Oh what? So meanwhile, some heaven forbid, some black guys caught smoking heroin outside. Oh, 15 years, 25 years to life. You depraved animal! You had the nerve to come in our community. You want to rape our women. You're destroying the moral fabric of our community. I'm permanently traumatized. Meanwhile, that same person's gonna go home and probably fuck their kids, and who knows what the fuck else they're doing behind closed doors.
This is such an important point, because so many of these people who are always bitching about the fallow pathocracy, these same people are just obsessed with it for a reason, and it gives them an excuse to go over all of this shit and collect their own child porn, essentially saying it's part of their investigations, part of their research. I mean, that's really what it's coming down to.
Those guys on Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, while they're talking about this, when what you're not seeing, what the camera's not showing, is that they're like wanking their wieners while they're talking.
Thank you. No, I'm serious. These are the fuckers who are jacking off while they're talking about how outraged they are. You can hear them almost orgasming, and you can smell the sweat on their upper lips. Really, from through the radio itself, or whatever medium you're listening through. It's digitized in transmission, and so it's, anyhow. So go on. Yeah.
To rip on Alex Jones one more time, people talk about his rants. When he goes on these rants and he's talking about all this horrible stuff, I think those rants are him going into a sort of like sub-orgasmic frenzy. It is kind of interesting how certain altered states are triggered. Personally, I get into an altered state when I walk for hours and hours and hours. I'll cover like 5 to 7 miles a day just walking, because I need that. I need that to get the fuck away from this bullshit. And I enter an altered state where almost like, it's almost like to some degree getting that initial come up on DXM or something. But, for these guys, it's
by the way, can you
something.
Explain that? Explain that to us, the DXM high, where that comes from. Tell people a bit about the drug. Not that you're encouraging it. Give the Surgeon General's qualifier, but describe what you mean so they get it.
Well, the dextromethorphan was synthesized by the Navy, I think, as a substitute for codeine, which was covering coughs. Dextromethorphan has different levels of plateau. It operates on plateaus. Once you hit a certain plateau, you'll smooth out. But if you dose after that plateau, what happens is you'll jump a plateau, and the effects would be completely crazy. So the first plateau is like a mild excitation. It's like almost like you had an energy drink. Now you just want to go. You want to go and do stuff. Second plateau is when your speech starts to be impeded, like mine is now, and you're kind of like
you're doing okay.
What happens is all of a sudden music sounds different. So when you're listening to music, it's not like I'm hearing music. I'm consciously analyzing to hear all these instruments. It's like all of a sudden the music's, if you had headphones on, the music sounds like it's coming from inside your brain, radiating through your body. All of a sudden, you're no longer in a state where you're like consciously thinking about things. It's almost like you're moving through emotion. And then when you get to the third state, that's when all of a sudden you start to get really the more PCP-like effects, where all of a sudden you feel like, wow, you feel like this weird burning radiating from out your chest outwards. And you feel like sort of like you look up at the sky, all of a sudden you're seeing all these shapes and patterns passing through. All of a sudden things have this sort of relevance that they never had before. So you see, you looking at a bee, it's like, holy fuck, that bee is like something ominous towards the end of the world, and everything has like this sort of, it's sort of like a synesthesia. It's sort of like a synesthesia with the way things connect differently. The fourth plateau is when you're just so gone, you just don't want to move. You literally have to lie down, and you feel like you're on like an elevator or escalator, and you feel like you're spinning all directions. You're spinning left, you're spinning right simultaneously. You're spinning forward and backwards simultaneously. So you're literally at the point where you're like completely tranced out. If you were to do magic in the fourth plateau, you would be staring at the sigil. And I shit you not, it would look like whatever sigil you drew would lift off out the page, and it would feel like you're in some kind of four-dimensional construct. It's completely bonkers. Then there's a plateau called Sigma Plateau, which happens when you dose and you drink a lot of grapefruit juice and whatnot, and things like that. You know, if you dose Sigma, it's kind of weird. It's airy, but it's not comfortable because you'll feel kind of tired. You feel kind of depressed. But on the same token, you feel like you're in a dreamlike state. What it is basically a dissociative. It acts sort of like, it acts on the NMDA receptors, which PCP, which ketamine works on, which also ecstasy works on. So it's a different beast from psychedelics such as marijuana, or it's far different from what we would call peyote or mescaline, which seem to work as alkaloids, I think. And they seem to work on, I think they're more serotonin. They're more serotonin than dopamine, I think. And then, so those are your psychedelic class of hallucinogens. You have another class of hallucinogens called deliriants, and that's your nutmeg, that's your, what do you call it? That's your fucking, that's your antihistamines. So what's interesting about triple C's, chloroquine, cold, and cough, is that you're getting the antihistamine with, which is a deliriant, with the dissociative, which makes for a completely different experience than if you were to just chug a bottle of Robitussin. And the thing about the deliriant is that's when you reach a point where the hallucinations are realistic. You'll see like people blurring in and out of your vision. You'll look at a tree and you'll see a person, but you won't see like the tree is a person like you're on acid or something. You'll see like a tree is a person. You'll see like a fucking person standing in a tree. You'll be like, what the fuck? It's sort of like being it's sort of like going 3 nights without sleep. It's very interesting because early on in MK Ultra, they had discovered that acid is not really that useful for being a mind control agent at all. Because the thing about psychedelics is they send people, if you dose someone too much, that person's completely gone. You can't get anything out of them. You turn them into vegetables. Whereas if you're dealing with a dissociative, you might have a chance of being able to work that person over. There's an interesting drug called scopolamine. Now, scopolamine is synthesized to act sort of like the zombie drug within Haitian voodoo practices, which they got, I think, from the poison of a pufferfish. What it does is it completely the depersonalization is so severe that the person doesn't remember what they're doing. So in some South American countries, they use this dust. They call it zombie powder. And, people would throw it in the face of people who are like, you stupid ass tourists who think they could just go to an ATM machine. So you throw it in a tourist's face and you tell them to take out all their money and give it to you. The person will take out all their money and give it to you, and they won't remember it at all. So I think intelligence agencies have managed to use this. And you can also find some pharmaceutical drugs that have scopolamine or use that kind of effect in it, because I was going to be prescribed one. There's one that's used to combat schizophrenia. And I had a psychiatrist when I was being treated for substance abuse who said, "Oh, well, what about scopolamine? Did you ever try scopolamine?" And I was like, I'm not too interested in that. I don't know what the generic drug name was, but it was something that had aspartame as an ingredient. And because it had aspartame, and I knew that aspartame has neurodegenerating effects over time, I had decided I'm not going to take this shit. Absolutely not. And this is because, I presented with symptoms that were similar to schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. They figured that because I thought that other people were targeting me, because I thought other people were looking at me all the time, that the paranoia is sort of like one of the symptoms of schizophrenia as well. And
yeah,
Marcus Griggs just said they gave me that at the dentist. I don't remember 12 hours. Yeah, so that tells you about how scopolamine could be used as a potentially mind control agent. What it does is it opens the brain to autosuggestion. And again, it's funny because my father was watching a TV show earlier today where they were talking about they were in some South American country, and this was a travel channel, and they're talking about some screaming banshee-like legend of some woman. And so you hear some woman screaming, and this guy's saying, yes, and when you hear this blood-curdling howl, it makes your goosebumps want to raise, and it makes the hair on your neck want to stand up. And I'm thinking to myself, no, it doesn't. I'm like, who the fuck are you fooling? No, it doesn't. But it just goes to show you, when you're watching TV and you're in that sort of trance, how they use autosuggestion all the time. And they use these, and these techniques are similar to techniques that you would use in black magic. In black magic, you're using autosuggestion on yourself to experience the manifestation of an event and bring it into manifestation. Whereas in stage magic, you're using autosuggestion to avert people's attention from what's really going on. Although some of the stage magic does blend in with black magic, because sometimes they are using entities like Jinn and other altered states of consciousness where they're contacting these entities to help them levitate and do other shit like that, which I find fascinating. And I can kind of understand why Michael Aquino had a fascination with that, with stage magic as well as black magic. So that tells me that there's a connection there. If I were to try to,
yeah, go on, yeah, very much so.
If I were to try to, deconstruct that,
But,
shit, what was I talking about?
Oh, you were talking about Michael Aquino's fascination with the stage magic as well as the real magic, because did you hear Peter Moon and myself discussing the Dream Machine? And did you catch any of it?
Yes, I did. I did catch that. I catched that, they had an apparatus that would rotate, and you would have like shapes that were cut out, and it would like project something onto the walls and whatnot. It's interesting because growing up as a kid, my parents had bought something to that effect, but it was different in that it had like these glass fibers that would spin around and move around, and they would project different lights on the walls and whatnot in the dark. So I think they still have certain things like that, but they're not called dream machines per se.
Important.
But
point. Go on.
But I could see how something like that could put somebody into a trance and make them open to suggestions as well.
Right. And so in terms of what you missed when I was talking with our man Brendan Zogit, What Brendan Zogit brought to our attention was a video game that is old. It's an old video game, Children of Eden, and it was released at the time that my mother died in 2011, which is probably what you caught, and you probably, basically absorbed. You were able to consciously absorb with everything that was going on. The home invasion with a man without a mask on. It's interesting. Most people who conduct a home invasion put a mask on.
Yeah. Well, having your mask off is a new form of white terrorism. You can terrorize. You can terrorize people with your COVID. You could terrorize people with your COVID. You know that these are people of color, so they're going to be less resilient towards the COVID-19. If not for some underlying medical issue, then for the very fact that the medical industry is just going to tell them to go home and die.
Thank you.
Like they did with my uncle's nephew.
Yes.
Who's dead. His nephew's mother and father are dead too because of that.
Yeah.
So that cuts close to home.
Yes. And this was in your home. So it's I can understand why you were so angry.
It's invasive.
Yeah.
And we know that, you can, there is human to species contamination of COVID-19. And I have cats. I have one elderly cat who I care about immensely.
Right. Yes.
Who I'm very connected to. And if she gets that, she's dead.
Right.
So I found the whole thing bizarre. I'm happen to be talking about this thing, exposing this shit. And, I didn't know my mom was going to call a plumber tonight, but the guy who shows up happens to be some weird white dude. And the first thing that I'm thinking in my mind is, oh shit, I remember that guy who was, I remember that guy you talked about who was going around poisoning people, who I think was an ex of one of those women who married, what's his name? James Arthur Yanchik.
Yes. Well, you're conflating, and this is easy to do, you're conflating the two cases of my former medical cosmetologist, Vanessa Ann Clark. And I say former, I haven't seen her in months because of the plague. And it actually had its advantages now that I've, I knew immediately, and I'll go more into that perhaps at some point in the future. But she was, her ex-husband was someone she met while she worked as a bureaucrat at the Veterans Administration, and she ultimately quit that government job for several reasons. But the horrible veterans was one of them. Just the overwhelming majority of veterans coming in for help are just horrible people. They're just horrible people, and they're murderous. And big surprise, right? I mean, you have a war machine. You're training people to blow things up and kill people, and what do you expect? These people. There's no resocialization program for these people, and they're cut loose, and so. But the quote unquote veteran that she was married to was someone who was working for a dummy front company, which was supposed to be like an air conditioning repair company or something that repaired mainly air conditioners and shit like that. And he was going around sticking vials of botulism, toxic botulism, in these air conditioners, so it would spew out as an aerosol when people turned it on, and people would die. And he was an assassin. He was just doing this through the dummy front company on behalf of the military-industrial complex. And he was a serial killer and everything else you can imagine, just everything negative about this piece of shit. And you're conflating that with the poor young lady who was another victim. Lucinda is her first name. I've never gotten to know her last name, and but she is essentially, we know where to find her. She's totally dependent on James Arthur Yanchik, who maintains her as basically a kind of sex slave. And so Lucinda is someone, who is what we would call chick drop-off from Michael Aquino. And just a brief summary of that is that this young lady was raised by a satanic mother who was ultimately a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom. And she was basically, this woman was horribly overweight. And yet there's some men who are into that. So yet she always, was able to bring a guy home because some guys are into the chub, as they say. Oof. And so, she was basically slutting out and, bringing guys home all the time. And so Lucinda grew up with this mother who it was extremely jealous of her for being so thin genetically and genetically predisposed towards thinness. And so she would force her to eat to the point where she shoved one of those funnels in her mouth and would literally smash food down her throat. This is the kind of motherfucker that she was raised by. And at one point, one of the men that she brought home, this fat woman, turned out to be like a Christian investigator, probably a Catholic. Now, by the way, people don't understand this. We were speaking earlier, Brendan Zogit and I, of the Order of Malta, which is recognized by the United Nations as an extraterritorial nation, and therefore they have their own intelligence services, and these are connected with the Pope. And believe it or not, the Pope's intelligence services are geared towards investigating like occult terrorism in these networks, and they are also infested by them in the Vatican, which is why this is an issue to them. And their main source of this infestation was the United States and Aquino's network and the like. And so one of these men who was affiliated with that organization almost certainly was the man in question here. He came home with Lucinda's mother, and he saw Lucinda as an innocent victim, and he basically doused her with holy water. Now, most of the time, Baptists don't do this, or Protestants. It's not really a Protestant trip, holy water. It's mostly a Catholic trip. Protestants have some. It might have been Protestant, but it would be an unusual denomination. So it was. So he was probably Catholic, and interestingly enough, her mother couldn't touch her. After that, her mother couldn't approach her, couldn't get near her. It was as if she had a force shield around her, and then her mother called in the big guns. So her mother called the local Air Force base, Travis Air Force Base, and Aquino was there because, as I said, he goes to all these different military bases as a universally recognized chaplain of the military services, the Satanic Chaplain. And of course, he's not alive anymore. But at that time, when he was, and much younger, he was called over by this woman who obviously was a member of his cult. And he came into the home, and he basically was able to touch Lucinda. He ripped all the clothes off her, threw her in the bathtub, and basically scrubbed the entire upper layer of her skin off. Just remove all of her outer epidermis with a scouring pad.
Gosh.
With a scouring pad, while torturing her with hot and cold water alternately. You know, first with ice cold water and then hot water. I mean, this is what he did, which is, of course, even if he did not sexually assault her, this is, of course, still an assault. This is an assault.
That's extremely traumatic.
Yes.
That's beyond traumatic.
Yeah, and that was her memory of Michael Aquino, and she talked to me about this, and I was trying to coax her to come on to the show to talk about it back when I was with Revolution Radio, and James Arthur Yanchik forbade it. He forbade it, and it was like, and he kept saying, oh, it's her self-interest. This is all bullshit. The fucker is just an Aquino cultist himself. I mean, after a while, there's no other conclusion to draw when his whole neighborhood became infested with fucking pedophiles who were on parole, and one of them was sending dick pics to Lucinda, and where would he get her phone number with, you know, to send her this shit on the cell phone without James Arthur Yanchik giving it to her? I mean, this is the kind of shit that you ultimately just piece together and you say, there's only one conclusion to draw, and this is what he is. And so when it came to Lucinda, yes, she was someone who had these traumatic experiences, and to give people one more example of just how traumatic her life was and the kind of occult kind of curse she suffered from just having that background. While she was growing up, she was attacked by a dog who just ran up to her and tore off enough skin off her arm to expose some bone, and ran away, was never caught, and so they had to assume the dog was rabid, and they brought her in for a series of rabies shots. Now, for those of you who don't know this, if you ever see those horror films where, for the sake of dramatic effect, they show the really big shot, so big it looks like a comic book shot, that no syringe would ever be that big. You tell yourself, who would ever need a syringe that big? It's as big as a turkey baster. And so you're talking about a syringe as big as a turkey baster, and you're talking about a needle that's about a foot long, and people would look at that and say, that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist, and that's a rabies shot. And and you have to go through about a dozen to 20 of those things when you when they're applying them after you've been exposed to a rabid animal, and it's applied in the navel. It's the most painful thing on earth. People say it's beyond excruciating. Beyond excruciating. I know this for a fact because I knew I was in a hospital once with my own emergency, and the man next to me was suffering so much, I don't even remember what the emergency was that I was in the hospital for. I don't know why I was there. I don't recall why I was in the hospital emergency room. I've been in emergency rooms plenty of times. I don't remember why I was in that time, but the man who was in the bed next to me, which is separated by a curtain, a heavy curtain, they were applying something like a rabies shot into his stomach, and he could not take it to the point where he was thrashing violently enough where they could not administer the shot because the syringe might break. And so they had to admit him, which they did not want to do. They had to admit him in order to ultimately sedate him, strap him down, and then apply the shot. And I don't know why they don't do that with everyone, but apparently they want to use as little sedative or painkiller as possible because they're gratuitously sadistic or something, and they think everyone's an addict. Yeah, and they think everyone's an addict, and they're really just sadistic. And so she went.
They are.
Yeah, yes, and she went through the entire regimen of shots, like a dozen to 24 of them, like 12 to 24 of these shots before the doctors told her, "Oh, we made a mistake. And the rabies serum that we administered to you, it turns out it was unrefrigerated and spoiled. And the end results are that you're going to be paralyzed for the rest of your life. We're so sorry." And by the way, because we administered a series of shots where the serum was essentially defunct and spoiled, basically rancid because we didn't refrigerate it, we're going to have to give you another series of shots or you're going to die. And that would be another dozen to 24 shots she went through while she was totally physically paralyzed and unable to move. That was a condition they told her she would be in the rest of her life. Well, she overcame it through sheer willpower, kind of like I did when I was told I would be paralyzed from the neck down when I was in that car accident where the taxi driver drove into an oncoming 18-wheeler truck, and I threw myself over my mother, and she came out of it without a scratch. I had an impacted spine, and the taxi driver died, which was good for him, or I would have killed him anyway. And yes, so at any rate, I was told I wouldn't be able to walk again, and I did within days. And so she was able to, within years, rehabilitate herself with a lot of effort to the point where she was able to dance. And then somehow, here she was living in California, and then somehow winds up living with James Arthur Yanchik in fucking Chicago. How does that fucking happen? When that guy's, in all his years of trucking, James Arthur Yanchik has never, ever once served a stint trucking in California. Never had a single contract which ever took him to California. And he winds up with some Californian girl. I mean, it's like Aquino just delivered her to him. And so when she saw Aquino, his photograph on the web. By the way, James Arthur Yanchik always told me, "Oh, when I go through the internet, you know how it is. They got all the cookies and shit, and all the shit that infests your computer on the internet. And so I pick up all these like porno cookies that like keep showing people fucking, on the side of my screen. I just ignore them because I can't get rid of them. And I've cruised for porn all my fucking life." And when you cruise for porn, it takes you everywhere because it's just the nature of the internet. You wind up in places you don't want to go, whether it's bestiality or zoophilia or child porn even. It does come up, and when you're not looking for it, you will ultimately land in some site that caters to that simply because it's the nature of the internet. It takes you to porn sites that you're not even looking for because it just does that. And in all the years of cruising for porn, in all the places I've wound up in on the darkest corners of the pornographic world on the web, I have never had cookies crop up on the side of my screen that I couldn't get rid of people fucking and shit. I mean, yes. I mean, how does that even happen? He must be doing evil shit where he's like going into adult swinger areas or something like that, where it's like you're seeking like partners to fuck or something like the serial killers do on Craigslist or something, then maybe might happen. Yeah, something like that is going on. And but anyhow, so he had that all, and Lucinda was confronting him about that when she noticed that on the screen was Michael Aquino, because he had his picture up because he was incorporating him into a video of an interview with myself. And so he wanted one of these images or several of them to put up in the interviews he was holding with myself. And she totally melted down and told him she told him the story, and then told him, I want to go on Douglas's show so I can talk about and expose this guy. And that's when he said, oh no, he's a big, good man, a veteran, and you're just a whore and a slut and all that shit. And, intimidated her into not coming on my program. That's how we know where James Arthur Yanchik is and what his allegiance is onto. So thank you. You brought that up, and I've contextualized that, and you were on a roll and kind of a direction. So, keep going for a few more minutes. And I think I'm about ready, but
Yanchik was a bit of a creepazoid. I mean, when I hear him on your days at Revolution Radio, I'm like, oh, this guy's just, he's just completely off. Like even the things he comes up with, even the things he came up with as far as conspiracies, were just completely off base from what was probable. And I'm like, this guy didn't really think this through, did he?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, well, you had people enter comments on his videos like, stop trying to think, James. Shit like that, yeah. He's definitely just a... oh, God. I mean, I think we've exposed him for tonight, but we can always, go back to him in the future. He's just such a scumbag. Him and Ed Opperman, the sleazy detective, and
yeah. Opperman was a weirdo. He had this kind of weird voice, and he's always talking about his daughter in basketball. And I was thinking, what kind of relationship does this guy really have with his daughter? What's going on here?
Yeah. That was interesting, and I brought that up before. In all fairness, if we could call it that, his daughter acted like she was the one in charge. That was the interesting part of it. He was definitely the bottom man on that totem pole. And when he would speak to me and he'd bring up his daughter on air with myself, you would hear his daughter just shout at him from the other room, "Shut up!" or something like that when he was bringing her up. And so it was like she was his wife. And it was... we're talking about this chick was like 16 at the time at most, maybe like 14 years of age. It was like that, and it was bizarre. But she was it. Her or this young kid had his own radio show that he brought me on, and in all fairness, he was there with me as kind of like the adult supervision, but I was on with him on this young kid's show who was like 16 years old, and she was 14, and I was on with these kids at one point talking about the two, do you remember their names now? It's been so long, and I spoke to them personally. The ones that were dressed as Joker and Harley Quinn, the two people who went on a killing rampage in Las Vegas.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but their names always escape me.
Yes, and I was on there to speak about them with a couple of kids. It was like, just everything about him was bizarre. The only thing I could say that he did me a real favor on was that, and we have the electronic records of this, was that when Michael Aquino sent me a legal threat, and this was when I first came out in the open as a public informant, then Michael Aquino went through the obligatory legal threat, and what happened was that people were saying I wrote it myself, and it was Ed Opperman, whose entire reputation is based on being a tracer of emails, an email tracer, which is funny because he says he developed the system himself, and he kind of apparently had kind of a monopoly on it because he was in several high-profile court cases where he was the expert witness based on his email tracing, and yet you listen to Ed Opperman, and he doesn't sound like a computer expert. He doesn't seem to know.
He doesn't sound like anyone who can tell you what the difference between up and down is.
Yeah,
he sounds like someone... He sounds like someone who has the basic knowledge of your, oh my God, he's just your regular New Yorker who's just a pathetic piece of shit you would find on the street. Like, I don't know. It just didn't sound like the kind of guy who I would expect to be hacking into people's emails, which is essentially what he was doing.
Right. Thank you. And it was bizarre. How did he develop that, but it was like, now let me see, Las Vegas couples, the Batman villains, Joker and his side, and now, you know, the funny thing is their names don't come up immediately. Instead, they say Joker and Harley Quinn, married couple, and they're not given any names. You know, I'm sure the names are in there if I were to open up the fucking articles and look at them, but their names are not coming up at the forefront of the article. It's very bizarre, and I'm looking at a dozen articles coming up on a search, and Jared, Amanda, and Jared, what were the fucking last names? Jared Millers? The Millers? Were they Miller? You know,
I do not. It escapes me.
Yeah, Jared and Amanda Miller. So Jared and Amanda Miller. That's who they were. It's no wonder I don't remember the name. It's fairly generic. Yeah, and yeah. So the Gerard and Mandy Miller, and so I was on talking about them with these two kids, and so Ed Opperman, the favor he did me, as I was going to say, was that he proved to the public. I traced the email, and it does source from Michael Aquino, but that's interesting because it's almost like, okay, so did he do that? Or is it, like you said with the email hacking, is he just getting help from an agency, like the NSA, and he is just what he sounds like, which is just basically like a Brooklynite who's a loudmouth Brooklynite who's always desperate because he was always begging people for money. Matter of fact, my medical cosmetologist, was saying that thing she was tired of was his asking for money. And I said, why don't you just block him? I mean, fuck, that's what I would do. I mean, why do you just tolerate, if this guy annoys you, he's always asking for money all the time, just fucking block him. And, yeah, he was always begging for money, and he was always on the ragged edge of disaster, and, come on, man, you're a fucking email hacker, right? I mean, Jesus, I mean, you're supposed to...
That seems completely absurd. For someone to be a detective, of all things, capable of hacking emails, who developed his own email hacking system, he would have to be fairly smart, and to have that fairly high level of intelligence, making money would not be that difficult.
Thank you. And like what he was doing was, like, one of the things he recommended to me, and he was offering this, by the way, in all fairness, as friendly advice. He was trying to be chummy with me and help me out, and he says, yeah, here's how I make an extra $300 a day. By the way, you know, it's like, I don't get it. He's apparently doesn't have any baseline income. Like, if you and I were getting an extra $300 a day, that would supplement our basic income, and we would be quite happy with that. But with him, I guess there's no basic income, so he was like, it wasn't enough for him, but he was saying, oh, here's how I make an extra $300 a day. And he was talking about, you know, I saw my daughter back when she was trying to access the coloring book online. See how young his daughter is? His daughter's trying to access a coloring book online to give you an idea of how young his daughter was, all right? And
she definitely wasn't 16 then.
No.
Because I don't think 16-year-old kids care about coloring books.
No. She was definitely around 14 at the oldest, and so it might have happened a few years before, back when she was 12. But he said, so it's something he had been doing for a few years at the time he was talking to me, and at the time she was 14. But he was like, saying, so I saw her trying to access this coloring book online, and she couldn't get to the coloring book because there was all these pop-up ads. And that's when I realized I could set up my own coloring book for kids and just make it all pop-up ads. And he said, because of that, I get paid a commission for the ad every time the kids hit it trying to reach the coloring book. And, you know, that gets me $300 a day with all the kids trying. And I said, that's child exploitation. It's like, nobody's getting hurt, you know, and nobody's, you know, they aren't giving any money out, you know. I'm not hurting them. They're not paying any money. And I didn't ride him too hard about it, but I was like, oh my God, that's so sleazy. I said, oh my God, that's so fucking sleazy. That's like, I can't even imagine if I got to that point in life, shoot me. Toby Jansen just put a thumbs up on my, he's down for putting down the heart, so I guess he's calmed down. He's not getting a boner anymore, so it's just thumbs up now. It's hearts on my latest photograph. The one of myself holding the basketball in the promotional banner. You know, if Derek Talley were still here, I'd make the joke. I might do that, you know, when he's on with us opening up the next episode. I'll tell him, yes, the photograph of my holding the basketball. Of course, you know, I can only shoot air balls. I was carrying that for self-defense because I was entering an all-black neighborhood. It was something for me to throw to them if large groups of them came at me, so I could run away. But basically, anyhow, Toby's still trying to, let's just say, worm his way in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a few minutes break, and I'm going to Zoe sent an attachment, so that guy's still with us. Oh my God, Californian wildfires and the lightning, and so I definitely thank him for that. So I will be addressing that when I return, among other things. And what I'm going to do is just kind of refresh myself, center myself, breathe, and come back. We're about 12 minutes to the top of the hour. Should be back in about 10 minutes at the most. I'm going to let our man Jameson hold the fort till then, and I should be cool for the rest of the night, but I'm sure he'll be with us, and if I need him for the rest of the anytime during the rest of the transmission, I'll call upon him. But just let me know if you feel that you need to drop off or tend to something. I mean, I'm sure both your parents are dead asleep by now.
By 3 o'clock, I'll probably go to get something to snack on and maybe play some games while listening.
Sounds good. Now, at 3 o'clock your time would be about 12 midnight my time, right? Midnight.
Yeah. That's 11 minutes from now, basically.
Okay, great. So at that time, I'll be doing the solicitation. So in a sense, you won't be missing much. You know that by heart. So I'm going to go mute and leave everyone in Jameson Reese's tender ministrations. We've had fun while I've looked around the internet for things to analyze, and we still have a lot of people with us. We've managed to maintain a great share of the audience, which built up quite a bit when we had Peter Moon with us, and that's one reason why it's so good to have Peter Moon with us, because he does bring his own fan base, and that helps to increase the listenership by a good bit. And definitely, it's interesting to me how late he was up, how late Brendan is up, considering his job the next day. I guess here's the problem: is that most people just can't fucking fall asleep. And so you can share a bit about your problems with that yourself, because I noticed you posted on your own timeline sleep was rare enough for you, where you actually talked about how wonderful it was to have 4 hours of it. So you might talk to people.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I have sleep apnea. Unfortunately, I can't use the CPAP machine now because one of my cats, my eldest cat, she likes to bite on the hose. So I can't get angry at them. Cats are going to be cats. But the thing is, for me, it's just really hot and humid around this time. It doesn't seem to cool off until like 5 or 6 in the morning. So that's the best time to really sleep for me. So I'm going to go into a few things I was able to find on the internet. According to, I think it's called phys.org, they found a bacteria that removes chlorine atoms from 2, 3, 7, and 8 tetrachloride dibenzo p-dioxin. These dioxins are a byproduct of chemical manufacturing, which includes herbicides and Agent Orange. They had discovered this by taking samples in the Passaic River of New Jersey. Now, anyone who drives from Staten Island to New Jersey will know that by the time you get over the bridge, the stench is so god-awful in New Jersey, it's not funny. You can close the windows, turn the air conditioner on full blast, but there's so much industrial stuff. There's so many industries there, so many refineries and whatnot. The stench is horrific, and some of this dioxin chemical was actually moving off into the Arthur Kill, which does connect from New Jersey to Staten Island. And Arthur Kill is an area in Staten Island, for those who don't know, where until recently, you used to be able to dispose of bodies in that area, used by mostly the mob. I will say no more on that. But I found out that in Vietnam, dioxin still poisons their food supply. And this is because the dioxin is ingested by bottom-feeding fish and shrimp. It seems to accumulate in fatty tissue. Now, for those who don't realize, the brain consists mostly of fatty tissue. which goes without saying that it causes a shitload of neurological problems. It's a what do they call it? It's teratogenic, meaning that it causes birth defects. So you can pretty much Google the effects of Agent Orange in Vietnam, and you'll see a shitload of horrific burns, horrific birth defects. Shit most regular people don't want to see. They found that an area it's called Bien Hoa Air Base is also contaminated. Now, according to a government website, jai.doc.gov, in September 2010, they had isolated. Now, this is a different article. This is going into something else aside from the dioxins. They had isolated from the Elbe River of Germany a species of fungus called Spingomonas wittichi, which belongs to a family that breaks down aromatic compounds in plants. It's found in soil. Now, this seems to be able to break down. This seems to be able to break down dioxins. Yeah, this is about dioxins. Actually, yeah, that's the bacteria that breaks down dioxins. See, I have everything written down. I'm looking at the wrong shit, so I'm a little bit scattered. Forgive me about that. Now, on futurism.com, I found an article in the Chinese academic that the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Cumming Institute of Botany, found a fungus called Aspergillus tubigiensis, which is a fungus found in soil. And this fungus is able to break down plastics. Now, the thing about plastics is plastics don't degrade. And based on that study back then, we have approximately 8.5 billion tons of plastic polluting planet Earth. Only 1/5 of it is recyclable, and only 1/5 of it is actually recycled. Most of it's not actually recycled at all. So the recycling programs, what people don't know, were actually the reason why we have recycling programs at all had to do with the fact that oil companies were getting a bad rap by environmentalists. So in order to stop people from getting angry at plastics, this is around the 70s or whatnot, they decided they would come up with this recycling program to show people that plastics were friendly. And now what happens is most of the plastics aren't recyclable at all. Most of that stuff is actually shipped to other countries. And for a long time, America was shipping it to China. But China no longer is going to take America's shit. So America has nowhere to send all this fucking toxic plastic residue. So instead of polluting the Pacific Gyre, which, you know, you can Google the plastic island on the Pacific Gyre, it's actually heartbreaking. That is something that's pretty fucking. That is something that's horribly emotional to me as well. Seeing, you know, the devastating effects that has on not only animals. You know, when you see a turtle that has grown with half of its body completely covered up by a plastic soda can and the thing's completely deformed, or you see dead bird corpses that have nothing but their stomachs lined with plastics, you can see how horrible our predicament is. And you can see why, at this point, I can honestly say, why should I even give a fuck anymore? We're on our way out. If we're not on our way out, do you really want to be in a future where everything is just compromised by shit? I mean, what's the fucking point? Not to be a downer. But I should note that we've only identified only 70% of the fungal species that we have on this planet. So there's a lot of potential in being able to correct the environment, and it seems that nature already has the answers, because who does it best other than nature itself? Now the problem is any of this going to gain traction? And I would tend to think that it isn't, because it seems like the powers that be are more bent on destroying the earth and destroying the cosmos than anything else. they could give two fucks as long as, they have a kid to rape and colored people to kill, from what it seems. I have another article on an interesting star. According to a source of a guy who I watched on YouTube, supposedly Betelgeuse, the star Betelgeuse. Well, it's spelled Beetle. Well, that's how they say it. That's how it's pronounced. It's active again. Betelgeuse is found on the shoulder of Orion. And the unexpected activity has caused people to ask what would happen if the star explodes, or if it goes supernova, or what would we expect? Now, given that it's light years away, we won't be expecting anything for another millions of years if it does go active. But, that said, what they don't put into context is the fact that what we're seeing when we look into the night sky in space is actually separated by light years, meaning all this stuff has happened millions of years ago. So we're looking at ancient history when we look in space. So when we talk about how things are influenced by the stars, we're not talking about the things being influenced by the stars in real time, because light is taking light years to travel. And light years is like hundreds of thousands of years to reach us. So we're talking about things that are millions of years away, meaning that we're literally looking back in time. So I would say if people are talking about the idea of Betelgeuse potentially going supernova, chances are it already has. We're just seeing its process right now. And this raises a lot of questions about the unpredictable nature of the star. But again, because the general public doesn't take any of this information into account, NASA could put it out as if this stuff is happening in real time. Now, there's another star that has caught my interest as well within it's called the star Methuselah. And this star is called HD 140283. It's 200 light years away. This is the oldest known object in the universe so far. Now, there was a time where scientists estimated it was 16 billion years old, but they've discovered that based on some calculations that it's actually 14.5 billion years old. Now, the universe, based on our cosmic radiation and the cosmic radiation background, scientists have determined is only 13.8 billion years old. So why we have a star that's older than our universe, within our universe, remains a mystery. This is a seven magnitude star with, I can't read what the rest of what I wrote. But this brings to question the idea that perhaps the idea of the Big Bang will need to be revised. Now, and this goes into a physicist whom I was following by the name of Penrose. Now, Penrose and Hawkins came up with the ideas that they came about for the black hole. But Penrose has since recently come out to say that, apparently the Big Bang hypothesis doesn't do justice to a lot of the mysteries that we're now finding about the universe. So what he projected was a model that's called the cyclical cosmology model. Now, the cyclical cosmology model would hold that a Big Bang, what we consider the Big Bang, was actually the expansion of a previous universe. And so this happens cyclically, where the universe grows extremely big. And so when you're talking about scale, when you're talking about something at that scale, then the idea of a Big Bang or the idea of expansion becomes completely irrelevant. If it's just going to, culminate in another, if the expansion of our universe is just going to culminate in what would be another Big Bang of another universe, what's the relevance of the idea of a beginning? You know, in fact, we would have to start to look at the fact that there is no beginning or end to our known universe, or at least this is an idea that I seem to like. And this is an idea that we also find in ancient Vedic lore and ancient Indian, ancient Indian cosmology. We have the idea of an infinite universe, which seems to make a lot of sense when you think about it. And so it's 3:03. That is all I have for now. After this, I'm probably gonna have some Jamaican beef patties, which I really do love for some reason, and I'm going to enjoy Guild Wars 2, which I'm definitely not going to turn the chat on because again, we get bombarded by a bunch of pieces of sludge who live off of their parents, in the basements, and put on god-awful amounts of weight, sitting there playing video games all fucking day. When I say all day, I'm not kidding you. The same people, I would go to sleep, wake up, same people are there talking shit. I would go out and do something else, same people are talking shit. And that's all they do. They troll, they talk shit, they eat Cheetos off of their bellies, which I suppose, who knows, they probably have like a new arm or some kind of mutation growing out feeding them at that point. We can have both hands available to talk shit while they do nothing but eat. Who knows? Yeah, that's basically what I have to look forward to for a remainder of the night. I've started to look into I've taken a fascination into some of the gods of the Yoruba people, who were, for those who don't know, were some of the most heavily targeted populations during the Atlantic slave trade. And a lot of their lore would live on through the hoodoo traditions and voodoo traditions. So that's something, very interesting that I look forward to working with, And I'm sure that, the other entities and currents that I've been working with wouldn't have a problem with it because, there seems to be a sort of synergy within the spiritual world, especially considering that they're going against people who are anti-theistic and anti-creation altogether anyway.
Yes, thank you. Very, very excellent point. And I think the ultimate point, really, one of the ultimate points of the spiritual struggle. And it is a struggle, and there are those who seek peace, and those who seek peace are often divorcing themselves from this conflict, and we're not blaming them or judging them, but at the same time, there is that element of non-participation that is in and of itself not necessarily encouraged. We need people to help us and to participate in the world around us. By the way, I'm going to go mute, go back to trying to fix some things up around here, and keep going where you're going. Thank you.
All right. Well, to a degree, I can understand the stance of non-participation because when all you have to look forward to is being stalked, being harassed, or being sent to an early grave for fighting a cause that would ordinarily, in common sense, would be considered the right thing to do. But apparently, a majority of the human beings on this planet, I don't think, operate on common sense anymore. And I'm led to believe that, I'm going to use the 20-80 rule, but I think that 20% of people are legitimately good people who have a good heart and aren't corruptible. And what happens is the 80% who can be easily controlled, steered, or just don't want to think for themselves, fuck it up for the 20%. And, so sometimes it makes people like me angry, and, I'm not someone who has a means or has a desire to destroy the human race. I see this as something where the idiocy of humankind is going to cause them to fall on their own sword. But, in the very least, if I'm not going to fight the fight, I at least have a responsibility to support those who are capable of doing something. Because the people who are capable of doing something and are sacrificing to fight this fight deserve at least that much for being good people. In a world where most people just either don't give a fuck or have been too indoctrinated and programmed. And I'm not going to say that people can I'm not going to say that just because someone's programmed, they're bad either. There, as we spoke about earlier, William Cooper, he was able to break out of his programming, but he paid an immense price for that. And so there's always a price when you break out of that programming. There's always a price when you not only break out of that programming, but expose what was going on. I have the privilege of having been an outsider most of my life, meaning I never fit the status quo. I was never in the box to begin with. So I have nothing to share about the world from being in the box and the corruption that is rampant in it. But I can see it clearly from the outside, even if most people would call, what I say extremely negative. I err on the side of pessimism, because we, through actions, humans have proven time and time again, as a whole, as a collective, that they do not have the responsibility, capacity, or willingness to confront such bullshit or such degradation. Right. Whereas from an individual basis, the redemption of the human race is found in the individual only, because the individuals, those few individuals who are good people, have shown that they have been a light within these times of extreme darkness.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, that was beautiful, and I really appreciate what you said about Yoruba Orisha, or the religion, of course, of the Moa, or the deities that interact with all of us. So I, of course, am still dealing with a collapsing technological situation.
So I'm going to assume that you're probably still dealing with things on of a technical nature.
Yes. What's happening is that. Because I am immune to occult siege, basically, the only thing they can get on me is the technology and those around me. So what impacts me constantly when I agree that I'm under occult siege, as Jameson, of course, felt he was earlier this evening, and who's to argue with that? It's because we are. But the occult siege, in my case, impacts everything and everyone around me, as opposed to myself. Now, it's ultimately just as frustrating. It
is because the people, because when you see the people around you get sick, or you get anomalies like what happened tonight, with some stranger walking in the house without a mask on. Yeah, it makes you realize that, oh shit, Yeah, I could drug myself into oblivion, but I still got to protect my family.
Yes.
And so that's one of the reasons why I say, if I'm not going to participate in the fight, at least I can support, you who have been doing this fight for a long time. My reasons for not participating deal with the fact that I ultimately see the outcome I see is the very outcome that you saw on the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And that's the only outcome I think is going to be possible from all this. And I don't think that, I would think that to say that we have 10 years would be very optimistic. But then that's just because I'm a pessimistic motherfucker to begin with.
It's beyond that. I think also that, and I don't blame you for this. This isn't an ambition. I think you've come to the conclusion that that's what humanity deserves. There's also that. And aside from the children, what Jameson is concentrating on is just how vile so many people have been to him personally, and how vile they've been just to his ethnos, how vile they've been to everybody else.
How vile they are to each other within their own ethnicities. I mean, shit.
Yes. It's appalling.
Most people are going to get killed by people within their own ethnicities.
Yes, it's true. Yes, go on.
And so I could do what Malcolm X did and work for black empowerment, only to get killed by someone else black.
Yes.
Or I could just say, well, fuck it. Let everyone just go fuck themselves. I'm going to focus on protecting my folks and protecting myself to survive as long as I possibly can. And that's ultimately the decision I've come to.
Right.
Because doing anything for the herd is going to get no reward. You work on behalf of the herd, you will get slaughtered. Mm-hmm. Well, they ain't worth dying for.
Yeah, I have I reflect a lot of that myself, and the reason that I understand where Jameson is coming from, and a lot of people have not understood that, is because I myself have had the hard experience that no good deed goes unpunished, and so it's one of these things where it's not that I've even sought some kind of public recognition for anything that I've done, but it certainly would be welcome. It certainly would not be spurned or turned away. But no, it's not forthcoming. If anything, there's only judgmentalism, rebuke, and condemnation. People hate me for what I've done for them. And
there's way more slander that you're going to get, and what this says to me is something that's a matter of common sense that everyone overlooks. A lot of people say, "Oh, there's more good people than bad people. It's a few rotten apples." Bullshit. If it was a few rotten apples, you wouldn't have so many people able to even stop an individual like yourself from even able to establish a platform for yourself. So the fact that things are as entrenched as they are says to me the opposite. Yes. That there's a few good apples and most of them are rotten.
Thank you. That truly is the case. The problem is the pathophyllocracy, the rule by pedophiliac, patriarchal predators. All of this is your fault. I don't mean Jameson Reese, and I don't mean you personally, the listener, necessarily, but it might be. But it's basically as a whole, the population as a whole, it's your fault. Honestly, as a population, you are not only allowing this to happen, those of you who are bitching about it are generally part of the fucking problem. As a matter of fact, yes, it's usually the predators that are wailing about this at the top of their lungs the most. And it's something like, what do they call that? I think thou protesteth far too strongly for thine own good, etc. It's really, they're showing what they really are.
Well,
because they're so interested in this. The more someone is really saying, I hate what they do to children, and they've made a career of it, I've noticed that many of them who are trying to crusade against this, they're almost certainly something about themselves is certainly compromised in that regard. Oftentimes.
They're certainly doing it. And they're certainly being told you have to crusade against it as a face, or we're going to expose it.
Yeah.
And this makes them all look good, which is the entire point, and the other thing about it is, you can tell it's the cult of the kings of Edom, because what they do is they use what I like to call a projection. They use a projection, a false projection. They'll project on the polar opposite person who's doing it. So the people who are calling the Antifa people and these Black Lives Matter people thugs and hooligans, those are the individuals who are going out there and being thugs and hooligans and throwing glass bottles in windows and shit and looting places to try to shift the blame on people who are peaceful protesters.
Right.
This is precisely what we're dealing with. The minute you meet somebody who's talking about, oh, I want to protect the children. It's all about the children. I got children. And it's like, well, what are you using your children for?
Yeah.
Why exactly are you protecting? You're not as adamant about protecting your children as you say, or you wouldn't be on the side you're on, the side that preys off of children.
Thank you. And by the way, Devon Bulldog says, I like this man. And Daniel Arola says, it's Jameson Reese talking. And of course, we got to bring Daniel on at some point in the near future to speak with all of us. By the way, I want everyone to know that what had happened while Jameson covered for me was both of my computers died. And I can't, I believe our stream was cut off for a brief period of time. And so we're back, and I do hope that not too much of the narrative was missed. It seems like everybody heard everything. And it
Yes,
seems like,
yes.
the stream continued because I'm getting a strong signal is being indicated. So, but literally, I was kicking and knocking everything around and plugging and unplugging things, literally, which accounts for some of the interruption in stream and Skype there for a minute. But I had to because literally the screens were blacking out on my computers. It was just it's like it was like an attack. Now, what I thought might be happening, and I will go into depth in this now, and I'll take over the monologue at this point, was that I thought it was the blackouts, and I thought we were being blacked out because this would be a time when they would do that, when they would figure most people would be asleep, so they wouldn't be impacting too many people. This would be a time they would black us out. So I honestly thought that was what was happening, but apparently it wasn't. So it because everything else was on, all my lights everywhere else except the computers were going down. None of this is surprising, and all of this is per pattern. We want to thank Jameson Reese. He will go for some snacks now. He'll be back in a few minutes, and he'll just be hanging out in the background. You are always.
I just wanted to ask one more question.
Oh, please.
Is it possible at this point that we have what I would like to call it is a ghost in the machine technology, where you can cause poltergeist on someone's electronic devices?
Yeah, I'd have to say yes. It's one of those things where a good example of this, God bless her, Lotta Andrews. I am so just full of just sorrow that this wonderful woman, Lotta Andrews, who is no longer with us, died fairly recently. She was someone who I befriended myself in the very early days on Facebook, was ultimately chased off by Laura Lee Solomon. And I never went back to try and reestablish contact with her, which I deeply regret. I wish I had. And she was not just a wonderful person, but she was also physically attractive. And she died. She died of a stroke, or two in a row. This might have been triggered by a beam attack. Who knows? She was young and healthy. There was comparatively young and healthy. These things happen at the same time. You know, it does seem it was a bit out of place for her age, and she didn't deserve that. It was just so awful. And she did have a background where she was investigating child abuse. Now, in her case, it was far different from your average man who gets off on this shit and just says, I'm a crusader against people who harm kids and shit. And you have to take into context, okay, has this guy been molested when he was young? Was this guy victimized when he was young? And if so, that makes sense to a degree, because there's also the option that, well, why don't you just drop it? I mean, why do you want to continue dealing with these people? She, on the other hand, was a mother, and she was the mother of several children, and it made more sense because she was kind of like a retiree. She was kind of like a retiree, and her children were grown up, and she now had spare time to kind of be an investigator. So it kind of made sense. And the one time that she was investigating it truly hot and heavy and getting into a trail, getting on track of some big names who were pedophiles. Then what happened was her computer caught on fire spontaneously and literally almost burned the house down. And so they do have this technology that where they can cause your computers to start overprocessing. And they can cause your computer to start overprocessing so violently that it will burst into flames. And yeah, go on, Jameson. Jameson says, I can happily say at this point I no longer wish to investigate it further. Just investigate it as you feel is necessary towards what points you want to make. For most people, you don't need to. And go on.
It's such an emotional. It's so emotionally painful for me that, it took me a lot to be able to wire myself to get out of bed today. Yeah. I just felt devastated because I'm someone who as a child did, I didn't, it wasn't the upbringing, rather it was the other kids and adults around me who were abusive. So it's none of this is my parents aren't to blame for it. It's just like the teachers, the fucking kids, they were fucking evil. Yes. And they didn't give a fuck. So, I mean, having gone through that pain to try to empathize with what a fucking kid would go through, it's like reliving all that fear and terror and fear is an emotion that seems to dominate most of my life. So that's a place I really, I would be happy to not have to go there for a long time at least, because I can't handle it anymore.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Yeah, I could admit my weakness there. I can't handle it. I don't get off on this shit.
Yeah,
This shit breaks me down.
yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why I have to be dissociated for a long period of time, because I don't want to process this emotion. You know, processing the emotion is oftentimes more devastating than just leaving it alone and just saying fuck it. You know.
Yes, yes, and I think that that's very important, and I want you to how would I say this? Just go a little bit into sharing what you're willing to share, if it's not too much to ask, about the assaults, or when you say the kids just don't give a shit, and then you corrected that. It's really beyond that. They give a shit. They're gratuitously evil. They actually enjoy suffering.
Yeah. It was just getting physically beaten a lot and physically having to fight, and it reached a point where I had to literally become evil myself, and I would just have to, you know, find the toughest guy I could see and just attack him, knowing I would get my ass handed to me, because it was like, let me get this shit over with. I know this is going to be a fucked up experience for me. I hate school. The parents, what do you call it? Teachers didn't seem to care. They only cared because, you know, I didn't have my hand my shit in on time.
Yeah.
And that was all they ever bitched about, or the fact that I would get into fights in the middle of class, which you know, really weren't things that were a matter of choice some of the times. Some of the times you had to sort of flex that muscle, but most of the times when I had like a handful of friends here and there who were cool people, but I kept to myself. I was withdrawn fairly often, fairly early on. So, I mean, I pretty much, you know, I witnessed some things that I didn't want to witness. When I was a kid, I witnessed a kid who had gotten crushed by a car and was kind of yelling agony.
What happened with that? I'm sorry. God.
This was in Brooklyn, around Schenectady Avenue, where the school was, and this was across the street from the school. All the adults were just standing there, gasping, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" And everyone was just looking. And I saw it, and I heard the kids' cries, and it just stuck with me. And so, you know, my sister was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Nothing." And I just like rushed across the street. I was like, "Let's just get out of here." And so she doesn't remember it, because I didn't tell her to. I told her to look away from it. I told her not to look at it. But, you know, to this day, I really don't like driving. I don't like driving. I don't have a driver's license for a reason.
Yeah,
because that was kind of seared into me.
I can imagine, and it's appreciated. It definitely is something that is. Oh my God! You know, I've experienced similar things myself, but to hear about it from you, it's definitely one of those primal traumas, and it's one of those things that it integrates into one's impression of the world and what comes out later. By the way, grab your snacks, get yourself just kind of prepared, and do listen to me. And whenever you feel the need to interject, do so, and I will certainly address, you know, whatever, or basically you can help me address whatever I'm speaking of. You can help bring up some how would I say it, perspectives to add to it if you feel the need to do so. Just go ahead and respond to that. But in terms of everything else, we're deeply indebted to Jameson for being with us to this point, and he'll be with us on the sidelines for the rest of the night. God bless you. And by the way, you mentioned sleep apnea. I am curious, do you have one of those, you might have discussed this, the CPAPs, because I know most people tell me...
Yeah, I do.
Before you describe that, most people tell me that the CPAP experience is like having a wind tunnel with a vacuum hose, just pumped into your throat, where you choke on your own tongue. Your own tongue is blown to the back of your throat, and you choke to death on it, and you wake up in the morning dead because of the CPAP. Is that the experience that you feel that you have when you have that thing on? This is why most people leave it in a corner of the room and never put it on.
No. My experience is kind of different because my sleep apnea is probably. It's caused by me not getting enough oxygen, but it's not caused by like the back of my throat or anything. It's not a physical thing. It's something where, you know, my body already has lower oxygen levels than most people anyway, because I have thrombocytopenia, where my blood doesn't produce enough platelets. It's always been this way. You know, I was kind of born with like a somewhat of an enlarged spleen, and I was kind of jaundiced, so they had to put me under one of those lights. What happens is, for me, I breathe through my nose most of the time. So what happens is sometimes I'll wake up because it's uncomfortable because my nose will get kind of stuffy. But other than that, you know, I haven't had the experience of it being like a wind tunnel or anything. If anything, it's helped me sleep to maybe like 4.5 hours or 5 hours, maybe if I'm lucky. But you know, with as hot as it is, and not having like central air conditioning, me putting that thing on is going to just elevate my body temperature. So it's like it's so hot. It's like, what the fuck is the point?
Right. Interesting. Okay. So I definitely appreciate your having the courage to share that as well. And believe me, the interesting thing is that all of these individuals, Team Dietrich, what they do is they buy me time to look around and comprise enough of an impression of what's going on in the world to provide everyone an analysis. And so without these people here, that just couldn't be done. Now, it's only a minute to the bottom of the hour. But definitely when it came to the CPAP, and you're explaining that you said the sleep apnea combined with your other issues, I was just wondering if there was anything else you want to bring up about your dreams. What is the quality of your dreams is what I was curious about before you go.
My dreams are fairly lucid. Not only are they lucid, I remember them all the time because I had trained myself earlier on in 2005 to... I trained myself to do that by constantly asking myself while I was working at White Castle, am I dreaming every 30 minutes? And I would make it a thing to look at my watch and say, am I dreaming every 30 minutes? So the thing is, I enter a dream state much sooner than most people would. Meaning, most of the times, there are times where I would think I'm asleep and I'm not, but I'm having like full-blown REM hallucinations and whatnot. So to the point where I think I'm asleep, you know. And it could just be me in like a meditative state.
Yeah, and so when you're confronting that, and that is of course something that might. How do you maintain a sense of anchoring and tethering into the world so you don't fall into a panic? Because it's so easy to have a panic attack, wondering if you're dreaming or not. Because we all feel panic when we dream we're walking around naked in public. And there must have been moments when you felt like it was that while you were wide awake. Is that ever the case?
No. The only time I ever felt like I was dreaming while I was awake was when I had decided to do that experiment of sleep deprivation for 3 days. And that was very strange.
What was the logic behind that? What prompted that? What inspired that?
There was a bit of psychonautics, but there was also the fact that I always considered myself a shit artist, and I still do consider myself a shit artist. I never give myself credit when it comes to drawing. I used to paint back then with oil paints, and I figured, you know, I was looking at some guy's blog, and he was talking, and I was seeing how his drawings, you know, transformed under sleep deprivation. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try this shit.
Holy shit.
And so by day 3, I'm like, by day 3, I'm like flipping burgers and like grilling fries and shit in the fast food fryer, and I'm like dozing off at the same time, and I'm like, holy shit, I gotta get to bed. So when the shift finally ends, I'm walking home, and I hear these people arguing outside of an apartment, on the sidewalk, and I see these little gray men walking around, and I'm like, what? And these gray men, they were really small, gray. They looked like they were wearing these white suits, and they had like these horns coming out the tops of their heads.
All right.
And these people are arguing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And so I'm looking at the stop sign, and the stop sign starts to look like the strange mushroom-looking fella with like a mushroom head, and I'm like, oh shit! And I realized at the time that while I'm doing this, I'm literally like falling asleep and dozing off. So I'm like, I gotta keep moving. So I keep passing these trees, and it feels like, you know, I'm blacking out while I'm walking, or it's kind of weird. And I keep seeing, like, every time I look at a tree, I see this guy standing here, and he's got like the stern look on his face. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Dude, I was fucking bugging out. I was seeing shit. I was starting to see like spiders and all kinds of weird things. The world takes on a vaguely sort of hostile feeling where like a fallen leaf on the ground seems like it's something horrific that's just going to come out of it, or it's going to mutate into something that you don't know what the fuck is going to happen. So needless to say, when I got home and slept, I don't even remember. It was just like a sort of blackout sleep.
Yeah. And is that the 4 hours you were referencing in the latest post on Facebook, or this is something different, earlier time, a much earlier?
No, that was a much earlier time. That was in the early 2000s.
Okay. Yeah.
But
go on.
But usually now, you know, I've noticed something weird where sleep it's a lot easier to go into a sleep state, being on a dissociative than it was, you know, when I was just using the medical marijuana for some reason. The medical marijuana does put me to sleep, but it doesn't keep me asleep for some reason. But I have a lot of dreams, and I've had a recurring theme. There's a recurring theme of the power going out. And so I'm always in some place where I have to go and restore the power, because for some reason I have to find a circuit breaker. And I don't know why the power goes out. But every time the power goes out, there's some bizarre fucking shit that happens that stops me from being able to go into whatever basement where the circuit breaker is. And every time that happens, there's always some bizarre shit going on outside. Like I saw a policeman, and there's a policewoman, and she's tossing some stoner looking guy. She's grabbing him like by the fucking leg and head, and she's tossing him on the ground on his head. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm surrounded by all these weird women who I never met before. It's just bizarre shit. But the theme is always the same. Trying to restore power to some place. I don't know what the fuck it means.
That's amazing. Well, I thank you again for sharing that, and it's something that I think is important to us all, because we all have we're all impacted by our dreams. We just don't realize it consciously, and our dreams are, of course, are digesting the reality around us. That individual who ultimately got murdered because he attempted to start a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself, Michael Hemmingson. The name of his program was The Art of Dreaming. That's how important he felt that was. And by that, he didn't mean like daydreaming your objectives and realizing them like Tony Robbins' kind of motivational seminar. He meant actually dreaming, having dreams,
yeah.
and helping your dreams to manifest what's possible in yourself. I mean, it's amazing how some of us can come up with these incredibly idealistic and almost... how would I say it? You would think somebody like that would be almost on the cusp of some kind of enlightenment and wisdom, and here he was just a sexually addicted asshole who was trying to incite a flame war between Aquino and myself for what seemed to be purely gratuitous reasons, and dumb enough to do this to the point where he paid for it with his life. What can you say?
There's a lot of these guru types popping up. One of the notable guys, I think, is Jim Carrey, because he was in a relationship with this girl who wound up dying, and the thing is, like, he's on this whole enlightenment trip, you know, this whole seeing reality for what it is, but, you know, seeing through it, you know. Supposedly his relationship with that girl, based on what the girl's mother said, was not necessarily a good one. And supposedly he had given her a STD or some shit. So, I mean, you have people with these ravenous appetites who are pretending to be something the opposite of what they are. They're acting the ultimate parts, and they're able to sell it to the public.
Yeah, that's about it. And
You want to find someone enlightened, you go to Stoner Island, to Stoner Alley, and you see some of the people who, you speak to some of the bums and some of the people who are fucking literally doing the lean, you know. You speak to some of those people, you speak to some of the most literally enlightened people you've ever fucking spoken to.
Well, they have to be.
You're not gonna find it by something that's neat, trim, and marketable. If it's neat, trim, and marketable, it's full of shit. 100% of the times.
It's so true. It's so true. Well, again, I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah. With that, I'm going to bid the audience adieu for now, and I'm going to get something to eat. Okay,
thank you,
sir.
Okay, bless you. We love you dearly, and thank you, brother. And of course, this has always been a struggle. I'm so lucky to have an extended family in my struggle, inclusive of brother Jameson Reese, Daniel Arola, and so many others. Of course, our sisters must never be forgotten. Selena Khan, of course, has been indispensable, and Brendan Zogit. There's never enough I can say about him, and certainly my respect for Peter Moon is apparent and obvious. So, or at least I would hope it would be. To all my listeners, and I want to thank all of you who make all of this worthwhile. It, of course, is still a struggle with, as you noticed, when my computers pretty much died on me simultaneously for no apparent reason, both of them at once, and without a power outage going on, with all the other lights holding steady around me. That, of course, indicates some kind of electronic attack. So it's always one or the other that just it throws me into another stress-filled challenge that seems to be ceaseless. But hopefully things, with your prayers, will stabilize on a more permanent basis. That's my struggle, and Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to the YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which is spelled MAGGOTAUR. Of course, John Warrington is the property manager thereof, and he also serves as Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no fahin, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay thy monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggot-millions. That would be spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. Because of his own initiative, he's the man who took it upon himself to download the overwhelming majority of what I've produced and put it into his own hard drive so we could reconstruct my electronic legacy after it was wiped from the internet no less than thrice. And because he did what he did and also downloads all of our episodes onto the archives, that you may access them at your leisure into the future on our website. If you, of course, donate, subscribe, become a sponsor, then if anyone deserves any financial contributions aside myself, it is he. And now you, too, can do your part in the fight to help against total annihilation, whether it's of my legacy from the internet or the annihilation of all species on the surface of the earth, of life itself. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich,
that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio sire, which you'll find on the homepage of showsdd.com, which actually be on a different host site, believe it or not, connected into the website via some incredible series of steps that I'm not sophisticated enough to understand, established by Lena Shea, our web mistress. Let it be, this would explain to you on that particular footnote the meaning of my biological father's name, and therefore you'll understand how the name makes the man of Adolf Hitler. And let it be known that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. Spread that word far and wide to all and sundry, and encourage all those you encounter to, if at all possible, electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. Because people are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have the new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, or the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail in either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich
both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and they will soon be accompanied by a third video currently in production, which you can find the trailer for on his same channel. And of course, what he's working on be about the Theodorik's Flugelrad and Hanebu technology, entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. The trailer for that is up. Do review it at your leisure. And of course, remember that the last Dietrich, which would be transliterated as the son of Dietrich's or the son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not even be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavoshmeliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, or literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine own expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night, whilst never neglecting to click upon that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, and above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, our lovely grandma dame, Judith Agert, had a friend who was a victim named Charlene P. Her surname, her family name, has never been provided for the sake of the family, because the family was and is affiliated with the United States military. That same wretched complex which controls so much of your life. As a matter of fact, in order to give you an idea of just how much they manipulate your life, it's important to remember what these individuals have done to infiltrate your life in so many ways. And what you have is a situation in which they've integrated themselves into so many aspects of your society that the correct acronym that was applied by Michael Aquino himself to describe the military junta, which comprises your actual government, was the U.S. MyMoNannySec. USMyMoNannySec.com, or the U.S. MyMoNannySec.com, rather. There was no dot in it. That got added subconsciously because of all the computer shit. But the com is short for complex, as opposed to computer when you've got a .com. And the U.S. MIMONANI-SEC acronym. It stands for the United States Military, Intelligence, Medical, Occult, Entertainment, Narcotics, Academic, Nuclear, Information, Sciences, Industrial, Congressional Complex, established circa 1876, when, of course, a pirate flag was run over both the United and Confederal States at the time that the election was stolen by General Rutherford B. Hayes and the rail robber barons of the original military industrial complex, which then incorporated the medical, academic, and inevitably, ultimately, nuclear and everything else, the intelligence, all those aspects that I just mentioned that integrate basically every aspect of your fucking society other than necessarily religious, which gets integrated as well, since during World War I, churches became recruiting centers, as in a very real sense they were during World War II. So I think at this point, however, in history, many churches have disabused themselves of the military-industrial complex. In that sense, they aren't really included, since that was overtaken as a responsibility by the satanic chaplaincy of Michael Aquino and his ilk. That brings us, of course, to one of his products, the Golden State Killer. The reason I brought up this victim friend of Judith Egert's, Charlene P., was because she was victimized at the Letterman Army Medical Center, where she was on site at the Presidio military base, as many civilians were throughout its history, because you have to go through the fucking Presidio military base to get onto, to access, to transit the fucking Golden Gate Bridge. It goes through the Presidio military base, which is no longer active, so it's no longer an issue. But in the day, that's why the Presidio military base, of necessity, had to be an open military base. There were areas of it that were closed, but civilians were otherwise allowed onto base. They were not allowed, of course, to take advantage of its services, such as shopping at the post exchange or the commissary, which were both different places. In case you don't know, most of you won't know what either one of those are, but the post exchange is where you went to get non-perishable items in general, and the commissary was where you went to get perishable items like foodstuffs, and then there were other areas you couldn't go into, like the officers' clubs or the enlisted men's clubs, etc. There were places that were just off limits to the general public, but what the general public did have access to, if they tried to kill themselves by jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, or if they were injured on site, was Letterman Army Medical Center. They did treat civilian victims of accidents on site or in range. And that's because the Presidio was under the jurisdiction of the feds, and they had their own fucking fire department. And the Coast Guard serviced as their rescue department in many ways. And all of this led to the fact that as a kind of favor to the public, their tax-paying base, which made their existence fucking possible, the military did take care of people who were injured on site. And one of them, unfortunately, was this young lady named Charlene P., who was taken advantage of in a very invasive environment, in a violently invasive manner, where she fell down, broke her arm, wound up at the Letterman Army Medical Center, where she was gang raped. And that destroyed her life to the point where she killed herself. So Judith Egert described that, and that's the level of abuse of civilians the military holds in total contempt. And of course, I can bring up the other case of the Zodiac killer in San Francisco, who, whenever he was spotted by witnesses, was dressed in full military camouflage. And the boot prints he left on site, all of his murders were military issue combat boot prints. I could go on and on about this son of a bitch, a product of the U.S. military and turned loose, like the medical cosmetologist who I spoke of, her husband, earlier, to terrorize the American public, keep them in a state of constant terror. All of this fueled the need for a security apparatus that encompassed the U.S. military, among other aspects of
our society, such as the police state, which I'm sure at this point in history would have been integrated into the acronym that Michael Aquino had, along with his affiliates, produced. And one of these days, indeed, I will integrate that into the acronym for all of us. And with that in mind, let me make note of that to myself for later reference. And so give me a second here to do that, and I will add in police state. There we are. Okay. And with that reminder put into my schedule, what's the other thing that all of this was leading to? All of this is of importance because we've got the Golden State Killer was finally sentenced yesterday. And I don't think I can really do justice to this tonight. I will do my best, but I might revisit this subject in the near future, and I do want people to understand just how would I say it? This case is so personally repugnant to me because it emphasizes everything about our culture that is so fucking repulsive in general. There's no real way to just emphasize why this case disgusts me, other than the fact that this man was a product of the same machine that produced people like the botulism toxin killer that we described earlier, the Zodiac killer who killed only females, and one of the survivors of his attempted serial killing spree. Well, he certainly realized a serial killing spree, but one of the survivors of his attempted murder was a pregnant woman, so he was not above killing women who were with child. This is the level of evil that we're fucking talking about. It's beyond abhorrent. There's no real way that we can do justice to something like this. But to put it just put it bluntly, the victims of Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., the former police officer whose violent crimes through the 1970s and 1980s terrorized Californians all across this state nation. In disambiguation from a nation state, we are a state that was once a nation with a history of independence as unto Texas as the Golden Bear Flag Republic, which is what earned this monster the moniker Golden State Killer. We're finally getting their say in court yesterday. And it's in that context that I will try and outline his case. If you were to take, remember now, my Associate of Science degree is in criminal psychology. If you were to take the case study of the Golden State Killer, the most outstanding element are the primal trauma that produced him. The most outstanding element of his case, the primal trauma, being the primal trauma which produced him, would be the fact that the Golden State Killer witnessed two men rape his sister. And that indisputably fueled his future rampage throughout his life. This DP, or double penetration rape, of his sister was engineered by the U.S. military. Now, for those of you who hold any doubt, I will articulate in a manner that you cannot deny. Joseph James DeAngelo, who to
outline, identify for those of you unfamiliar with he, is the 70, at this point, his age would be about 74, I believe. I'm going to confirm that because that's an important point, and I do want to confirm it for myself. He is indeed 74 years of age. And he has 3 daughters that are admitted to. He has got a kill list and a victim list a mile long. Now, he's being prosecuted for only a fraction of his killings, but he's being prosecuted for 13 murders. We know there were many, many more. He is being prosecuted for over 100 rapes. We know there were many, many more. The correct number has been judged to be well above 300, more like about 350 women raped. He's being prosecuted for well over 120 burglaries. So we know there were many more besides that. This is a home invader rape killer. And he is probably one of the most violent and vile criminals in the history of the world. And he's a former police officer and a mechanic who served in the United States Navy during the Vietnam War, who was identified a few years ago as the serial rapist and killer who terrorized California throughout the 70s and 80s, the decades thereof, and faced originally but a total of a dozen counts of murder in Santa Barbara, Orange, Ventura, the Sacramento counties, and was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, a suburb of Sacramento, the capital of the state nation of California, on the 24th of April, about 2 years ago. If I were to look up, may have been 3 years ago, I can look up again his case as to when he was arrested, and it's 2018. So it was the year before yesteryear that this 74-year-old son of a bitch was finally brought in, allowed to roam free throughout his life, to do as he pleased to people as if they were but inanimate objects or animals, and nobody did anything about it. It was only after investigators linked DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, from the decades-old crime scenes to D'Angelo using an online genealogical database that he was finally brought in to face justice. Now, his family members, which include 35-year-old Jesse Ryland, who's now about 37. He was 35 years old at the time of arrest when I originally wrote a column about this arrest. This nephew of Joseph James D'Angelo confessed that decades before he killed dozens of people and sexually assaulted hundreds of others in an endless crime spree that stretched throughout his career. It was his career to terrorize the state nation of California. The man known as the Golden State Killer watched 2 men rape his younger sister on an Air Force base in Germany. Joseph James D'Angelo was playing with his sister Constance in an abandoned warehouse on an American air base in Germany, mind you, when 2 airmen walked in full uniform and raped her in front of him. Now, D'Angelo was only 9 years old at the time. His sister was 7 years of age. Now, his nephew, Jesse Ryland, learned about the incident from his own mother just before she died from cancer circa 2017, the year before his arrest. Now, his sister's rape by 2 adult men in full Air Force uniform was just one notable incident in what was a tough childhood for D'Angelo, which is always the defense for these serial killers, is of course they had a hard childhood, right? Of course, we've all had a hard childhood. Well, maybe you haven't, and the majority of you haven't, compared to someone like myself. And James Reese, of course, has a fairly tough childhood as well. But we didn't become serial killers, or serial rape killers, more specifically. But D'Angelo and his 3 siblings grew up in an abusive household, where his father physically assaulted his mother, Kathleen, as confirmed by his nephew, Jesse Ryland. And she also abused at least one of the children that we know of. The mother of Jesse Ryland himself. And, of course, his mother, Kathleen, was sexually assaulted by Joseph James D'Angelo throughout her childhood, with Ryland confirming and testifying that his grandmother, his mother's mother, would beat her all the time because she was so jealous of her getting all the sex from Joseph James, from the father of the family. She was jealous of her daughter that Mr. D'Angelo lavished all of his sexual attentions on the daughter instead of the wife who gave her birth. And the way Jesse Ryland described it, his own mother would have to wear 2 pairs of pants at all times to lessen the blow, the series of blows that would always be befalling her. And he is convinced that, of course, all the daughters were abused like that. That the mother was jealous of all of them for the father fucking them all instead of her once they all had been born. It's like she existed to bring into the world fuck me for Joseph James. Now, Joseph D'Angelo Sr. served in the United States Air Force, and the family moved frequently because of his job. This is the father of the serial rape killer that I'm describing. And Jesse Ryland, again, in testimony, attested that after one violent incident on a base in Germany, military police warned Joe Sr. he would be kicked out of the Air Force if he ever touched his wife again, even affectionately. So he was ordered to lay off his wife from physically ever touching her again. And as a result, he turned towards, this is the father, not Joseph D'Angelo himself, mind you. He turned towards raping all of their ethnic maids hired in other countries where they were stationed. Korea, Panama, etc., the Philippines. Now, a spokesperson for the NPR, the National Personnel Record Center, which manages military records for veterans who served throughout the 20th century, said on record and officially that the files for both Joseph D'Angelo Sr. and the serial rape killer that he spawned, Joseph James D'Angelo Jr., their service files were not available because, quote unquote, another government agency had seized them. Well, I know which agency he's referencing, and that was the Defense Intelligence Agency of the Department of Defense, which took it from the National Record Center, because the NPRC, the National Personnel Record Center, is not a military organization. It's not part of the Department of Defense per se. It's in a gray area like the Veterans Administration, only less civilian. than the VA. The VA is, once you get on that, you're like on civilian welfare. You're a veteran, but you're not part of the military at all. The National Personal Record Center is in a gray area between the VA status and the Department of Defense status, which is part of the military. After that, those records were transferred with Aquino to the National Security Agency, the NSA, when he made his lateral transfer. In other words, Michael Aquino was the direct manager of Joseph James DeAngelo Jr. Even though the monster was created before Michael Aquino's time, Michael Aquino was his manager when Michael Aquino assumed control of all such monsters in what he called California's Little League. That was his name for all the serial killers that were stationed in California. I use the term stationed pointedly because they were all military affiliated, even down to, in ways most people wouldn't comprehend, Charles Manson. Now, in terms for those records and Michael Aquino's management of Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., Jesse Ryland was able to attest that when his uncle and his mother told their parents about what had happened in the military base warehouse, they were therefore instructed to never discuss it. His father programmed him to become what he was by suppression. This is all intentional, and this is how the forebearers of Michael Aquino created such terrorists to terrorize the domestic public. What they used was the term to domesticate the munching herds, as Aquino referred to the masses, the tax-paying electorate. Now, that, of course, must have been confusing for young Joseph James DeAngelo Jr., and the conflict between his parents as well also indisputably affected his psychological state. A sexless couple of parents where the father was literally militarily ordered never to even physically touch his wife again, even affectionately. And that restraint, whereas his father was having sex with the maid in every nation they were in, and all the ethnic girls he could pick up around him, impacted what's called an imprint onto young Joseph DeAngelo. Because studies have proven that it's common for serial predators to have grown up in abusive environments. And, of course, as I said, there's a lot of people exposed to that kind of trauma who don't become violent criminals. Of course, admittedly, in all fairness, horrific though our childhoods have been, neither Jameson Reese nor myself were ever abused by our parents. Now, Ann Wolbert-Burgess is a psychiatric nursing professor at Boston College who studied the personalities of at least 36 convicted serial killers in the late 1970s and early 1980s with FBI agents in the BSU, the Behavioral Science Unit. And she observed, when I consulted her, that serial criminals commonly develop a preoccupation with their crime at a very early age, and she asserted the incident most certainly sparked a fantasy with rape for DeAngelo, and it's indisputable that DeAngelo became preoccupied with rape after his sister's sexual assault before his very eyes. So, of course, that would be significant, and must have set the nucleus of the fantasy. What most certainly happened was that it was something that Joe DeAngelo kept on his mind. Because investigators have confirmed that the Golden State Killer would often get angry with his victims and was most certainly channeling part of his childhood psychology into his crimes. Now, I have no idea whether or not his sister's sexual assault factored into DeAngelo's criminal trial. I remember at the time that he was arrested that a representative from Sacramento County District Attorney's Office confirmed that they were reaching out to his family to discuss that incident, but they declined at the time to comment further. Anyhow, Joseph DeAngelo Sr., his father, ended up in South Korea, where he retired. Now, by the way, this is extraordinarily unusual. Almost nobody statistically serves in the military and retires in an occupied country. That kind of shit only took place in the Philippines, which was a colony of the United States forever, and that kind of shit stopped pretty much in its tracks shortly after World War II. Most nations will not put up with it. But Joseph DeAngelo Sr. ended up retiring and living out the remainder of his life in the Republic of South Korea, where he had another set of kids who were given the same names as his first three children: Rebecca, Joseph Jr., and Constance. Now, I've confirmed this in my own personal consultation with Jesse Ryland, the nephew, and Kenneth Ryland Sr., the father of the nephew. And this means that there are three Amerasian people, adults now, walking the surface of the earth, citizens of both the United States and South Korea, presumably, who are Rebecca DeAngelo, Joseph DeAngelo Jr., bearing the same name as the serial killer, but Amerasian, and Constance DeAngelo, both the girls probably being victimized, while the other son is also very likely another serial rape killer, who's a hybridized cosmogonate, as myself, Amerasian. So that means that there's three Amerasian children who are much younger by those names, and three elderly Caucasians, some old enough to die, who have died off by now, who are products of this monster who was a military officer whose own son witnessed his 7-year-old sister being raped by military officers in full uniform on an Air Force base, specifically to transmogrify him, as Michael Aquino would say, imprint him with the mindset of a predator. And after serving in the United States Navy, Joseph DeAngelo Jr. became, all too predictably, a police officer for the Exeter Police Department from 1973 through to 1976, and then for the Auburn Police Department, where he worked from 1976 till 1979, when he was fired for shoplifting a can of dog repellent and a hammer from a drugstore. And Kenneth Ryland Sr., the father of the nephew that I consulted with, whom I also spoke to personally, albeit briefly in both cases, testified that when he asked the senior, at that point the senior, Joseph DeAngelo Jr., why he stole those things that were so fucking cheap, DeAngelo responded, "Because I could," meaning that as a police officer he had all power to do whatever he wanted, including break the laws that he enforced upon others. And the only thing Kenneth Ryland Sr. himself had to say about that was, well, yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. Well, actually, he said, I thought that was really weird. But, what was I supposed to say in response to that? Meanwhile, authorities know that historically DeAngelo was breaking into houses, raping women, and ransacking their homes. To do more than shoplift, he was burglarizing. The last crime that I know of that has been officially acknowledged that has been linked to the Golden State Killer was circa 1986, when an 18-year-old woman was raped and killed in Orange County. But authorities asserted that almost certainly was not the end of his attacks. Now, while they were all growing up, Jesse Ryland insists he never suspected his uncle was violent. saying that D'Angelo was nice and seemed like a normal guy. But when Ryland heard his uncle had been identified as the Golden State Killer, it suddenly made a lot of sense. And that's when he testified, yeah, Joe was young and saw my mom get raped. It instantly clicked in my head. And Ryland said that although his mother and D'Angelo were close, he never saw his uncle very often when he was growing up, and he hadn't seen him in about a decade, about 10 years at the time of his arrest. And he said to myself, I almost wish I could go and see him and ask Joe about it if he remembers, the rape of my mother. But it's probably not a good time for that. Now, again, in the near future, our man Jameson Reese was talking about illustrations and what he was doing to push his art. I remember that a lot of people wrote myself saying they very much appreciated my talking about my own pornographic illustration openly as a way to cope with my own childhood of sexual abuse. Not in the sense that my parents ever sexually abused me, but dealing with my grandfather, my father's father, who was a rapist of his children. My father's sisters, both her legs were broken, so she couldn't run away while he repeatedly raped her. And of course, they also appreciated what I related about the instructor that I had in commercial illustration, who had served in a juvenile delinquency program in various detention centers, trying to help these abusive children who had done things such as rape their own sisters or murder their own parents. He was trying to help them express themselves in art therapeutically, and he said that it was impossible to get any of them to produce any presentable art, that all of their art was essentially just indecipherable. When they tried to sculpt with clay human beings, and he was encouraging them to do so in human likeness, all they could produce were wretched-looking, deformed lumps of matter that did not even closely conform to the human figure. Rather, they were creating, in a sense, not that it was somehow discernible in an aesthetic sense, but they were creating monstrosities. And the same with their illustration. He eventually concluded that this was how these children saw the world, that they really were portraying what they were seeing, but they were transliterating, portraying what they saw, and this is how they saw other people, was as deformed and shapeless masses, lumps of flesh, and just masses of moving tissue. For them to render, rape, sunder, destroy. Now, the Golden State Killer's guilty plea yesterday closed a chapter for victims left waiting for decades. And the overall consensus was that the nightmare has ended because the victims could address the Golden State Killer in court. Those that survived. Now, nearly every victim who took the stand against the Golden State Killer yesterday called him a monster, one that they were finally able to face after decades of waiting. And Carol Daly, one of the original detectives assigned to the case in Sacramento, was the lady who, in a statement that she read on behalf of the victimess, Kathy Rogers, said, "The nightmare has ended. He is the one forever alone in the dark." Now, over the course of his crime spree that spanned one of the largest state nations on earth, California being larger in geographic area than many nations on earth, Joseph James DeAngelo has been known not only as the Golden State Killer, but also as the East Area Rapist, the original Night Stalker by the site. His original title was the Night Stalker, and he was also known as the Visalia Rapist. Now, but yesteryear, 2019, was when D'Angelo finally pleaded guilty to raping well over 100 women that he could actually remember by name, and murdering over a dozen people, 13, a baker's dozen, that he was willing to confess to. There were many more that he said he would never speak of. This was throughout the 1970s and 80s, and as part of a plea deal, he also admitted to crimes that he has not been charged with. This is because they simply want to find out more. And yet that still hasn't given us all the information that we need. But in terms of those we know of, one by one, the family members of the victims, as well as surviving victims themselves, took the stand yesterday, describing in unpalatable detail the horrors inflicted upon them by the former police officer who always conducted his rapes, his burglaries, his murders in full police uniform, with full impunity, and got away with it all of his life because he was a white cop. One woman who was just 7 years old herself, the age of his sister when she was gang raped by 2 officers in full Air Force uniform. One woman who was 7 years old herself, the same age as his sister had been, and who was asleep when her mother was tied and bound and raped by D'Angelo, described him the way his mother had experienced him, as threatening her mother not to make a single sound lest it wake her up. And he enjoyed raping her mother in front of her while she slept, so that her mother would be forced to stay silent lest her daughter awaken to see this violation. And this 7-year-old girl, now grown up, described what her mother had told her. He threatened to cut her own ear off while she slept and bring it to the mother. And when she finally awoke, she could sense evil. And then all hell broke loose. And she compared Joseph D'Angelo in his full police officer uniform with his pistol shoved up her mother's cunt, fully loading, while he shoved his police baton down her throat, forcing her throat to bulge out while she choked and snot poured out of her nose and tears poured out of her eyes. That's her primal trauma and her first memory of childhood that wiped out all other memories before. So that's her first memory she can go back to as a child, was proof that monsters were real, that she had met the boogeyman, as she herself said in court. She could only compare him to the fictional cannibalistic serial killer Hannibal Lecter. Others told of the numbness in their hands that lasted for months because their wrists were bound so tightly in the attacks by Joseph D'Angelo that he cut off all blood circulation and left them tied up after he abandoned them. Until they were found by rescuers, their hands had turned blue from any lack of blood circulation. And more than 40 years after the fact, most victims spracketh of their lifelong scars, and many also showed defiance and testified about not allowing their lives to be defined by these incidents and finding their way to happiness despite the indelible damage left by law enforcement officer D'Angelo. But still, the anger simmered throughout all the statements that I reviewed from the legal documents that I've been gifted Karen Veilleux, surname spelled Veilleux, testified on behalf of her sister Phyllis, saying, "May he rot in hell," while another woman punctuated her statement on record by calling out DeAngelo as subhuman and aggressively showing him her middle finger. Now, DeAngelo made his plea to avoid the death penalty. At his age, you might ask yourself why that would even matter. One man, speaking on behalf of his mother, said that effort was futile on the part of DeAngelo to evade the death penalty. Well, to quote his T directly, he said, "A lot of people might wish to carry out the death penalty themselves, but can't you see? The sentence has already been given. You have been robbed of your entire life, yet you are too stupid to notice." Well, people like this, they're trying to find some satisfaction in a world that really doesn't provide it. This man got off in every single possible way. Not only has this man gotten away with everything he ever did, but now that he's finally in captivity, he's being given 3 hots and a cot, he's being fed on our tax dollar, and he's going to get free medical care, and he'll probably outlive most of us, or have a lifespan close to 100 years. Still, Dolly Kreis, surname spelled Kreis, held a photo of her daughter Debbie Strauss and showed it to Joseph James DeAngelo, who did not look back during the first day of the victim impact statements I was reviewing, and said that this was a long time coming, trying to get him to confront his victim in death, because she, the victim, her daughter Debbie Strauss, her married name, of course, since the mother's name was Dolly Kreis, suffered a death penalty administered by Joseph DeAngelo. When he was interviewed about that particular murder, he confessed that the last thing he told her before he blew her brains out was that he was executing her for crimes she didn't commit. That as a police officer, he considered himself judge, jury, and executioner, and always stated to all his victims that nobody is innocent. While Joe DeAngelo himself has avoided the death penalty, he will likely serve 11 consecutive terms of life without parole, with 15 concurrent life sentences and additional time for weapons charges. I mean, we can safely say he's never going to get out of jail, but he'll outlive many people outside. Now, victims in one of the half-dozen counties, at least 6, that bothered to bring charges against him, all voted unanimously to accept his guilty plea. And Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer, at the time of the plea deal, went on record to say, "Today's plea will never bring the loved ones back or restore the sense of security that was shattered. But today, after 40 years of uncertainty, dozens of victims and a nation heard the person responsible for this reign of terror finally admit that he, and only he, is responsible." But you see, this is where I step in and ask you, my listeners, how is it that he is only responsible when Michael Aquino, the man who kept his records, took his records and those of his father, a fellow serial rape killer, with him from one department to the next, so that neither man would ever face justice during Michael Aquino's own lifetime? Now, are we streaming at all? I need some feedback because I've lost the stream. I'm getting no feedback on the stream, and I need to know if I'm still live. So I do have a
indication that I've got a healthy stream going, but at the same time I've lost the screen on my computer. So I do want everyone to at least acknowledge that for me and tell me how I'm doing. So Jameson Reese says I'm audible and live, and I'm glad to hear that. So that's good, and so I thank you for that. I have lost any ability to monitor the chat, so I do want our man Jameson Reese to monitor chat for me and let me know how that's going, and definitely appreciate it if he could keep me up to date on that. I will be unable to see what's going on in chat, so Jameson Reese, do keep me updated throughout tonight's stream. He says chat seems well, good, and do try to stimulate some conversation in the chat. Now, victims and their families, of course, waited for decades to get justice and unmask the man who made a pattern of sneaking in to attack first women alone or with their children, and then couples in their homes, to force men at gunpoint to rape their own wives before he did. And his crimes, remember, spanned 2 decades of murderous activity that we know of. And it was a free genealogy database that finally gave its authorities the break they needed to arrest D'Angelo in the 2018 year of our Lord. And after that, once he was brought in, the Contra Costa County District Attorney Diana Becton released statement the month before Yestermenses, the month before last, in June, that in this case, this is what it said in effect, it testified that in this case justice did not move swiftly. It was a long time coming. However, our victims remained steadfast and brave throughout this entire process. And now here's what's happening across California. We've got blackouts, broiling heat, and a fire tornado. In other words, what's known as a flaminado. Now, the state nation of California faced its most serious energy shortage in nearly 20 years over this weekend last, as Californians with nowhere to go blasted their air conditioners from home during a searing heat wave, and the demand soared. The body that runs the electric grid for most of California declared a statewide Stage 3 emergency Friday evening into this last weekend, as I articulated on my transmission preceding tonight's. And California saw rolling blackouts across the state for the first time since 2001. The COVID-19 pandemic has also caused cities and counties across this immense state to rethink how they operate cooling centers, which be another crucial component of how this region of the Pacific protects its residents during heat waves. Now, do note that these blackouts are quite different from the public safety power shutoffs that left millions of Northern California PG&E, that being our utilities monopoly, PG&E being acronymous for Pacific Gas and Electric. Now, they're the only body that I know of, aside from the United States government, that can reach into my bank account and withdraw bills. Now, granted, they do that with my permission, but they're the only people I know of that can do that. Maybe others can. I'm just not a responsible enough adult to know these things. But in living on my own, after no longer being a care provider for my parents, I had to arrange for them to do that out of my own account. And they, of course, conducted blackouts that left millions of Northern California customers without power yesteryear, last fall. These blackouts are different from those public safety power shutoffs. The public safety power shutoffs are a wildfire prevention tactic
whereas the goal of the controlled shutoffs we are now experiencing is to avoid longer and more widespread outages due to equipment failures that can result when high demand overburdens the system. And compounding that felony, we have wild weather, rare lightning storms that struck mine own Golden Gated, San Francisco, Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, and the Monterey Bay region Sunday morning, just prior to the work week, sparking multiple vegetation fires in Santa Clara, San Mateo, and Santa Cruz counties. And meanwhile, brush fires continued to burn in Southern California, and a massive wildfire in my northern half of the state spawned rotating columns of flames, prompting forecasters to issue a rare fire-related tornado warning Saturday, the first day of this weekend last. Now, fire tornadoes are rare, but they're not unheard of in California. One was observed at the Lake Fire in northern Los Angeles County, Septimania, just last week, or rather, the week prior last. And the 2018 Carr Fire, that's Carr spelled with two R's, C-A-R-R, spawned, that was named after the location in which it raged initially. That spawned a flaminado, a fire tornado that was roughly 1,000 feet in diameter. And on top of it all, we have the power crisis. Now, first I'm going to check out a statement from Sammy Romero, who says that, yes, Doug, you are streaming. God bless you, dear brother. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the feedback from everybody, and do keep it coming. It's always important. Do talk to each other in the chat room, and I definitely want to thank you all for being here. Now, in terms of the power crisis, Californians who are looking for a little reprieve from several long months of emergency are simply not going to find it this week. Because amid a record-setting heat wave and the worst energy shortage in decades, our governor, Gavin Newsom, warned on Monday opening this work week that intermittent blackouts are likely to afflict the state nation through today. That's when he gave that warning, through to today. And when I use that term that he did, rolling blackouts, mostly I get questions. What are rolling blackouts? Now, because I can't access the chat room, these questions are coming through private messages on my Facebook timeline, or they're coming through the email. So, just to educate the public in this phenomenon, those are controlled, rotating shutoffs that are typically done in small blocks at a time. Think a portion of a community rather than an entire community, with the utility careful to avoid cutting off power to critical facilities such as hospitals and public safety buildings. That's not going to stop people from dying, but the goal is to avoid the longer and more widespread outages that can occur when high demand strains the system and causes equipment failures in and of itself that need to be repaired. And right now, the attempt is to preempt them. Now, if you're wondering why they're being implemented beyond what I've just articulated, officials at the CISO, which is the California Independent System Operator, they described a perfect storm of conditions that has caused demand to exceed all available supply. We've got scorching temperatures in California and across all these western United States. We got diminished output from renewable and fossil-fueled power plants affected by the weather itself, and in some cases plants are going completely offline, unexpectedly, when electricity has been needed the most. So the CISO, or the California Independent System Operator, the state ISO, manages the power grid that provides energy to roughly 80% of the state nation of California. And several municipal electric utilities operate their own systems, including the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which has been able to share excess power with the rest of the state. But you might ask, hey, wait! Hasn't California actually had an electricity glut in recent years? Yea, so. But not all the time. The state's power system has been in flux as it transitions towards its renewable energy goals. So much solar power is generated during the afternoon that California sometimes pays other states to take its excess supply. But there are fewer gas-fired power plants than in past years to pick up the slack each and every evening, and coal plants have been shutting down across the West because of competition from cheaper natural gas and renewables, meaning that there be less energy available for California to import in a crisis. And so, in a sharp rebuke that was issued on Monday opening this work week, the California ISO president, Stephen Burbarek, blamed the state's Public Utilities Commission, the PUC or the PUC, saying that the state could have been prepared if only the agency had ordered utility companies to line up sufficient power supplies for hot summer evenings. So, why wasn't that done? Where's the governor in all of this? Well, during his Monday briefing, Gavin Newsom made clear that the buck stops with his office, saying, "We failed to predict and plan these shortages, and that's simply unacceptable. I am the governor. I am ultimately accountable and will ultimately take its responsibility. Have taken, I assure you, responsibility to immediately address this issue." And so saying, the governor of California signed an emergency declaration aimed at freeing up additional energy, but warning that the days ahead would be very challenging. His own words. He also implored Californians to help conserve energy over the next several days till today as the wave continued. Sure, that's all still ongoing because the heat wave, which began Friday into this weekend last in my Golden State and continues to broil this state and much of the West, is expected to continue well into this week. If any of you who are residents here on the West Coast need to find a cooling center, there are lists of resources for counties around the state of California. Look up Cooling Center California. You should be able to find something near you. Now, today was the second, well, at this point it's the third, because we're after midnight now, going towards 2 a.m., and we have but a few hours left. This is the problem. I cannot assess how many hours we have left, so I'm going to need other people to keep track of that for me, how many hours I've been on in terms of live stream. This is very upsetting because I'm going to try an experiment here, and hopefully this doesn't knock us off. Going to try and see if this takes me back into the live stream and if I can monitor it. As a matter of fact, I better not do that. I'm afraid it'll do something. Tell me if I just glitched. It says we're at 4:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If we started at okay, good, thank you. If we started at the 4:30 p.m. approximately, or a little before 5 p.m. California, so we've got 5, 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, okay, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Okay, we've got till 5 a.m. theoretically. So, we got some time. Just keep track of 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. Make certain that you warn me off before 8 a.m. in the morning, Jameson. Thank you. Deeply appreciate that. So we're in our third day of rolling power outages that have hit California as the heat wave continues. PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, has confirmed that about 220,000 customers have lost power. By the way, all of this applies to you, so keep listening. because as our state boils in a heat wave, and California is reckoning with the biggest disruption to its power grid in nearly 20 fucking years, with rolling blackouts continuing for this third day in the middle of a devastating global pandemic, this is your future as well. The PG&E announced on Twitter shortly before 7 p.m. on Saturday of this weekend last that our state's power grid operator had ordered at that time another round of rolling outages, with Michael Lewis, the interim president of PG&E, which has undergone bankruptcy, going on record to say via a news release, which he himself did write, that we know as to how important it is to have access to reliable power during these times, and we are doing everything we can to limit the impacts. Our team is working diligently to keep these rotating outages as short as possible so that there be no further impact to the grid. We appreciate our customers' patience as we work to restore power to everyone this evening. At the time he wrote that, we urge all of our customers to take immediate steps to reduce their power usage. By 8 p.m. on Saturday night, California's ISO, the California Independent System Operator, which be the non-profit, the NPO, the non-profit governmental organization that manages our state's power grid, announced power was being restored. And an hour later, PG&E tweeted that power was back on in most households, but it estimated that about 220,000 customers in the Central Coast and Central Valley, including Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Joaquin counties, were impacted. And its announcement of shutoffs came just 2 hours after the ISO tweeted it was expected to cover electrical demand. When it later acknowledged it could not meet demand, the California ISO blamed the unexpected loss of a 470 megawatt power plant Saturday evening, as well as the loss of nearly 1,000 megawatts of wind power. Now, PG&E was trending on Twitter as customers were fuming about these outages, and the latest disruption during that weekend came just after PG&E shut off power to those 220,000 customers on Friday night, which initiated the state-mandated rotating outages for the first time since the 2001 electricity crisis that cost then Governor Gray Davis his job. And so on Saturday, PG&E was pleading with customers to conserve power through today. And basically, the PG&E spokeswoman, Angela Lombardi at that time, went on record to say, we really need everybody to pitch in and do their part to adjust their use of energy. So that means adjusting your thermostat to 78 degrees or higher, or turn it off when you're away. Drop the drapes, well, draw them, and draw the drapes, that is. Drop the shades and draw the drapes to keep the sun out and keep it from overheating your house, and avoid using electrical appliances and devices, and vacuuming. No vacuuming until maybe 6 p.m. Now, all of this is useful for anyone to know in these conditions, and 'twas then that Severin Borenstein, the faculty director of the Energy Institute at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business, as well as himself being a member of the California ISO Board of Governors, worried aloud whether the state would even have enough power to meet continued high demand throughout this week. He's so saying Monday is definitely looking like a real concern, and that was just the opening of this work week, because continued power outages in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic are devastating to an economy what already be reeling. The outages Friday into this weekend last disrupted many people's ability to even work from home. And as shelter-in-place orders have closed most libraries, coffee shops, and any other places with public outlets and Wi-Fi or wireless fidelity, these people impacted had few options to even get back online. And outages on hot days pose health risks, particularly for elderly residents, particularly those in low-income households that very likely have no air conditioning at all. And those are the same populations already disproportionately affected by COVID-19. So the most vulnerable populations impacted by the plague are those most impacted by the heat wave. Double whammy of disease and heat that will stroke them into the next world. Because the temperatures here hit the fucking triple digits in several places around my own Golden Gated Bay Area, literally by the sea, where we have the maritime breeze to cool us off. That was on Saturday, and I confirmed that through the National Weather Service. Gilroy, in area where we had the Garlic Festival, where that motherfucker went on a shooting rampage not too long ago, recorded a record high of 108 degrees. Redwood City and downtown Oakland, right across the bay, had highs of 193, respectively, tying their previous records. And there be little relief in sight, as the hot weather is expected to continue throughout the rest of this week, at least into the coming weekend. And so the California ISO began planning for this heat wave and the anticipated increase in energy demand due to air conditioning units, in particular, running in overdrive. Well, on Thursday of Septimania, last week, before the weekend, spokeswoman Ann Gonzalez basically had to articulate for her organization that the CISO, the California ISO, had instructed power plants that they must stay online and defer scheduled maintenance. But despite those precautions, several events unexpectedly converged on Friday into the weekend to overwhelm the power grid. Temperatures were hotter than even expected, setting records, world records, in many places. Now, cloud cover in the desert, because of these incoming storms that struck all that lightning that started all the fires, those clouds went into the desert where the state generates the majority of our solar power and reduced solar energy production. And other western states also suffered their heat waves, or the same heat wave, meaning that they had no extra power to divert to our golden California. And it didn't get any cooler when the sun set, or at least not by much. So air conditioning units were running into the night and throughout as the solar plants shut down. And then another problem was thrown into the mix. Two of our state's major power plants were not online when we needed them. A 750 megawatt plant had been out of service for several days. Another 5,000 megawatt plant unexpectedly shut down just as our state approached peak demand around 5 p.m. on Friday in anticipation of this weekend blast. The California ISO did not identify those plants on Saturday or reveal why they went offline. They were afraid to give their locations for reasons of potentially inciting terrorism, from what I understood, in retaliation for all the people who died when the power went off. Elderly on life support or infants in their cribs on such, etc. PG&E spokeswoman Lombardi said she didn't know anything about the two plants shutting down, which is astonishing. She confirmed that, well, to quote us, what she went on record to state in her own defense, or rather the defense of her organization. She said, "We know us that plants go off and online. I don't think that there was anything nefarious about this. I just think it unexpectedly tripped. Those things happen quite frequently in our business. It's just that it happened at a very poor time for us." Now, both of those plants were up and running again, so far as I know, late Friday night, according to Gonzalez. And even though demand on Friday and Saturday in the first half of this last weekend did not exceed levels that California ISO had seen in the past, Gonzalez said the outages simply could not be helped. In fact, to quote her verbatim, she said, "I don't know what you do with triple-digit heat that doesn't stop over several days. We had done everything we could." Those outages were a wake-up call for our state as it increasingly moves towards renewable energy. On a sunny day, California gets almost a third of its power from solar. But it can be a challenge to produce enough energy in the evening as solar plants shut down. Yet the demand stays strong. There be some real concerns. We're shutting down a lot of gas plants. And of course that's what we should be doing. It's the ecologically or the environmentally sound thing to do, but we have to make sure we can maintain reliability while doing that. Now, to put this into perspective for all of you, PG&E, the utilities monopoly, which I'm continuously sourcing, citing, and referencing, the people we depend on for our very lives, have pleaded guilty to at least 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter for 2018's Camp Fire. This means we're relying on a bona fide criminal organization to supply us with the juice we need to maintain our very lives. This is why the governor of California has declared a state of multiple emergencies. Now, I don't know how many of you have ever heard any government in the world, anywhere in the world, ever doing this. We are now in the equivalent of what functionally may as well be described as an unlimited state of emergency. Because the governor of California has declared a state of emergency over the coronavirus, and he's declared a state of emergency as dozens of wildfires be raging. And he's demanded investigation after Californians have been left without power in extreme heat, causing many to die of sunstroke. Now, this is nothing to do with the 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter that PG&E has already pleaded guilty to for the year before yesteryear, in which it was deemed PG&E caused the Camp Fire. That, of course, is not what happened precisely. It was caused by Russophiliac red Republican insurgents downing PG&E power lines to trigger these fires that ultimately were intended to shut down the very monopoly on which our lives depend, and have had the collateral damage of turning that monopoly into a criminal organization, by definition, as it's pleaded guilty to crimes. So, this is all while the governor of our Golden State, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency in response to the coronavirus outbreak. And that proclamation was issued to help advance resources to, in turn, help California prepare for a broader spread of the virus. So it was but days ago that Newsom held press conference that the proclamation is not about money, in his own words, it's about resourcefulness. To reiterate, Gavin Newsom insisted money is not the issue. He also explained that the proclamation is intended to loosen up regulatory environment, provide us clarity, and also allow us, our state, to preempt local land use, which in turn will also help jurisdiction share information and data advantageous to address the spread. Now, what he's referencing, in case you don't get it from what I've just said, which is fairly obtuse, what's happening in California is that over 9,400 people are being monitored by 49 jurisdictions. It was previously reported that 8,500 400 people were being monitored. This is, of course, due to the spread of the virus and, of course, more people being impacted. And while that's ongoing, the fires are prompting some areas in our Golden State Nation to issue mandatory evacuations. And people are being evacuated while temperatures are soaring into triple digits in this historic heat wave. And this, of course, has to impact all of our state's agencies and their staff, as well as the people in residency. Now, California's governor, in response to all of this convergent crises, this has declared effectively an unlimited state of emergency, as our state is battling dozens of wildfires amid this historic heat wave and impacted in their ability to do so by the pandemic conditions. And so Gavin Newsom yesterday went on record to say, "We are deploying every resource available to keep communities safe as California battles fires across state during these extreme conditions. California and its federal and local partners are working in lockstep to meet the challenge and remain vigilant in the face of continued dangerous weather conditions." Now, fires of varying size are currently burning across the state, including in Sonoma, where, of course, I attended school at Sonoma State University, San Mateo, Napa, Butte County, Nevada, and Monterey counties. Evacuations were in effect are growing in the Napa County wine region north of my known San Francisco Bay, near Salinas in Monterey County, and around Oroville Dam north of Sacramento, our state capital, and near the Nevada state line north of Lake Tahoe, with several of these fires having been sparked by lightning strikes during these unusual thunderstorms prompted by the extreme heat wave, which has sent temperatures soaring into the triple fucking digits. And one of the largest of these firestorms, the SCU Lightning Complex fire, comprised itself of fires burning in several Bay Area counties, has so far consumed 25,000 acres around my known residential city of San Francisco, and it remained, last time I checked, which was yesterday, 0% contained. We've got 0% containment of this, and it may sweep the city. Now, a fire in Napa County was burning close to remote grape-growing properties owned by Via del Lago Winery. So I checked in with Dawn Phillips, who works in customer service for that winery, who told me that, well, to quote she, "Our vineyard workers had to evacuate very quickly, and we heard this morning that there was zero containment, so that's very scary. It's very steep, so I know it's hard for firefighters to get up there, because our wine grows on the hills." Now, Michelle Leopold, who's the co-owneress of literally half a dozen Ace Hardware stores in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, confirmed that she had sold 56 wading pools, of all things, which sometimes people use as their last defense against a fire when it surrounds their home. And if they've been unable to evacuate, they dive into the wading pool. That can sometimes save a life, as the water evaporates that you're in while the fire blows over you. But at the same time, it might simply mean you boil to death before you burn. Now, she also sold, aside from that, 2 air conditioning units and a number of generators, and this was when I spoke to her on Saturday. She was emphatic, or insisted on emphasizing that she is grateful to her employees for not having contracted the coronavirus. And her stores are even hiring. So if he lived in the area, I would have actually referenced our man Brendan Zoget to her, but he's far away, comparatively speaking. Now, she was laughing when she told myself, "You look at the blessings in this crazy time, like your employees not getting sick, because there's not much else to look at." It really wasn't funny. It was really very sad. In Southern California, evacuations have continued for a week-old fire in the mountains of northern Los Angeles County. Our dynamic weather, as the weathermen call it, the meteorologists, they call it dynamic, churned up thunderstorms, bringing the double threat of even more lightning-sparked fires and flash floods. And meanwhile, California's power grid operators are still under pressure to avoid more power blackouts as an ongoing heat wave with these convergent storms that are generated by the excess heat and the flaminados, the burning tornadoes, if you can even imagine that, have all been stressing altogether the electrical system quite expectedly. And therefore, thousands lost electricity over the weekend as the system was straining under impossibly high demand, a situation that our governor, Newsom, describes as simply unacceptable. And of course I stand with him on that. So the CISO, the California Independent System Operator, warned on Monday, opening this work week, that as many as 3.3 million homes and businesses were to be affected by an evening emergency order that required utilities to stage rotating 2-hour outages. But that order, thank the gods of my ancestors, was never issued, and the warning was canceled. But the very fact that it manifested shows you how serious and dire our conditions are here. The pleas have been for Californians to leave our air conditioners at higher temperatures to avoid using washing machines and other major appliances. It all, I must say, seems to have worked. And so, in a tweet, the California ISO, the ISO, thanked us, saying thank you for conserving. However, the grid managers are warning that the threat of outages remain as the temperatures have hit the triple digits and are expected to do so again in many areas of our state. The National Weather Service saying that it will most certainly take us until this Friday or Saturday of this next weekend before excess heat watches and warnings will even start to ease. Now, scorching weather has hit other western states, making it harder for California to import extra power that we need for the largest population in the United States, in a single state. Steve Berberick, California ISO, our CISO's president and chief executive officer, has gone on record to say us that what we have is a situation where the entire region is more than hot. It's extremely hot. We can't get the energy that we would normally get from out of state because it's being used to serve loads natively. That would probably account for another 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts and could have very well have closed the gap. Now, California ISO has struggled to reduce the electrical demand since last Friday when it issued the first rolling blackouts in nearly 20 fucking years. The three biggest utilities, Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric, turned off power to more than altogether 410,000 homes plus and businesses for about an hour at a time. And a second but shorter outage hit Saturday evening, affecting more than 200,000 customers that I'm aware of. Now, one of the people that I spoke of, because of my past as a care provider and my connections in the health industry and the acquaintances I've made through it, was Bonnie Wickler, who's 66 years old. And she's extremely worried about her husband, who's recovering from open heart surgery. And she attested that it's been very stressful to lose power twice over this weekend last at their home in Coalinga. That's a city in Central California where the temperatures exceeded 43 degrees Celsius. That's 109 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, they thought about driving somewhere, but they were too afraid of coronavirus exposure. So they stayed home and they cooled off with buckets of ice water. What she told me was that if there was a fire or an earthquake, I would understand. But to cut power without letting you know, it just seems outlandish to me. Well, it is outlandish, honey. This is why our governor's so angry. And I can understand why. And then, of course, there's coronavirus. More than 22 million people have been infected with coronavirus worldwide that are officially acknowledged by our federal governments around the world, and we know that's massively undercounted. And countries are getting their plans for a potential vaccine in place that may never arrive. Here's what you need to know. The World Health Organization is blaming younger people for COVID-19 spikes. The WHO has gone on record to testify that people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, who may also be asymptomatic, that means carriers without symptoms, are now driving this pandemic. And the WHO also confirmed that it is attempting to ascertain whether the Russian Empire has indeed created a vaccine, which I deconstructed completely in our last few transmissions preceding tonight's. Indeed, Australia has secured a deal with the drug maker AstraZeneca for a potential COVID-19 vaccine that it will offer to all its own citizens for free. The first coronavirus vaccine trial in these United States is moving along at a good clip, but more diverse sets of trial volunteers are needed if testing is going to succeed at all. Officials are very concerned, in their own words, that the low number of minorities in the trial may delay the drug from getting to the marketplace. But once it does, Dr. Anthony Fauci says there's not likely to be any vaccine mandate in the United States anyway. Health officials here say that there be something you can do to be safe whilst waiting for a breakthrough. Get your goddamn flu shot. Now, the PG&E blackouts during this coronavirus pandemic are obviously the nightmare scenario we've all been fearing. Big power shutoffs hit California again this fire season, and the state nation has to rush plans for a trifecta: blackouts, wildfire, and the new COVID-19 wave all together. So, health experts are expecting that the coronavirus will still be spreading during the late summer into fall, the same time when PG&E's long-neglected power lines have tended to spark massive and deadly wildfires. Now, we don't know whether the virus will have slowed down by then or hit us with a second wave. But whatever it is doing will be made worse by us having blackouts like those that cut off power to more than 2 million people last October in the name of preventing more fires. So, I consulted Mark Toney, who's a customer advocate with the Utility Reform Network, a nonprofit group that works on energy policy. And he said, this is our nightmare scenario. We have an increase in COVID just because of PG&E, and that is a threat nobody wanted to see. You see, masses of people are losing power at a time when the coronavirus is still spreading, and so many need to leave home against the advice of all health experts, like the senior couple I described. This has put thousands of our most vulnerable Californians at greater risk of illness and death. People are being forced from home for many reasons. The temperature of their homes, the lack of fresh food, and a lack of power for medical equipment. But there's an even worse reason, still a potential for many, but already the awful reality for all too many others: evacuating because of a wildfire. So, I consulted the CAL FIRE Deputy Director, Mike Moeller, who told me that it could happen and is happening now, and we have to plan that it will happen again and keep happening. Our primary job is to protect the public, and if we don't, and if we put them in an area that and don't exercise that self-distancing, where the social distancing stops out of necessity to pack everybody into the same cooling center, for instance, in so many words, we've started yet another incident. We've taken people from the fire and we've put them in the frying pan. Now, Moeller has confirmed that CAL FIRE, our state's Office of Emergency Services, and other agencies have all too much to think about in protecting people from the pandemic while facing danger from wildfire and blackouts simultaneously. And one problem of many being that how does the state find more spaces for potential wildfire evacuees so they can keep distance from one another and not kill each other off with the COVID? Tony told me, Mr. Tony, when the shelter in place is lifted, people who are vulnerable are still supposed to stay at home. What PG&E needs to do, or needs to be told to do, is they need to use these shutoffs as an absolute last resort. And I told him, that's where we have the snag. You see, PG&E, the company that I had consulted with before I spoke with him, is a convicted federal felon still serving time on probation. It has to answer to a federal judge. That judge pushed hard for PG&E to cut the power during windstorms to avoid killing more people lest it become a serial mass murderer. And so the United States District Court Judge William Alsup, surname spelled A-L-S-U-P, wrote in an order that was issued this week, which I reviewed, calling photographs of the wind damage to PG&E's lines, quote-unquote, proof that the blackouts were saving homes and lives, and therefore insisting of his own accord, by his own judgment, that PG&E deserve as credit for shutting off our power. Well, to read what he wrote exactly, Judge Alsup declared in what I can only describe as a blistering 13-page ruling detailing the saga of PG&E's deadly disasters and the challenges of our state to fix it all. Well, to just read directly from this, PG&E, though the single largest privately owned utility in America, cannot safely deliver power to the largest population in America, the state of California. This failure is upon us because for years, in order to enlarge dividends, bonuses, and political contributions, PG&E cheated on maintenance of its grid, to the point that the grid became unsafe to operate during our annual high winds. And so Judge Alsop has made it clear that the blackouts are absolutely necessary to protect the public from the offender in his courtroom. With Judge Alsop concluding in this statement, when I turn to the 13th page here, we must continue to tolerate blackouts as the lesser evil until PG&E has come into compliance and the grid is safe to operate in high winds. But that's supposed to take us fucking years to finish. COVID-19 is here now. Well, the consumer advocate, Mr. Tony, is insisting we need to see a dramatic reduction in these shutoffs. Well, for that to happen, PG&E needs to fix its fucking grid, or the state needs to make its plans to fight fires if a dangerous circuit is going to be left on during windstorms. Now, PG&E declined to be interviewed for this particular angle of my story. But in a written statement to the public, it openly has promised that it's improving power line safety, to quote PG&E itself, to make blackouts this year smaller in size, shorter in duration, and smarter for customers. Now, PG&E's past safety promises have fallen short time and time again, with a lot of help from red Republican insurgents operating on behalf of the Russian Empire. The company was supposed to plead guilty in April to those 84 counts of manslaughter and ultimately did, making it responsible for felony homicide charges for killing all the people that we know of who burned to death in the 2018 campfire, named after Camp County, California, not after a campfire, that started by a problem PG&E knew existed for years, rendering it vulnerable to terrorist strikes. Shortly after those charges were announced, PG&E decided to pay its $4 million United States dollars in criminal fines from a wildfire victims fund in bankruptcy court. And PG&E opted to change that plan after public backlash. Now, the California Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, the PUC, or the PUC as people call it, which regulates PG&E, will meet later this month to consider rules for the shutoffs if they're needed again this year. Because thousands of lives are hanging in the fucking balance. That brings us to the edge of the grid itself. The coronavirus pandemic has complicated PG&E's wildfire mitigation efforts. And that's why California residents are seeing and will see even more blackouts this wildfire season. Amid pandemic. You're going to have people suffering from the pandemic roasting in sweltering shelters that they are ordered to lock in place in under quarantine, and yet will have to be evacuated amid wildfire. So the utility PG&E monopoly may need to rely more heavily on these last resort power outages during this year's upcoming wildfire season to prevent that. So that's why our California utility, Pacific Gas and Electric, will need to rely even more heavily on forced blackouts throughout the remainder of this year to prevent our grid from starting even more deadly wildfires like the one that drove it into bankruptcy. Our lives are depending on a bankrupt criminal organization in California. That is something all the reactionary right-wingers may make fun of in the rest of the United States, but it's your own fucking future. So, hearken well, and mark my words. Listen, and ye shall learn. Because in a statement emailed to GTM, which, if I remember, was the fucking acronym for the Google Tag Manager, and the Green Tech Media Company. It was basically, if I think that they were dealing with the Google search engine, because that's what kept referencing me to their site, and the Google Tag Manager helps to make the website tag management simple with tools and solutions that allow small businesses to deploy and edit tags all in one place. All I know is that their email that I was able to access, thanks to help from my 3D graphics modeler, was addressed to GTM. And in that, PG&E was insisting that it's not behind schedule on its 2020 wildfire mitigation work. But according to data released last week, Septimania, as part of its first quarter earnings report, the utility still has a long way to go in areas like grid hardening, vegetation clearing, physical inspections, and installation of specialized gear on its distribution and transmission system. Meanwhile, the inspections that PG&E has done in the past year have been sharply criticized by the United States District Court Judge William Alsop, who I've just aforecited, and who, Septimania, just last week, ordered this utility to adhere to much more stringent processes for inspecting its own power lines. And to reiterate, Alsop's order describes PG&E's reports on its work to date as a mere courtroom prop, concealing failures to trim trees that are clearly in danger of striking distribution lines or to replace worn equipment on high-voltage transmission towers. But the judge's orders to expand PG&E's inspection workforce comest at an extraordinary time, with the coronavirus pandemic causing problems for fire prevention and utility work statewide. So for PG&E, COVID-19 restrictions and economic disruptions, in their own words, what the utility wrote in their filing, to quote as they, will continue as to result in workforce disruptions, both in personnel availability and, in parentheses, including a reduction in contract labor resources and deployment. Now, making matters worse, Northern California's meager rain and snowfall this winter, until the storms came to set it all alight, and the same kind of absence of rain and snowfall throughout the spring, have led to a fire season that's more dangerous and begins earlier than it did last year, with these incoming lightning storms generating the lightning bolts and electrical tinder, well, the electrical spark, to light all that tinder into the infernos that are forcing people to evacuate. That leaves PG&E no time whatsoever to catch up on its work. And it's still trying to do what little it can under the pressure that it's under. It also increases the possibility that many of PG&E's customers, like myself, will still be confined to our homes under coronavirus restrictions, depending on our state's reopening plans and the course of the pandemic over these coming months. Now, when I consulted Michael Wara, the head of Stanford University's Climate and Energy Policy Program, and a member of Governor Gavin Newsom's Wildfires Blue Ribbon Commission, he confirmed that all of this complicates any and all plans to help elderly or medically vulnerable people who face hardship, indeed even death, sans power, without the power, by bringing them to generator-powered community shelter sites, cooling centers, or to quickly deploy the field crews needed to meet California regulators' demands for this year's power shutoffs to last no more than 24 hours. Now, in his interview he conducted with other journalists earlier this week, he's quoted as saying, "My question, looking at this data, is whether PG&E is clearly communicating with the state itself, with local governments, it as the counties, with the state's Office of Emergency Services, and with CAL FIRE, the state's firefighting agency, in terms of how the pandemic is going to affect operations. With him so saying, "I'm hopeful, but I'm concerned." Well, that's an understatement. He's insinuating that much wildfire mitigation work is yet to even be done. PG&E has incurred about 2.6 billion United States dollars in costs for its 2019 wildfire mitigation work and expects to incur another 2.7 billion United States dollars in related costs this year. But the utility has revealed last week that the roughly 700 million United States dollars it has spent so far this year, in terms of what they calculated, it has yielded minimal progress on its goals as of March 31st, which was the last report they were even able to issue, or at least the last one I was able to assess. So I know for a fact that as of March 31st, PG&E had completed 32% of its planned tree trimming and removal along 1,800 miles of distribution lines, and 19% of its work to replace poles and cover or bury bare wires along 241 miles of lines. So, I can tell you that PG&E is also moving slowly on technology to better predict and pinpoint parts of the grid under the highest fire threat. At the end of March, it had installed 16% of the 592 grid sectionalizing devices it will ultimately use to isolate and minimize power outages, and by then had deployed fewer than 1 in 10 of the 400 weather stations to measure wind speeds and humidity, and 200 high-definition cameras for spotting broken equipment or fires as they're happening. Indeed, from what I've been able to ascertain, the only portion of PG&E's wildfire plan where it has exceeded its plan to date is in acquiring emergency backup generators for communities at highest risk of having their power cut off for days at a time. 450 megawatts of them compared to the 300 megawatts it planned for. So, kudos for that. Now, when I consulted Mr. Wara, he pointed out that it's harder for PG&E to do work in the first quarter, given that winter conditions can prevent work from happening across much of its mountainous and forested territory at higher wildfire risk. I mean, to say that utilities also tend to do more work on planning their annual course of work during the winter months, leaving more on the groundwork for the spring and summer. Now, with far lower snowfall than usual in the Sierra Nevada region, which in and of itself has also increased wildfire risk expectations for this year, Mr. Wara has pretty much confessed that, on the other hand, we had an extraordinarily mild winter this year. He's basically saying we could have done a lot more than we did, and at the same time, that's what made it more dangerous now that we're storming during fire season. This entire difference in weather from last year to this year has made it difficult for PG&E to reduce the scope of its fire prevention blackouts this year. And it was via an electronic communique, via email, that the PG&E spokesman, Matt Newman, attested that the monolithic utility is currently on track to meet its 2020 wildfire mitigation plan targets and is on schedule for all of the categories of work except its distribution grid sectionalization program, which is being reconfigured to reach its full deployment by September 1st. Now, in its Q1 presentation, PG&E stated that its backup generators, grid sectionalizing, and transmission line repairs and distribution line inspections it's done should reduce the number of customers affected by blackouts by about 1/3, but there be a very large caveat. The reduction in blackouts will comest only, and I quote as they, reading from their writ, if the exact same weather patterns are seen in 2020 as experienced during the largest public safety power shutoff events circa 2019, but yesteryear. That's significant. Last fire season was a pretty light fire season, and it had a very late start. We're now headed into a fire season that's likely to be much more severe and with a far earlier start. It's already started. And California's other two utilities, Southern California Edison and San Diego Gas and Electric, have a better record of grid hardening and wildfire mitigation work, and have both used fire prevention blackouts at far smaller scales last year. PG&E's preparedness, on the other hand, for wildfire mitigation was brought further into doubt in last week's order from Judge Alsup, who himself oversees said utilities' criminal probation for convictions related to the deadly 2010 San Bruno natural gas pipeline explosion, which was so deadly they gave us all a debit card of at least $100 at that time to apologize for the killer explosions, totally separate from the people they claimed responsibility for in killing in the Camp Fire of California. And so, Alsup's order, which I've accessed via a PDF, a portable documented format file, flatly states that PG&E remains years away from compliance with California law and with its own wildfire mitigation plan. Directly antithetical from the judge himself to what they're officially asserting, with Alsup ordering PG&E to put its own employees to work alongside subcontractors to get the work done more quickly. Now, these transmission line concerns could widen de-energization impacts. Now, a de-energization is something I'm going to try to explain in passing, because Alsup was also excoriating PG&E's high-voltage transmission tower inspection process. Days before the November 2018 campfire, inspectors failed to discover the worn C-hook that broke and allowed a 115 kilovolt transmission line to contact the tower, thereby creating sparks that caused the fire, with later inspections finding 32 other C-hooks on the same goddamn line that needed immediate replacement. Now, that means inspections but yesteryear, circa 2019, may also be suspect, as writ by Judge Alsup himself. While last year, a 230 kilovolt transmission line in Sonoma County, where, of course, I went to Sonoma State University, was cleared in 3 separate PG&E inspections, and it was writ once by drone, once by climbing, and once by ground crews. And yet, during an October windstorm, a jumper cable that routes power flow round a transmission tower broke loose, a failure that's suspected of causing the October 2019 Kincaid fire. That, of course, threatened, if I remember correctly, the Getty Museum, where that idiot Stephen D. Kelly, who keeps harping on my high-heeled shoes and how feminine I look in my elevated boots, obviously he's got a man crush on me, basically believes that they're keeping all kinds of children for trafficking, which is why he wanted to occupy the Getty. In fact, I'm convinced he's the guy who actually started the fucking fire. Now, that 230 kilovolt line, probably cut by Stephen D. Kelly, remained energized amid a broader de-energization of lower voltage transmission and distribution systems in area. CAL FIRE hasn't announced the fire's cause, so far as I know. But PG&E's own Q1 report noted that it has set aside $600 million United States dollars in anticipation of covering damages it caused, a figure at the lower end of the range of potential losses. And so Judge Alsop has writ in conclusion that, like a broken record, that's his words, PG&E routinely excuses itself by insisting that all towers had been inspected and any noted faults were addressed. But these transmission tower inspections failed to spot all dangerous conditions. And so Judge Alsop himself ordered PG&E to record the age and specific condition of inspected transmission equipment, videotape every inspection, and require all contractors doing the work to carry insurance to cover public losses in event of a wildfire. Now, obviously, these contractors are agencies, not individuals. PG&E itself being under pressure to win court approval of its bankruptcy plan by June 30th. At the time all this was writ down, obviously a month that's passed by now, a month agone, as a precondition of being allowed to access a 21 billion United States dollar wildfire insurance fund considered critical for PG&E's future financial stability post-bankruptcy. But any fires caused by PG&E's equipment after its January 2019 bankruptcy filing and before its emergence from bankruptcy, now slated for the end of this month, within 10 to 11 days, will not be eligible for being covered under that fund. This in turn opens the possibility that PG&E may be compelled to consider de-energizing high voltage transmission lines as it responds to windy, dry conditions that guide its wildfire prevention outage decisions throughout this summer into fall. With Wara himself confirming that before the campfire, PG&E did not turn off any transmission. After the campfire, they turned off the 60 kilovolt and 115 kilovoltage in high-risk areas, and the Kincaid fire still ignited. So, what he's concluded, in his own words, is that I think the biggest upcoming question for this fire season is what happens with transmission. I hope the stringency of the inspections has increased significantly in the past few years, given the errors described in Alsop's order, that is, to give PG&E the confidence that it can keep higher voltage power lines energized during high wind events. Doing otherwise, per Wara's own words, will have a much more systematic impact on generation available for load and on resource adequacy in various parts of the state. We need to be talking about that and doing an analysis to make us certain we're even okay. But that puts us in the realm of California's power struggles. Who's to blame for California's rotating blackouts? And are they a warning for your future? You see, California's power grid operator described it as a perfect storm. Scorching temperatures across the western United States, diminished output from renewable energy sources and fossil-fueled power plants affected by the weather, and in some cases, plants going offline unexpectedly when electricity was needed most. The result? Rotating power outages in California, the first since the 2001 energy crisis, and warnings of bigger blackouts yet to come. Officials at California's independent system operator have put the blame on the state's Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, saying it should have ordered utility companies to line up sufficient power supplies. And when asked about this criticism, a spokeswoman for the commission said the agency is working with our sister agencies to better understand why this occurred. Well, regardless of who's at fault, the prospect of not only more power shortages, but also more intense heat waves looms large. And as this week's high temperatures have broken records, millions are experiencing the havoc that ensues with extreme weather that is growing more frequent with climate change. All scientists concurring that warmer nights in particular have the imprint of global warming and offer a glimpse into California's future as greenhouse gas emissions gradually heat our planet. And remember, our future is your own not only metaphorically, but we produce a great deal of the food that feeds the world. Much of the world is fed by California. But now dozens of heat records are set to be broken this week as western heat waves continue. And if you think it's hot now, just wait a few years, because a new study is suggesting that humans, inclusive entire cities in these United States, could face 30 times more exposure to the amount of extreme heat by 2100 compared with unto the early 2000s. I'm going to try and explain this to you in language you can understand. As triple-digit heat tests the limits of California's electrical grid to keep its millions of people cool, it is all too painfully clear the effects of human-caused global warming are already here. Global burning should be what we say. But the extreme heat baking the western United States is a mere preview of what becoming. A new study finds that in the future, the heat risk facing the country's biggest cities could be far greater than previously thought. Without cuts to greenhouse gas emissions, major American cities will see roughly between 13 and 30 times more population-adjusted exposure to extreme heat by 2100 Anno Domini as compared to the beginning of this century, as concluded by this latest study. Now, the study was published Monday in the journal entitled Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. I've had to look that up and bring it on screen so I can read the article directly. And it adds to the abundant evidence that mankind's ability to halt global warming and adapt to rising temperatures will be two of the defining challenges of this century. The researchers' projections are based on a high greenhouse gas emissions scenario where concentrations of heat-trapping gases continues to climb in the atmosphere through 2100 AD, as they have in the first 2 decades of this century. Now, is that our man, Jameson Reese, coming in to let me know about the time? Now, let me see now. 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Yes, we've got till about 4:30 p.m. In the California area before I start to worry. So right now we've got 1.5 hours left. And Jameson Reese has just experienced a network blackout. I want to thank him for checking back in. He's back up. And I want to thank him for informing me, keeping us informed. We've got till, let me see, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. We've got till 7:30 p.m., 7:45 p.m. before we need to worry. 7:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So keep track of time, and when we get closer to 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, let me know. And that's when we're aiming to try and wind down the arc of narrative. We have an hour and 30 minutes. Thank you, my friend. God bless him. Now, in this study, along with the role of greenhouse gas emissions, the scientists also factored in how population growth and urban development can influence a city's heat risk, with the study focusing on 47 of our own nation-state's biggest cities. And each hour that a person is exposed to extreme temperature equals 1 person hour, which is one of the key metrics. The unit of measurement the researchers are employed to quantify the projected growth in heat risk for each city referenced in these United States. And they found that the New York City region could see an increase of 24.6 billion person hours of heat exposure, the largest, of course, of any metro region examined, and more than twice the increase projected in any other city. New York is followed by other large metro areas like Washington, Atlanta, and Los Angeles. And visitors to Coney Island in New York soak up the sun and seek refuge from high temperatures already during these heat waves, as occurred in July. But according to the findings of this new study, New York is projected to see the greatest absolute increase in population exposure to extreme heat by 2100 AD. So, when you compare everything I've just articulated to the threat level faced during the early 2000s, the fast-growing Sunbelt cities like Atlanta, Austin, Miami, and Orlando are projected to see the largest relative growth in heat danger by the end of this century, owing to projected local climate changes, population growth, and urban development. Of the 29 cities that the researchers project could see the worst impacts relative to their heat risk at the start of the next century, 23 are located in the ever-expanding Sun Belt. Now, unlike some previous studies that have estimated future extreme heat risk, the researchers here say as they employed locally defined temperature thresholds to determine what qualifies as a hot day. Specifically, the researchers defined hot days as those where the local temperature exceeds the 99th percentile, 99 degrees in the region observed during the decade between 2000 and 2009. With Matei Georgescu, a Romanian associate professor at the Arizona State University School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning, being one of the authors of this study, he added that everything I've just articulated is important because humans acclimate to their environment. If you have a 35 degrees Celsius, that would be a 95 degrees Fahrenheit day in Phoenix during the summer, that's actually a very nice, comfortable day. But a day with a similar temperature reading in New York can be quite excessive. So though they found that warming caused by the burning of fossil fuels is the main driver of projected increases in heat exposure, urban development and the effects of asphalt, all that concretization, cover heat islands, also playing a significant role. So, according to the ethnic Romanian-American Dr. Georgescu, the growth of the built environment, our roads, our buildings, the entire concrete jungle, all of the warming induced by that is not negligible. In fact, the effect of built environment induced warming can be as large as greenhouse gas induced warming on the scale of a city. Meaning, a concretized environment, an asphalt island of the urban environment, absorbs and reflects by basically overheating, soaking up the heat and reflecting it. It serves as the heating pad, the hot plate on which we all burn. And already extreme heat is one of the most deadly types of weather-related events in these United States, killing an average of 702 people each and every year, as officially acknowledged, according to the Centers for Disease Control. That's more people than are killed in hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes in most years. And with roughly 84% of Americans already living in urban areas and even more expected to move to the big city in the coming decades, planning for our cities to be resilient to heat will be critical. I consulted a professores, Christy Ebbe, at the Center for Health and the Global Environment at the University of Washington. Now, Ebbe, it must be emphasized, was not involved with this study, but she did review it, and she said many cities are considering implementing various climate change-related policies and programs. Most of those have focused on mitigation, but adaptation is equally important, and we need to be thinking about what needs to be done to make cities pleasant places to live. Well, all climate scientists concur that climate change is certainly increasing the frequency, severity, and duration of extreme heat and warm nights. Why, Death Valley, California, recorded temperature rises to a scorching 54.4 degrees Celsius. That's 130 fucking degrees Fahrenheit Sunday. One of the hottest temperatures ever recorded there, and possibly the hottest ever reliably recorded. So from flaminados, the fire tornadoes, to record heat, California's extreme weather giveth us all a glimpse of your future. In the last few days, a moisture-laden heat wave has unleashed extreme weather in almost every corner of California. I mean, in a single goddamn day, Northern California was hit with triple-digit temperatures as well as hundreds of lightning strikes that ignited, in turn, scores of brush fires. The mercury hit 107 degrees Sunday in Santa Cruz, known for its moderate climate, and Death Valley reached 130 degrees, one of the hottest temperatures ever recorded there, and reliably anywhere. Meanwhile, unusually muggy air made Los Angeles feel like Houston, Texas, and warm nights failed to offer any relief. The Central Valley sweltered with temperatures exceeding 110 degrees, where we produce much of mankind's food. A fire-caused tornado touched down near the Sierra Nevada community of Loyalton, and a pyrocumulus cloud, like a firestorm-generated mushroom cloud, towered over Southern California, where heat and wildfires pushed smog levels higher than they've ever been in years. Oh, and did I forget to mention the power went out too? As one of the worst heat waves in years continues to broil California, millions are experiencing the havoc that ensues with extreme weather that is growing more frequent with climate change. Warmer nights in particular have the imprint of global burning, and scientists conclude they offer but a glimpse into California's future as greenhouse gas emissions gradually heat the planet. Now, Dr. Flavio Lanner, a climate scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, has gone on record to say as climate change is certainly increasing the frequency, severity, and duration of extreme heat and warm nights. It being safe to assume that climate change contributed to the extreme nature of recent events, though only a dedicated study could attribute to what extent, hence the study which I sourced. Medical experts, meanwhile, said they were extremely worried about the health risks posed by this heat wave because of its similarity to a July 2006 heat spell that resulted in thousands of emergency room visits for heat-related illness and hundreds of excess deaths. They are bracing for a jump in such heat casualties, or rather, fatalities, which they fear will be worsened by the closure of air-conditioned public spaces due to coronavirus restrictions. These recent weather events be the result of 3 separate meteorological phenomena combining in a way rarely seen in California before. The heat wave broiling the West, longer and harsher than is typical for August, was the first to arrive. It being a high-pressure system rotating clockwise over California, Nevada, and Arizona that steered hot, dry desert air over our Golden State, breaking daily and monthly heat records across the Central Valley. Then Tropical Storm Alida off the coast of Mexico began feeding the heat wave moisture, which created instability in our atmosphere. This moisture is why so many of the wildfires burning in California recently have created towering pyrocumulus clouds, the firestorm mushroom clouds that were studied by the UCLA, or University of California at Los Angeles, climatologist or climate scientist, who told me that finally the third factor in trifecta, a thunderstorm, some 1,100 miles south of our Bay Area in Sonora, Mexico, sent an invisible rippling wave of uplifting pressure north through the atmosphere, where it mixed with the heat and the moisture to produce hundreds of lightning strikes across hundreds of miles of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region throughout the weekend, both on Saturday and on Sunday, that in turn incepted dozens of wildfires, while farther inland, a tornado formed. With the National Weather Service meteorologist Evan LaGuardia, living in Reno Valley, confirming he himself could see a plume that would eventually spawn a fire-generated tornado from his own back window. He so saying, "It was just amazing that a fire can create something like this. All the ingredients came together at the same time. The atmosphere was primed and ready to go." And so at least 100 new fires began on Monday to open our work week in California due to lightning, on top of the others that began from the 1,500 or so lightning strikes that were recorded as spreading across the greater Bay Area Metroplex region over this weekend, last as observed and confirmed by Lucas Spellman, the spokesman for the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, when I called him. Some of those lightning strikes may have created smoldering piles of timber and brush that's just waiting for enough sunlight and heat to turn into an active fire that can grow away from prying eyes. An Angeles National Forest crew sent to Australia earlier this year had a similar fire spring back to life just recently, with it being said by one of their members that the brush is primed to burn. We noticed that there be huge potential there. In the Central Valley, Modesto, Stockton, and the capital of our state nation, Sacramento, they all broke their all-time heat records for the month of August this weekend last, with each community reaching temperatures of 111, 112, 113 degrees fucking Fahrenheit, respectively. If temperatures do not dip into the 90s at all this week, our state capital of Sacramento will be on pace to break its record of 11 consecutive days of triple-digit heat set in July of 2006. It's been a very unusually hot for August, and even for the summer. This heat wave will go us down as the hottest, or at least one of the top heat waves, for the Sacramento, California Capital Complex region area for all time. Those records likely will continue us to topple in the coming years due to the burning effect of the greenhouse gas emissions. You see, California has already warmed 1 to 2 degrees since the beginning of the 20th century as a result of human-caused buildup of greenhouse gases. And according to a state science assessment, we'll see temperatures rise between 5.6 degrees and 8.8 degrees on average by 2100, depending on how much pollution humanity releases and how quickly. Greenhouse gases increase the chances of extreme heat by gradually warming baseline temperatures and pushing the bounds of possible weather. So far in the 2000s, the early aughts, as that decade be known in these United States, on average, there be 2 daily record high maximum temperatures for every 1 daily record low minimum temperature, which I confirmed by consulting Gerald Meal, surname spelled M-E-E-H-L, a senior scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. He's saying, this means with global burning, we experience more extreme heat, and this can be seen in the California heat wave. As average temperatures continue to warm, we'll see even more record high maximum temperatures and extreme heat. But Helene Margolis, an associate professoress of medicine at UC Davis Department of Internal Medicine, told myself that the characteristics of this heat wave be of the greatest concern when it comes to human health, and those include its long duration, high humidity, and lack of nighttime cooling. With her emphasizing that means that the built environment, such as homes, buildings, and the streets themselves, are not able to let the heat go. It's not bleeding off at night when it would normally do so, so you have this cumulative heat gain over multiple days, and the entire environment becomes hotter and hotter, amplifying the risk because people, basically, as Daniel LaRolla would say, cannot cool off. And that lack of relief makes it harder for people's bodies to recuperate overnight and increases the likelihood, indeed renders it inevitable, that they will land in the hospital with heat stroke, dehydration, and other ailments. Extreme heat also increases risk of complications for people with a spectrum of chronic illnesses, including kidney diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes. So, Margolis herself and other health experts also expect this heat wave will be more dangerous because of restrictions in place to control the pandemic. With heat disproportionately affecting the elderly and people with pre-existing health conditions. The same populations already at a higher risk for contracting the coronavirus. But with malls, libraries, movie theaters, and other air-conditioned public spaces mostly closed, they have less options for staying cool. And so, the good Dr. Margolis has concluded that COVID-19 has caused them to be fearful of leaving their homes to take advantage of cooler environments, and there be fewer cooled environments to go to at any rate. So the likelihood of heat exposure be greater, and the risk of heat-related health impacts will be amplified. And adding to all these health-related woes, air quality has also taken a dive. Wildfires and extreme heat generated smog readings that were the highest in Southern California in over a decade. Hourly levels of ozone, the invisible gas in smog that triggers asthma and other health problems, reached 173 parts per billion, or ppb, parts per billion, in Redlands, California on Friday, and 167 ppb, or parts per billion, Saturday in Glendora, California. 1 hour above concentrations of ozone hadn't gone above 163 ppb in region since 2009, according to the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And so rolling blackouts and the threat of additional outages are also complicating people's plans for coping with the heat. And even in Death Valley, there be no guarantee the power will remain uninterrupted to activate air conditioners if demand for electricity soars too high. When I consulted David Blacker, the executive director of the Death Valley Historical Association, and himself a resident of Death Valley, California's national park for 20 years, he said you can tough out being in the hottest place on Earth for 2 consecutive days, provided you've got air conditioning. But this is the last place on Earth you want to be without proper and consistent power. So, he said, we're looking at a forecast of about 120 degrees for the rest of the week. And 122 degrees were specifically what got hit on Sunday. When it's this hot for that long, kids cannot play outdoors. Adult temperatures, well, the tempers start getting shorter, along with their temperatures getting higher, and there's a lot of yelling at the television when the news is on. Now, heat-seeking vacationers from around the world were undeterred, and on Monday they flocked to the park's headquarters in Furnace Creek, 190 feet below sea level, hoping to sweat through historic highs, many of them gathering around a large digital thermometer prominently displayed at the entrance, pausing for snapshots, with park spokeswoman Brandy Stewart welcoming all the attention, at least up to a point. Her finally going on record to say is, but honestly, people shouldn't be jumping in their cars and heading to Death Valley to experience the broiling temperatures. We are remote, and cell phone service is not available everywhere. Now, Death Valley has contingency plans in the event of a power outage. And Stewart confirmed that in a worst-case scenario, evacuation is part of the plan. But when it comes to climate change, this brings us to the war between Donald Trump and the biggest deep blue state in the Union, California. A battle of wills and wildfires set by Trump's assets and insurgents. Let me try and explain as to how fundamentally different views about climate change and a green economy could influence voters in the 2020 election. Because as wildfires raged across California yesteryear, scorching more than 100,000 acres and driving tens of thousands from their homes, United States President Donald Trump lashed out at the state's Democratic Party leadership and threatened to cut off federal aid. With Trump claiming, "You've got fires eating away at California every year because management is so bad." Now, the battle over wildfires between Trump and my California reveals fundamentally different views about the dangers posed by climate change. And, of course, the choice voters are facing in the 2020 presidential election over taking action to combat it. With Jerry Brown, who served 4 terms as Democratic governor of California and ran 3 times for president, saying, because of Trump's philosophy, he is inevitably drawn into conflict with California. With he going on to say, and I quote his T verbatim, our former governor, who I personally met more than once and personally like, "When it comes to the green economy and climate change, California is in front, and given our tremendous economic dynamism, California does refute the Trumpian claim that reducing carbon emissions hurts the economy." Now, Jerry Brown himself, who held a global climate action summit whilst governor in the year before yesteryear, whilst he was still governor in 2018, sees Trump's disregard for climate change as the most serious threat to our planet today. With Jerry Brown, our former California governor, going on record to say, "The suffering will take its place primarily after Trump is dead, and that's the evil of it. He won't have to pay for what he be imposing on billions of people into the future." And that, of course, brings us to the California wildfires, or brings us back to them, because Errol Navikis experienced the full fury and destructiveness of the California wildfires last October, which resulted in he losing his home and virtually all his possessions in the Saddle Ridge fire, which burned close to 9,000 acres. That'd be 3,640 hectares in northern Los Angeles. With him so saying that, well, to quote us he verbatim, "The flames were going about 70 miles an hour to the wind, so it's the fastest fire I've ever seen." In the fall, California is buffeted by winds that flow off the mountain towards the coast, increasing the spread and intensity of fires. And so, Navikis does not at all givest much credit to President Donald Trump's claim that wildfires are the result of mismanagement of the forests. To quoteist Mr. Navikis, "There's no forest around here, and there be no rains. You're going to have 4 feet of just crispy, dry plants ready to burn. And for about 15 years, it's been getting drier and drier." In fact, according to Crystal Colden, a professoress at the University of California, Lake Merced, specializing in wildfire behavior, as if these were living entities with minds of their own, concluded that, as I said, in fact, about 50% of the area burned in California in the last 30 years having been due to anthropogenic or human-caused climate change. with her concluding that the scientific evidence connecting California wildfires and climate change is overwhelming. And her, well, to quote what she wrote on a few napkins that I found worth preserving. She says it dries the vegetation out so that it's more flammable. And then with climate change, rains are on average getting pushed back by several weeks in some cases. So now we see that where winter used to be far too wet for things to burn, now we can have long dry periods when the winds are starting to really pick up, and it means that fires can burn really intensely. The majority of the most destructive fires in the last decade, they're not in places that are forests, and we're seeing the same types of increases in fire intensity, in fire size, and this contribution of fire seasons across the globe. But the science does not carry much weight for President Donald Trump, a point Joe Biden hammers home in a campaign ad in which the president is shown blaming California wildfires on a lack of preemptive braking, and which reprises Trump's remark about climate change that a lot of it is a hoax. It's all a hoax. So there you have it. We're back there now. That brings us to clean air agreements. The president is pulling these United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement, in which 195 countries pledged to meet emissions in exchange for reduction gifts. Now, let me try and put that into some perspective, these reduction goals, I mean to say, because our former governor, Jerry Brown, has gone on record to observe that Trump wants to free up fossil fuel companies. He wants to let it rip regardless of the natural environment. Indeed, in 2018, the year before yesteryear, the California legislature and Governor Jerry Brown at that time committed the state to 100% zero-carbon electricity and economy-wide carbon neutrality by 2045, before mid-century even reaches us. California is also a leader in setting fuel efficiency standards for cars and promoting the use of electric vehicles. Automobiles are the greatest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in these United States. And for half 100 years, California has had a waiver under the Clean Air Act allowing us to establish fuel efficiency standards beyond all national requirements. Indeed, in 2012, the Obama administration adopted California's goal of achieving 54 miles, that's 87 kilometers for our European friends, a gallon, by 2025 as the national standard. But amid the COVID-19 pandemic, in March, the Trump misadministration reduced it to only about 40 miles, or 64 kilometers per gallon. The administration has also revoked the waiver to allow California to set its own clean car standards. And our state and 14 others are now challenging these rollbacks in court. You see, the Chinese, according to Jerry Brown and from what he's found out in his own intercourse, because the Chinese were trying for the longest period of time to treat California as if it were a new province due to their infiltration of Silicon Valley. Jerry Brown established some connections and concluded via his own observations that the Chinese are moving inexorably to zero-emission cars. If Trump were to succeed, to be able to subsidize the old-fashioned gasoline car with the lowest possible regulation, we'll wake up in the next 5 to 7 years and the American industry will be in total collapse. And we in California are trying to hold him back to prevent this. Now, Brown believes that Donald Trump is himself blinded by his own belief in the sanctity of the free market, and that for him, imposing a fuel efficiency standard is what you would call blasphemy if you were trying to see this in religious terms. And that be precisely what it is. It's almost a religious war, and therefore they have to stop California. And of course, Jerry Brown is quite correct in his observation. Trump's understanding of freedom and the threats California liberals pose to it resonates not only with supporters across the rest of these United States, but also those in the rural northern part of California. Members of the right-wing Tea Party terrorist movement and other rank conservatives there are trying to break away from California and set up a new 51st state in the California North, the state of Jefferson, to combine, of course, Southern Oregon. Now, the radio hosts, Terry Raposa and Win Carpenter, are leaders in the effort to establish this new renegade state, which has thousands of supporters in 23 northern counties of our Golden State. And they feel Democratic representatives from urban areas have too much power in shaping their policy. With Raposa saying Los Angeles has 11 senators and 11 counties in Northern California have one. Thank you, Jameson. He's informed me we've got about an hour left. So, Carpenter is saying that the list of government policies they object to is way too long. You're looking at taxation. I mean, just the restrictions on basic things to take care of yourself and to defend yourself. You see, in his view, the wildfire problem is largely the result of regulations that restrict logging, not climate change. With himself so saying, "We live in a four-season part of the state. The climate changes every season." Now, rural counties in Northern California, like those across these United States, voted overwhelmingly for Trump in the 2016 election, with Carpenter claiming, "People understand the truth. They can spot a liar a mile away. Thank God we had Mr. Trump run for presidency." But in West Hollywood, people are so dismayed by the Trump presidency that the small council passed a resolution calling for the removal of Trump's star from the Hollywood Walk of Fame. With West Hollywood Mayor Lindsay Horvath saying, "Donald Trump has harassed and otherwise demeaned women throughout his career. He has targeted immigrants, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender peoples. He is a bully in chief. We do not need national monuments that glorify the kind of behavior he has exhibited." And so far, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has refused to remove Trump's star, which is repeatedly vandalized. In turn, via that very act, exasperating Horvath, with herself saying, "We're tired of resources being spent on this. The fixing and maintenance of this goddamn Trump star. The crisis of homelessness has hit our region hard. We could be spending those dollars actually caring for people and uplifting people instead of maintaining the Trump star." Now, in his state of the state address last February, our governor, Gavin Newsom, made combating homelessness California's top priority, with the governor calling for investing $750 million United States dollars into a new housing fund. On top of the $1.5 billion United States dollars the state has allocated to local governments to combat homelessness over the last 2 years. Well, that leads us to a perception of common threats and common sense. The Democratic presidential candidate, Joseph Biden, has pledged to invest 640 billion United States dollars over 10 years to expand the supply of affordable housing and to provide its vouchers to help people pay rent in California and other states. But at his rallies, President Trump has repeatedly bashed California politicians for our state's homelessness problem, with he so saying, "It's a shame! It's a disgrace to our country!" with his own misadministration proposing cuts in the federal housing budget. Now, Charles Kessler, a California conservative who edits the Claremont Review of Books, says Trump's attacks on California for homelessness are part of his general reaction to the failure of blue state policies. And along with the president, he believes that homelessness in California reflects Democratic policies that have harmed the middle class, and that the strategy of building a green economy to reinvigorate the American dream is fundamentally flawed, with him declaring, "Green energy sounds great, but how many jobs is it actually going to produce, and how reliable is the energy going to be?" Well, at the United Nations Climate Action Summit in New York last September, our own Governor Newsom pointed out that California is significantly outperforming the United States of America in GDP, or gross domestic productive growth, over a 5-year period because of our environmental strategies. 5 to 1. 5 to 1, the number of clean energy jobs in the state of California versus fossil fuel jobs. Now, Daniel Kamen, who founded the Renewable and Appropriate Energy Lab, acronymous as REAL, RAEL, Renewable and Appropriate Energy Lab at the University of California, Berkeley, adds that our state is ahead of schedule in meeting our energy needs from renewable resources, our renewable sources actually, and we be far along in building our green economy, with HISO saying across the United States right now, 35 to 40% of all investments in green tech flow through California. And so Joseph Biden is following my golden Californian lead and promising to transition these United States to a green economy. Biden's own plan calls for investing $2 trillion United States dollars over the next 4 years, setting these United States on a path to achieve a clean energy, net zero emissions economy by 2050, the mid-21st century. And Daniel Kamen of the University of California at Berkeley concurs that the 2020 election in these United States is absolutely critical, because we knowest on the climate side that we have very few years left to get on an innovative green energy path at all. The importance of the coming poll is at least something both sides can agree on. Radio host Win Carpenter feels it is critical that Trump wins. He's so saying, "Mr. Trump is at one point of the government, and then we are at the other end. He's fighting from that side. We're fighting from this side." He's on the backside. As far as I'm fucking concerned, these reactionary radio hosts are the people who get the ratings. Nobody's even knowing that the son of Adolf Hitler is struggling on your side against them. And our former Democratic governor, Jerry Brown, confirms the stakes in the 2020 election are climate change, social turmoil, and the current pandemic. He concludes by saying, "We've got to find a way to seize the common threats. Certainly, the coronavirus is a common threat. Climate change is a common threat. All we need is some common sense in the minds of those people who be in charge." Well, that's in short order, Jerry. But I will insist we can flatten the curve on climate, as we have on COVID. Over the past month, the growing COVID-19 pandemic has upended countless lives across America and the world. In the face of this crisis, science has spoken clearly on the need for action, and most public officials have responded with both speed and ambition. State and local policymakers have taken steps to provide us healthcare workers with the equipment they need and made funds and other lifeline loans available for small businesses. The federal government is extending unprecedented levels of workforce assistance and putting money into the hands of Americans, a down payment on the investment needed to keep our economy's heart beating. Globally, scientists are coming to many of the same conclusions for how we can stave off the worst of the climate crisis, cut off the source of the problem, and put in place the solutions we need to safeguard our society and rebuild with a more just and equitable framework. That means aggressively retiring fossil fuel sources of energy and redirecting those investments toward local, clean, and renewable energy through a green stimulus. As with COVID-19, we all have a role to play in fighting climate change. Indeed, the actions we take at every level of our society, from Congress down to our individual lives, are essential to flatten the curve of pollution that's threatening our public health, exacerbating extreme weather that's endangering our communities, and destabilizing our climate that jeopardizes a secure future for us all. There are concrete steps that our public officials can take us today to help combat the problem and prepare our homes and communities to mitigate future climate impacts. First, we need to invest in access to battery storage through tax and cash initiatives, or incentives, rather, for vulnerable populations, including low and middle income families, blackout-prone communities, rental homes, multifamily buildings, schools, and small businesses. Second, we should update regulations to compensate residential and community battery systems for the capacity and other energy services they supply to the grid. Third, let's require utilities to plan for and procure adequate battery storage resources to ensure communities have resilience and backup power when the grid goes down. Through clean, renewable energy solutions, including solar, wind, and storage, we can transition off fossil fuels, cutting off the very source of the problem, and create a stronger, more resilient society that works for everyone thereby. Our aging and increasingly unreliable electric grid can be supplemented with community-based clean energy, backup storage resources, and dramatically increased access to electric vehicles. Just as our homes become as the frontline personal defense in the fight against COVID-19, households today are investing in their own protection and security by putting solar on their roofs and batteries in their garages. Local home and community-based solar and battery storage can replace fossil fuels and provide us the energy that the grid needs, whilst also empowering households with a resilient source of electricity. We're already seeing it happen across the country. Here in the greater Bay Area, San Francisco Metroplex region, rooftop solar and batteries on low-income housing will help replace the retiring jet fuel Oakland power plant located in Jack London Square. UC Berkeley is also part of a team in Oakland building an eco-block where 40 families will be able to harvest stored rooftop solar energy to help power all of their households, provide individual and shared EV charging, and also sell the excess power back to the utility, Pacific Gas and Electric, with the revenue shared across all the participating families. And this is just the beginning. At today's costs, solar, and batteries on homes and businesses in California alone could provide us the equivalent capacity of 100 large natural gas power plants, or 4 times the size of the retiring Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. COVID-19 has forced many particularly tough decisions on us all. Yet it also has helped to crystallize the value of community action and togetherness that will help us weather this storm. As we stare down the growing threat of climate change, we should learn the lessons of COVID-19 to help power our future. Take aggressive but reasonable steps today, enlist our homes and businesses to be part of the solution, and prepare society so that we are not forced to sacrifice our way of life when the next storm hits. We're all in this together. Let's double down on community-based clean energy solutions and flatten the curve on climate. And that brings us to my concept of the climate economy. ExxonMobil petroleum used to be the crown jewel of the United States economy. From 2006 through to 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered, with oil prices at historic highs, it was the most valuable company in the Standard & Poor's 500, with a market capitalization that exceeded $500 billion United States dollars, or 500 billion. Since then, ExxonMobil's fall from grace has been swift and steep. It now ranks at number 24th in the Standard & Poor's, below Home Depot, and it's not alone. Oil companies, which once held center stage in the Standard & Poor's, are now bit players, thanks to the crashing price of oil in its increasingly dim outlook. The oil industry's decline is evidence of a global economy that is shifting inexorably toward cleaner fuels. Per a bar chart showing energy companies in the top 100 of the Standard & Poor's 500 in market cap from 1995 through to 2020, it was evidenced quite graphically to myself when I sourced it online that after a peak of 12 in 2007, the year my own late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died, that there were only 2 as of May 2020. 12 in the year my father was thanatized, the term used for his processing into death by the Veterans Administration when they essentially killed him. And then there was only 2 as of May this year. 10 lost in terms of the high bars, the health bars, as they would call them in a video game, when all the hit points were lost with the critical hits that landed on big oil. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Ostenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, and check it out for scenes from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to guide your tours at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where you can review the drone footage of the yards that Mr. Benestenius, the Man of the Soil, has transformed. Yes, make America great again, based on the soil on which you stand. Well, let's bring us back to the economy on that note. The stimulus negotiations are sputtering, and the pandemic is still spreading, and the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire are at each other's throats, and economic uncertainty be rampant. Yet Wall Street rages on. The NASDAQ composite clinched a new closing record yesterday, and the Standard & Poor's 500 came close to beating its February high, a growth of 51% since its lowest points in March. These numbers could signal the end of 2020's excruciating bear market, but there be some indicators that the high times could sink yet again. CEOs, leading shareholders, and other senior executives that have dumped more than 50 billion United States dollars worth of shares since the start of May indicate that, for whatever reason, insiders aren't hopeful that this rally will last. And of course, the unpredictable nature of the presidential election doesn't help. And towards that end, Donald Trump also said he'd pardon the suffragist Susan B. Anthony, who was honored with her image during the Carter administration with the Susan B. Anthony dollar, which, if you look it up, that poor lady is represented as looking like the Wicked Witch of the West. As a matter of fact, due to the inflation of the Carter era, those Susan B. Anthony dollars were referenced as Carter quarters. Now, that's unjust, but it's even more unjust what Trump is suggesting to buy votes from the woman voters out there, the feminine persuasion, because there be nothing to pardon here. Susan B. Anthony doesn't need to be pardoned, because violating the law is her legacy. The posthumous pardon for voting, quote-unquote, illegally in 1872 coincided with the 100th anniversary of ratification of the 19th Amendment, but yesterday, which guaranteed women the right to vote. But it's a terrible tribute to Anthony's legacy. A century agone today, the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution was ratified. It states, and maybe its 100-year anniversary to the day was yesterday, it states, "The right of citizens of these United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by these United States or by any state in union on account of sex." That meant gender, by the way, not people exchanging sex for votes. Now, voting is a most indispensable condition of democracy itself, and one that sits at the core of America's centuries-long quest for a more perfect union. The process of reaffirming voting as every United States adult citizen's right has been one of naming the obstacles to its exercise and stating that they should not exist. It is uncovering and eliminating previously unaddressed foils to a core entitlement. Everyone, in quotes, had the right to vote from day one, but it took time for the law to spell out that this meant women too, and former slaves, and poor people, and, once again, louder for the racists in the back, black people. This progression towards the fulfillment of the democratic ideal is far from done. Felon disenfranchisement and other attempts at voter suppression still stand in the way of rights that exist but are not being recognized. The 19th Amendment didn't make female suffrage legal. It made all the previous instances when it had been denied the crime. And that's why United States President Donald Trump's intention to posthumously pardon women's rights activist Susan B. Anthony, who was incarcerated for voting while female, be so misguided. But of course, what would it otherwise be from Donald Trump? He does a disservice to the activist and to the many others who fought so that women could have representation. As black suffragist Mary Church Terrell put it, to lift even as they climbed. What Susan B. Anthony did was a deliberately rebellious act, one that she and her sisters in arms stood by and refused to pay a fine for, knowing it would get them arrested. These were women ready to lose their individual, immediate, personal freedom in the interest of a greater collective one. The history of America, well, the history of all civilization, really, is one of progressively filling the gap between what be legal and what is just. It be an ongoing process, and its progression rests on a moral behavior that the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. famously distilled in his letter from Birmingham jail, in which he stated, and I quote his T verbatim, "One has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws." This is Confucianism, though he didn't know it. The Confucianist philosophy demanding that one sacrifice one's freedom, risk one's safety, perhaps even risk and sacrifice one's life for what be right. To pardon Susan B. Anthony is to forgive her of a crime that should never have been one, to imply that the state has moral standing over her, when it was Anthony's actions, like many other disobediences before and since, that gave the state its own moral standing. In Anthony's own words, spoken during her trial, her crime, to quote as she, verbatim, earnestly and persistently continues to urge all women to the practical recognition of the old revolutionary maxim that resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. The temptation to erase an unjust crime be understandable, but the Grandma Dame Anthony's sentence, like John Lewis's for each act of good trouble, or the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s for protesting in Selma, or Sojourner Truth's for daring to be black in Indiana, be each a point of pride in their biographies, a testament to great ideals and even greater courage. They are at once the mark of their heroism in an indelible reminder that the law can be unjust, that indeed it was, and challenging it was, and still is, a profoundly moral act of democracy. That's why the fight over Hong Kong's freedoms has become the world's fight. A key factor is the protest movement's international lobbying network, whose savvy, unofficial statecraft has leveraged the momentum of the protests into tangible political influence worldwide. Now, we've got until the bottom of the hour, at the least, for me to cover some international affairs, which I'll cover in depth with our next transmission. But these include, for tonight, briefly, and I won't continue into this, or I expect not to, with our next transmission, the Russia investigation. Because a bipartisan Senate report describes Paul Manafort as a grave counterintelligence threat and undermines President Trump's frequent claims of no collusion between his campaign and Moscow. Now I want to take us just a moment here to thank our lovely Mr. Jameson Rees for reminding me we got 30 minutes. We actually have a little more than that, but the Senate Intelligence Committee has released the most comprehensive examination so far into how Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election. The report reveals the Trump campaign welcomed the foreign adversary's help and contains new information about contacts between Russian officials and associates of President Trump during and after the campaign. The bipartisan report goes beyond the findings former special counsel Robert Mueller released yesteryear because it wasn't limited by the questions of criminality that drove that probe. It also comes as the intelligence community warns us all that Russia is again seeking to interfere in these United States' election process. Let me try and detail a bit about what is meant by a grave counterintelligence threat. President Trump's 2016 campaign eagerly capitalized on Russia's efforts to meddle in the United States election 4 years ago, according to this Senate Intelligence Committee report from the Republicans and Democrats that raises new questions about connections between Trump's top aides and Moscow. As Russian military intelligence officers were releasing hacked Democratic Party emails through WikiLeaks, the report has confirmed that the Trump campaign sought to maximize the impact of those leaks and created messaging strategies around them. The report has found that the Trump campaign publicly undermined the United States intelligence community's conclusion that Russia was behind the email hack and was indifferent to whether it and WikiLeaks were furthering a Russian electoral interference effort. Now, this 966-page document describes Paul Manafort, the president's former campaign chairman, who is now serving prison time for financial crimes, as a grave counterintelligence threat because of his relationship with Konstantin Kilimnik, a business partner in Ukraine who is conclusively described as a Russian intelligence officer. Now, Manafort and Kilimnik used encrypted messaging applications and codes to communicate, sometimes telling each other to look at the tea bag or the updated travel schedule when it was time to check the email account they shared, according to this report, which represents a rare bipartisan consensus on a hotly contested topic because, indisputably, Paul Manafort is a treasonous spy, a traitor to this empire. With this report, including new details about Roger Stone communicating with Donald Trump about WikiLeaks and concerns about whether anyone encouraged Michael Cohen, the president's former personal attorney, to lie about Trump's pursuit of a luxury skyscraper in Moscow during the campaign. So this fifth and final volume from the Senate Intelligence Committee's investigation into Russian election meddling circa 2016 arrives soon after Trump's own intelligence officials have warned that Moscow is revisiting its own playbook ahead of the 2020 election by trying to undermine Joseph Biden. So to conclude for tonight, Americans have a choice on November 3rd. Trumpism or Obamaism. That's why Michelle Obama, one of the most popular political figures in these United States, was the keynote speakeress at the first night of the virtual Democratic National Convention on Monday, opening this very work week. The former First Lady has immense sway among female voters and African American women, especially, whom Democrats need to beat President Donald Trump. But more importantly, the Grandma Dame Obama pleaded with Americans to believe that pursuing justice, equality, decency, and change through a reason-based political process can still work, even against an opponent who might destroy that system to retain all power. 4 years ago, at the 2016 convention, the Grandma Dame Obama told Americans, When they go low, we go high. That sounds like the idealism of a vanished era. But Obama is doubling down on the creed today. To quote Xi verbatim, going high is the only thing that works, because when we go low, when we use those same tactics of degrading and dehumanizing others, we just become part of the ugly noise that's drowning out everything else. The Democratic campaign for president this year smells of an Obama-era restoration, though the party has moved leftward since the 44th president left office. Presumptive nominee, well, he has been officially appointed now, Joe Biden, is always talking about his buddy Barack, and his pick of Kamala Harris as running mate was a bid to reassemble the Obama coalition of young, minority, and middle-class moderates. The politics of the last 12 years have unfolded as a struggle between that group and a rival bloc powered by a white, populist-personated elitist, and uneducated, indeed anti-educational, rural, or country hick backlash. Call it the Cracker Whip. Trump on Monday opening this work week had reminded Democrats of what they face by retweeting the Russian intelligence propaganda, spreading racial demagoguery, and warning any election resulting in his defeat will be rigged. That evening, Michelle Obama responded, "If we want to keep the possibility of progress alive in our time, if we want to be able to look our children in the eye after this election, we have got to reassert our place in American history." Well, we're all going to see in 11 weeks if going high works better this time. Now, we've got more time left than you might think. And I will more definitively review the international geopolitical arena with our next transmission. But I want to use the time that we have left to re-emphasize that Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. And to remind you that you can contribute to that struggle at DouglasDietrich.com. Now I'm going to check some incoming feed here. And I see Joyola Rainenbert. I don't know if she's a listener. Shout out to her in Ecuador. And George Knight have joined us. Now, DouglasDietrich.com be where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline. And that would be at facebook.com/John.War. As well, subscribe to the YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggot Tour, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager, who as well be the Team TRÄNCK, or Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay some monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. That would be spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS, which he'll change to Maggot Billions if he gets enough donations. With a roll of the eye, you cannot see in a bite of the tongue. Beyond that, of course, he is, in a very real sense, my creator, having of his own initiative downloaded much of what I've produced and published onto the internet, into his his hard drives, from which we could recover and rebuild my legacy in the data matrix, from which my cybernetic persona be interacting with yourselves. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can find out the meaning of my biological father's name and how the name itself made the man. Understand and spread the word, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, encourage others you encounter to electronically relay thine own contributions, or their own, at douglasdietrich.com. Because people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself, as we have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madam Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered. Assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damaj, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the TRÂNCK, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, such being spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And of course he has a new video which be impending, entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology, the trailer of which be available now on Bizarre HD channel. Make certain to check it out. And, of course, indeed, the last Dietrich of Gulviers, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, what be Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible at all sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, and, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species itself be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond mine own ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, and above all else, beyond everything I've articulated, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 records of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, in some final notations, I guess I could bring up a few other things for people to be aware of, but what I'd like to do is actually kind of bring on Jameson Reese again to finalize and say goodnight to everybody. What it was that Brendan Zoget had said. Now, Jameson, I don't know if you had any time to look up the Children of Eden video game, but what Brendan Zoget had found was that the Children of Eden video game was based on the Dietrich Artilect, and bizarrely was presenting a scenario in which the first-person shooter is tasked or dedicated to saving the Dietrich Artilect. It's what's called a rail shooter game, created by a Japanese designer, Tetsuya Mizuguchi, and it was developed by Q Entertainment. And get this shit, the symbol on the box itself, the old box, is the QAnon symbol. The actual trade logo of Q Entertainment is the same stylized Q. This isn't a typeset Q, as in any Q. It's the stylized Q that accompanies the question mark as used by QAnon and published by Ubisoft. Now, what makes this so relentlessly important is just as we had the situation where ISIS was not originally an ideologically motivated insurgency of Islamo-fundamentalists, but was instead a mercenary company of those very initials that was headquartered here in these United States, in the American Southwest, with offices in the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. That traded stock on the stock exchange on Wall Street that was bought and sold by heavy investors who shared its greatest stock, like John McCain. These were the people who simply fronted the emptying of prisons all across Southwest Asia and North Africa to be turned loose in the Middle East, armed with machine guns, and an artificial ideology developed as you would mass-produce bars of soap or yellow cake to be utilized in a dirty nuclear bomb by Michael Aquino's own co-religionist, General Paul Vallely, who, even while he served as a talking head pundit, a military consultant for Fox News, admitted that he had created ISIS as the Islamo Front by contracting the mercenary corporation to empty out all those prisons and bless these insurgents with its own name, because its mercenaries were directing operations on the ground. General Paul Vallely is the man who co-authored Michael Aquino's Mind War, which advocated never-ending war against the human mind. Now, this same co-religionist of Michael Aquino confirmed that Michael Aquino himself created QAnon as his lasting legacy that would destroy the mental world of the American mind and bring down the American empire to make space for the anti-gods. This same man who's a traitor to the human race, to humanity itself, as Michael Aquino was, his co-religionist Michael Aquino then was obviously referenced for the creation of this video game 10 years ago, in which we had Child of Eden referencing this character named Lumi, who is a woman of hybridized or cosmogenate, that would mean either Eurasian or Amerasian descent, born on the ISS, the International Space Station. To read from the game's own introduction, September 11th, 2019. The first human born in outer space takes her first breath on the International Space Station. Her name is Lumi. As Lumi grows older, she dreams of touching the beauty of Earth. She expresses her feelings through song and sends her messages to the peoples of Earth. After her death, her body is preserved and all of her memories are recorded and archived as data. There's a poignant reason for this that's not gone into here, that Aquino knew well of. Any child born in space would be adopted to a very low-gravity environment. At times, no gravity would be present in the International Space Station. A child like this would grow up basically grasping the holds around himself or her, not just with their hands, but with their feet. Their feet would evolve to be maneuverable like a lower primates, as we consider them, like a monkey's. But they would be beautiful people in that they would never have experienced the weight of Earth, and therefore would be people of very few wrinkles. They would be people who would die young, and this would come from calcium loss, the leaching of the elements of their very bones by the radiation of space, and by the lack of gravity to force their bones to evolve and grow strong. Their bodies would not be of the mass and muscle we would have. They would be weaker people. They would be elfin. And these elfin people could not come back to Earth. If they were to come back to Earth, they would collapse under the weight of our comparatively intensive gravity and shrivel under the sun. They would be crushed like beetles under a giant's foot. For that reason, they would have to die in space. People born in space would stay in space. They could not come to ground. For that reason, this child would be honored after her death with the preservation of her body, which could come to Earth, and all of her memories recorded and archived within data matrix. And so, when the latter half of the 21st century ushers in, per this game's introduction, a new era in space exploration, humankind would forge ahead to the farthest reaches of space with the collective knowledge of human history stored in archives, connected and accessible from anywhere in space, with people now referring to what was formerly the internet as Eden. Why Eden? Well, because my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Zujin Lin Dietrich, was of Eden. She was of the ancient order of the Magi, which had baptized the Christ and consecrated him in his title. He was just Jesus. The Christ is a title, not a name. He was anointed as Christos, the Messiah, by the Magi who had the authority to do so. They were of the first Christians converted by the righteous third son of Adam, Seth, whose name was perverted by Sethan. Seth was the son of Adam and Eve, who did as he was told, stayed with the family, worked the soil, and he then, as a Caucasian, because Eden is just south of the Caucasus Mountains from whence the name Caucasian be derived, he himself grew to be a man of earth, Adam's name meaning red, as in ruddy, because not only was the soil red when they tilled it, but the Caucasians evolved as the first people in colder climates able to blush. No other ethnicity can do that, and when a Caucasian blushes, it's a blush across the whole body, not just in the face, but it's noted as blood in the face. No other ethnicity can manifest that blood in the face via the blush. And so it is that they came to know Adam as the red man, or the ruddy man of the red earth. And his son Seth, like all the patriarchs, lived hundreds of years, and went east of Eden, as per the biblical record and beyond, via the various other archives of thousands of years agone, the Apocrypha. And when he migrated to China, he converted the people to Christianity before there was a Christ, in prescience of the coming of the Christ to redeem mankind from the fall of his father from Eden. And thus it was born the Magi, the monastics, who meditated and awaited the coming of the Christ as signaled by the coming of the star, his star, as they called it. That was conflated as Hister, and later said by Nostradamus to be manifest as well in Hitler. In terms of these people, the Magi, my mother was of that lineage. They were hybridized, not just Chinese, but all of Caucasian heritage blended with the Chinese from the line of the righteous son of Adam. My mother was of the original SS, the sons of Seth. And it was the sons of Seth and the keys to Eden to which this game references when they reference this child Lumi as now manifest in the internet, now referenced as Eden. And according to the introduction of the game itself, everything from evolution and natural history to the entire span of human history is stored in Eden's data archives. To those who have never known what it's like to set foot on Earth, Eden is the fountain from which all knowledge flows. And as time marches on, in the 23rd century, using Lumi's preserved data archives, scientists attempt to recreate her persona within the confines of Eden. This experiment is called Project Lumi. And now, after what seems like an eternity since her passing, Lumi emerges from her slumber within Eden. Save Lumi, save Eden, save the world. And the entire game is 2 buttons. Literally, you have only 2 buttons you can use to navigate and shoot something a person on drugs or heavily drugged or narcotized could use, and you are in a fractal psychedelic environment in which you're never grounded, completely in space, and maneuvering through a non-oriented environment, destroying viruses which infect Lumi's very essence. These Cthulhuoid entities, these entropic, anti-godly insurgents. And each time you succeed to a different level, she becomes more euphoric, more pronounced. She is dressed. She is wholesome. This is not the young lady who was the Dietrich Artelect, who by the observer effect manifested as a hypersexualized Amerasian young lady with obvious Asian and almond eyes and features, and at the same time a very Caucasoid body of big breasts and butt. This was the sexualized desire of her designers. This young lady instead is far more wholesome, and this is the bizarre aspect of the game. The playing off on the original Dietrich Artelect, the roots going back to my own mother with Eden, the entire aspect of rescuing her. What was the purpose of this, from the obvious source of Michael Aquino to the point where they had the logo of QAnon, which, by the way, the original company of Q is not mentioned in Wikipedia, because Michael Aquino had deigned that as a Wikipedia contributor, he be salted completely from that reference. Now, we're going to have to close off for tonight, so I just want to give Jameson the ability to say goodnight to everybody, but I want him to speak to this in our next transmission, to digest this. I'm going to send him some images, have him reference them, and some links, and then he'll be able to give us more of an impression of what he feels about this from an occult perspective. But was this Michael Aquino's attempt to redeem himself with some bizarrely wholesome thought process, or was it more a kind of therapy for the MK Ultras, that they could progress from out of certain stages into which they had sunk, or as Peter Moon kind of concluded, more of a sense of a reverse occult process in the antithesis of what they were really doing, which was trying to infect the Dietrich Artelect through the extra dimensions of the extrastellar entities, the anti-gods. All of this is something that I'm sure you will have some insight into. And love you dearly, dear brother. Say goodnight to everyone, and we'll shut down the stream only after you give everyone your best.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for a good broadcast. These were trying times, of course, but we're going to keep pushing forward.
Thank you.
Or should I say good morning?
There you go. Yeah. Well, I couldn't do it without you. And blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. I hope you get some sleep.
All right.
Thank you. Love you, brother. Bye-bye.